Chapter 1. A Grim Beginning. In the outer sect of the Danran sect, amid a multitude of dwellings, one resplendent house, adorned with jade tiles and golden stones, echoed with an incredulous voice. Have I truly traversed into another realm? Fang Chen gazed into the mirror, beholding his own visage, and surveyed the unfamiliar decor surrounding him, utterly bewildered. His memories lingered on the moment he was struck by a drunk driver, sent flying from a bridge, and perished on the spot. To his astonishment, upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in a completely alien world. Moreover, the memories within his mind began to unveil a remarkable truth. His identity was anything but ordinary. This world's Fang Chen, sharing his name and bearing an identical appearance, possessed a vastly different identity. Here, Fang Chen was a brazen and unruly cultivator, notorious for his incessant troublemaking, endowed with atrocious talent and meager cultivation. Relying on his formidable lineage, he indulged daily in elixirs and treasures, demanding whatever resources he desired. Yet, despite this privileged upbringing, his abysmal aptitude hindered him after a decade of cultivation. He remained at the third level of chi refinement, unable to gain entry into the inner sect that, in truth, had it not been for his illustrious family, he would have likely been expelled from the outer sect altogether. Furthermore, his painfully slow progress left him trailing behind his peers who had already ascended to the inner sect. Even the newly initiated outer disciples surpassed him. Upon discovering this disheartening truth, Fang Chen was rendered speechless. It was evident that this individual was ill-suited for the path of cultivation. From the memories he unearthed, it became clear that the treasures the original owner had acquired could have enabled even a pig to establish a solid foundation in cultivation. Now, the original owner could no longer endure the excruciatingly slow pace of his training, and resolved to explore unorthodox paths. He sought out a demonic technique that required the spinal marrow of a demonic beast, combined with the life essence of fellow disciples and close kin, to concoct a pill that could enhance one's innate potential. However, due to his abysmal cultivation level, he was severely injured by a demonic beast of the same third level of chi refinement during his quest for the first ingredient. After enduring for several days, he ultimately succumbed. Fang Chen could only lament, indeed, an inept individual with grand aspirations. Yet, as he processed the memories and offered a few sardonic remarks, he was abruptly seized by a wave of panic. His body felt hollow, devoid of any cultivation. This was dire. The original owner had lost all his cultivation when he was grievously wounded by the demonic beast. Presently, his dantian was shattered, his meridians ruptured, rendering him akin to a mere invalid. To compound his misfortune, Fang Chen was scheduled for a life-and-death duel with another outer disciple. After perusing this unsettling revelation, he nearly fainted. The individual in question was named Shearing, a youth considerably younger than Fang Chen, with talent ranking at the very bottom of the outer sect, even inferior to that of the original owner, an unequivocal wastrel. Moreover, Shearing's once magnificent family had been annihilated by demonic beasts. Once the center of adoration, he now faced the scorn of all. It was precisely because of Shearing's pitiful predicament that Fang Chen derived a meager sense of superiority through his bullying. Just 3 days prior, Shearing's childhood sweetheart, deeming him unworthy, publicly annulled their engagement, subjecting him to ridicule. This moment, Fang Chen continued to insult and mock his opponent. Feeling utterly hopeless, Shearing could no longer endure Fang Chen's malevolent jabs. His eyes blazed with fury as he publicly declared a wager of life and death. Fang Chen grinned malevolently in response. In truth, Shearing had fallen into Fang Chen's trap. He was fully aware that Shearing, humiliated by his fiancée, would inevitably act impulsively and agree to the deadly duel. At that point, he would see Shearing's blood as a material for the demonic elixir. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! Who told you to offend Shearing? Shearing, a once useless individual, had witnessed his family's ruin and suffered a broken engagement. Wasn't he the quintessential protagonist? What filled Fang Chen with despair was the sight of an ancient ring in Shearing's possession. That ring undoubtedly concealed a powerful cultivator within, and now Fang Chen could not help but swallow hard, his body trembling. Not to mention the potential presence of an ancient master within that ring. Even without it, Shaoqing was now a second-tier qi refinement cultivator. To eliminate someone as weak as he was would be a mere formality. If he were to seek peace with Shaoqing now, it was likely that the latter would refuse, instead commanding him to go away and eat dirt. What to do? What to do? Fang Chen panicked. He looked up at the beam of the house, contemplating whether he should just hang himself. Just then, a clear mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind, system activating. Fang Chen was taken aback, then plunged into ecstasy. A system? The system has arrived. He knew the system would never allow him to walk to his demise. With the system, he had a genuine chance for a turnaround. Even if the opponent was a child of destiny, blessed by the heavens with the system's protection, he need not fear being killed by Shaoqing. After a fierce battle, they could reach a stalemate and gradually transform their enmity into camaraderie. Wouldn't that be splendid? While Fang Chen reveled in these thoughts, the system's voice resounded. System officially activated. This system will perfectly escort the host to death, thereby better facilitating the growth of the child of destiny. Upon hearing these words, Fang Chen's elation came to an abrupt halt. What? System? What do you mean by escorting me to death? Are you saying I still have to die? Fang Chen was bewildered. The system responded, correct. The host was already dead in the past life. The emergence of the system is merely to allow the host to expend the last remnants of life, thus better aiding the growth of the child of destiny. Once the child of destiny in this world matures, the host can rest assured and be killed. At that point, the entire world will appreciate the host's significant contribution to the journey of the child of destiny. Fang Chen. He abruptly stood up, seething with rage. Are you out of your mind? He had never anticipated that what he thought was a lifeline was actually a means to send him off more gracefully. Damn, what nonsense! Whose system are you, anyway? But the system paid no heed to Fang Chen's protests and continued its arrangements, detecting the presence of the child of destiny. Detection complete. Child of destiny, Shaoqing. Having witnessed the annihilation of his entire family from a young age, he appeared to be of remarkably poor aptitude, yet, in truth, he was possessed by the soul of the immortal wanderer, absorbing spiritual energy, which hindered his ability to manifest his innate talents. Now, the immortal wanderer has awakened. With the assistance of the immortal wanderer, Shaoqing has already broken through to the 4th level of qi refinement. In the future, during the life and death struggle with the host, he is poised to ascend to the 7th level of qi refinement, possessing the capability to combat beyond his rank. Rivaling even the 8th level. At the brink of death, he can temporarily unleash the strength of the 9th level of qi refinement. Fang Chen was left utterly dumbfounded. What was this? The protagonist was not human. The life and death struggle was merely half a month away. How on earth could Shaoqing elevate himself from the 2nd to the 7th level of qi refinement within such a brief span, while also acquiring the ability to fight beyond his rank, even capable of unleashing the power of the 9th level? This was blatant cheating. Was there no sense of justice? This was utterly unfair. Was no one going to intervene? At that moment, Fang Chen's face turned ashen, his gaze vacant. He felt the urge to weep, but he had never witnessed a transmigrator so aggrieved. It was one thing for Shaoqing to possess an advantage now. The hard-earned boon he had obtained was being used against him. At that juncture, the system continued, in order to facilitate the host, a villain, in aiding Shaoqing to master his cultivation, comprehend techniques, and turn the tide in his favor, thereby gaining renown beyond the outer sect of Danran's sect. The system shall bestow upon the host the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, enabling the host to exert sufficient life and death pressure during the struggle, ultimately leading to Shaoqing's public assassination of the host when his potential is pushed to the limit. Commencing the bestowal of cultivation now. Chapter 2. The bestowal of cultivation. As the system's voice faded, Fang Chen was left in a daze. What? In the next moment, he was astonished to find his shattered meridians miraculously beginning to heal. Following that, a surge of pure and potent spiritual energy suddenly erupted from his limbs and bones. Boom! Upon completion of the bestowal, Fang Chen felt an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength enveloping his entire being. At that moment, he was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the system would forcibly elevate his cultivation to the 9th level of qi refinement to enable him to exert life and death pressure on Shaoqing. At that moment, after the system's bestowal concluded, it continued. The host possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, but lacks any accompanying techniques or skills, rendering him incapable of generating the necessary formidable life and death pressure for Shaoqing. The system shall consider Shaoqing's needs and provide the host with suitable techniques and skills. Detecting Shaoqing's most formidable technique during the life and death struggle. 10,000 Fiends Heart Method, which will be automatically studied by the host. Detecting Shaoqing's most formidable move during the life and death struggle. Fist of Qi, which will also be automatically studied by the host. As several system prompts echoed, Fang Chen was once again taken aback to discover that his mind was suddenly flooded with various techniques and skills he had never encountered, but found inexplicably familiar at this moment. After a considerable pause, the system's voice resounded. The bestowal has concluded. The host is to unleash his full strength during the battle against the Child of Fate, allowing the Child of Fate to gain insight through the identical techniques demonstrated by the host. In this moment, feeling the pure and boundless spiritual energy within him, akin to mighty rivers flowing forth, the techniques and spells danced vividly in his mind, as though he had diligently studied them for decades. Wielding them with effortless grace, that a sense of immense power surged within Fang Chen's chest. For a fleeting moment, he felt a swell of exhilaration, suddenly perceiving the system as less repugnant. It had bestowed upon him an abundance of gifts. However, just as Fang Chen began to envision himself as a prodigious genius, the relentless pace of his cultivation shattered that illusion. He attempted to practice that if one were to liken the spiritual energy within him to a torrent akin to a mighty ocean, then the energy he could draw from the external world at this moment was but a single droplet, then another droplet, and yet another dot, and then it ceased entirely. Not a trace more could he absorb. Well, it seemed his innate talent had not changed in the slightest. His painfully slow progress could be deemed a rarity even in the Danran sect. Shaoqing's aptitude must have recovered by now. Since I am his nemesis, I ought to possess an equal level of talent. Fang Chen muttered. The system responded, even if the host's aptitude is formidable, it will not impose any life and death pressure on the Child of Destiny. Enhancement is unnecessary. Thus, the host need not ponder excessively focus solely on preparing for the life and death duel, allowing the Child of Destiny to gain the utmost enhancement before perishing. Ugh. All this effort was merely to facilitate Shaoqing in slaying him during the duel. Upon hearing the system's remarks, Fang Chen's disdain for it flared, and his goodwill evaporated. No, according to this wretched system's calculations, even if I possess cultivation, I surely cannot defeat Shaoqing. I must flee. Fang Chen pondered deeply. Remaining in the Danran sect, waiting for the life and death duel, would lead to his demise, for according to the system's precise calculations, even were he to attain the 9th rank of qi refinement, Shaoqing would undoubtedly emerge victorious after a bloody confrontation. During this time, any effort to enhance his cultivation would prove futile. After all, his cultivation speed was essentially nil. As for mastering other more formidable techniques, that was an even more absurd notion. In comparison to the Child of Destiny, attempting to match techniques was akin to dreaming. With a mere clap of his hands, the other could summon whatever he desired, while Fang Chen would likely meet his end. After much contemplation, the only path to survival was to flee. Without hesitation, Fang Chen gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. However, half a day later, with a darkened expression, Fang Chen pushed open the door and returned, gritting his teeth. Why must I participate in the life and death duel? Upon reaching the mountain gate, the gatekeeper did not impede his exit. Nevertheless, due to the life and death contract signed with Shaoqing at the Outer Courts duel arena, he was obligated to return in half a month. Should he fail to comply, an elder from the sect would personally set out to track him down and bring him back. To that point, he would not only be compelled to engage in battle, but if he emerged victorious and survived, he would also face punishment. After all, prior to signing the life and death contract, the combatants had been sternly warned that such duels were no trifling matter and must be taken with utmost seriousness. If one could sign at will and flee as desired, who would ever take the life and death contracts of the duel arena seriously? unless both parties agreed to dissolve the contract and paid the requisite fees for contract tearing, cessation of combat, and the arena's material costs. No one could ever aspire to evade their responsibilities. Am I truly obligated to deliver this? Fang Chen murmured, his expression shifting dramatically. Wait. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. Indeed, he was not devoid of options. Had it not been explicitly stated, the bond of life and death could be dissolved with mutual consent. Thus, if he could persuade the current Shaoqing to agree to terminate their pact, then in a fortnight, Shaoqing would surpass him in strength. Yet now Shaoqing had recently received the aid of the carefree venerable, and thus had not yet elevated his prowess to such heights. If he approached and delivered a sound, thrashing no, rather, if he engaged in a cordial dialogue, would that not swiftly transform enmity into friendship, thereby facilitating the dissolution of their bond? With this thought, Fang Chen sprang to his feet and exited Darren sect, outer sect, a small dwelling at the mountain's base. The outer sect was vast, populated by numerous disciples residing atop countless peaks. However, regardless of the peak, those dwelling at the mountain's foot belonged to the least gifted among them. Fang Chen, due to his heritage, was able to reside halfway up the mountain. But Shaoqing, a once ineffectual scion, could only occupy the dwelling at the base. At this moment, Shaoqing sat cross-legged on his bed, a look of joy illuminating his face. I have already reached the 4th tier of qi refinement. Feeling the surging power within, Shaoqing was overwhelmed with delight. He had not anticipated that the techniques bestowed by the carefree venerable would prove to be so formidable. In just a few days of cultivation, his strength had rapidly ascended. Although Shaoqing had previously lamented the venerable's actions, believing that had the latter not absorbed his spiritual energy, he would not have fallen to such a state of being victimized, today he had undergone a profound realization that it was only in times of adversity that one could truly perceive the nature of humanity. Previously, despite his lack of talent, his family background had ensured that friends and his fiancée treated him kindly and with warmth. Now, stripped of that lineage, he discerned who genuinely cared for him and who did not. In this moment of clarity, it was far better than remaining in ignorance, sparing him future betrayal. With his roots restored, he now possessed the capability to embark upon a new journey. The first step lay in vanquishing Fang Chen, thereby clarifying his path. Fang Chen, I shall use your blood to demonstrate to the entire sect the cost of belittling me. Shaoqing. Shaoqing clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. Just then, a loud knock echoed from the door. Who is it? Shaoqing inquired, lifting his gaze with a frown, pondering who might seek him out to present. He was widely recognized as the outer sect's pariah, long neglected, and it was inconceivable that anyone would come to him. However, upon hearing the response from outside, his countenance darkened significantly. It is I. Fang Chen's voice resonated. Chapter 3. What on earth are you doing here, Fang Chen? Upon hearing these words, Shaoqing's fury surged to its zenith, his voice laced with hostility. I merely came to see you, Fang Chen replied nonchalantly. Get out. You are not welcome here. Shaoqing barked back. Whether you welcome me or not, I shall enter. Fang Chen stated calmly, and before Shaoqing could react, the wooden door of the small cottage swung open. Sunlight was momentarily eclipsed as a figure cast a large shadow within. Gazing at Fang Chen, Shaoqing's complexion turned ashen, and he sneered, What do you intend to do? Now at the 4th level of qi refinement, he felt no fear towards Fang Chen. What do I intend to do? I simply wish to observe your progress in cultivation, Fang Chen replied, his expression placid, though internally he urged himself to remain calm. Don't panic. This child of destiny cannot surpass you just yet. Are you afraid that I might advance too swiftly and eliminate you prematurely? Shaoqing mocked. Ordinarily. Fang Chen's past struggles with his cultivation speed were a sore point, and Shaoqing's jibes would incite his rage. However, this time, to Shaoqing's astonishment, Fang Chen maintained a serene demeanor, showing no signs of anger, merely gazing at him quietly. What left Shaoqing momentarily stunned was the glimmer of sorrow and disappointment he perceived in Fang Chen's eyes. Then, Fang Chen spoke. I would actually welcome it if you could indeed kill me swiftly. What? Shaoqing was taken aback, wondering if this dandy had lost his mind. At that moment, something even more unexpected occurred. Fang Chen glanced at him and nodded slightly. 4th level of qi refinement, quite impressive. At last. You are exhibiting the talent and strength you should possess. Upon hearing this, Shaoqing's face turned pale with astonishment. How? How did you see through my cultivation level? He was genuinely incredulous. To prevent Fang Chen from discovering his recent advancement, he had secured a technique from the carefree master that concealed one's cultivation level. This method was so effective that even those 3 levels above him would find it impossible to penetrate. Yet, how had Fang Chen discerned his true level at a glance? Was he merely at the 3rd level of qi refinement? Why the surprise? Fang Chen concealed his delight, thinking to himself, "It seems Shaoqing is indeed intimidated by me. The reason I can see through you is that my cultivation far exceeds your imagination. Do you truly think I am a waste like you?" What? Shaoqing was momentarily stunned, bewildered by this assertion. Despite his lower cultivation, he had always managed to hold his own against Fang Chen. How could such a person not be considered competent? Seeing Shaoqing's disbelief, Fang Chen casually remarked, "Well then, observe for yourself." No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. Boom. 9th level of qi refinement. The atmosphere surged. A fierce wind swept through the small cottage, causing it to tremble. In that moment, Shaoqing's complexion drained of color, terror gripping him as he struggled to believe his own eyes. How could this be possible? Yet, this omnipresent and formidable pressure, fierce and unparalleled, akin to the aura of a ferocious beast, combined with Fang Chen's calm and tyrannical demeanor above, all served to signify he is indeed at the 9th level of qi refinement. While Fang Chen appeared tranquil on the surface, internally he nodded in affirmation, promptly retracting his own aura, fearing that the Son of Fortune might be startled into an unfortunate mishap. As the momentum dissipated entirely, Shaoqing's lips turned pale, his countenance reflecting astonishment. How? How can your cultivation be so powerful? At this moment, Shaoqing's recently blossomed confidence was utterly shattered. He never anticipated that the chasm between himself and Fang Chen would be so vast. In that instant, his heart felt like ashes. How could he engage in this life and death struggle? Shaoqing let out a bitter laugh. "Are you planning to kill me early?" To his surprise, Fang Chen seemed to be amused by the thought. "Kill you? If I truly wished to do so, wouldn't you have perished 1,000 times over by now?" Shaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Fang Chen was indeed correct. If he were really at the 9th level of qi refinement, a mere slap could have ended his life long ago. "Then why are you here?" Shaoqing inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly bellowed. "Because you have disappointed me profoundly, Shaoqing. You have squandered all my efforts." Shaoqing was stunned, lifting his gaze towards Fang Chen, his face etched with disbelief. "Squandered your efforts? What do you mean?" "Let me tell you, from the very beginning, I deliberately concealed my cultivation to approach you and humiliate you. For I desired to instill a sense of shame within you, to inspire you to rise anew." Fang Chen's voice rang out sharply. "But what about you? I have repeatedly humiliated you, and you remained utterly indifferent?" Upon hearing these words, Shaoqing was abruptly rendered speechless. Fang Chen, with a palpable sense of disappointment, exclaimed, "What? Has a mere cultivation bottleneck hindered you? Your parents have passed away, and yet you have not considered striving to cultivate diligently, to seek vengeance through arduous effort, but instead, you choose to languish in self-pity and despair? You have truly left me heartbroken. Do you wish for me to gaze upon you with disappointment?" Each word was heartfelt, laden with sorrow. Within Fang Chen's profound gaze, there was an overwhelming sadness for Shaoqing's lack of ambition, so intense it seemed almost unbearable. In that moment, Shaoqing was profoundly shaken, his body stiffening, his eyes glazing over as if the world itself had crumbled. To be humiliated by his greatest enemy in such a manner? Was it truly meant to motivate him? Had this been the previous Fang Chen speaking, he would have dismissed it entirely. He might have even believed that Fang Chen, fearing he had reached the 4th level of qi refinement, was fabricating lies. However, now, if Fang Chen was indeed at the 9th level of qi refinement and genuinely concerned about his advancement, wishing to humiliate him, then why not simply strike him down with a single slap? Why bother with all this discourse? Why weave such fabrications? Yet, Shaoqing found himself momentarily pondering. Was he truly in such a state of self-despair? He had been diligently cultivating, albeit without apparent progress. But then Shaoqing quickly recalled, indeed. In Fang Chen's eyes, perhaps his stagnation in cultivation was perceived as a lack of effort. Subsequently, Shaoqing cried out hoarsely, "But why are you telling me this now? I see that you had previously wished to engage in a life and death duel with me, and that your cultivation has seen some improvement. This brings me immense joy. I had thought you had regained your fighting spirit and courage, and thus I intended to come and see you." Fang Chen lamented with great sorrow. "Who would have known that I merely revealed a fragment of my cultivation, and you would be so easily intimidated? How is it that the mere 9th rank of qi refinement could instill fear in you? How can you justify my expectations of you? How can you face your clan and parents? Shaoqing stood as if struck by lightning, rendered speechless. So it was his own cowardice that had incited such anger in Fang Chen? No, brother Fang, I am not afraid, Shaoqing managed to utter, his voice dry and filled with guilt, feebly attempting to defend himself. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sadness, his heart ablaze with shame. How could he betray brother Fang's expectations? How could he have allowed fear to take hold just now? I am truly despicable. Chapter 4. Bestowing generously you do not fear? Then prove it to me. This set of secret techniques, entitled Unmatched Aspiration, was traded from the sect. A practitioner must possess courage and fighting spirit in order to cultivate it. If you succeed in your cultivation, it will demonstrate that you indeed hold a heart yearning for the path. Fang Chen tossed a jade slip, which Shaoqing instinctively caught, only to be struck with horror. Senior brother Fang, I cannot accept this. Why can't you? Fang Chen retorted sternly. Do you lack the courage to prove yourself? And no, that's not it. Shaoqing hurriedly replied. But I know that this secret technique requires a substantial amount of contribution points. I just faltered in my resolve and feel unworthy of your generosity. How can I dare to accept such a precious gift? From what he understood, this technique not only fortified the physical body but also significantly enhanced combat prowess, making it both formidable and valuable. The principle of no merit, no reward weighed heavily on Shaoqing, who already felt shame for his previous cowardice. How could he possibly accept such a gift? Fang Chen chuckled dismissively. How pedestrian. Do you think I am one to covet material wealth? If my junior can grow stronger because of this, I would care not. At that moment, a faint smile curled at the corners of Fang Chen's lips. A mockery of worldly conventions evident in his deep, penetrating gaze, which bore no narrow self-interests, only genuine concern for the younger generation, solid and grand, like a mountain. In that instant, Shaoqing felt as if struck by lightning, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. An indescribable bitterness and emotion swelled within his chest. Senior brother Fang, you have gone from playing the dandy to offering such a cherished technique. All of this is to rekindle my fighting spirit. With such kindness shown, how could he continue to hesitate? In the next moment, Shaoqing bent his knees and knelt, summoning all his strength to shout, Senior brother Fang, I have let you down before. From now on, I shall prove to you that regardless of the challenges I face, I will never give up. I will become the most valiant practitioner in this world. I, Shaoqing, shall forge ahead without regret, even unto death. Seeing Shaoqing weep and then kneel, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this really necessary? I merely spoke a few encouraging words, and your emotions have become so fervent. It's somewhat embarrassing. He quickly helped Shaoqing to his feet, nodding slowly with sincerity. Very well, take this and cultivate. If you have any uncertainties, remember to consult the elders at the transmission pavilion. Yes, thank you, senior brother. Shaoqing responded, overwhelmed with emotion. Observing Shaoqing's reaction, Fang Chen felt an immense satisfaction. Although the original owner of this body had committed numerous misdeeds, he had at least left behind some inheritance. Within his storage ring were many techniques he had gathered to enhance his aptitude, and this, unmatched aspiration, was among them. Fang Chen, realizing he would not be able to practice the technique himself and recognizing his limited knowledge of the characters, decided to bestow it upon Shaoqing. With words of encouragement followed by the gift of a technique, he was confident Shaoqing would forgive him. If this approach fails, he would then resort to persuading the other party with sheer strength. However, such a tactic is perilously risky, as it could potentially provoke the child of fortune to unleash his hidden powers prematurely, thereby leading to his own untimely demise. For now, the amicable atmosphere between brothers was deemed sufficient by Fang Chen. Observing that Shaoqing's emotions were gradually stabilizing, he resolved to invite him to the duel academy to annul their life and death battle. Just then, a sudden chime echoed. The system has detected that Shaoqing will acquire a new secret technique, the will of the unmatched, during the life and death duel. This will be automatically learned by the host. Please ensure to fully utilize this technique during your battle with the child of fortune, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding through combat. Immediately thereafter, a warm current surged through Fang Chen's limbs, while a wealth of knowledge regarding the will of the unmatched flooded his mind, granting him the experience of a decade in its application. Although the will of the unmatched did not significantly enhance his cultivation level, Fang Chen could distinctly sense that, should he choose to activate it, his combat prowess would receive a temporary boost. At that moment, Fang Chen was engulfed in astonishment. What was happening? How could the system also assist in imparting techniques that he had just acquired? If this were the case, then as long as he bestowed techniques upon Shaoqing, The system would promptly aid him in mastering them to facilitate his teaching. The realization struck him, leaving him momentarily stunned, and his breath quickened. Was this not akin to exploiting a glitch? If he continued bestowing techniques upon Shaoqing, would that not perpetually enhance his strength, rather than laboring on his own? Should he not elevate others instead? This was truly a stroke of fortune. His gaze towards Shaoqing shifted dramatically. Shaoqing, who was still enveloped in sentiment, was suddenly startled by Fang Chen's intense expression and rapid breathing, instinctively inquiring, "Senior brother, is something wrong?" Yet, Fang Chen did not respond. Instead, he abruptly retrieved a multitude of jade slips from his ring. "Senior brother, that's unnecessary. Just these 5 will suffice. Any more would be overwhelming." Shaoqing replied with a wry smile, pushing several jade slips back towards Fang Chen. Although the meager contribution points he currently possessed made him covet such an abundance of jade slips, he understood the virtue of contentment and the dangers of greed. Each gift from his senior brother came at a cost, and accepting 5 jade slips was already a great deal. To ask for more would be ungrateful. For the sake of his senior brother, he would have to endure the desire for additional slips. "Are you sure you don't want this? Battle blade and sealing technique would suit you well," Fang Chen ardently promoted. Shaoqing, suppressing his inner cravings and thinking that he must not burden his senior brother, replied, "I do not use blades, nor do I practice sealing techniques. Senior brother, please take them back. It's fine. I don't mind. You can learn," Fang Chen insisted. Shaoqing resolutely shook his head. Ultimately, Fang Chen had no choice but to put away the jade slips. Although his expression remained calm, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. After enduring a prolonged period of ridicule and hardship, Shaoqing's thoughts had grown exquisitely intricate. Upon catching a glimpse of Fang Chen's fleeting reluctance, he felt a pang of bittersweet sorrow within his heart. "Brother, surely you must be concerned about the financial burden?" Yet, for his own sake, he remained silent. With this thought, Shaoqing was overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of gratitude that filled his chest, prompting him to suddenly turn and dash into his inner chamber. Startled, Fang Chen paused, wondering what he was up to. Before he could voice his question, a voice resonated in his mind. "Ding, it has been detected that Shaoqing will acquire a new technique during the life and death duel, Swift Wind Steps, which will be automatically cultivated for the host. Please make full use of this technique in your battle against the Child of Fortune," allowing them to gain a deeper understanding of this secret art through combat. A surge of warmth washed over him, and Fang Chen felt his feet become remarkably light, though his expression revealed his astonishment. "Why just 1? I had just provided 5. He quickly called upon the system, "This doesn't seem right. Xiaoshidi still needs to learn 4 techniques. Why aren't you teaching me? What if I can't defeat him and meet my end in an instant? Moreover, if you don't teach me, how can I teach him?" The system's mechanical voice responded, "Host. The other 4 techniques possessed by the Child of Fortune include 3 required for alchemy, artifact forging, and agriculture, which do not impact the life and death duel. 1 technique can only be mastered after the duel. If the host also learns it, it will enable you to defeat the Child of Fortune, thus preventing your demise. So there is no need to teach it to the host." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's face fell. This wretched system was truly wishing for his demise. Soon after, he began to discern the system's loophole. It seemed that only techniques capable of influencing the life and death duel would be taught. Those that required extensive cultivation time and were merely auxiliary techniques, which would not affect the duel in half a month, were entirely disregarded. With this realization, Fang Chen found himself in a state of distress. What should he do next? Offering additional techniques would be futile. After all, with merely half a month remaining until the duel, even Shaoqing, being the Child of Fortune, must adhere to the laws of science. It was unrealistic to expect someone to master over 100 techniques in such a brief period. Wait, hold on. It wasn't just techniques that could influence the life and death duel. Fang Chen's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. At that moment, Shaoqing emerged from inside, holding a cloth bag, and approached Fang Chen, saying, "Brother, this is for you." "What is this?" Fang Chen asked, momentarily taken aback. "Spirit stones. Let us go to the duel arena and annul the life and death match. As for the expenses, I will cover them," Shaoqing replied, his eyes reflecting a touch of concern. Yet he was willing to part with this final inheritance from the Shao family for the sake of his brother. At this, Fang Chen was utterly astonished. "Annul the life and death duel? That cannot be. If we annul the duel, where will I continue my cultivation?" He hastily exclaimed, "No, absolutely not. I cannot allow you to spin these spirit stones. Moreover, our life and death struggle must not be lifted." Shaoqing was taken aback. "Why?" "Because, Fang Chen paused for a moment, and then his gaze suddenly deepened, stating, "Defeating someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement will allow you to gain renown within the Darren sect, making your blind and unappreciative fiancé regret her choices immensely." Shaoqing was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 5. Who is he? Do not tell me that you do not wish to redeem yourself. Fang Chen gazed at Shaoqing and spoke with a measured tone. As for the life and death duel, we need not necessarily resolve it to the point of one of us perishing. If I concede, that should suffice, right? The Danran sect cannot compel two individuals to have one die on the platform. As long as the opponent agrees to concede, the duel can be concluded. He had previously considered urging Shaoqing to dissolve their contract in the duel chamber, fearing that Shaoqing might lose control of his rage and inadvertently kill him. However, since Shaoqing was no longer intent on a life or death struggle, there was no need to dissolve the duel. Moreover, if they were to dissolve it, where would he go to enhance his cultivation, or rather, to assist the child of destiny? Shaoqing opened his mouth, hesitatingly stating, "But must it be a life and death duel? Well, you could indeed take your spirit stones and dissolve the duel now. However, what do you think your former fiancé would think if this news reached the inner sect?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and remarked, "A coward who, wielding the Shao family's inheritance, approaches Fang Chen for peace? Surely, you do not wish for your reputation to be misconstrued?" It must be said that the tactic of provocation worked wonders on Shaoqing. His fervor surged to the forefront. "No, I am not." "Then that settles it." Fang Chen clapped him on the shoulder, his tone laden with significance. "Thus, you must engage in this life and death duel. Moreover, you must do so with flair, earning yourself a name of distinction." Shaoqing, encouraged by the expectation in Fang Chen's eyes, instinctively nodded vigorously. "All right, I shall dedicate myself fully to this duel. I will make certain that everyone knows just how formidable you truly are." Fang Chen, observing how easily Shaoqing had been persuaded, could not help but sigh. Shaoqing was merely 11 or 12 years old, akin to an elementary school student on Earth, making him quite easy to sway. The thought left Fang Chen feeling embarrassed for the original owner of his body. After over a decade in the sect, and now in his 20s, how could he allow himself to be so humiliated? If he could not cultivate, that was one thing. But to be locked in competition with a child was akin to a discontented office worker assaulting a schoolboy. No wonder he was looked down upon. With that, Fang Chen decided to take his leave. He needed to procure some elixirs for his own cultivation, or rather, for Shaoqing's. However, just as he bid farewell to Shaoqing, a cool female voice resonated from outside. "Is Shaoqing present?" Startled, Fang Chen paused. Shaoqing had no friends in the outer sect. Who could possibly be seeking him? Could it be senior sister Jiang? Upon hearing the voice, Shaoqing was equally taken aback, and then responded with delight, "Yes. Come out. Warner has entrusted me with items for you. I shall wait for you outside." Jiang's voice replied calmly. After her words, silence returned to the surroundings. Subsequently, Shaoqing quietly explained to Fang Chen, "Senior brother, Warner is a childhood friend of mine. She possesses remarkable talent and has already entered the inner sect, earning the esteemed regard of senior sister Jiang. As a result, she often has surplus spirit stones and elixirs, which she generously shares with me." At the mention of Warner, Fang Chen could distinctly sense Shaoqing's shyness. It appeared that this was indeed the protagonist of destiny. A mischievous smile crept across Fang Chen's face. Shaoqing's youthful visage evidently displayed a hint of embarrassment, prompting her to hastily change the subject. "By the way, senior brother, outside is senior sister Jiang, a core disciple of the inner sect, Jiangningi. She is extraordinarily gifted, having achieved foundation establishment at the tender age of 15, and is said to be the most likely candidate for the position of saintess." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. 15 and already at foundation establishment? Goodness, what a prodigious individual. Just then, a wave of ominous premonition surged within Fang Chen's heart. Could it be that Jiang Ningyi was also a child of destiny? If she were indeed such a figure, he would be doomed. According to the notorious tendencies of this system, it would undoubtedly push him towards his demise. Resolutely, Fang Chen denied this possibility. This is absolutely impossible. A mere minor sect like the Danran sect cannot possibly harbor so many hidden talents. Yet, the system, in its relentless pursuit of disappointment, never failed to deliver. Ding! Cold sweat instantly broke out on Fang Chen's brow. The system declared, detecting the presence of a child of destiny. Detection complete. Child of destiny, Jiang Ningyi. Jiang Ningyi, born under auspicious signs, with a harmonious world and bountiful years, has exhibited astonishing talents from a young age. a prodigy destined for greatness, with the fortune to achieve the status of an immortal sovereign. However, Jiang Ningyi practices the emotionless sword technique, requiring the severance of all emotional ties to attain the highest realm. To enable her to sever these emotional bonds, the host must prepare to make her infatuated with him, ensnared in the throes of love. Then, at the peak of her infatuation, he must wound her heart, trample her dignity, and when she is left in despair, with all her emotional ties severed, she will ultimately strike down the host, thus contributing her power to ascend as an immortal sovereign. Fang Chen. What the hell? Sever emotional ties? Is this system deranged? What kind of murderous script is this? In that moment, countless traditional values surged within Fang Chen's mind. Damn it. She is only 15. 15. And you want me to harm her? This system is truly monstrous. With a firm resolve, Fang Chen instantaneously decided that he must not establish any connection with Jiang Ningyi. This murderous script would remain forever confined to the realm of strangers. The system continued its operation. Jiang Ningyi's ideal partner must possess the ability to play the guzheng, embody gentleness, exhibit patience, and demonstrate understanding and tolerance. Most importantly, he must be an extraordinary individual, noble and pure, detached from base desires. As for his cultivation, the proud Jiang Ningyi was unconcerned, for she believed no one could surpass her. Rather than being protected by a partner, she preferred to be the one offering protection. Presently, the system detected the skills required for Jiang Ningyi's ideal partner, guzheng, which would be automatically mastered by the host. At that moment, Fang Chen felt an influx of guzheng knowledge flooding his mind, his fingers twitching uncontrollably, soon realizing that if a guzheng were before him, he could effortlessly produce celestial melodies. However, upon mastering the guzheng, Fang Chen was not pleased but rather alarmed, further solidifying his resolve to avoid any contact with Jiang Ningyi. Such stringent requirements left no room for error. The man Jiang Ningyi favored must be skilled in guzheng, gentle, patient, understanding, and noble. Yet, the system could only assist him in learning the guzheng, offering no aid in terms of his cultivation. Who would willingly engage with Jiang Ningyi, trapped in this predicament? Brother Fang, what troubles you? At this juncture, Xiaoqing observed Fang Chen's face contort after listening to her introduction, and she anxiously inquired. No, I am fine. Fang Chen finally regained his composure and waved his hand hastily, quickly following up with, Is there a back door here? Ah, I do not have one. If you wish to leave, you must exit through the main door, Xiaoqing stammered. Then, in that case, I will accompany you outside. You may chat with Sister Jiang. I will take my leave first. Fang Chen pondered for a moment. Ah, brother, are you not going to greet Sister Jiang? Xiaoqing was taken aback. Greet? I have no time for that. Just hurry, let us go, Fang Chen urged, hastily pushing Xiaoqing out the door. Subsequently, upon opening the door, he sensed someone on one side, immediately channeling his spiritual energy and sprinting away without a backward glance. Boom. Fang Chen moved with the swiftness of a tempest, stirring up clouds of dust that left Xiaoqing pale with fright. Outside, a girl clad in a flowing blue dress stood quietly by the road, her calm eyes reflecting the distant figure of Fang Chen as he departed, revealing an unprecedented look of surprise. Someone from the outer sect had mastered the Gale Step to such an extraordinary degree. Who was he? Chapter 6. The dull sound as the fierce wind stirred up by Fang Chen descended before the young maiden. It transformed into a gentle breeze, lifting a few strands of her silken hair before dissipating entirely, leaving even the hem of her garment untouched. The strands brushed against her exquisitely delicate features, gliding over her snow-white skin and ruby lips, ultimately settling upon her shoulder. Gazing at Fang Chen's retreating figure, Jiang Ningyi's stunningly cold visage bore an expression of astonishment. The mastery of the wind step technique displayed was such that, were she still in the chi refinement stage, she would never have been able to execute it with such finesse. To perfect the technique to this extent, he must possess extraordinary talent. How could he still remain in the outer sect? Senior Sister Jiang. At that moment, Xiaoqing approached. This is for you from Wanner. As Jiang Ningyi noticed Xiaoqing's arrival, she collected her thoughts and retrieved a storage ring, tossing it to Xiaoqing while softly stating, She insists that you do not refuse this time. To Jiang Ningyi's surprise, Xiaoqing smiled and replied, Rest assured. Please convey to Senior Sister Jiang that I shall accept it this time. What prompted this sudden change? Jiang Ningyi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Previously, Xiaoqing had always believed that cultivation relied solely on personal strength, refusing to accept Wanner's resources. Why the departure from her usual stance today? Because senior brother Fang has imparted a valuable lesson to me, making me realize that I can no longer squander Wanner's expectations of me. A newfound radiance adorned Shaoqing's youthful countenance. Upon hearing that someone had influenced Shaoqing, Jiang Ningyi instinctively thought of the recently departed Fang Chen and curiously asked, "Senior brother Fang? Is he the one?" "Indeed. Who is he? To have refined the wind step to such a degree. He must be no ordinary figure in the outer sect," Jiang Ningyi mused, her beautiful eyes inadvertently drifting toward the direction where Fang Chen had vanished. "Yes. Senior brother Fang is quite renowned in the outer sect. His name is Fang Chen," Shaoqing informed her. "Fang Chen?" Upon hearing this name, Jiang Ningyi momentarily froze. Her expression shifting dramatically as a flicker of icy disdain ignited in her eyes. "Is it really him? Isn't he the most infamous scion of the outer sect?" "Indeed. However, senior sister Jiang, we have all misjudged him." Shaoqing, aware of Jiang Ningyi's similar misconceptions as her own past views, hastily explained. "What kind of misunderstanding?" Jiang Ningyi's tone was sharp. Throughout her cultivation journey, she had harbored a deep-seated aversion toward individuals like Fang Chen. Such a person, who entered the sect a decade before her, was her senior brother, yet he possessed mediocre talent and a corrupt disposition, bullying junior disciples with lesser cultivation. Arrogant and notorious for his misdeeds, her hatred for him peaked, especially after Wanner, worried about Shaoqing's duel with him, implored her to assist, prompting her to consider taking drastic measures against him. Were it not for the sect's rules, she would have long since dispatched him with a single strike. Senior brother Fang is not a villain. You may not be aware, but his cultivation level is actually at the 9th stage of qi refinement. Shaoqing, concerned that Jiang Ningyi would continue to harbor animosity toward Fang Chen and potentially cause him harm, recounted all that had transpired to her. As Jiang Ningyi listened, her expression gradually began to change. After listening, Jiang Ningyi furrowed her brows in contemplation and suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, let me see the techniques he provided you." "Senior sister, are you concerned about something?" Shaoqing inquired. "Yes," Jiang Ningyi nodded slightly. However, upon receiving the jade slip, she was engulfed in profound astonishment. It was undeniably authentic. With her keen insight, she recognized that this was unequivocally a genuine jade slip from the transmission pavilion, without a shadow of a doubt. What was even more astonishing was that Fang Chen had not merely given her a replica, but had directly provided the recording jade slip. It is essential to understand that within the jade slips of the transmission pavilion, the most precious element is not the technique itself, but rather the cultivation recordings left by the elders. This is akin to having the elders personally guide one in their training. This is the fundamental reason for the exorbitant value of the transmission pavilion's jade slips. Yet now, Fang Chen had generously given the jade slip to Shaoqing without a second thought. How exceedingly generous! It is known that anyone with even a modicum of comprehension could glean invaluable insights from these recordings, and Jiang Ningyi herself yearned for it, wishing she could train alongside the elders of the transmission pavilion daily. Furthermore, Fang Chen, having reached the 9th level of qi refinement, undoubtedly required it as well. Yet he still bestowed it upon Shaoqing. How much reluctance must he have suppressed to part with such a treasure? All of this was for the sake of ensuring that Shaoqing could grasp the insights and swiftly elevate his cultivation, redeeming his past failures. In that moment, Jiang Ningyi's charming visage transformed into one of utter shock. How could he be like this? This was a stark contrast to the rumors surrounding Fang Chen. When Shaoqing was hesitant and fearful, Fang Chen would timely rouse him from his stupor, instigating a significant shift in his mindset. When Shaoqing faced predicaments with his techniques, Fang Chen would proactively present invaluable secrets for him to practice. When Shaoqing sought to withdraw from a life-and-death duel, potentially facing tarnished reputation, he was willing to concede defeat in the duel, serving as the first stepping stone for Shaoqing's rise. Such intentions were not those of a notorious second-generation heir. Rather, they clearly depicted a noble gentleman, embodying elegance and virtue. A kind-hearted young man who harbored goodwill towards his junior, exhibiting both gentleness and nobility, willingly bearing the burden of infamy for the sake of another. Shaoqing observed the astonished expression on Jiang Ningyi's face with great satisfaction. He mused that had he not articulated these sentiments, given Jiang's senior sister's previous disdain for Fang's senior brother, there was a possibility she might have one day struck him down with the sword. However, now, Jiang's senior sister would likely no longer harbor animosity towards Fang's senior brother, and might even cultivate a cordial friendship. Upon reflecting on this, Shaoqing thought that Fang's senior brother, who had been preoccupied with other matters, would surely be grateful if he knew of his actions. At that moment, Shaoqing had already considered how to respond to Fang's senior brother's gratitude. Alas, This was merely what he ought to do. There was no need for Fang's senior brother to express thanks. Where does Fang's senior brother reside? Meanwhile, Jiang Ningyi pondered for a moment, resolving that she could not allow Fang Chen to bear this burden alone. As a core disciple, she felt a greater responsibility than Fang's senior brother. At the mountainside, she declared, "Very well." With beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, Fang Chen halted in his abode, muttering to himself, "At last, I have narrowly escaped a calamity. I must not grant the system any opportunity to bring about my demise." However, as Fang Chen regained his composure, an unsettling thought crossed his mind, prompting him to call out to the system, "System, I currently possess but one life, yet you have conjured two children of destiny. How am I to die twice?" Binding both Jiang Ningyi and Xiao Qing, Fang Chen found himself in quite the predicament. It was absurd to think he might rise from the grave to sever emotional ties with Jiang Ningyi. The system replied, "Your mission, host, is ultimately to contribute to the preservation of all living beings in the tranquility of the cosmos. Should you succeed, it will be the greatest achievement of your lifetime. Your death need only serve to further the growth of any one of the children of destiny. Whose hands your demise falls into is of no consequence." Fang Chen retorted, "Understood. So it means I can perish at anyone's hands. Damn it, foolish system." After cursing under his breath for a moment, Fang Chen proceeded towards his grand villa. Just then, a sudden cry pierced the air, followed by a resounding thud, bang. Chapter 7. Fang Chen's Guqin. Upon hearing a sudden crash from behind, Fang Chen instinctively turned around. In that fleeting moment, he captivated the entire world. Three youthful boys and girls, donned in the robes of outer disciples, along with a youth of similar age to Xiao, froze in place, as if time itself had come to a standstill at the sight of Fang Chen. In the next heartbeat, the boy cried out in terror, "Ah, it's Fang Chen! Run!" The children, upon hearing their senior's alarm, hastily abandoned the items on the ground and fled. Fang Chen thought to himself, "Is it really necessary to run?" After a considerable distance, the group halted, noticing that Fang Chen showed no intent to pursue them. They exchanged glances, collectively sighing in relief. Thankfully, the old dog Fang might be in a good mood today and not inclined to trouble us. One boy, puzzled, inquired, "But, senior brother, why did we have to run? You are newly initiated into the Danran sect, so it's understandable that you are unaware," the youth replied, lips curling in disdain, his eyes gleaming with deep-seated loathing. "That old dog Fang is the most notorious villain in the outer sect. Last time, a senior brother accidentally dropped a jade slip in front of his door. What should have been a trivial matter turned into months of relentless harassment from him. The poor fellow was unable to train or sleep, ultimately leading to a summons at the law enforcement hall, where he was coerced into offering 10 low-grade spiritual stones as an apology just to be spared. We just broke something. If we don't hurry, we'll surely suffer a heavy loss. This fellow is truly a beast." As the youth recounted his tale, the three children displayed expressions of shock, clearly taken aback by Fang Chen's malevolence. The youth continued with a hint of self-reproach, "But this is all my fault. I knew that old dog Fang relishes causing trouble and that I should avoid him, yet for some inexplicable reason, I thought taking this route to the Turtle Sea platform would be quicker, hoping to dodge him. Alas, perhaps my recent fatigue from training clouded my judgment. I apologize, my junior brothers and sisters." "Brother, you need not blame yourself," one girl said anxiously. "But will Elder Hua scold us for dropping her belongings in front of his residence?" "Fear not." The youth shook his head. "Elder Hua is magnanimous, even if she is upset. She will merely reprimand us a few times. At worst, we might have to work as laborers in the alchemy room for a few days to atone. However, if Fang the old dog catches us, the consequences would be dire." At this proclamation, a chill ran through the group, their fear palpable. In that instant, Fang Chen had transformed into a figure of dread for them. Hearing this, the girl added with concern, "But brother, do you think he will remember our faces? I've heard that formidable cultivators have an impeccable memory." The youth scoffed at the notion. "Fear not. That old dog Fang is lacking in cultivation and, being a decade our senior, his faculties are likely diminished. He surely cannot recall each of our appearances." "That's a relief." The crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly quickened their pace to depart from the scene. Standing silently beside the resplendent golden lion at the entrance of the most opulent mansion, Fang Chen could only utter a lament. "It seems my social connections are indeed lacking." Subsequently, he stepped forward to examine what the four individuals who had just fled had left behind. It necessitated the arrangement of someone to return it. Upon closer inspection, Fang Chen was taken aback. It was a Guzheng. Bending down, he noticed 3 gilded characters inscribed in the lower right corner, Shearing. The elegant script exuded a subtle grace, yet upon closer scrutiny, it revealed an underlying authority. This was the Guzheng of Elder Shearing from the pill-refining hall of the Danren sect. Shearing was a name known to all. Celebrated as the greatest alchemist within the inner sect, the significance of elixirs and the cultivation of immortality is undeniably profound. Hence, Shearing held an esteemed position within the sect. Contemplating this, Fang Chen's expression grew solemn as he declared, "Such a crucial item cannot be entrusted to others. I must personally return the Guzheng. Fulfilling one's obligations to the elders of the sect is the duty of a disciple." However, as Fang Chen intended to grasp the Guzheng, an inexplicable urge to pluck its strings surged within him. After all, he had just recently learned to play the Guzheng with the assistance of the system. Yet, as his fingers were about to extend, he abruptly halted. Something was amiss. Something was indeed amiss. The last remnants of rationality within Fang Chen screamed in alarm. At that moment, he sensed the faint whiff of a conspiracy. His penchant for mischief had long been renowned. Otherwise, no specter would dare tread near the entrance of the mansion. Why had these younger disciples suddenly passed by here? Moreover, skilled cultivators handling an elder's possession would surely not allow it to slip from their grasp and fall here. And why did he feel an overwhelming desire to play upon seeing this Guzheng? This was highly suspicious. This was very much out of order. In the final moment, Fang Chen withdrew his hand and, seemingly sensing something, he abruptly turned to gaze down the mountain. There, he beheld the graceful silhouette of a maiden clad in a flowing blue dress, strolling towards him. Her exquisitely delicate face, though tinged with youth, already hinted at an extraordinary grace. Given time, she would undoubtedly blossom into a breathtaking beauty. The newcomer was none other than Jiangning. At the sight of her, Fang Chen felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck his mind, suddenly illuminating all the peculiarities. There was but one truth. The system had orchestrated, through means unbeknownst to him, the arrival of this Guzheng, compelling him to play it fortuitously. A few ethereal notes, akin to celestial strings, would surely captivate Jiangning's heart. In that moment, the maiden would undoubtedly fall for him, and as she delved deeper, his irresistible charm would ensnare her soul. From the moment those feelings took root and intertwined, he was doomed. Damn it. This was not merely a Guzheng. This was a threat to his very essence. After coming to a realization, Fang Chen found himself drenched in a cold sweat. His fingers, poised to touch the Guzheng strings, recoiled as if struck by lightning. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, while you possess the celestial Guzheng, I am fortified with unwavering resolve. There is no need for alarm. I have seen through it. In this moment of clarity, a disdainful smile crept across Fang Chen's heart. This pitiful system, with its trifling skills, dares to lay a trap to ensnare me? Such folly. Subsequently, Fang Chen suppressed his impulse, cradled the Guzheng, and intended to turn away in silence, not even bothering to greet Jiangning. However, Jiangning had specifically come to seek him out. How could she allow him to escape? "Senior brother Fang, please wait," Jiangning exclaimed, swiftly positioning herself in front of him. Fang Chen, who was planning to utilize his swift escape, found himself momentarily frozen. It seemed he could not outrun her. "Cursed be your cunning," Fang Chen inwardly scolded. Then, gazing at her exquisite beauty, he felt a stir within. This child of fortune is truly extraordinary. It is one thing to possess such stunning looks, but how can her prowess and talent be so exceptional as well, in comparison to himself? Aside from being handsome and charismatic, dignified and composed, astute and farsighted, renowned both near and far, a masterful writer, and possessing immense power, he appeared utterly lacking. It was simply too unfair. Afterwards, Fang Chen quelled his spiritual energy and suddenly adopted an air of indifference. Casting a sidelong glance at Jiangning before curling his lips into a sneer, disdainfully proclaiming, "Junior sister, do you dare obstruct my path? Do you not know that this road bears the surname Fang?" In that moment, Fang Chen embodied the essence of a brazen and arrogant young scion. Chapter 8. The return of the Guzheng. After uttering those words, Fang Chen felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering that his recent performance may have been a touch excessive. Perhaps Jiangning had already discerned the flaw in his fade. Alas, he was not accustomed to feigning villainy, having always been a person of integrity. "Senior brother, I have just learned," Jiangning responded quietly, gazing at Fang Chen's brazen countenance, yet inwardly reflecting that had she not been privy to the truth and seen through her senior brother's disguise, she might have been deceived. His arrogance was so naturally audacious that it was almost repugnant, inciting an irresistible urge to strike him down. "Since you are aware, why do you not adhere to the rules?" Fang Chen scoffed. "What rules?" "The toll for passage." He retorted disdainfully. Jiang Ningyi produced a storage ring, senior brother. Here you are, 500 low-grade spirit stones. Is this sufficient? In that moment, Fang Chen's smile froze. What is happening? How could this be? You, Jiang Ningyi, so young. Why are you deviating from the expected protocol? According to the natural course of events, as a core disciple aware of the tolls here, she should have been compelled to draw her sword against him to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Yet she had actually offered money. At that instant, Fang Chen's mind raced. Nearly overheating with confusion, there must be some underlying issue. He was oblivious to Jiang Ningyi fixed her gaze on him and inquired, Senior brother, why do you not accept it? On the path from the foot of the mountain, she had been troubled. Unsure of how to present the spirit stones for the recording jade slipped to Fang Chen. After all, with his character, he would undoubtedly refuse to accept them. However, now that he had willingly played along, she decided to seize the opportunity. Fang Chen opened his mouth. I'm Jiang Ningyi urged. Take it. I refuse. Fang Chen declared defiantly, I will not accept it today. What can you do about it? At this, Jiang Ningyi sighed inwardly. Her intention to offer him the money had been seen through. Thus, she had no choice but to lay her cards on the table. Senior brother, just take it. There is no need for further pretense. Shaoqing has already informed me of everything. You are still outside the sect, without any support. And assisting your junior in purchasing the recording jade slip has cost you a significant amount of spirit stones, which must be straining your finances. Fang Chen was taken aback. Pointing behind Jiang Ningyi, who was struggling financially. Following his finger, she turned to look under the sunlight. Two magnificent golden lions stood resplendent, gleaming with brilliance. Jiang Ningyi. It seems the Fang family is indeed quite affluent. After a brief pause, she sought to change her approach and persuade Fang Chen once more to accept the spirit stones. However, when she turned back, her eyes widened in astonishment. Before her stood no one, only a figure sprinting away with a guqin in hand. Stirring up a cloud of dust as it vanished from sight at an astonishing pace, Jiang Ningyi urgently called out, Stop. As Fang Chen sprinted with greater speed. Clutching the guqin, he reached the connecting bridge between Yingguang Lake and the turtle platform. Upon noticing an increasing number of figures around him, he came to a halt. His expression darkening, muttering under his breath, You, Shaoqing, I knew you were the one who brought me to this plight. Good intentions turned to folly. Fang Chen was deeply troubled, pondering his next move. Previously notorious in Jiang Ningyi's eyes as a debauched wastrel, this incident would surely lead her to perceive him as a martyr, silently enduring hardships for the sake of others. The stark contrast was striking, surely. This would elevate his favorability in her eyes. If he merely showcased his guqin skills, dazzling all and drawing attention, he would perfectly align with Jiang Ningyi's standards for a partner, thus sealing his fate. No, he must devise a plan. Fang Chen began to think furiously. Clearly, continuing to masquerade as a wastrel was futile. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. As the saying goes, even sages have their flaws. While he could be deemed virtuous and noble, it did not imply his character was impeccable in all respects. He possessed a bad temper, was cunning, indulgent, and prone to laziness, with an undeniable weakness for beauty. With such a plethora of shortcomings at his disposal, any one of them could be theatrically displayed to send Jiang Ningyi fleeing in exasperation. With this thought, a triumphant smile crept across Fang Chen's face. This would be his course of action. The advantage lay with him. Everything was within his grasp. He quickened his pace, departing from the turtle platform. Meanwhile, as Fang Chen left, Jiang Ningyi dashed towards the turtle platform. Where could he have gone? She surveyed the myriad paths around the platform, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The outer disciples of the Danren sect resided on the Yingguang Lake Mountain, and access to the inner sect required passage through the turtle platform. The turtle platform was constructed from the remains of a sea turtle, a formidable beast slain by the sect's ancient champions. Its robust defenses rendered it an ideal centerpiece for the outer sect's protective array, thus it was positioned here for the disciples' passage. Upon crossing the turtle platform, Fang Chen recalled that the original owner seldom ventured into the inner sect, and the route to the alchemy chamber on Lingyun Peak was utterly unfamiliar. With no alternative, he navigated the area, asking for directions while inadvertently leading Jiang Ningyi astray. Eventually, as Fang Chen ambled to the foot of Lingyun Peak, a figure suddenly froze. Anger igniting in her eyes, Fang Chen. Simultaneously, he observed a cold-faced female disciple clad in crimson robes and another girl in a blue dress akin to Jiang Ningyi's standing not far off. As he approached with the guqin in hand, before he could greet them, the girl in blue smiled and inquired, What brings you to Lingyun Peak? To return Elder Hua's guqin. Fang Chen responded with utmost sincerity. His deeper intention was to ascertain the possibility of meeting Elder Hua, hoping to become acquainted with another elder, ideally to establish a connection through the Gujing. Of course, Fang Chen did not genuinely believe that merely returning the Gujing would forge a relationship, so his plan was simply to make himself a familiar face. After all, with his abysmal cultivation talent and a system that seemed to wish for his demise daily, he found himself in a dire situation. If he did not swiftly devise an alternative path, he would surely meet his end. Oh, how did Elder Hua's Gujing come into your possession? The girl was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was also caught off guard. How could he possibly explain? Should he admit that his notorious reputation had frightened 4 children into abandoning the Gujing at his doorstep? That would not reflect well on him. Fortunately, a cold-faced female disciple in a red robe intervened, calmly stating, Elder Hua's Gujing was sent for maintenance, considering the timing. It is indeed the day when it is returned by the outer sect. After saying this, the female disciple approached to inspect the Gujing in Fang Chen's hands, confirming its authenticity before nodding in approval. The girl in the blue dress then realized and said, in that case, follow me, I will take you to see Elder Hua. Yes. Fang Chen replied eagerly, nodding in agreement. The two then ascended the mountain, one in front of the other. Once they had walked some distance away, a short-haired female disciple, clad in the same red robe as the cold-faced disciple, emerged from a nearby small house. She approached the cold-faced disciple and smiled. Are we to assist Ling Shimi in dealing with this Fang Chen? That should pose no problem, right? Chapter 9. Ambush in the Sound Forest. No problem. It is not as if I wish him to be crippled, merely to endure some hardship. The cold-faced female disciple remarked indifferently. Fang Chen has been flaunting his power in the outer sect, bullying both men and women, and I have long harbored a disdain for him. Yet, he has continuously exploited the loopholes in the sect's regulations. Despite being younger than him, our superior cultivation and status as inner disciples prevent us from taking action against him. Now, he has walked into his own trap, and I am eager to see how he embarrasses himself. Well then, await the good news. The short-haired female disciple chuckled. Fang Chen and the girl in the blue dress, both cultivators, swiftly ascended to the mountain peak. Come this way. If we continue forward, we shall soon meet Elder Hua. The girl in the blue dress led Fang Chen into a grove of bamboo, handing him a jade slip. Input your spiritual energy into this. Elder Hua will be informed of your visit and will communicate with you through her consciousness. Only with her permission may you enter. Thank you. Fang Chen nodded. After receiving the jade slip, he infused it with spiritual energy, reflecting on the abundance of good-hearted individuals. Yet, in the next instant, an unforeseen event unfolded. Boom. As his spiritual energy flowed into the jade slip, the bamboo forest stirred without a breeze, and to his astonishment, it began to part before him. Simultaneously, the Gujing in his hands defied his will and floated up, hovering before him. What is happening? Fang Chen was taken aback. A sense of danger enveloped him, prompting him to turn and flee immediately. However, as he spun around, he found himself engulfed in a thick fog, utterly lost. Fang Chen, savor the essence of the Sound Forest. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. If you cannot successfully pass the trial of the Sound Forest, you will be ensnared by the formation set by Elder Hua, displayed at Lingyun Peak for 3 days. At that time, not only you but your entire Fang family will suffer disgrace. The voice of the now-vanished girl in the blue dress echoed ominously. Why are you treating me this way? Who are you? Fang Chen's expression changed dramatically. What on earth is going on? He distinctly remembered that in the original owner's memories, he had never offended this girl. How could she be targeting him? I merely came to return an item. How did I end up in this predicament? Is it truly so difficult to be a good person? Can this world not be kinder? Fang Chen, why do you think I am doing this to you? Are you not aware? The girl in the blue dress, now revealed as Ling Waner, faced Fang Chen with an expression of profound grievance, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, Did you ever consider this day while you humiliated Brother Shaoqing in every possible way? When you challenged Brother Shaoqing to a life-and-death duel, I, Ling Waner, swore to the heavens that if anything were to happen to him, I would demand 100-fold retribution from you, Fang Chen. Fang Chen, this is a warning. If after enduring this trial you do not go to the Combat Academy to dissolve the life-and-death contract, I will ensure you understand that this is merely the beginning. Upon hearing Ling Waner's words, Fang Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. So this person is actually Shaoqing's childhood companion, Ling Waner. Fang Chen was suddenly agitated. No, junior sister, you misunderstand. Please let me out first. Allow me to explain myself. I have a matter concerning Brother Xiao. I won't listen. Ling Waner interrupted, dismissing Fang Chen's pleas, believing him to be merely attempting to evade responsibility. She declared, "I have said all I needed to say now. You can enjoy yourself." With a gleeful expression, she turned and departed. In truth, Ling Wano had originally come to Lingyun Peak to deliver medicinal pills to Xiaoqing. However, she had not anticipated encountering Fang Chen here. Thus, she had requested a senior sister from Lingyun Peak to provide her with an opportunity to discipline this scoundrel. Upon exiting the Sound Forest, Ling Wano glanced at the several senior sisters guarding the area and said sweetly, "Sisters, I beg you to keep an eye on this rogue. Rest assured, we will." The senior sisters nodded with smiles. Although they had long resided in the inner sect and were unaware of Fang Chen's notorious reputation in the outer sect, witnessing the usually innocent, lively, and kind Ling Wano express hatred towards someone for the first time, combined with her revelations about Fang Chen's misdeeds, led them to harbor varying degrees of disdain for him. Thus, they did not mind Ling Wano using the Sound Forest to torment Fang Chen. Even if Elder Shearing were to discover it, they would merely claim that Fang Chen had voluntarily entered. Meanwhile, after calling out Ling Wano's name several times without receiving a response, Fang Chen, trapped within the Sound Forest, was nearly furious enough to spit blood. Damn it! What a calamity! At that moment, clang! The ancient zither suspended before Fang Chen suddenly resonated with sound. In the next instant, a soft, alluring voice echoed through the bamboo grove. "Those who traverse the Sound Forest shall receive medicinal pills, while those who fail to pass shall face punishment." The rules of the Sound Forest were as follows. First, one must perform a piece powerful enough to shake the sound bamboo. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ningyi, having crossed the Turtle Island, headed directly to Lingyun Peak in search of someone. As she believed Fang Chen would likely be there, she recalled Fang Chen holding the ancient zither. Aside from the 100 Arts Academy located at Ingguang Lake Peak, Lingyun Peak had the closest association with the ancient zither. It was well known that Elder Shearing of Lingyun Peak was the most proficient in playing the zither. In her childhood, Jiang Ningyi often visited to listen to Elder Hua's performances, which brought her peace and alleviated her fatigue. However, due to the high expectations placed upon her by the elders of her sect, she had never found the time to learn the zither herself, ultimately resigning herself to hoping that her future husband would be able to play. Senior sister. As Jiang Ningyi arrived at Lingyun Peak, she happened to run into Ling Wano, who immediately exclaimed with delight upon seeing her, "Wano, what brings you here?" Jiang Ningyi responded in surprise, "I came to bring medicinal pills for brother Xiaoqing. Also, senior sister, I have good news to share." Ling Wano could hardly contain her excitement as she added, "I can't wait to tell you." "What good news?" Jiang Ningyi inquired. But Ling Wano chose to tease her instead, saying, "Senior sister, do you know about the Sound Forest?" "Yes. Isn't it the formation Elder Hua set up to seek a kindred spirit?" Jiang Ningyi nodded. In her quest to find a kindred spirit within the sect, Shearing established the Sound Forest. Through this forest, one could request elixirs from her. Any potion she had the capability to concoct was fair game. When this news emerged, the leaders of the various peaks within the Danran sect were filled with exhilaration. Even those unversed in the Gujing flocked to try their luck, for there were no penalties involved. They would merely have their disciples carry a Gujing, hoping to strike fortune, and if successful, they would receive rewards from their respective peak leaders. Observing the throngs of people at Lingyun Peak, Shearing realized that her aspiration to find a soulmate through the Sound Forest was utterly naive. Consequently, she decided to forego the use of the forest. However, dismantling the array was too cumbersome. It was more prudent to retain the bamboo grove as a decorative element. Thus, she instituted a new regulation. Failure to navigate the Sound Forest would not only result in a thrashing by the bamboo, but would also see the offender stripped and bound at Lingyun Peak for 3 days. It was no surprise that the majority of those attempting to learn the Gujing were female disciples. The mere mention of being stripped sent shivers down their spines. Even the male disciples were disinclined to expose themselves. As a result, the challengers ultimately scattered like frightened birds. Indeed, Ling Wano nodded enthusiastically, proclaiming, "This delightful tidbit of mine is directly related to the Sound Forest. Oh, did you know? Just now, Fang Chen from the outer sect returned Elder Hua's Gujing. I am unaware of how he came by it, but I could tell from his demeanor that he harbored ulterior motives. So, I devised a plan, feigning to lead him to Elder Hua, and subsequently lured him into the Sound Forest." At this moment, upon seeing Jiang Ningyi nod in agreement, Ling Wano chose to refrain from further elaboration and instead moved directly to the crux of the matter, teasingly remarking, "Now, let us await the spectacle of his folly." Chapter 10. the heartfelt melody. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Ningyi's face paled, and she exclaimed, "Wanner, how could you treat Brother Fang this way?" In that moment, she finally understood why Brother Fang had inexplicably embraced the Guzheng. It was to repay a debt. However, she never anticipated that Fang Chen would fall victim to Ling Wanner's treacherous scheme. If something went awry, and he were to be stripped and bound, would that not bring him utter disgrace? "Senior sister, why can't I act this way?" "Oh, I see. Do you believe my method of revenge is too extreme?" Ling Wanner hastily clarified, "But I did not cause him any permanent harm. At most, he would be embarrassed and learn a lesson." She felt somewhat aggrieved. How could senior sister overlook Fang Chen's usual tyranny over Shaoqing? Now, merely retaliating slightly, why did senior sister become angry? "Alas you, forget it. Go ask Xiao Shidi. I must rescue him." Jiang Ningyi realized that Ling Wanner mistakenly thought her anger stemmed from her excessive methods. Yet her heart was concerned for Fang Chen, leaving no time for explanation as she rushed out. Seeing Jiang Ningyi wield her flying sword, soaring forth in a flash of brilliance, heedless of the prohibition against sword riding on Lingyun Peak, Ling Wanner was taken aback. "Senior sister." With that, she followed in Jiang Ningyi's footsteps. When Jiang Ningyi hastily reached the peak, she did not find the bound and exposed Fang Chen being dragged from the sound forest. Instead, she was met with a gathering of her fellow female disciples from Lingyun Peak, whose once vibrant eyes were now glistening with tears, hearts laden with sorrow. At that moment, Ling Wanner, arriving shortly after, was rendered speechless by the scene. What on earth was happening? Just then, a series of mournful, haunting melodies emanated from the sound forest. The Guzheng's notes ebbed and flowed, resonating with a deep melancholy that stirred the soul, evoking a profound sense of heartache. In that instant, Jiang Ningyi and Ling Wanner found themselves entranced by the music, their bodies stiffening, eyes unwittingly brimming with tears, as if witnessing a heart-wrenching tableau of a couple deeply in love yet forced apart, an image of shattered dreams, the man consumed by sorrow, the woman weeping until her tears ran dry. Amidst the sorrow, the numerous female disciples of Lingyun Peak were left in a state of bewilderment. Could the person within the sound forest truly be the arrogant scion, Fang Chen? Beside Ling Wanner, Jiang Ningyi gazed blankly at the sound forest, her mind swirling with countless thoughts. After a moment, the music began to wane. "Senior sister, how is it that he can still play the Guzheng?" Ling Wanner, unable to fathom the situation, struggled to accept that Fang Chen could produce such a poignant and moving melody. Jiang Ningyi replied calmly, "Not only the Guzheng. Brother Fang has accomplished many things of which you are unaware. For instance, he concealed his cultivation solely to inspire Xiao Shidi. And he even gifted the projection jade slip obtained from the transmission pavilion to Xiao Shidi, all to aid his rapid growth. There is much you do not know." "What?" Ling Wanner felt as though struck by lightning, her face turning ashen. It dawned on her that, just moments earlier at the foot of the mountain, she had distinctly sensed Fang Chen's cultivation was at the 9th stage of qi refinement. However, consumed by the desire for vengeance, she paid little heed to the matter at hand. Now, awakened by the unwavering trust of Jiang Ningyi, she instantaneously comprehended the entirety of the situation. How could Fang Chen, possessing the 9th level of qi refining, possibly engage in a reciprocal battle with Shaoqing, whose cultivation remained stagnant? There must be another reason behind it all. Moments later, within the sound forest, a figure clad in white emerged with deliberate grace. At that instant, all gazes unconsciously converged upon him. Fang Chen spoke not a word, merely uttering in a calm tone, "The Guzheng has been returned. I take my leave. Brother Fang, I apologize on behalf of junior sister Ling." Jiang Ningyi hastily interjected, "There's no need for that. I only hope you and she will refrain from appearing before me in the future." Fang Chen coldly replied, casting a profound glance at Jiang Ningyi before departing the mountain without a backward glance. That fleeting glance rendered Jiang Ningyi's countenance pale, her heart aching as if pierced by a dagger. What thoughts might linger in her brother's mind at that moment? Was he feeling wronged? Sad? It seemed he was experiencing a myriad of emotions. In that instant, Jiang Ningyi felt an overwhelming sorrow that made it hard to breathe. Ling Wanner equally felt an unbearable guilt. After selflessly toiling in the shadows, she found herself misunderstood and wronged, even facing the prospect of losing her dignity. If not for Brother Fang's own ability to play the Guzheng, how tormented he must be now. "Senior sister, I shall go apologize immediately. I cannot let Brother Fang misunderstand you," Ling Wanner exclaimed, rushing after Fang Chen, fully aware of the burden her actions had placed upon her senior sister. "There's no need," Jiang Ningyi interjected, taking a deep breath and firmly grasping her arm, shaking her head. Go and clarify things with the other sisters. It is essential that they do not misunderstand Brother Fang. Very well then. Reluctantly acquiescing to Jiang Ningyi's resolute grasp, Ling Wanner complied. Once Ling Wanner had explained the matter regarding Fang Chen to the others, Jiang Ningyi gazed at Fang Chen's retreating figure, a thought flickering through her mind. You have given so much in silence, yet face such scrutiny. You must be feeling quite distressed now, are you not? Damn it. I forgot to collect the reward from the Sound Forest. After elegantly descending the mountain, Fang Chen's heart jolted at the realization. In his pursuit to distance himself from Jiang Ningyi, he had completely overlooked this matter. Fang Chen felt a pang of regret. For the elixirs crafted by Hua Qirong might hold the potential to redeem his dismal talents. However, to turn back now would render his recent demeanor somewhat insincere. Weighing his options, Fang Chen concluded that maintaining distance from Jiang Ningyi was of greater import than claiming the reward. He could always return later. Surely the elder wouldn't renege on his promise. Subsequently, Fang Chen stroked his chin, pondering whether his recent display of disdain had been effective. The expressions of aversion and loathing he had directed at Jiang Ningyi should have resonated with her, he mused. A rational person, upon encountering such a gaze, would surely refrain from approaching again. Earlier in the Sound Forest, Fang Chen had learned that the rules dictated one must perform a musical piece to elicit a resonance within the Sound Forest, thereby breaking the array. Otherwise, one would be stripped bare, becoming the most notorious figure of the Danren sect. This posed a dilemma, compelling him to choose. Faced with the choice of social death in the nude or directly confronting the challenge, Fang Chen found himself devoid of options. Playing the guzheng may not lead to demise. Yet being suspended in utter nudity could indeed spell disaster. Thus, Fang Chen resolved to play the guzheng, simultaneously determining that if he were to encounter Jiang Ningyi during his performance, he would feign a profound disdain for Ling Wanner, while subtly harboring resentment towards Jiang Ningyi as well. In this manner, regardless of Jiang Ningyi's true feelings towards him, whether admiration blossoming into affection or guilt transforming into infatuation, none would matter. For he had now forged a legitimate excuse to avoid her entirely, as long as their paths did not cross. He was assured that he would not fall victim to the treachery of being a husband killed for the sake of enlightenment. With such thoughts, Fang Chen felt an undeniable surge of brilliance within himself. System, you have been bested. At that moment, a soft, alluring voice unexpectedly drifted from behind him. What brings you such joy? The smile that had illuminated Fang Chen's face vanished instantaneously. Chapter 11. The three elixirs, who is it? Fang Chen exclaimed, turning in surprise. Behind him, a tall woman clad in a crimson gown had appeared, her presence inexplicably serene. The fragrance that enveloped her was reminiscent of both elixirs and floral essences, imparting a refreshing sensation to the senses. The newcomer, seemingly unperturbed by her identity, responded to Fang Chen's inquiry with an amused smile. I am Hua Qirong, an elder of the Danren sect and the master of Lingyun Peak. The leaders of the various peaks within the Danren sect are referred to as masters because each peak possesses a formidable protective seal, capable of both offense and defense. Thus, those who wield the seal are likewise called masters. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a tremor of astonishment. This woman was indeed Hua Qirong of Lingyun Peak? What are you dawdling for? It's your turn now. Who are you? Which peak do you belong to? Hua Qirong inquired, noting Fang Chen's silence with evident impatience. Realizing his rudeness, Fang Chen hastily bowed and replied, Greetings, Elder Hua. I am Fang Chen, a disciple of the Outer Sect. An Outer Sect disciple? Hua Qirong mused. Momentarily taken aback, she scrutinized Fang Chen more closely before exclaiming in disbelief, Your vitality suggests you are at least in your 20s. Yet you are merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement? Such poor aptitude. Have you been poisoned, or is your spiritual root damaged? Fang Chen felt as though he had received a heavy blow to his spirit. Isn't that a bit rude for an elder? He thought, suppressing his frustration. I must reply. Elder, that it is simply my nature. Oh, I see. Hua Qirong exclaimed, and then, seemingly perceiving Fang Chen's despondence, her eyes brightened with a thought. But fret not. Your cultivation might not solely be due to poor talent. Perhaps you have been dedicating your time to the guzheng instead of your training. Besides, you are not the worst among our sect's younger disciples. I have heard of another outer sect member who has been in the sect for over 10 years and is only at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. His talent is far inferior to yours. In all my years at Danren sect, I have never encountered such a lackluster disciple. Haha. As she concluded her statement, Hua Qirong found her own words amusing and could not help but laugh heartily. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's spirit endured another severe assault. Is this excessive? Does being an elder confer such privilege? Once Hua Qirong's laughter subsided, she noticed Fang Chen's complexion had turned an ashen gray. Why are you so silent? Are you unwell? No, Elder, I merely feel a bit weary. Fang Chen managed to force a smile that was more mournful than cheerful. Very well then. Hua Qirong ended the light-hearted exchange and curiously inquired, what was it that you found amusing just now? Fang Chen hastily concocted a reason. I felt a sense of pride after traversing the Sound Forest. Oh, you need not be overly proud of that. For you, the Sound Forest should merely be a trivial challenge, Hua Qirong replied with a chuckle. I should be the one celebrating, as I have finally encountered a fellow practitioner in the art of sound. A fellow practitioner in the art of sound? Fang Chen always felt that something was amiss. Hua Qirong gently patted Fang Chen's shoulder, declaring that with his level of skill, he could engage in profound discussions with her for a long time. She urged him to frequently visit Lingyun Peak. I wouldn't dare. Fang Chen quickly clasped his fists, excitement welling up within him. It must be said that although this elder Hua was somewhat impolite, the opportunity to bond over the art of the guzheng and even receive an invitation for discourse was akin to clinging to the coattails of a significant figure. This essentially fulfilled the purpose of his visit. Do not be modest. Hua Qirong inquired, by the way, what is the name of the piece you just played? Wang Ningmei, Fang Chen replied. Wang Ningmei, ah, what a splendid name. Did you compose this piece yourself? No. It was created by a friend of mine from the common folk, Fang Chen humbly asserted. Hua Qirong expressed a slight disappointment, then asked, may I borrow the score for a moment? Of course. Fang Chen swiftly produced a blank jade slip and inscribed the score from his mind onto it before handing it to Hua Qirong. Although the system was rather troublesome, the skills it provided were quite substantial. The score was vividly clear in Fang Chen's mind, allowing him to transcribe it with remarkable speed. Hua Qirong's face lit up with delight. This young man was quite impressive. She accepted the score, her expression one of utmost satisfaction, and then said, now, tell me. What elixir do you desire? Fang Chen's heart soared. Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter. He had been seeking an opportunity to request an elixir but hesitated to speak up out of politeness. Now that Hua Qirong had brought it up herself, it was perfect. Without hesitation, Fang Chen stated, Elder Hua, I wish to obtain an elixir to alter my aptitude. Alter your aptitude? Hua Qirong stroked her smooth chin. Pondering for a moment before responding, I have 3 types of such elixirs, but the success rate for each is exceedingly low. Are you certain you want this? In truth, though she spoke of low success rates, Hua Qirong was merely being modest. These 3 elixirs were crafted from exceedingly rare medicinal materials. While it was impossible to drastically change one's fate and become a genius like Jiangningi, enhancing one's aptitude was certainly within reach. Hua Qirong was confident that Fang Chen would surely benefit from them after consumption. Absolutely. Fang Chen exclaimed with renewed joy. Even if the success rate is low, I must try. Very well, here you go. This is a Zongshu Dan, the most suitable for qi refinement practitioners seeking to alter their aptitude. Hua Qirong retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. However, he hesitated, suddenly taken aback. Zongshu Dan. I think I have consumed one before. As Hua Qirong produced the elixir, a vivid image flashed through Fang Chen's memory, an instance where the original owner had ingested a Zongshu Dan to no effect whatsoever. You've actually consumed one. Then you cannot take another. Hua Qirong was perplexed. How could one consume it and still possess such poor aptitude? That shouldn't be the case. She reclaimed the jade vial containing the Zongshu Dan and, without missing a beat, produced another, saying, what about this? The Lingji medicine. Although its potency is fierce and not suitable for qi refinement practitioners, if paired with other elixirs that can protect your heart meridian, you should be able to withstand it. Yet Fang Chen was once again taken aback, and then widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, I seem to have consumed it as well. Hua Qirong, taken by surprise, immediately retracted the jade vial, intending to retrieve another. However, at that moment, Fang Chen trembled as he spoke. Elder Hua, if what you have left is the ancient tree spirit fruit pill, then there is no need to bring it out. I believe I have also partaken of it. Hua Qirong was utterly astonished, her beautiful eyes widening as she instinctively asked, you consumed 3? Then, how is your aptitude still like this? How can you be so? Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Fang Chen's face turning ashen at a visible pace, and was instantly alarmed, hastily correcting herself. Well, perhaps it is merely that your luck is too poor. Haha. With that, she spread her hands, adding, since that is the case, I have no other pills. The others, no matter how formidable, I have only encountered in legends. As her words fell, Fang Chen's eyes finally dimmed, losing the last glimmer of light. In that moment, he felt utterly disheartened. Could his aptitude possibly deteriorate even further? Chapter 12. The Shattered Jade Pill's Assistance at this moment. Fang Chen had come to a profound understanding of why the original owner ultimately chose the path of demonic cultivation, setting aside the heinous acts of betraying kin and friends. The mere prospect of utilizing this path to enhance one's innate abilities was not entirely incomprehensible. However, Fang Chen also gleaned, from a different perspective, the immense power of the Fang family, which could procure such an abundance of rare elixirs for him. At this juncture, Shearing, in an attempt to offer consolation, gently patted Fang Chen on the shoulder and inquired, "Since you have no need for these 3 types of pills, is there anything else you desire?" With a sigh, Fang Chen responded, "In that case, I would like to request the Shattered Jade Pill from Elder Hua." The Shattered Jade Pill? Shearing's brow furrowed slightly. "Are you referring to the one that aids Qi refining disciples in their cultivation?" "Indeed," Fang Chen affirmed with a nod, since he could not elevate his own capabilities. As an elder brother, he naturally wished to bolster Shaoqing's progress. "Junior brother Xiao, this is all I can do to assist you." However, to his surprise, Shearing shook her head and replied, "I cannot grant you that." "Why? Is it because the pill is too precious?" Fang Chen was taken aback. How could that be? While the Shattered Jade Pill was undoubtedly valuable, it held no significant worth to him. Shearing, revealing a hint of pride, stated, "If you truly desire it, I could easily provide you with a vial." But at this point, Fang Chen's breath quickened in anticipation. Shearing continued, "The effect of this pill on you would indeed be minimal. The prerequisite for its efficacy is a strong innate talent. The better the talent, the greater the effect." She cast a glance at Fang Chen, realizing she could not bear to further wound his feelings, and abruptly changed the subject. "Moreover, the most alluring aspect of the Shattered Jade Pill is its potential to allow a direct advancement in rank upon consumption. However, you are currently at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and there is no possibility for you to ascend another tier. This pill cannot facilitate your transition to the foundation establishment stage. Therefore, it would be futile for you to pursue this. Please reconsider." Yet, without hesitation, Fang Chen shook his head. "Elder Hua, my resolve is unwavering. I implore you to bestow upon me the Shattered Jade Pill." The gambler's desire within him surged. The chance of a direct advancement? For Shaoqing, as the child of destiny, the odds must be significantly in his favor. According to the system's calculations, Shaoqing would reach the 7th grade of Qi refinement in half a month. Thus, with a pound of Shattered Jade Pill, attaining the 8th grade should be assured, right? And for a child of fortune at the 8th grade, that would mean contending with those at the 9th grade, unleashing a full force to reach the 1st grade of foundation establishment, and revealing all hidden cards to reach the 2nd grade, and in dire circumstances, perhaps even the 3rd grade, simply rounding it off. Should Shaoqing consume this pill, Fang Chen would directly ascend to the Golden Core stage. Wasn't this a gamble worth taking? Sighing softly, Shearing regarded Fang Chen for a moment before resignedly producing a jade vial and tossing it to him. "This contains approximately the quantity of 1 furnace's worth. I did not keep a precise count. It was crafted during my training years long ago. Take it, but do not indulge excessively. A cultivator's body has its limits, and overconsumption could lead to dire consequences." Fang Chen hastily accepted the gesture, bowing his head and clasping his fists in gratitude, saying, "Yes, I shall heed your teachings, Elder Hua." "Thank you." Shearing continued, "Furthermore, let this vial of elixir serve as a token of appreciation for the musical score you provided me. As for the reward for traversing the Sound Forest, take your time to contemplate how to best utilize this boon before coming to me again. Lastly, I hope that next time you visit, you will bring an even finer composition." Upon hearing her words, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by exuberant joy. He had not anticipated such generosity from Shearing. Truly, her beauty matched her benevolence and grand spirit. He raised his head, intending to express his gratitude, only to find that Shearing had already vanished. In response, Fang Chen could only bow to the empty air, thanking Elder Hua once more before turning to leave. Meanwhile, atop Yun Peak, Shearing had returned to the Sound Forest, standing beside the Guzheng. She sighed, reflecting on Fang Chen's youth, his fervor for enhancing his cultivation, particularly with the fragmentary jade elixirs, left her somewhat disappointed. She understood that it was entirely normal for cultivators to be fixated on their advancement, especially at the tender age of 20. However, she believed that if Fang Chen possessed exceptional musical talent, then his character, wisdom, and aspirations should undoubtedly set him apart from other practitioners. Yet, As she pondered, aside from the poignant, heart-stirring melodies, Fang Chen's actions seemed rather commonplace. Lost in thought, Shearing couldn't help but chuckle. Hadn't she herself, in her youth, often engaged in futile endeavors? Why, after years of cultivation, was she now so harsh in her expectations of a junior? It seemed she had grown old. Finally, Shearing collected her thoughts, stowing away the guzheng, and calmly called out, "Xiao Peng, go summon water from Qizun Mountain." Immediately, a voice from outside responded, trembling with trepidation, "Yes, Peak Master." Fang Chen soon returned to the summit of Yingguang Lake after leaving Turtle Island. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he entered Xiaoqing's modest abode. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Xiaoqing inquired, surprised by Fang Chen's swift return. "This is for you," Fang Chen declared, presenting the fragmentary jade elixir to Xiaoqing. The most effective way to enhance Xiaoqing's prowess in such a short span was indeed through the use of elixirs. Fang Chen silently hoped that the child of destiny would not disappoint him. "What is this?" Xiaoqing was taken aback. "Just take it. I wouldn't harm you," Fang Chen replied, turning to leave, casting only a towering silhouette behind him. Xiaoqing was left speechless, unable to voice his refusal before an ancient voice resonated within him. Chuckling softly, "Ha, a vial of fragmentary jade elixir. Your senior brother truly holds you in high regard. Do not let him down." Xiaoqing was instantly astonished. What? A vial of fragmentary jade elixir? As a qi refinement practitioner, how could he not have heard of such a potion? He had expected Fang Chen might gift him a vial of something like a qi consolidation pill or a rejuvenation pill. But never did he imagine it would be something so precious. It is worth noting that Shearing regards the broken jade dan as mere refuse, however. For any practitioner of qi refinement, the broken jade dan is indeed a rare treasure. Particularly in Xiaoqing's current predicament, the broken jade dan holds immense value. Not to mention an entire vial. This is far too precious. I must return it to Brother Fang. Xiaoqing immediately contemplated setting off. Yet, the presence of the leisurely sage within her restrained her, saying, "Enough." He deliberately withheld information about this elixir to prevent your refusal. If you pursue him to return it now, would that not merely add to his troubles? Moreover, he has reached the 9th tier of qi refinement, rendering the effects of the broken jade dan minimal for him. Clearly, this entire vial was procured specifically for you. Take it with peace of mind and focus on your cultivation. Once your skills have risen, you can repay his kindness. Upon hearing this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiaoqing's countenance, but she ultimately nodded resolutely, affirming, "Yes. In that case, I shall not disappoint Brother Fang's expectations. I will seize every moment to cultivate diligently." Meanwhile, as Fang Chen reached the mountainside, he received a notification from the system. "Ding, the child of fortune, Xiaoqing, has been detected. In the future, during the life and death struggle with the host, she will break through to the 9th tier of qi refinement and possess the ability to fight beyond her level, capable of rivaling foundation-building practitioners. In moments of peril, she may even briefly unleash the combat power of a 2nd-tier foundation builder." Fang Chen was instantly filled with ecstasy. Chapter 13. Elevation of Cultivation. The system proclaimed, "The host shall be endowed with the foundational cultivation of the 1st rank, enabling the host to exert formidable pressure in life and death battles. When Xiaoqing's potential is pushed to its utmost, he shall then be publicly vanquished by the host." The process of cultivation initiation commences now. Notice, the foundation-laying process may take some time. The host is advised to refrain from unnecessary movements and await the completion of the initiation. As the voice faded, Fang Chen stood immobile, acutely aware of the 10,000 evils heart method within him operating autonomously. All spiritual energy surged into his dantian like fledglings returning to their nest, visibly condensing into a foundational essence. In Fang Chen's introspection, this essence appeared square and colorless, transparent and crystalline, resembling a colorless gem. Witnessing the emergence of this foundation, Fang Chen was overwhelmed with joy. There are numerous methods for establishing a foundation, such as refining elixirs, gathering rare materials, or even spending years within a foundational gathering array to cultivate the finest essence. Yet, none of these methods mirror Fang Chen's experience standing still. He was effortlessly able to coalesce his foundation. Moreover, what delighted Fang Chen further was that this essence, after its formation, began to gradually display color. A brilliant hue of red gradually enveloped the edges of the colorless crystal. Incredible! Fang Chen was ecstatic once more. The quality of foundational essence is categorized into 3 levels: human foundation, earth foundation, and heavenly foundation, corresponding to the colors red, green, and gold. The colorless essence. Lacking any designation is referred to as ordinary or colorless foundation, which seldom garners attention. Fang Chen initially believed that, given his humble qualifications, achieving an ordinary foundation would be commendable, never anticipating any quality beyond that. To his astonishment, the system proved to be remarkably effective. As the colorless crystal transformed entirely into red, it did not cease its progression but continued to evolve. A surge of green emerged. Fang Chen was engulfed in astonishment. Ecstatic, truly ecstatic. The fortune of the chosen one was indeed formidable. Yet, the green did not halt its advance. Before long, golden hues joined the spectacle. With a soft sound emanating from within Fang Chen, his very bones trembled in response. The heavenly foundation is known to manifest extraordinary phenomena. However, since Fang Chen's breakthrough was not a result of communion with the heavens, but rather a system-bestowed initiation, no one was alerted, nor were any phenomena born. Ultimately, the golden hue fully enveloped the essence, culminating in a complete heavenly foundation. As the heavenly foundation materialized, Fang Chen instantaneously sensed a profound shift in the entire cosmos. His hearing sharpened, his vision cleared, and his body felt buoyant. The range of his spiritual awareness expanded dramatically in that moment. He could perceive the intricate pathways of spiritual energy with newfound clarity, and the few techniques he had mastered became vividly apparent to him, enabling him to manipulate spiritual energy with greater precision, thereby enhancing his abilities. So this is the reason why foundational cultivators can fly with swords. Fang Chen marveled. No wonder that foundation-building cultivators are able to soar through the skies and employ flight techniques. It is indeed a testament to their heightened mastery over spiritual energy. Although foundation-building practitioners may be temporarily constrained by their limited reserves of spiritual energy, preventing them from flying too high or too far, the ability to fly marks a profound distinction. Beyond the capacity for flight, the most significant difference between foundation-building cultivators and their chi-refining counterparts lies in longevity, a fact that Fang Chen has yet to fully appreciate. Foundation-building cultivators enjoy significantly extended lifespans. Even those of lesser quality can live up to 150 years, while the truly long-lived can reach 3 centuries. 150 years surely. I can discover means to enhance my strength, Fang Chen mused. For now, let us not dwell on the fact that he has only found Shearing to assist him in advancing his cultivation prior to the life and death struggles. Moreover, he cannot guarantee that the system, which he is compelled to risk his life for, will consistently aid him in his cultivation. What if, one day, it realizes he is exploiting a bug and abruptly ceases to grant him enhancements? As a self-proclaimed unfortunate soul, Fang Chen believes he must prepare for 2 outcomes, simultaneously exploiting the bug while seeking out new methods. Once his cultivation reaches a sufficient level, he plans to have the system find a fateful child to sacrifice to observe how it reacts. The system announced, "The initiation has concluded. Please diligently fulfill your duty to assist the fateful child in their growth, dedicating yourself to the heavens, to all things, and to the myriad lives. Life is but a fleeting dawn. To live humbly is to merely endure, while a glorious death constitutes a grand success." Fang Chen found the system's words rather eloquent, provoking him to curse, "To hell with you." After uttering this, any gratitude he had harbored for the system dissipated like mist. However, why was he only at the first tier of foundation building? Hadn't it been said that Shearing possessed the cultivation of the second tier? After venting his frustrations, Fang Chen was astonished to discover that the power within him was not that of the second tier, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The system elucidated. The circumstances of foundation building differ from those of chi refining. The disparities within foundation building tiers are far more pronounced. If the host possessed the cultivation of the second tier, coupled with the enhancement of techniques, the host would have a mere 0.63 chance of defeating the fateful child. Thus, no enhancement will be granted. Fang Chen retorted, "The system truly is insufferable." Subsequently, he returned to his modest dwelling. The path of foundation building indeed seems to stretch on indefinitely. However, as he entered the courtyard and gazed skyward, he was taken aback to see the horizon tinged with yellow. The sun was setting. In that moment, Fang Chen felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, due to his notorious reputation, the mountainside where he resided was seldom visited. The servants who had accompanied him were reclaimed by the Fang family due to the original owner's transgressions. Although Fang Chen had a few subordinates, their abilities paled in comparison to his own, leading them all to ascend to the inner sect. This left Fang Chen in a state of solitude. Had it been otherwise, he undoubtedly would have been interrupted during his recent breakthrough. Thus, he found himself confined within his modest abode, quietly savoring the solitude. Meanwhile, at Lingyun Peak, upon receiving the message from Hua Qirong, Ling Wano arrived at the tower-like structure atop Lingyun Peak. Concerned, Jiang Ningyi followed closely behind. Before the building, the flora and blossoms flourished exuberantly, appearing resplendent under the warm hues of the setting sun. "Sister, what should I do next?" Ling Waner inquired anxiously. "I shall accompany you inside. I bear responsibility in this matter as well," Jiang Ningyi replied. "Responsibility? What responsibility do you hold? Did you not instigate this girl to frame Fang Chen?" At that moment, Hua Qirong's calm voice echoed from behind them. Jiang Ningyi's expression stiffened, and she hurriedly turned to bow her head, clasping her hands in respect. "Elder Hua, it is my failure to promptly inform Waner of the truth that has led to this awkward situation." "Oh, the truth? So, are you suggesting that Wano has misunderstood in framing a fellow disciple within our sect?" Hua Qirong remarked with a playful smile, though her gaze bore a hint of severity. The Danran sect strictly prohibits the killing of fellow disciples. Although Fang Chen was exceedingly detestable and had repeatedly bullied his peers, he had never inflicted physical harm. This was largely due to his lack of strength, but also because of the sect's rules. Any private harm inflicted upon a fellow disciple would result in severe punishment. Thus, Fang Chen spent 10 years cultivating and 8 years studying the sect's regulations, constantly seeking loopholes. This is also why he was so universally reviled. Now, with Ling Wana framing Fang Chen, Hua Qirong felt deep anger. She held a fondness for Ling Waner, and it was precisely because of this that she was even more incensed by Waner's blatant violation of sect rules. Did she truly believe that merely fabricating a tale about Fang Chen's intentions would allow her to escape unscathed? Seeing the cold expression on Hua Qirong's face, Ling Waner promptly lowered her head and stated, "Elder Hua, Waner is willing to accept punishment." Chapter 14. Punishment. Can you truly be unwilling to face punishment? Hua Qirong glared fiercely at Ling Waner, stating, "From the moment you entered the sect, I informed your master that with your talent, you might one day stand alongside senior sister Jiang as a saintess of the Danran sect. Yet here you are, hastily tarnishing your own future, are you not?" The matter concerning Ling Waner, when examined closely, was not particularly grave. However, should it escalate, it would surely sever her ties to the title of saintess. How could a saintess of a prestigious sect be implicated in nearly causing her fellow disciples to be stripped bare and left hanging from a peak? What would such a scandal convey? Ling Waner, sensing Hua Qirong's profound disappointment, lowered her head even further. Seeing this, Jiang Ningyi, usually composed and strikingly beautiful, could no longer suppress her urgency and interjected, "Elder Hua. Previously, senior brother Fang had garnered a notorious reputation, with rumors of him repeatedly bullying junior disciples, particularly tormenting Waner's friend, Shaoqing. It was precisely this mistreatment that drove Waner to seek revenge. However, she had no intention of causing harm, nor did she wish to poison him. Although Jiang Ningyi had felt some discontent upon witnessing Ling Waner's entrapment of Fang Chen, she ultimately understood that Wana acted without malice. Ignorance absolves one of guilt. It is worth noting that before Jiang Ningyi learned the truth, she had contemplated cleaving Fang Chen in two. Therefore, Jiang Ningyi felt compelled to advocate for Ling Waner. Has Fang Chen truly committed such deeds? Hua Qirong replied coolly, "Ningyi, do not fabricate tales merely to defend Waner." Having just interacted with Fang Chen, Hua Qirong found him to be an individual of commendable first impression, not someone heinously culpable. "I assure you on my life that I have not fabricated anything," Jiang Ningyi responded earnestly, adding, "The actual circumstances are somewhat intricate." Upon hearing Jiang Ningyi's solemn assurance, Hua Qirong's brows furrowed slightly, her expression easing a touch. "Then please share all you know regarding Fang Chen." "Of course, Elder Hua. The situation is as follows." Jiang Ningyi succinctly recounted Fang Chen's notorious past and the stark contrast of his current actions. "Is that so?" After absorbing this information, Hua Qirong stood momentarily stunned. Evidently, she had not anticipated that Fang Chen had quietly accomplished such deeds. Although she was of an older generation and not as easily moved as Jiang Ningyi and Shaoqing by Fang Chen's behaviors, she found herself harboring a modicum of respect for him. At his age, she had been arrogant and dismissive due to her own alchemical talents, with little thought of assisting her juniors. Now, the image of Fang Chen, who played the Guzheng and silently bore burdens for his junior, rapidly ascended in Hua Qirong's esteem. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. This fellow is rather intriguing. Wait a moment. After her admiration for Fang Chen, Hua Qirong suddenly realized something, her expression freezing in shock. So, to say, the disciple of the Danran sect with the least talent, whom she had just openly ridiculed in front of Fang Chen, was none other than Fang Chen himself. Alone, she had inadvertently mocked him twice. Hua Qirong's toes began to unconsciously dig into the ground. After so many years as an elder, she was experiencing embarrassment for the very first time. Elder Hua? At that moment, Jiangmingyi noticed the alternating hues of blue and white on Hua Qirong's charming face, and after a prolonged silence, she cautiously inquired, "Ah?" Hua Qirong suddenly awoke from her reverie. Instinctively patting her face to dispel the awkwardness, she replied, "All right, I understand now." She turned to Ling Wan and said, "You may rise." "Yes, elder." Ling Wan stood up. "Let me inform you, the punishment is intended to instill some wisdom in you, so that you refrain from resorting to such tactics in the future." Hua Qirong glared at her, particularly for attempting to entrap others within my formation. "Do you truly believe that the sound forest operates without my awareness? Once activated, the sound forest reveals everything to me." Ling Wan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Hua Qirong continued to take a step back, regardless of whether Fang Chen is virtuous or vile, even if he were a despicable scoundrel deserving of death. You should not have acted in such a manner toward him. If you genuinely seek to avenge Xiaoqing, you must exercise patience and wait until Fang Chen has entered the inner sect, then confront him openly in a duel. Yes? The sect's regulations prohibit dueling between inner and outer sect disciples to prevent the strong from bullying the weak. But I felt that after 10 years he still hadn't established his foundation. If I don't seize this opportunity for revenge, I fear that by the time I reach the golden core stage, he will still be at the chi refining stage, and then how could I possibly avenge myself? Ling Wan couldn't help but argue. Hua Qirong fell silent, momentarily taken aback by Ling Wan's retort, while she felt the girl was being defiant. Upon reflection, even if Fang Chen were concealing his true cultivation, his actual level was merely at the 9th layer of chi refining. This was after consuming precious fruits, medicinal liquids, and various elixirs. In this light, Ling Wan's argument held some merit. What nonsense! Yet, Hua Qirong suddenly realized how Ling Wan had drawn her into this debate and shot her a fierce glare, then declared, "Regardless, I command that this matter remains confidential throughout the entire peak. From now on, you shall ascertain what Fang Chen truly requires and endeavor to make amends. The sect's regulations would normally mandate punishment in the form of compensation in spirit stones and labor, but you shall return all of that to Fang Chen. Do you understand?" Ling Wan obediently replied, "Understood." Upon witnessing this, Jiang Mingyi sighed in relief, her previously tense expression finally softening. "You may leave now." Hua Qirong waved her hand dismissively, as one would shoo away a fly. Yes, the two young women departed. How delightful! A private hot spring, simply splendid. At this moment, Fang Chen emerged from the hot spring, his body enveloped in steam. The Yingguang Lake Mountain boasted public hot springs, while the houses midway up the mountain featured private ones. This particular hot spring was a natural medicinal bath, nourished by the essence of spiritual herbs cultivated by the Danren sect at Yingguang Lake Mountain, greatly benefiting the body. Over the years, it significantly aided in enhancing one's cultivation. This could be considered a new disciple benefit provided by the Danren sect to its outer sect members. Upon entering the inner sect after establishing a foundation, some disciples, even when positioned on less prestigious peaks, may find themselves devoid of such treatment. After changing his attire, Fang Chen employed a technique to conceal his presence, effectively masking his cultivation level. It was during a moment of idle reflection in the hot springs that he discovered, to his surprise, that he had indeed mastered the technique of concealment. This skill had been painstakingly developed by the original owner of his body. It must be said that the original owner's prowess in this art was extraordinarily exceptional, surpassing even that of Xiaoqing. For anyone below the level of Fang Chen, it would be utterly impossible to see through it. The reason for the original owner's remarkable mastery lay in the fact that, upon entering the sect, he was subject to ridicule due to his inadequate cultivation during sect gatherings or family celebrations. Thus, he was compelled to diligently practice the art of concealment to such an extent that it would elude the scrutiny of ordinary observers, allowing him to avoid humiliation. Initially, this strategy proved effective. However, as his peers and fellow disciples advanced in their cultivation and established their foundations, his technique ultimately became futile. Subsequently, no matter how formidable the concealment technique might be, it became irrelevant, as everyone was aware that the outer sect's Fang Laogo would forever remain at the 3rd tier of Qi refinement. Chapter 15. An unexpected crisis. After finishing his bath, Fang Chen intended to visit the transmission pavilion. He was determined to explore whether there existed any extraordinary divine abilities that could grant him a normal cultivation pace. With myriad paths to enlightenment, there must be a way to embrace him. He could not remain a solitary cultivator forever, could he? Just then, a voice called out. Senior brother Fang, are you there? Outside, the sound of 2 pairs of footsteps approached, and soon, Ling Wanner's voice echoed. What is it? Fang Chen was taken aback. As he spoke, he formed a gesture with his hand, and the doors slowly parted in the middle, sliding to either side. Reminiscent of the automatic doors from his previous life. The door creaked open, revealing 2 figures outside, Ling Wanner and Jiang Ningyi. At that moment, both wore expressions heavy with regret, especially Ling Wanner, who averted her gaze, unable to meet Fang Chen's eyes. Senior brother, I have come to apologize. Upon seeing the door open, Ling Wanner hastily declared, Wanner acknowledges her mistake. I should not have wronged you. Please forgive me. As she spoke, she produced a storage ring and extended it toward Fang Chen. It was clear that it contained her carefully selected gift of apology. Seeing this, Fang Chen instinctively stepped forward, a smile already gracing his lips. He intended to downplay the situation, to say it was nothing serious and that she need not worry. He envisioned a back-and-forth exchange, ultimately accepting the ring while expressing his reluctance. However, when he noticed Jiang Ningyi standing behind Ling Wanner, his expression stiffened, and he unconsciously retreated. No, this cannot be. If he were to generously forgive Ling Wanner now, his relationship with Jiang Ningyi would inevitably revert to its previous state, a notion he could not abide. Fang Chen promptly halted his advance, retracting his smile, narrowing his eyes, and curling his lips into a sneer. Junior sister Ling, have you perhaps misunderstood something? You think a mere ring suffices for an apology? What do you take me for? Fang Chen's demeanor immediately caused both women to change color. Ling Wanner initially believed Fang Chen was genuinely angry, hastening to say, Senior brother, please accept it first. If you desire anything more, I can retrieve it. She attempted to step forward to present the ring. However, Fang Chen barked, Get out. You are not permitted to enter. Ling Wanner froze in shock, rendered speechless. Jiang Ningyi's expression reflected disbelief. Senior brother, why are you being so fierce? Fang Chen's gaze combined mockery, coldness, and disdain as he replied, having committed wrongdoing. You now wish to dismiss me with a single ring? Not a chance. While you may feign an apology, the underlying truth is that you seek to evade the repercussions of your actions, casually offering a trinket to placate me. I suspect there is nothing of value within that ring. You scions of noble families are perpetually so high and mighty. It is utterly nauseating. Get out. You are unworthy to be here. Ling Wanner's expression hardened, and rage surged uncontrollably within her. She had placed her most precious possession inside, meticulously chosen for this very moment. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen would say such a thing. It was only natural for her to be furious. At that moment, Jiang Ningyi stepped forward, shielding Wanner behind her, and said, Fang Shixiang, the resources in Wanner's storage ring are invaluable treasures, most of which are rare materials from the inner sect of Chizuan Mountain, not even possessed by other peaks within the sect. Surely you cannot expect us to believe such nonsense. Your words, being in collusion with her, carry little weight. Fang Chen scoffed disdainfully. His posture and tone caused Jiang Ningyi's delicate face to turn pale, her heart heavy with distress. Upon hearing Fang Chen's humiliation of Jiang Ningyi on her behalf, Ling Wanner could no longer bear it and stepped forward, exclaiming, Fang Chen, you must not go too far. Yes, I was in the wrong. I misunderstood you, so do with me as you please. But my senior sister has done nothing wrong and has even gone to great lengths to explain on your behalf. By what right do you accuse her so? You are being excessively unreasonable. Turning to her senior sister, she declared, Let us go. With that, Ling Wanner turned and led Jiang Ningyi away. Jiang Ningyi did not resist, but cast a disappointed glance at Fang Chen before departing. No matter how good-natured she was, she could not accept Fang Chen's unwarranted accusations. Yet, a bitterness lingered in her heart. Her affections had ultimately been misplaced. Observing this, Fang Chen felt a surge of elation within. Excellent. Ling Wanner, you have done splendidly. You are far more useful than your brother Shearing. You have liberated 2 people from their anguish in one fell swoop. You truly are a good person. If Shearing dares to establish a harem in the future, I will be the first to stand against it. Just as Fang Chen reveled in his thoughts and the 2 women distanced themselves, suddenly, a flash of purple light streaked through the air, swiftly transforming into an inverted, bowl-shaped transparent shield that enveloped Fang Chen's residence before anyone could react. Simultaneously, a deep, hoarse voice resonated, laced with palpable malice. Foolish troublemaker. Why did you not allow Jiang Ningyi to enter? Truly despicable. As the words fell, a colossal creature materialized behind Fang Chen. Its body a striking blend of black and white, with robust limbs and an imposing stature, exuding an aura of unparalleled might, as if brimming with boundless power. Its tail curved like a whip, and its glimmering claws extended threateningly. A demon tiger. Fang Chen's pupils constricted, and a surge of panic coursed through him. Where on earth did this celestial beast come from? When did it appear? In the next moment, Fang Chen felt an icy dread wash over him, spreading throughout his body, followed by a sharp pain from behind. Instinctively, he lunged forward, attempting to evade, but it was too late. Boom. The ferocious aura of the demon tiger, at the 5th level of Foundation establishment, erupted violently, unleashing a tremendous force that ravaged the surroundings, sending fierce winds sweeping across the open ground outside the residence. At that moment, dust and sand filled the air, and the two women turned in shock. Amidst the swirling chaos, they could only see Fang Chen, blood spurting from his mouth, stumbling forward, pursued by the black and white demon tiger. Fang Xixiang. Jiang Ningyi cried out in despair, her instincts kicking in as she formed a hand seal. The flying sword within its sheath shot forth instantly, glimmering with a chilling light. The sword, though utterly silent, evokes a chilling sensation in those who behold it, as if a terror is silently gestating. In the next moment, the flying sword hurtles towards the black and white demon tiger. However, the tiger merely scoffs, deeming it futile. A shrill sound immediately emanates from the sword's tip. At that instant, Jiang Ningyi is taken aback. How could this be possible? In a fleeting moment, the flying sword is unexpectedly thwarted by a transparent barrier. Panic surges within Jiang Ningyi. A 5th-tier foundational demon tiger should not possess such formidable defenses. Undeterred, she attempts to breach the barrier once more with her sword, employing several potent talismans of lethal force. Yet, after several explosive attempts, the barrier remains as steadfast as ever, impervious and unmoving. All her efforts amount to naught. Ultimately, Jiang Ningyi contemplates charging into the barrier herself. But once it is activated, no one but the controller may enter or exit. Her delicate features become rigid. How can this be? Do you think the yin-yang furnace is something you can dismantle? Fool. The black and white demon tiger mocks. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyi's complexion drains of color. The yin-yang furnace. Meanwhile, Ling Wanner exclaims in anger, the yin-yang furnace? Where did you obtain it? This is one of the signature formations of our Danran sect, specifically designed for refining demon beasts. How could it possibly have been appropriated by this inexplicably appearing demon tiger? Chapter 16. The enigmatic tiger, however. The battle-hardened Jiang Ningyi swiftly interrupted Ling Wanner, exclaiming, Wanner, cease your inquiries. Immediately summon Elder Lin, who is stationed at Ingguang Lake Mountain. She understood that pondering how the demon tiger had acquired the yin-yang furnace was utterly futile. Would mulling over such questions dismantle the formidable formation of the yin-yang furnace? The priority was to rescue Fang Chen. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ling Wanner refrained from further questioning and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Ningyi directed her fierce gaze at the demon tiger, commanding, open the yin-yang furnace. Your target is me, and Fang Xixiang is not involved in this matter. Allow me to enter. She had heard tales within the sect of this tiger, the most formidable beast captured in recent years by the Danran sect, possessing exceptional prowess. She was acutely aware that if Fang Chen confronted the demon tiger controlling the yin-yang furnace, he would stand no chance. The demon tiger, upon hearing her words, displayed a hint of disdain, scoffing, impossible. Yet, a flicker of caution and trepidation flickered in its eyes. It had heard from its forebears, who had been rescued, about Jiang Ningyi's formidable strength as the youngest swordsmanship prodigy in the history of Chizuan Mountain. Should it face her without the formation, it would surely meet its demise in a single stroke. Although it had just set up the formation with the intention of launching a surprise attack on Jiang Ningyi, the failure of that attempt altered its course. With Jiang Ningyi now prepared, it could no longer willingly open the yin-yang furnace to allow her entry. Among the human race, swordsmanship prodigies defied conventional reasoning, often defeating the strong with the weak, inexplicably experiencing sudden enlightenment in sword intent, with their power surging dramatically. Recalling the numerous accounts from books he had perused during his confinement in the beast prison, which depicted human sword masters achieving breakthroughs in dire situations, the demon tiger felt a shiver run down its spine and resolved against allowing Jiang Ningyi entry. Upon hearing the demon tiger's refusal, Fang Chen nearly spat blood in frustration. Damn it! I intended to wait for the demon tiger to let Jiang Ningyi in, and then we would wreak havoc together. Who would have thought this fellow would deviate from the expected? Why so cautious? Witnessing this, Jiang Ningyi clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white. If you release Fang Xixiang, I shall duel you alone within the yin-yang furnace. Should I lose, my life will be yours. This predicament had emerged because of her, and she was unwilling to implicate Fang Chen. Yet, the demon tiger dismissed her plea, growling scram. In response, Jiang Ningyi took a deep breath and urgently called out to Fang Chen, Fang Xixiang, you must hold on. Lingyun Peak is closest to the sea turtle platform. I shall hasten to summon Elder Hua. Ling Wano had gone to fetch Elder Lin from Ingguang Lake Mountain, but Jiang Ningyi knew that this was insufficient. The fact that the demon tiger had suddenly escaped from the beast prison indicated that something was amiss within the sect. Hence, she resolved not only to have Ling Waner seek assistance, but also to summon the nearby Hua Chiro. As she spoke, she attempted to launch talismans and a defensive formation disc capable of swiftly activating the formation to Fang Chen. Alas, all her efforts were thwarted by the barriers of the yin-yang furnace's formation. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Ningyi's eyes reflected profound anguish. In her desperation, she could only send out several jade slips for help before merging with her flying sword and recklessly soaring towards the Turtle Island. At that moment, as she transformed into a beam of sword light, her heart felt as if it were ablaze. With the strength of this demonic tiger, Fang Chen could hardly withstand for long. She could only pray that Fang Chen would endure, that he must persevere. However, after Jiang Ningyi had departed, the several beams of light she emitted in search of assistance abruptly faded into nothingness. Fang Chen, who had long retreated to the side, was struck with horror upon witnessing this. How did this fellow manage to accomplish such a feat? The demonic tiger sneered, "Stop staring. Do you think I would prepare an ambush for Jiang Ningyi without having made thorough preparations? Listen well. Today is a rare opportunity that my demon clan has awaited for long, specifically devised to extricate me from the clutches of Danran's sect. The formations we have set at the reflective light lake can at least delay your elders for an hour. By the time they arrive, I will have already departed. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. You are doomed." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's complexion turned a sickly green. Damn it. An hour? At that rate, I would be reduced to nothing but bone dust. He continued, "I never intended to kill you. I followed Jiang Ningyi here, believing she would ultimately enter this place. I activated the yin-yang furnace, intending to refine her to enhance my power. But you foolish creature, drove her away. How infuriating." The demonic tiger gritted its teeth. "If I do not brutally torment you, and then consume and refine you today, my rage shall remain unquenched." It dawned on Fang Chen that this demonic tiger possessed an air of grandeur, exuding a formidable presence. He surmised that the reason this beast appeared here was likely that it was a boss delivering treasures to Jiang Ningyi, the child of fortune, and he was merely an innocent bystander caught in the crossfire. Confronted with such a boss, the child of fortune would undoubtedly triumph against it. But he, on the other hand, stood no chance of survival. At that moment, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. It was merely the first day of his transmigration. How could he still be facing certain death? After contemplating, Fang Chen, in a fit of frustration, cursed, "Then why didn't you let her in? What are you doing here messing with me? You won't gain much power by consuming me." The demonic tiger scoffed, "Do you take me for a fool? I observed you endure my attack while wielding the yin-yang furnace without sustaining grave injuries, indicating your strength is not to be underestimated. If I were to add a sword cultivator like Jiang Ningyi, who possesses countless life-saving and counterattack techniques, how greatly would my chances of victory diminish?" Fang Chen could only curse silently. Admittedly, the tiger was rather astute. Subsequently, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retrieved a pill from his storage ring to consume. With matters having reached this point, cursing was futile. It would be better to confront him first. Even if he were to perish, he would ensure to strip away the tiger's skin. With this thought, Fang Chen rose, resolved to buy time, and inquired, "From where do you hail? The beast prison?" The demonic tiger's expression betrayed a hint of humiliation as it coldly responded, "What concern is it of yours? Is it not permissible to inquire?" Fang Chen pressed. Fang Chen curled his lips in disdain and mockingly retorted, "You have quite a way with words, don't you? Are you truly of the demon race? Surely you cannot be merely a hybrid of human and tiger. Fool. Do you possess the intellect of a pig? After spending so long in your Danran sect, do you really think I would be incapable of learning?" The demon tiger shot back with equal derision. Fang Chen, taken aback, pondered the validity of the remark. He then realized that this creature was surprisingly cooperative in allowing him to stall for time and was about to seek another topic of conversation. However, the demon tiger sneered. "Enough, human. I am aware of your intention to delay. My willingness to engage with you stems solely from my anticipation of the yin-yang furnace transforming into a mode for refining humans. Do not presume that I am foolish enough to entertain your trivial chatter. It is exasperating. Do you understand? Fang Chen immediately began to curse. Damn it. You are rather clever, aren't you? Huh. The demon tiger licked its other paw and remarked, Allow me to enlighten you. The yin-yang furnace has been modified by my kin and no longer refines demon beasts. It is now referred to as the human refining furnace. Fang Chen's expression darkened. He was familiar with the yin-yang furnace. It was a terrifying formation employed by the Danran sect to comprehensively absorb the essence of demon beasts. Reputed to maximize the utilization of every ounce of spiritual energy from their flesh and blood. However, those demon beasts refined by the yin-yang furnace met a grim fate. Their souls utterly obliterated. This demon tiger, wielding the human refining furnace, likely harbored intentions of annihilating Jiangningi's soul to enhance its own power, with the only difference being that the object of refinement had now become himself. What left Fang Chen in despair was the realization that the yin-yang furnace would augment the strength of the array's wielder. The demon tiger was already at the 5th level of foundation establishment, with the enhancement from the yin-yang furnace. It was utterly impossible for Fang Chen to confront the tiger head-on. Internally, Fang Chen cursed, damn it. A 5th level foundation establishment plus the yin-yang furnace is quite the standard for dealing with the favored children of fate. With this thought, Fang Chen fell silent. He had not anticipated that as a transmigrator, the first time he would experience treatment akin to that of a favored son of destiny would be in such dire circumstances. At that moment, a sudden purple light spread from the center of the transparent shield, casting a violet hue across the horizon. Well then, I shall send you on your way. The demon tiger sneered with satisfaction. After waiting so long, it was finally time. From now on, every drop of Fang Chen's essence it consumed would be assisted by the grand formation, allowing for thorough refinement. Since it could not capture Jiangningi, it could not afford to waste Fang Chen's flesh and blood. In the next instant, it lunged directly at Fang Chen. At that precise moment, Fang Chen's eyes gleamed like swords. Invoking the unparalleled will, a surge of majestic golden light erupted from within him. In the blink of an eye, the aura of a first-level foundation establishment ascended, accompanied by the will to fight to the death. What? The demon tiger, which had thought itself in complete control, suddenly changed its expression, exclaiming, Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment? In the instant of the demon tiger's shock, a rapidly enlarging fist was reflected in its eyes. Boom. The resounding crash did not occur from Fang Chen's fist striking the demon tiger, but rather from the demon tiger, arriving first, blocking Fang Chen's fist with its claw. At this moment, Fang Chen felt as though his fist had struck an impenetrable iron wall, and he inwardly cursed, realizing how astonishingly swift his opponent's reflexes were. Yet, he understood that such a response was entirely within reason. The physical prowess of demonic beasts inherently surpasses that of humans, even with Fang Chen's surprise attack. The creature's reaction was as swift as lightning. Coupled with the disparity in their realms, it was exceedingly challenging for Fang Chen to land a hit. After successfully parrying Fang Chen's assault, the demon tiger did not pursue the advantage. Instead, it narrowed its tiger eyes. And within its golden pupils lay not only astonishment but also a hint of exhilaration and excitement. You are a cultivator of the heavenly path? No wonder you could withstand my strike. With Fang Chen's concealment technique rendered ineffective, his aura was completely exposed, much to the demon tiger's delight. Initially, it had believed that with Jiangningi absent, its chances of escaping from the Danran sect would diminish greatly. However, it found itself in a seemingly hopeless situation, only to discover a ray of light amidst the darkness. Even as a mere first-grade cultivator of the heavenly path, the exceptional quality of his foundation was sufficient to propel his strength to unprecedented heights. Chapter 17. The Fire Tyrant. Fang Chen scoffed. Impressive, isn't it? Indeed. The demon tiger, appearing satisfied, declared, In that case, I shall refine you with utmost seriousness. With that, a fierce glint flickered in the demon tiger's eyes as it unleashed a powerful claw, accompanied by a howling gale, aimed directly at Fang Chen's crown. The aura of a 5th-tier foundation establishment surged forth without restraint, causing the entire courtyard to tremble violently. This demon tiger had abruptly abandoned its cat-and-mouse demeanor, launching a full-force strike with the intent to annihilate Fang Chen in one swift blow. In the realm of heavenly foundation establishment, one could not underestimate their adversaries. Although Fang Chen's tactics to buy time were rather juvenile, out of respect for the heavenly laws of foundation establishment, he resolved to unleash his full power at that moment. Recognizing the demon tiger's ruthless assault, Fang Chen understood that he was in a dire predicament. Thus, a surge of determination welled within him. There was no time to delay. He bit his tongue sharply. spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood, and formed a peculiar seal with his hands, bellowing, "Perish." At that instant, the demon tiger was momentarily taken aback. It suddenly felt an overwhelming and uncomfortable wave of searing heat emanating from all directions, as if the temperature had skyrocketed by several degrees. Consequently, its claw aimed at Fang Chen hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Chen turned and fled with great speed, his complexion paling visibly. The demon tiger, however, could not afford to pursue Fang Chen any longer. At that very moment, it was besieged by an onslaught of agonizing sensations coursing through its body, prompting it to instinctively glance back in astonishment. Unbeknownst to it, ethereal white flames had erupted around it, unlike ordinary flames that danced wildly. These white flames took on a peculiar, fixed form, resembling maggots. These white fireworms clung to the demon tiger, fervently burrowing into its dark and light-colored fur. The sight was akin to countless tiny insects attempting to penetrate the very essence of the demon tiger. Alarmed, the demon tiger's pupils constricted as it hastily rolled over, instinctively trying to extinguish the flames. This roll sent tremors through the courtyard, reducing Fang Chen's seafood pool to a state of utter disarray. Yet, even as it rolled and plunged into the water, the flames remained unaffected, continuing to burn quietly. Strangely, despite the ferocity of the flames, the demon tiger's flesh and fur showed no signs of harm. Instead, its spiritual energy was dissipating at an alarming rate. As its spiritual energy waned, the white fireworm swelled with power, writhing and burning even more fervently upon the demon tiger's form. This was the fire tyrant. At this moment, the demon tiger realized that this was not merely fire. It was a direct assault on its spiritual energy by the fire tyrant. Desperately, it resorted to various methods to combat the fire tyrant, but was left aghast. None of them proved effective. Was this not simply fire? In that moment, the demon tiger was struck with a profound terror as it exclaimed, "Is this the fire tyrant king? How is this possible? I knew it. I knew the heavenly foundation establishment was not to be trifled with." Meanwhile, Fang Chen had managed to escape to the vicinity of a rockery. And upon realizing that the demon tiger had not pursued him further, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He then hurriedly activated the spirit-gathering array in this area to restore his condition. The fire fiend of the 10,000 Fiends Heart method proved to be remarkably effective, capable of contending with a fifth-tier demon tiger in the foundation establishment stage. Truly, it was worthy of being the technique of the Child of Fortune. And one could only wonder how formidable the highest-level manifestation of the 10,000 Fiends would be. However, this formidable move not only consumed a great deal of energy, but also had an excessively long preparation time. Had he not fought desperately just moments ago? This technique would have certainly been interrupted by the demon tiger. Such a grand move would require him to enlist a group of allies to buy him time in future encounters, Fang Chen thought to himself, his complexion pale and his breath shallow. Just a moment ago, the demon tiger had presumed that Fang Chen was merely stalling for time in anticipation of an elder's arrival to rescue him. In reality, he was simply waiting for the grand move to charge up. From the very beginning, he had not shied away from the demon tiger, even after a failed ambush. He did not flee, solely because the activation time for the 10,000 Fiends Heart method was exceedingly lengthy. Had it not been for this, he would have long since escaped. How could he dare to engage in conversation with such a foe? The grand move Fang Chen wielded was learned from Shearing. The system had bestowed upon him a configuration identical to what Shearing would master in half a month, the Fire Fiend King. The Fire Fiend is born only after the amalgamation of countless flames, characterized by its extreme ferocity, specifically designed to consume spiritual energy. Once the spiritual energy is expended, those ensnared by the Fire Fiend face certain death, a truly terrifying fate. The Fire Fiend King, in particular, is the foremost among the Fire Fiends. Not only challenging to deal with but also difficult to slay. This Fire Fiend King was birthed from a volcanic eruption that had lasted 100,000 years, possessing an exceptionally pure power and a frightful appearance akin to that of a Fire Fiend insect. Something only an expert in the transformation stage could barely attempt to comprehend and refine. According to the system's account, Shearing would fortuitously acquire this Fire Fiend insect during an external expedition 2 days later. Various skilled practitioners would vie for possession of this Fire Fiend insect, weakening it to the utmost limit. Then, in a serendipitous encounter within a cave, Shearing would carry it away and refine it. The process of refinement would be fraught with innumerable challenges, ultimately relying on an array of medicinal elixirs, talismans, and formations for successful completion, albeit with some perilous moments. The Child of Fortune indeed enjoys unparalleled advantages, Something that could only be attempted by experts in the transformation stage was now within his grasp. Fang Chen couldn't help but express his incredulity. However, having benefited from the child of fortune's luck, he effortlessly obtained the newly acquired Fire Fiend King and incinerated the demon tiger into a pitiful state. Splendid! At that moment, a fearsome roar erupted from a distance, echoing with profound fury and anguish, and in the next instant, a brilliant azure light erupted. As the azure light detonated, it swept past Fang Chen's form. Feeling the refreshing and soothing sensation brought by the azure light, he experienced an inexplicable sense of healing his injuries, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Was this a healing spell? Boom. In the next moment, the demon tiger charged from the front courtyard straight toward Fang Chen's position by the rockery. Fixing its narrowed eyes on Fang Chen, who stood at the center of the spirit-gathering array, the demon tiger growled through clenched teeth, "Cultivator, you have impressed me. You have earned the right to leave your name before me." At this moment, gazing at the magnificent, robust figure of the newly reborn demon tiger, Fang Chen's expression darkened to an extreme. What sort of healing technique is this? The quality is astonishing. Fang Chen looked at the unscathed demon tiger, then at his own weakened self after deploying the Fiery King technique, and could not help but reveal a bitter smile. It's over. This time, I am truly finished. Fang Chen felt a profound sense of despair. Meanwhile, the demon tiger, on the brink of victory, was not at ease either. This time, it had relied on a crucial trump card. Now, even if it succeeded in subduing Fang Chen, whether it could escape the Danren sect alive remained uncertain. Chapter 18. Resurrection. Given your breath, it seems you have only recently established your foundation, but you are indeed somewhat lacking in strength. If you had another half-month to consolidate your cultivation, with your technique, I cannot be certain I would prevail against you. The demon tiger intently gazed at Fang Chen. Despite Fang Chen's current frailty, the tiger dared not act recklessly. At this moment, he was gathering the energy of the yin-yang furnace. Determined to utilize the formation to refine Fang Chen, he intended to eliminate the celestial foundation that had nearly brought him to his demise through the most prudent means possible. As he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy, which carried a searing intensity, beginning to compress around him and disrupt his meditative state, Fang Chen chuckled. In such a state, you still resort to tricks? Are you truly a member of the Tiger Clan? The demon tiger replied earnestly, I merely fear that you might incinerate me. He had resolved to refine Fang Chen for the duration of an incense stick before advancing. This way, even if Fang Chen possessed other hidden methods, he believed he could handle them. Fang Chen cast a cold glance at him, and then closed his eyes, inwardly lamenting. This demon tiger truly appeared to be a formidable boss, far beyond the capabilities of someone as unfortunate as himself. Soon, Fang Chen realized that the yin-yang furnace was beginning to take effect on him. Observing his fingers becoming increasingly ethereal, wisps of crimson energy wafted from his body, gradually converging towards the demon tiger. Fang Chen's complexion drained of color, his lips gradually turning purple. It seems you have indeed lost your strength. Seeing Fang Chen offer no resistance against the refining of the yin-yang furnace, the demon tiger felt reassured, regaining his arrogant demeanor as he coolly declared, in that case, cultivator, you are entitled to know my name. I am Shearing, and you? Leave your name, and should you have any demands, I shall fulfill them. Fang Chen scoffed, humph. He had no time to indulge this foolish beast's bravado. Continuously extracting pills from his storage ring and stuffing them into his mouth in a desperate attempt to salvage his life. Alas, it was but a drop in the bucket. As he felt his strength wane, even the simple act of retrieving pills from his storage ring became exceedingly arduous. Fang Chen forced a bitter smile. In his extreme weakness, countless thoughts began to swirl within his mind. Was he truly destined to die? Or perhaps he had long since perished, merely dreaming a fantasy of cultivation? If so, this dream of cultivation was unbearably stifling. Who could accept such a system? Should he not rise and battle the demon tiger, rather than merely sit and stare blankly? Oh, right, he had yet to expend his energy from when he traversed here. What a disaster! As thoughts raced through his mind in his final moments, the more they multiplied, the more his complexion resembled that of a corpse. Ah! Truth be told, Sister Jiang was rather beautiful. Were it not for this system, he would genuinely wish to have a heartfelt conversation with her. Perhaps later. Simply inviting her to enjoy a hot spring together. Had he known he would inevitably face death, he would have preferred to perish at Jiang Ningyi's hands. In a sense, being killed while seeking vengeance for a deceased husband is preferable to falling victim to the hands of the demon race, isn't it? As this thought crossed his mind, Fang Chen suddenly froze, a jolt of clarity awakening his dazed consciousness. He hastily questioned in his heart, system. If I were to perish at the hands of the demon tiger, wouldn't he that render your task unachievable? I cannot assist any fated children. Initially, he hadn't considered seeking help from the system, fully aware that it would be indifferent to his plight. Yet, upon reflection, dying at the hands of the demon tiger seemed rather unacceptable. However, the system offered no response. Damn it, just as I suspected, it's utterly useless. Fang Chen cursed inwardly, realizing that this entity would not come to his aid. Subsequently, his last vestiges of vitality dissipated like a severed string, completely unraveling. His pupils dilated, and the aura of the heavenly Tao foundation began to fade. Observing this, the demon tiger was overjoyed. Just as it prepared to advance, it abruptly halted. Its gaze widening in shock. Something was amiss. The blood and spiritual energy emanating from Fang Chen's body suddenly ceased. In the next moment, his aura began to rise inexplicably. A second later, his body was frantically rejuvenating. At this instant, witnessing Fang Chen's astonishing recovery, Shearing, the tiger, was filled with dread. Its entire feline visage etched with terror and astonishment as it mentally screamed, "I knew it. I knew my caution was not misplaced." Choosing to wait was indeed the right decision. This heavenly Tao foundation truly possesses numerous hidden cards. This individual is not only recovering his spiritual power at an alarming rate, but it seems that the strength taken by the yin-yang furnace has also been reclaimed. How is this even possible? Simultaneously, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. For a voice echoed within his heart. Detection indicates that the host is on the brink of death. The entity responsible for the host's demise is not a fated child. Restoration will be initiated for the host. It is hoped that the host cherishes life and selects the appropriate target for their demise, thus contributing their life rightly for the sake of all beings. Fang Chen pondered in astonishment. Wait, is it truly effective? When his body recovered to a state even more complete than when he had just executed the 10,000 evil heart technique, he still found it hard to believe. It seems I have uncovered a new book, Fang Chen murmured, his eyes beginning to glimmer with excitement. How did you achieve this? The demon tiger Shearing exclaimed in terror. Do you believe me when I say it was my doing? Fang Chen replied cautiously to Shearing's inquiry. I do not believe. Shearing instinctively retorted, perplexed as to why this individual was responding to him. Just then, a white flame erupted from Fang Chen's hand, hurtling towards Shearing's eyes. Despicable! Shearing roared in fury, raising its head and bellowing. This human cultivator is utterly vile and shameless, conspiring against me once more. However, although Fang Chen's ambush succeeded, he had merely unleashed a fire evil king, refraining from employing the earlier 10,000 evil heart technique. Thus, with a swift movement, Shearing leapt into the air, effortlessly evading the fiery assault launched at him. You shall perish. As Shearing dodged the flames, Fang Chen abandoned his previous evasive tactics and charged forward with reckless abandon, seeking death. Witnessing Fang Chen's audacity to engage in close combat, Shearing's fury ignited, yet he felt a surge of elation within. His greatest fear was that Fang Chen, being a foundational figure of the heavenly path, possessed some unknown and sinister abilities. Yet now, Fang Chen sought to confront him in physical combat, a decision bordering on folly. In the next instant, Shearing propelled himself from the air, conjuring a formidable force that propelled him towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen sensed the swift approach of the fierce winds and activated his unmatched will as golden light erupted from within him. Simultaneously, all the spiritual energy within him converged into his fist. The Gale Fist. Bang! The two forces collided with a thunderous roar. In the following moment, Fang Chen was sent reeling backwards like a kite severed from its string. Observing this, though Shearing felt a sting in his claws. It was a far cry from the injury sustained by Fang Chen in their initial encounter, and he scoffed, merely a feeble strike. Chapter 19. Victory. To the astonishment of winged fierce, Fang Chen, who had suffered greatly from their direct confrontation, remarkably did not retreat after being wounded. Instead, he rose to his feet and charged forward once more. Human, I admire your courage, winged fierce exclaimed, a glimmer of respect evident in his gaze. Regardless of Fang Chen's earlier ambush, in this moment, his forthright demeanor, devoid of any underhanded tactics, earned him winged fierce esteem. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in another fierce exchange of blows, the air filled with the howling winds and surging spiritual energy. Amidst the skirmish, Fang Chen did not forget to unleash fiery blasts. Regrettably, they were mostly in vain, as winged fierce reaction speed was extraordinarily formidable. After several direct clashes, the beastly tiger finally bore the marks of battle, blood streaming down its face. However, Fang Chen was on the brink of collapse, drenched in blood. Every inch of him aflame with pain, and dozens of bones fractured, as if he had been struck by 100 trucks in succession. Human, you are the most fearless foundational cultivator I have ever encountered, Winged Fierce remarked, his eyes filled with deep admiration, a tribute to the valor of a true warrior. He gazed at the blood-soaked Fang Chen and spoke. Fang Chen remained silent, devoid of the strength to respond. At that moment, his breathing was laborious, akin to a broken bellows, his eyelids drooping, weighed down by blood. He inwardly cursed. The system's speed is utterly atrocious. It only restores me when I am on the brink of death. Presently, Fang Chen was mere moments away from demise, yet Winged Fierce, as a villain, relished the dramatic flair, indulging in his penchant for verbosity. Standing idly by, he showed no urgency to end Fang Chen's life and began to ramble. Why not just take matters into your own hands? A fleeting thought crossed Fang Chen's mind. In this manner, he could expedite his recovery, avoiding the waste of time watching Winged Fierce theatrics. However, uncertainty gnawed at him. He feared the consequences if he truly took his own life. After pondering, Fang Chen retrieved a vial of poison from his storage ring. This poison had been prepared by the original owner to deal with the beast that had previously struck him down, and there was also an antidote within the ring. Should the system fail to assist in his recovery, he could consume the antidote in time, waiting for Winged Fierce to finish him off before he regained his strength. Observing Fang Chen produce the poison, Winged Fierce was momentarily taken aback. You intend to use poison? But what good will that do? I can tell at a glance that it would have no effect on a fifth-tier foundational cultivator like myself. Fang Chen ignored him, frowning as he poured the poison into his mouth. Winged Fierce stared in disbelief. What are you doing? Has he lost his mind? Fang Chen grinned, a smile brimming with boundless confidence and audacity. You shall soon find out. But before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Winged Fierce. In the next moment, an overwhelming joy surged across Fang Chen's face. He looked at Winged Fierce, flashing a wide smile. Prepare to die? He charged forward, his body laced with poison, roaring as he unleashed a powerful punch. Shocked, Winged Fierce found himself unable to evade and bore the brunt of Fang Chen's furious strikes. Despite his tough exterior, he could not help but emit a muffled groan after sustaining a few blows, blood beginning to seep from the corners of his mouth. Yet, Shearing did not perceive himself as disadvantaged. Instead, he found himself perplexed. He used his tiger claws to restrain Fang Chen, who, despite being too weak to continue fighting, still raised his arm. Rather than hastily resorting to lethal force, Shearing asked in bewilderment, "What exactly do you intend to do?" As he witnessed Fang Chen once again standing still and spitting blood, Shearing was left utterly dumbfounded. Even the most fearless warrior would not resort to self-poisoning. At that moment, Fang Chen's body suddenly straightened, and his previously weakened state vanished in an instant, his aura restored to its fullest. What? Shearing stared in astonishment, utterly taken aback. How could this be? This was beyond belief. As he observed Fang Chen rejuvenating himself in a manner reminiscent of his previous tactics, Shearing felt as though his worldview had been utterly shattered. Could it be that this individual possessed two life-saving talismans or elixirs? Seizing the opportunity while Shearing was still in shock, Fang Chen swung a powerful punch toward his face. Shearing, feeling the pain, set aside his astonishment and retaliated with all his might, engaging Fang Chen in combat once more. After an extended exchange, Fang Chen gradually found himself at a disadvantage and began to sustain severe injuries. Despite Shearing's own wounds, his physical prowess still surpassed that of Fang Chen. However, what Shearing never anticipated was that when Fang Chen was once again gravely injured, he adeptly retrieved another vial of poison and consumed it. Following this, Fang Chen grinned widely, his smile radiating boundless confidence and audacity. "You will perish," he began, but before he could finish, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Watching the eerily familiar scene unfold before him, Shearing, who had spent half his life in a beast cage and had never encountered such a bizarre opponent, murmured in disbelief, "Illusion, this must be an illusion." Immediately thereafter, Fang Chen launched himself into a reckless, self-destructive assault. At this point, Shearing found himself gripped by fear. Instinctively, he recoiled to evade the onslaught. Yet, in doing so, he was struck several times by Fang Chen's relentless punches. Unsatisfied, Fang Chen leaped into the air. Observing this, Shearing's fury ignited as he raised his paw, poised to strike the descending Fang Chen. However, before he could reach him, Fang Chen plummeted, blood spilling from his mouth. Before Shearing could collect himself, Fang Chen rolled back to his feet, his aura astonishingly restored, his previous lethargy vanished, and he appeared far from being gravely injured. Subsequently, Fang Chen approached Yi Xiong with a sinister laugh. No, this is impossible. Faced with such an extraordinary spectacle, Yi Xiong was thoroughly terrified and dared not confront Fang Chen directly, letting out a roar as he turned to flee. Yi Xiong began to fight while retreating. Meanwhile, the declining state of Fang Chen made him feel increasingly unwell, prompting him to frequently consume poison to hasten his blood loss, allowing the system to refresh his condition. This bizarre scene only deepened Yi Xiong's dread. Half an hour later, Yi Xiong was covered in wounds. An hour later, Fang Chen leaped onto the rooftop, effortlessly arriving before Yi Xiong. The spirit energy has been utterly depleted, and the countenance of the winged fierce tiger has turned exceedingly grim. The reason he desperately sought someone to refine rather than fleeing directly from the Danran sect is due to the beast prison mark inscribed upon him. Without the elder's permission from the beast prison, he cannot leave the Danran sect. According to the method imparted by the ancient demons, he merely needed to find a disciple of the Danran sect and refine their blood to cleanse the mark on himself, thereby successfully departing from the sect. Thus, he contemplated eliminating Fang Chen, yet Fang Chen proved to be remarkably resilient. Consequently, half an hour prior, upon realizing he could not vanquish Fang Chen, the winged fierce tiger considered escaping the yin-yang furnace to seek another disciple for refinement. However, by that time, Fang Chen had already discovered an entirely new combat technique and would not allow him to escape, relentlessly pursuing him. Eventually, he found himself unable to flee at all. Is there anything else you wish to say? Fang Chen inquired with a smile. The winged fierce tiger growled. How on earth have you accomplished this? Have you gained control over the yin-yang furnace? He speculated endlessly, but could not fathom how Fang Chen achieved such an extraordinary recovery. This could not possibly be the result of talismans or elixirs. After much contemplation, he surmised there might only be one possibility. The yin-yang furnace itself was flawed. Perhaps it was due to the formation originally being a human formation, and Fang Chen might have discovered a method to reverse the control over the yin-yang furnace. Yet, Fang Chen remained silent, merely smiling enigmatically. Why don't you take a guess? Upon hearing this, the winged fierce tiger was about to unleash a torrent of insults. However, he then witnessed Fang Chen raise his hand, unleashing a fiery attack aimed directly at his head. The winged fierce tiger's expression shifted dramatically, and he exerted every ounce of strength to struggle and roll back. Once he retreated to a safe distance, he bellowed in despair, I am on the brink of death. And you still resort to such underhanded tactics? How despicable. In that moment, all the frustration he had accumulated erupted forth, leaving him feeling as aggrieved as a massive cat weighing over 1,000 pounds. Chapter 20. Confronting the demon tiger. However, the anguished cries of the winged fierce were met with a fierce punch of vital energy from Fang Chen. In that moment, Fang Chen yearned to obliterate this creature entirely. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, followed by a resounding crash. The yin-yang furnace stood rigid, as if sensing an overwhelming force bearing down upon it, and in an instant, the entire formation shattered. A powerful wave of energy swept through the entire estate. Even with Fang Chen in perfect condition, he found himself staggering back several steps. The winged fierce was thrown off the rooftop by the force of the energy. Yet, it was precisely this tumult that allowed the winged fierce to narrowly escape disaster. As the formation crumbled and the energy surged throughout the scene, a flash of light resembling a sword streaked from the distance, swiftly arriving before Fang Chen. The newcomer wore a flowing azure dress, her hair cascading untamed yet exuding youthful grace. However, her once calm visage was now marred with anxiety and concern. Her eyes red and swollen, betraying that she had wept profusely. As she landed before Fang Chen, barely steadying herself, she spoke with a quivering voice, Senior brother. Are you all right? The visitor was none other than Jiangning. In that moment, confronted by the girl's tears, Fang Chen felt a ripple of emotion stir within him. Observing Jiangning's distressed state, even with a heart as hardened as his, he could not bring himself to dismiss her. He could only manage a wry smile and reply, I'm fine. Really? Jiangning's immediate reaction revealed her disbelief, for Fang Chen was drenched in blood, particularly the fabric across his chest, stained with a mixture of toxic crimson and violet hue, unmistakably indicative of a harrowing battle. Indeed, Fang Chen affirmed with a nod. However, Jiangning remained somewhat skeptical. At that moment, a sultry voice interjected, Do not be alarmed. This lad is unscathed. He speaks the truth. From behind Jiangning, a figure clad in red approached slowly, her presence preceded by an intoxicating fragrance. As Fang Chen turned to look, he beheld the exquisite beauty of Shearing, who had just breached the formation. Behind her was the tightly bound demon tiger, the winged fierce. Upon capturing the winged fierce, Hua Qirong's gaze turned towards Fang Chen, revealing her astonishment. This lad has concealed quite a bit. With Hua Qirong asserting that Fang Chen was unharmed, Jiang Ningyi finally regained her composure, scrutinizing Fang Chen closely, which allowed her to relax somewhat. Senior brother Fang, despite your disheveled appearance and bloodstains, a closer inspection reveals your robust vitality, entirely uncharacteristic of a dying man. It is such a relief to know you are well. Jiang Ningyi exhaled deeply, and her reddened eyes began to show glimmers of relief. Fang Chen regarded Jiang Ningyi, uncertain of how to respond. He hesitated to ridicule her as he had done earlier, not wanting to hurt the feelings of the young girl whose tears had touched him. Yet, to respond warmly felt perilous, as he feared for his own survival. Ah well, life is paramount. He wished to avoid becoming a casualty in this turmoil. In the end, he could only nod in silence. At that moment, Hua Qirong stepped forward, casting a meaningful glance at Fang Chen, and said, Fang Chen, it seems I have underestimated you. I initially thought I would be too late, yet you have proven to be quite concealed, managing to defeat this demon tiger. In her heart, she mused, what a remarkable young man. His aura is robust and formidable, and there is an underlying might about him. He is not merely at the 9th level of qi refinement, but has reached the foundational stage of the heavenly Tao, as expected of a descendant of the Fang family. Possessing such hidden treasures of aura that even I was nearly deceived. Hua Qirong had already concluded that Fang Chen had used a magical artifact to mask his presence, leading her to mistakenly believe he was only at the 9th level of qi refinement. Fang Chen bowed respectfully and replied, Elder Hua, you flatter me. I persisted only because I anticipated your timely arrival to rescue me. Without your intervention, given my cultivation level, I would have surrendered long ago, awaiting my demise. Now that you have extricated me from the jaws of danger, I owe you my heartfelt gratitude. Hua Qirong, with a half-smile, pointed towards the thoroughly pierced demon tiger in the distance and remarked, do you truly believe you have escaped the jaws of danger? That seems rather frivolous. Fang Chen cleared his throat, showing no signs of embarrassment. What harm was there in flattering Hua Qirong? He still wished to rely on her esteemed identity as an alchemist. Hua Qirong interrupted him, enough. This is your own merit. Do not attribute it to me. Defeating the demon tiger signifies your exceptional combat prowess, surpassing the 5th rank, especially against such a formidable opponent. TSK, this is not something an ordinary foundational cultivator can achieve. Furthermore, surviving the formation of the yin-yang furnace proves your mastery of formations far exceeds my expectations. While being low-key and humble is commendable, do not take it to excess, understood? At this, Fang Chen fell silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Ningyi, who had been listening, suddenly froze, her beautiful eyes flashing with a moment of realization. So that was it. She understood everything. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed from afar, Senior brother, are you all right? The three turned to see Shaoqing rushing over, followed closely by Ling Wanner. I'm fine, thanks to Elder Hua's timely rescue. Fang Chen replied with a smile, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Hua Qirong. That's good, Shaoqing, and Ling Wanner breathed a sigh of relief. He had been enjoying a medicinal bath in the hot spring when he heard the earth-shattering commotion at Fang Chen's location, sensing something was amiss. Concerned for Fang Chen, he hurried over, encountering Ling Wanner along the way. Upon seeing Shaoqing arrive, Hua Qirong was taken aback. How could this child possess the aura of the shattered jade pill she had concocted? It had been years since she provided her sect with any of her own shattered jade pills. However, as she glanced at Fang Chen, she seemed to realize something. Her expression becoming a blend of amusement and exasperation, her gaze towards Fang Chen unwittingly softening. No wonder. So that is how it was. Very well. Your senior brother Fang is fine now, but allow him some time to rest. After a fierce battle, it is inevitable that he has sustained some injuries. I shall remain here to attend to him. You three may leave for now, Hua Qirong stated. Understood. The late-arriving Ling Wanner and Shaoqing intended to voice their thoughts but ultimately chose to comply. As for Jiang Ningyi, she had remained silent from the beginning and continued to do so, casting a fleeting glance at Fang Chen before turning to depart. That glance, whether it was merely a figment of his imagination or not, left Fang Chen feeling quite troubled. Once everyone had exited, Fang Chen turned to the elder Hua Qirong who remained before him and inquired, Elder Hua, may I ask what brings you to stay here? Hua Qirong regarded him with a smile that held an air of mystery. Surely you are aware that I did not remain here solely to tend to your injuries? If you're well, then you should recognize that I am perfectly fine. Fang Chen replied, an elder should not lack the ability to discern her own state of vitality. Hua Qirong was taken aback by his words and, upon realization, since that Fang Chen had playfully teased her, she shot him a glare, choosing not to dwell on it, and stated, "I am here to discuss the matter of the demon tiger with you." Chapter 21. The first beast pet. Fang Chen was taken aback. What was wrong with this demon tiger? Hua Qirong did not respond but turned her gaze towards Yi Xiong. "Do not feign death, stand up." Yi Xiong remained unresponsive. Hua Qirong raised her arm, and suddenly a fierce wind swept through the air, coalescing into a massive spiritual hand that came crashing down. Bang! Roar! Yi Xiong, who had maintained a corpse-like state, cried out in pain, rising to open his tiger eyes, revealing a look of bewilderment and confusion. He tilted his head to glance at Hua Qirong, whimpering pitifully, "Ow, ow." Seeing Yi Xiong in such a state, Hua Qirong coldly remarked, "Do not pretend you cannot understand human speech, otherwise, my next strike will be more forceful." Although her words were mild, they were laced with a palpable aura of menace. At this, Yi Xiong shuddered and obediently replied, "Yes, Elder Hua. Do you wish to live or die?" Hua Qirong inquired from her elevated position, her gaze indifferent. "Live." Yi Xiong responded without hesitation. Hua Qirong nodded and turned to Fang Chen. "Are you interested in acquiring another beast pet?" "Beast pet?" The exclamation escaped the lips of both man and tiger in astonishment. "Indeed, having awakened the bloodline of the Tiger Emperor, it is quite fitting for you to have him as your beast pet. It would not be a waste of your potential," Hua Qirong stated matter-of-factly. The Tiger Emperor's bloodline meant that Yi Xiong was actually more suited to be a pet for the top-tier experts within the sect. However, Hua Qirong believed that firstly, Fang Chen possessed the foundational essence of the Tao, ensuring a remarkable standing in the future within the Danran sect. Secondly, it was Fang Chen who had defeated Yi Xiong, making it reasonable for him to tame the beast. At this moment, Yi Xiong's expression was notably grim. To serve this despicable individual as a beast pet? Wouldn't that mean he could never escape the Danran sect? The Tiger Emperor's bloodline? Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. This creature was so formidable. Indeed, Hua Qirong elaborated. When this demon tiger was captured and brought to our Danran sect, it was still young, and its bloodline had not yet awakened. A few elders brought it back casually. Upon returning, it awakened its bloodline, and we discovered it possessed the Tiger Emperor bloodline of the Qian Kuan sacred tiger clan. Its cultivation was achieved in an environment of almost no spiritual energy within the beast prison. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was left in a daze, utterly astonished. To cultivate to the 5th level of foundation establishment in an environment devoid of spiritual energy? Was such extraordinary talent truly existent? Damn. At that moment, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of envy. Driven by this jealousy, he resolutely declared, "Then let him be my beast pet." He was not afraid that this creature's superior talent might one day threaten his life. With the system's assurance, this being was not the favored child of fortune and could not harm him. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiong's eyes filled with profound despair. It was over. "All right." Hua Qirong nodded, then looked at Yi Xiong. "Are you willing to become Fang Chen's beast pet?" If Yi Xiong consented willingly, the subsequent binding of the beast contract would not be particularly arduous. Hua Qirong wished to avoid unnecessary exertion. "Aye." Yi Xiong opened his mouth in astonishment. Hua Qirong gazed at him calmly, a faint pink flame flickering in her hand. The moment this flame appeared, Yi Xiong was instantly drenched in sweat. Yet, even under Hua Qirong's protection, Fang Chen felt no heat whatsoever. However, in his mind, he sensed that his residence was on the verge of being engulfed in flames. I promise," Yi Xiong hurriedly exclaimed. After Hua Qirong assisted Fang Chen in placing the beast slave mark, Fang Chen felt a remarkably peculiar connection with Yi Xiong. With just a thought, Yi Xiong's life could be extinguished. Due to the disparity in your cultivation compared to Yi Xiong, it would be prudent for you to either seek me out after some time or consult with an inner sect elder for assistance in reinforcing your control. However, your best course of action is to promptly enter the inner sect and find a mentor to aid in your cultivation. This way, your control will be more stable. Hua Qirong advised. There is no method of control that can endure indefinitely. Currently, the gap between Foundation Establishment 1st rank and 5th rank is not substantial. But in the future, the difference between Golden Core 1st rank and 5th rank will be significant. Therefore, she hoped Fang Chen would hasten his entrance into the inner sect. Although she understood that Fang Chen remained in the outer sect for the sake of his junior brothers and sisters, she believed that cultivating was ultimately for oneself. She wished for Fang Chen to be a little more selfish, to enter the inner sect quickly, and to stop being so selfless and quietly devoted. Yes, Fang Chen nodded, firmly remembering Hua Qirong's words, vowing to seek her out the moment the seal loosened. As for his own cultivation? What was self-cultivation? After Hua Qirong successfully placed the beast slave mark on Fang Chen, she intended to take her leave. Fang Chen accompanied her outside. At that moment, Yi Xiong was staring blankly, weak and languidly collapsed on the ground, his black and white tiger fur drooping lifelessly. The beast slave mark had drained a considerable amount of his vitality, especially since Fang Chen's insufficient strength required even more, leaving Yi Xiong feeling utterly depleted. However, despite his inner despair, he breathed a sigh of relief, for at least he had managed to preserve his life. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. There would still be opportunities to escape in the future. Fang Chen and Hua Qirong traversed from the artificial hill in the back courtyard to the front yard. Along the way, Hua Qirong's gaze swept over multiple areas where Fang Chen had battled Yi Xiong, most of which were severely damaged, often still oozing with toxic blood. The sheer quantity of this toxic blood was astonishing. Hua Qirong did not examine it closely but mused that such an incredible volume could not have been expelled by a single person. Undoubtedly it was Yi Xiong's doing. Then, Hua Qirong's heart stirred. If even Yi Xiong, a fifth-rank Foundation establishment cultivator with the bloodline of the Tiger Emperor, had succumbed to poison, Fang Chen must be exceptionally adept at employing toxins in combat. It dawned on her why Fang Chen was able to triumph over a high-tier demon beast controlling the yin-yang furnace despite being at a lower cultivation level. The poison must have played a crucial role. What intrigued her the most was the faint yet discernible aura of the Fire Fiend King in the front courtyard. Upon sensing this, Hua Qirong's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man, could he possibly possess the Fire Fiend King? However, Hua Qirong, being the elder of the Dan room, although taken aback by the situation, maintained an air of composure, revealing nothing of her surprise. After all, having cultivated for so many years, it would be rather unusual to display shock so readily. Soon, a faint smile graced her lips, hinting at her intrigue. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The Fire Fiend King. His proficiency in poison is remarkably profound. He must be exceptionally well-versed in formations. The essence of the sect's unparalleled aspiration lingers within Fang Chen, indicating he has cultivated this technique to an extraordinary level during the Foundation establishment stage. This lad possesses an astonishing array of skills. Yet, upon reflection, it is hardly surprising given his prolonged stay in the outer sect. After all, it would be unreasonable for him to have made no advancements in cultivation or techniques over the years. This version of Fang Chen is indeed what one would consider normal. Beyond the techniques Fang Chen has mastered, what piqued Hua Qirong's curiosity even more were the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment and the Fire Fiend King. These are coveted by countless cultivators. Nevertheless, she had no intention of delving into the secrets surrounding Fang Chen. A cultivator, after all, is bound to harbor some mysteries. She felt no concern that this enigmatic Fang Chen might be an undercover agent from another sect infiltrating the Danren sect. He was sufficiently safe for the sect. Moreover, if Fang Chen truly had ulterior motives, he would not be preoccupied with bullying younger, less experienced children in the outer sect. Very well, this is where we shall conclude. You need not accompany me further. Once Hua Qirong had satisfied her curiosity, she turned to halt Fang Chen from escorting her any longer. Chapter 22 Brother Fang, Elder Hua. Allow me to escort you out. The expanse of Yinguang Lake Mountain is vast, and I fear you may lose your way, Fang Chen expressed with concern. Hua Qirong politely declined. No need, I shall fly back. You should focus on recuperating. Should you require any healing elixirs, feel free to procure them from Lingyun Peak. Understood. Thank you, Elder Hua, Fang Chen replied gratefully. Hua Qirong added, moreover, your subjugation of the demon tiger, which prevented further casualties, is indeed a significant achievement. I shall report this to the sect and ensure you receive ample rewards. However, due to the oversight with the beast prison that nearly cost you your life, the sect will also provide you with compensation. I will reflect on what would be appropriate. As she spoke, a flicker of something concealed danced in her eyes, suggesting that much remained unspoken. Fang Chen felt a stirring in his heart. It seemed there were substantial reasons behind the beast prison's circumstances and why Hua Qirong and the others took an hour to arrive. Nevertheless, this was temporarily unrelated to him. Fang Chen cupped his fist in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Hua. No need. This is what you rightfully deserve, Hua Qirong chuckled lightly. By the way, do not think of acquiring items for your junior brother this time. I will strive to secure additional cultivation resources for you. With your innate talent for foundational cultivation, utilizing those resources will yield far greater benefits. In her eyes, Fang Chen, capable of foundational cultivation, was no longer a mere failure but rather a prodigious talent. Once she reported to the sect leader, he would soar to greatness, renowned throughout Danran. Fang Chen's expression shifted to one of urgency as he hastily waved his hands. No, Elder Hua, you need not procure cultivation resources for me. Instead, if you could provide me with some defensive weapons or escape talismans, preferably those that can extricate one from deadly traps in an instant. Cultivation resources? What difference was that from purchasing advanced mathematics textbooks for elementary students? He preferred to acquire items that would ensure his survival. Hua Qirong looked puzzled. Are you certain? Those are merely external possessions. Who does not require cultivation resources? Strengthening oneself is the true path. Relying on external powers is destined for short-lived success. Certain. Fang Chen nodded emphatically. Seeing his insistence, Hua Qirong, who disliked coercion, relented. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Thank you, Elder Hua, Fang Chen said, cupping his fist once more. There is one more matter, Hua Qirong continued. Your entry into the inner sect must be gradual. In the news of your foundational cultivation and subjugation of the winged beast shall remain undisclosed for the time being. You will need to maintain a low profile for a while. Fang Chen replied, It matters not, Elder Hua. I shall not feel wronged. He appeared calm on the surface, though inwardly he rejoiced, for he preferred not to enter the inner sect or reveal his foundational cultivation too soon. For him, without having found a solution to his cultivation methods, entering the inner sect would be futile. What if he gained a plethora of resources only to find himself still at the first level of foundational cultivation after years of effort? That would indeed be quite embarrassing. Hua Qirong observed Fang Chen's understanding demeanor and could not help but sigh. Feeling a twinge of remorse for depriving Fang Chen of the attention and reputation he rightfully deserved, Hua Qirong resolved to keep him concealed until the traitor within the sect could be apprehended. The recent escape of Yi Xiong from the beast prison indicated that there was indeed a spy among them. Given that only a handful of individuals were privy to the situation within the yin-yang furnace, Hua Qirong believed she could concoct an excuse to placate the matter. Rest assured, you shall receive the rewards you are due, that I can guarantee. After contemplating, Hua Qirong felt it necessary to reassure Fang Chen. Thank you, Elder Hua. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Subsequently, Hua Qirong bid farewell to Fang Chen, took flight, and vanished like a streak of light. After watching Hua Qirong depart, Fang Chen turned and returned. Meanwhile, as Hua Qirong left the picturesque Ingwang Lake, Jiang Ningyi and Ling Wanner were already back at the turtle platform. Along the wide descent of the turtle platform, towering trees lined both sides, lush and verdant. Jiang Ningyi and Ling Wanner walked down this path. Senior sister. I initially thought that Brother Fang had a dreadful temper, even worse than that of old Zhang, and I found him quite irksome. However, I must admit that he has the merit to back it up. He truly is formidable, having defeated that demon tiger and survived within the yin-yang furnace. Moreover, his bad temper prevented us from entering, fortuitously allowing us to escape a calamity. Therefore, I shall overlook his insults toward me. I've decided to return and ask old Zhang to help me prepare a gift, and tomorrow, I will invite Brother Shaoqing to accompany me to apologize and express my gratitude to Brother Fang. Ling Wanner remarked, twirling a blade of green grass in her hand. Initially, she had intended to abandon her plans for reconciliation regarding the confrontation with Fang Chen on Lingyun Peak due to her anger. However, after Fang Chen's victory over Yi Xiong and his rescue of Jiang Ningyi, she changed her mind. Ling Wanner understood that Yi Xiong had criticized Fang Chen for denying Jiang Ningyi entry, indicating that Yi Xiong's intended target was likely Jiang Ningyi. Had Fang Chen permitted them to enter earlier, it might have been Jiang Ningyi and herself who faced demise within the yin-yang furnace. Thus, Fang Chen had indirectly saved their lives. Nonetheless, his temper is far too intolerable. I prefer not to associate with such a person in the future. Lest I incur his wrath again, Ling Wanner muttered. Yet, despite the debt of gratitude owed for saving their lives, thoughts of Fang Chen's harsh treatment of Jiang Ningyi ignited a flicker of anger within her. While it was one thing to scold her, what right did he have to reprimand Jiang Ningyi? After Ling Wanner finished speaking, Jiang Ningyi suddenly interjected, Wanner, you may have misunderstood Brother Fang. What? Ling Wanner was taken aback. Brother Fang's temper is not as bad as you think, Jiang Ningyi stated, her delicate features reflecting a hint of complexity. He only scolded us to save us. What? Ling Wanner was momentarily stunned, grappling with disbelief. In response to her query, Jiang Ningyi did not answer directly, but instead posed a question. Wanner, may I ask you something? What is it? Fang Shixiang was able to survive for an hour within the yin-yang furnace. What do you think of his mastery of formations? Upon hearing this, Ling Wanner could not help but exclaim, he must be extraordinarily accomplished. I believe that none of the senior brothers and sisters in the foundation establishment stage could match Fang Xixiang's level of expertise. As the verdant leaves danced in the breeze, Jiang Ningyi paused, quietly inquiring, "Do you think Fang Xixiang could be aware when the demon tiger activated the formation plate of the yin-yang furnace?" At these words, Ling Wanner's expression tightened suddenly as she grasped the implication and replied awkwardly, "Well, I suppose he could." Ling Wanner was not foolish. With Jiang Ningyi hinting at such matters, the truth had become unmistakably clear. When Jiang Ningyi had just heard Hua Qirong praising Fang Chen's proficiency in formations, she had already come to a realization. Fang Chen's earlier humiliation of them was not an act of spite, but rather a means to save both herself and Ling Wanner. Otherwise, why did Fang Chen's initial reaction upon seeing them entail stepping forward only to retreat again? It was undoubtedly because he had sensed the demon tiger urging the yin-yang furnace, waiting for them to enter the formation. The moment they stepped into it, given the demon tiger's cultivation level, they would either perish or be gravely injured. It was precisely because Fang Xixiang was aware of these circumstances that he resorted to scolding and driving them away. With Fang Xixiang's meticulous mind, he must have realized that had he directly warned her of the danger, she would undoubtedly refuse to leave. Only through such extreme measures could he provoke her to depart. In light of this, Jiang Ningyi felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. It must be noted that she had recently been angered by Fang Chen's act of involving her in humiliation, thinking she had misjudged him. In retrospect, she recognized her own narrow-mindedness, judging others by her own standards. Fang Xixiang possessed a noble heart, akin to precious jade, and even after enduring years of misunderstanding and scorn, he remained untainted. How could he possibly be compared to ordinary individuals? In this moment, Jiang Ningyi had developed a deeper understanding and appreciation of Fang Chen. Chapter 23. The origin of the winged beast. Now that you possess a fundamental understanding of me, let it be known that from this moment forth, I shall assume the role of your master, and you may address me as father. Do you comprehend? Fang Chen stood before the winged beast, endeavoring to train him. Having just bid farewell to Hua Qirong, he returned to engage in conversation with the winged beast, accompanied by a brief self-introduction. The winged beast regarded the audacious Fang Chen. His indignation suppressed, and in a deep, rumbling voice, he replied, "Fang Chen, can we not consider ourselves brothers? Our futures are intertwined, facing life and death together. How can we distinguish ourselves by rank? The bond of master and servant is too superficial. Only the camaraderie of brothers can allow us to willingly entrust our backs to one another. If we consider the situation from your perspective, would you not harbor resentment if you were to be enslaved by me for an extended period?" Fang Chen pondered momentarily, acknowledging that he would indeed feel quite displeased. "Precisely," the winged beast continued, coaxing him gently. "If you are discontent, then so shall I be. Should I ever harbor treachery against you? It would be to your detriment as well. It would be far better for us to refer to one another as brothers, based on our ages. You may call me Brother Tiger, and I shall call you Brother Chen. Amidst the enmity between our kinds, we could forge a bond stronger than gold and iron. Would that not be a splendid tale?" Fang Chen found the tiger's reasoning quite compelling, clearly a creature of intellect, and thus felt a burgeoning respect for this scholarly tiger. He responded, "Then how about you call me father? Wouldn't that also be a wonderful narrative?" The winged beast retorted, "You stubborn child. Enough with such talk. I find it unappealing." Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively and moved aside to sit upon a large stone. The winged beast, realizing he could not escape the fate of servitude, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, his heavy tiger visage collapsing into a despondent pile. "Do recover your strength swiftly," Fang Chen instructed. "Once you are restored, you must take responsibility for the state of my courtyard, which you have so thoroughly disordered. I shall gather some books on home renovation for you. Once you have learned, you will assist me in restoring the walls, preferably in an elegant European style. Furthermore, you must tend to the flowers and plants as well." Upon hearing this, the winged beast pressed his ears flat against his head, remaining utterly silent, resembling a lifeless creature. Observing his melancholy, Fang Chen chuckled, saying, all right, I was merely jesting. How could I bear to impose such labor upon you?" The winged beast's ears perked up once more. Fang Chen continued, "After all, you are far too large to manage such tasks effectively. It would be better for you to assist me with other duties, such as disposing of waste or excavating a lake, as I am contemplating expanding my hot spring area." The winged beast's gaze gradually turned vacant. "Now, let us discuss how you came to be captured by the Danren sect," Fang Chen inquired. The winged beast replied weakly, "I was betrayed by my elder brother." "Betrayed by your elder brother? What transpired?" Fang Chen was taken aback. astonished by the unexpected gossip. Would you like to hear the details? The winged beast asked. Of course. It is human nature to be drawn to gossip. Fang Chen nodded affirmatively. I have no desire to dispose of waste, nor to excavate hot springs. I am willing to assist you in battle, Yixiong stated earnestly. Fang Chen, caught in a dilemma, replied, Then shall I refrain from summoning Elder Hua? Yixiong gazed into the distance and remarked, In the year of my birth. A significant event transpired within the Qiankuan sacred tiger clan. What event? Fang Chen inquired. That year, my mother bore 108 sacred tiger bloodlines. Astonishing the demon realm, Yixiong answered. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 108 treasures in a single birth? Is this some sort of jest? Ordinary demon tigers typically give birth to only 2 or 3 cubs. The Qiankuan sacred tiger bloodline is exceedingly rare. Sustained by the very essence of heaven and earth, the elders of the clan often struggle to reproduce, and it is a remarkable occurrence when a sacred tiger bloodline appears, with at most 2 being born. In that year, the scarcity of new bloodlines was alarming, with only 1 juvenile sacred tiger born, leading to the belief that the clan was on the brink of extinction. Yet, my mother, seemingly favored by fate, after merging her essence with my father, bore 108 sacred tiger bloodlines. That night, countless demons believed the Qiankuan sacred tiger clan was destined to rise. Yixiong sighed deeply, stating that those 108 sacred tiger bloodlines did not disappoint. Nearly all awakened their bloodlines, with one even possessing a sacred grade bloodline at birth, which thrilled the entire clan. Fang Chen was taken aback. A sacred grade bloodline. In the realm of cultivation, levels are categorized as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, returning to void, harmonizing Tao, tribulation crossing, and great ascension, 9 in total. The demon race is no exception. A demon sage corresponds to a human's tribulation stage. As for a sacred grade bloodline, it ensures that this Qiankuan sacred tiger, as long as it survives, will undoubtedly become a demon sage. This thought filled Fang Chen with concern. The Qiankuan sacred tiger clan seemed formidable. Does this mean he could no longer bully Yixiong? Perhaps he should reconsider letting him pursue massage therapy. Unaware of Fang Chen's thoughts, Yixiong continued. However, among those 108 sacred tiger bloodlines, there are some who do not enjoy the favor of heaven. That is me. I am the only one among my siblings who has not awakened a bloodline. At this point, Fang Chen's expression softened with sympathy, and he comforted. So, you could be considered inept? Yixiong, irritated, retorted, Are you even listening? I am. Please. Continue, Fang Chen chuckled. Yixiong elaborated. Due to the previous scarcity of juvenile tigers in our clan, it was mandated that immature cubs must receive ample resources. Even if adult sacred tigers had to sacrifice their own resources, they must ensure the young tigers are well provided for. Thus, even without awakening my bloodline, I consumed a significant share of resources, which led to discontent among my brothers. On one occasion, my 9th brother, having failed in his breakthrough and feeling humiliated after being bested by our 106th brother, stormed into my mountain lair in a fury, injuring me and accusing me of hoarding resources, forcefully demanding that I relinquish them. Naturally, I refused and summoned an elder of our clan to mediate, resulting in his punishment and confinement for half a year. Therefore, my 9th royal brother, harboring discontent, deliberately devised a scheme to ensnare me, forcing me into the battlefield of immortals and demons where I faced perilous encounters, nearly losing my life. Ultimately, I was captured by the disciples of the Dawn Serenity sect and imprisoned in a beast cage. Within that cage, whether it was due to overwhelming hatred or the awakening of my bloodline, I finally manifested the imperial bloodline. Fang Chen marveled, the demon emperor. This is indeed at the level of the great ascension. The winged fiend slowly spoke, a glint of sharpness in his gaze, exuding an air of dominance as he declared. At that moment, I realized I am the destined king of the future sacred tiger clan. I shall return to the demon realm and take vengeance on my 9th royal brother, making him understand what true cruelty is. Fang Chen, intrigued, interjected. But you are currently under my control. How do you intend to seek revenge? The imposing winged fiend was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 24. A detailed study of system usage. Fang Chen approached the formidable winged fiend and plopped down beside him, affectionately stroking the creature's tiger-like head. Do you have any plans for revenge? He inquired, as he caressed the creature. Fang Chen thought to himself that the thrill of petting this magnificent beast far surpassed that of merely petting a domestic cat. What was once present was now absent. Winged Fiend shook himself a few times, unable to break free from Fang Chen's grasp, and finally slumped down. I have no idea if that scoundrel is still alive since I left the Danren sect. Fang Chen offered some consolation. Don't be so despondent. Have you never considered that you might never truly escape? Wing Fiend gazed silently at Fang Chen, his expression a mix of resignation and contemplation. Seeing Wing Fiend's demeanor, Fang Chen erupted into laughter, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He then posed a critical question. Does your ninth Imperial brother know you are still alive? The significance of this inquiry was paramount, not out of concern for Wing Fiend, but rather for his own safety. If the other party were to discover that Wing Fiend still lived and had even manifested an Imperial bloodline, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. In such a scenario, Fang Chen, as his master, could also find himself in peril. Thus, Fang Chen resolved to swiftly acquire pertinent information and prepare himself for the possibility of betraying Wing Fiend. It is unlikely, Wing Fiend replied. My ninth Imperial brother is not exceptionally gifted. Among our clan's 108 brothers, he does not rank among the elite. Given his status, coupled with the resources of the Danren sect, I doubt he is aware of my circumstances. Fang Chen nodded slightly in agreement, relieved that he could momentarily set aside thoughts of betrayal. How did you manage to escape the beast prison this time? He recalled another pressing matter. His heart tightening as he asked, was it the powerful members of your clan who rescued you? If the Holy Tiger clan became aware that he had captured one of their own as a beast slave, they would surely seek revenge. Although Fang Chen reassured himself that he could not be killed unless by a fated adversary, the potential threat of an unexpected Holy Tiger loomed large. It was prudent to proceed with caution. Not at all, Wing Fiend shook his head. I managed to escape the beast prison thanks to the intervention of some elder demons, who, recognizing my noble bloodline, could not bear the thought of my life being squandered. They fortuitously acquired a yin-yang furnace array plate from an unknown source and dedicated 2.5 years to modifying it specifically for human cultivators. As long as I refine Jiangningi, my cultivation is likely to advance to the second tier, level 9. If my bloodline's power can be harnessed, I might even leap directly to the third tier. If I reach the third tier, I will have a solid chance of leaving the Danren sect. The demon race's hierarchy consists of first tier, second tier, third tier, fourth tier, demon king, demon emperor, demon sovereign, demon saint, and demon emperor. The third tier that Wing Fiend referred to equates to the golden core stage in human cultivation. That makes sense, but do you truly believe you can escape? Fang Chen remarked. Wing Fiend fell silent. In truth, Fang Chen harbored doubts that even achieving the golden core would guarantee a successful escape. Even if Wing Fiend were to eliminate someone as significant as Jiang Ningyi, Fang Chen did not believe that the higher-ups within the sect would remain unperturbed. At this moment, Fang Chen was beset by a wave of doubt. Perhaps the recent escape of the Winged Fiend was a trap, targeting none other than Jiang Ningyi. It seemed that even the Danren sect was rife with intrigue and deception, which left Fang Chen pensive. However, one must consider that even the imperial bloodline of the Winged Fiend could not ascend to the status of the fated child within the system. When confronted with the true fated child, Jiang Ningyi, Fang Chen harbored little belief that this foolish creature could emerge unscathed from the yin-yang furnace. Subsequently, Fang Chen's investigation into the Winged Fiend reached a conclusion, and he turned his attention to his own system. After a day of exploration, he had garnered a fundamental understanding of it. Although the system seemed predisposed to betray its host, it was not a road to inevitable doom. Fang Chen realized that to survive the trials imposed by this treacherous system, he must deftly exploit its flaws and continuously reap its benefits. Furthermore, due to the stipulation that he could only perish at the hands of the fated child, he found himself invulnerable. A certain satisfaction blossomed within him. In many respects, he now possessed a sense of invincibility. However, this did not grant him the liberty to act recklessly. While he could not be killed, should someone grow sufficiently powerful to overpower him, they could certainly capture him and subject him to a lifetime of torment. Imagine being plunged into the depths of the ocean, drowned thousands of times only to be resurrected, and then drowned again. The thought was indeed chilling. The system would not concern itself with his suffering. Additionally, he feared that there were those who might seek to dissect him, to unravel the mystery of his resilience. There was even the grim possibility that he could be used as an alchemical ingredient, as practitioners of dark arts often favored the essence of foundational cultivators for their potions. What if a dark mage uncovered his secret and imprisoned him, forcing him into a lifetime of providing materials for their nefarious concoctions? Such thoughts sent shivers down Fang Chen's spine. It was utterly terrifying. Yet, after grappling with his dread, a bold idea suddenly sparked within him. Wait, if others could use him for alchemy, could he not also use himself? Would that be considered a descent into the dark arts? No, surely not. As he stroked his chin, he found this notion intriguing. Of course, he resolved not to pursue such drastic measures unless he found himself at a dead end. Inflicting wounds upon himself daily would surely be unbearable. Thus, Fang Chen temporarily set aside this idea. As for Shearing, the life and death duel should pose no further concern, he mused, and regarding Jiangning, his stellar performance would likely prevent her from developing any secret affections for him. Although triumphing over the winged fiend would enhance his reputation, his earlier exceptional acting would not hinder Jiangning from perceiving him as a person of ill temper. This was not a significant issue. He still held the advantage. The system could not bring about his demise. With that, Fang Chen rose from his seat, stating, "I shall retire now. You may rest in the courtyard." Just then, the winged fiend, who was recuperating, interjected, "Are you not going to cultivate?" Over the years spent in the beast prison, he had encountered numerous cultivators. Yet, none of them were ever asleep. Who among them did not close their eyes to cultivate their energy? Why was Fang Chen such an exception? Cultivation? Nonsense. At such a young age. How could one possibly cultivate? At this age, one ought to indulge in play, don't you think? Fang Chen, with a tone of profound earnestness, remarked, "My cultivation of the heavenly Tao foundation was achieved through play. Is that truly the case?" Shearing was instantly taken aback. With an open-minded disposition, one can effortlessly comprehend the great way. If one wishes to sleep, then sleep. If one desires to play, then play. Why be constrained by the rigidity of cultivation? Your imperial-grade bloodline is indeed exceptional, yet your realm remains somewhat lacking, which is why you linger at the 5th tier of foundation establishment. Alas! After disdainfully shaking his head, Fang Chen waved his sleeve and departed. As he observed Fang Chen's receding figure and recalled his own futile struggle and battle, Shearing found himself plunged into deep contemplation. The words of one at the Heavenly Tao Foundation must surely be laden with profound significance. Could it be that Fang Chen was indeed correct? Chapter 25, Body Refinement? On the following day, as Fang Chen rose from his slumber, individuals from the outer sect arrived to repair the courtyard and attend to the aftermath. This task had been entrusted to them by Shearing. However, these workers were mere mortals. Not all members of a cultivation sect are cultivators. Indeed, there are many ordinary individuals employed to assist them. Observing this, Fang Chen instructed Shearing to supervise while he ventured outside. Of course, Shearing did not maintain his formidable form, lest he frightened the workers. Instead, he transformed into a 1.5-meter-long tiger, quietly watching over each person. Thanks to Shearing's presence, none dared to slack off. After leaving his residence, Fang Chen utilized the concealment technique to mask his aura at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, nodding in satisfaction as he proceeded directly towards the summit of Ingguang Lake Mountain. The peak not only provided access to the main road leading to the turtle platform, but also housed many significant locations of the outer sect. For instance, the Bai Courtyard, where various talents were taught, the dueling arena where Fang Chen had agreed to a life and death battle with Shearing and signed the contract, as well as the transmission hall. In addition to imparting cultivation methods, the transmission hall also contained a vast collection of books. Fang Chen intended to spend the day perusing the text there, hoping to discover a solution to his inability to cultivate. He was unwilling to place his life entirely in the hands of the system. After all, the system's primary objective seemed to be orchestrating his demise at the hands of Shearing, who could predict what further mischief that individual might concoct. Relying solely on Shearing for cultivation was utterly unwise. Only by uncovering an alternative path could he secure his future. As a cultivator, one must possess an independent route for cultivation. What if the system were to place him in jeopardy one day? However, on his way, Fang Chen overheard discussions regarding the events of the previous night. Did you hear the commotion at Fang Laogo's residence yesterday? Are you referring to that explosion? Yes. What on earth happened? Do you think he perished? Certainly not. I've heard from my sister-in-law's close friend, whose uncle lives next door to the inner sect. That Fang Laogo situation has been circulating. What happened? It is said that a beast escaped from the beast prison and intended to kill Fang Laogo to replenish its vitality. However, due to Fang Laogo's esteemed lineage and the presence of a family heirloom for protection, he survived until Elder Hua arrived to rescue him. What a pity. In front of Fang Chen, several children at the 1st layer of qi refinement were carrying a basket of herbs while engaging in this conversation. Upon learning that Fang Chen was unharmed, the expressions of the young boys and girls revealed their disappointment. What are you lamenting? Huh? Would you rather I be dead? At that moment, a sinister laughter emerged from behind them. The children froze in place, then turned around in disbelief. When Fang Chen's visage came into view, they instantly screamed in terror and fled in a panic. Watching the frightened children of the first layer of qi refinement scatter, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he concealed himself in the shadows, eavesdropping on numerous discussions regarding the explosion that had occurred at Ingguang Lake Mountain the previous day. After successfully scaring away nearly 30 children and young people, Fang Chen felt an immense satisfaction within. One cannot deny that Elder Hua possesses a remarkable skill in manipulating public opinion. Presently, various messages concerning last night's events abound in a kaleidoscope of interpretations. For instance, some claim that Fang Chen single-handedly annihilated a fifth-tier foundational beast with a single punch. Others assert that he utilized a legendary treasure from the void to seek refuge in an alternate realm. There are also whispers that Fang Chen harbors 9 formidable fox spirits at home, who simultaneously tackle his challenges while assisting him in resolving his predicaments. Furthermore, the official stance of the Danren sect has been articulated. It was Fang Chen who privately excavated a hot spring, inadvertently triggering the sect's protective array at Ingguang Lake, resulting in an explosion that has already cost them considerable spiritual stones. However, this explanation has garnered little credibility. The most esteemed theory remains that a beast escaped from the beast prison, and Fang Chen employed the Fang family's treasures to preserve his life. Yet, amidst the bombardment of such diverse information, no one genuinely believes he defeated the winged fiend. Of course, until the truth is unveiled, it is imperative that the winged fiend does not leave his abode. Otherwise, allowing it to acknowledge Fang Chen as its master would inevitably lead the informed to deduce certain truths. Atop Ingguang Lake Mountain, Fang Chen approached a 4-story wooden tower at the edge of a precipice. A sign hung before the tower, inscribed with the 3 prominent characters, Transmitting Pavilion. From an exterior perspective, the Transmitting Pavilion appears quite diminutive, seemingly accommodating no more than a dozen individuals. Just the disciples entering and exiting at the entrance felt capable of crowding the space to the point of suffocation. Yet, upon stepping inside, Fang Chen was greeted by a breathtaking transformation. An interminable corridor unfolded before him. On either side, a series of red-painted wooden doors stood silently, with an expanse of darkness stretching between each door. In that moment, Fang Chen felt as if he were suspended in the void itself. The other disciples who had been traversing the Transmitting Pavilion had vanished entirely. This is the true essence of the Transmitting Pavilion. It is a manifestation of spatial sorcery. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim in awe. Even though memories of the Transmitting Pavilion had previously graced his mind, experiencing it firsthand left him profoundly astounded. After all, such scenes, in his previous life, would have required a trip to the cinema or at least a premium subscription to witness. Subsequently, Fang Chen ventured further inside. Typically, if an ordinary disciple were to visit the Transmitting Pavilion for the first time, an elder would be present to provide guidance and familiarize them with the pavilion. However, since this was not Fang Chen's inaugural visit, no one came forth to assist him. The procedure of the Transmitting Pavilion is thus: aside from rooms inaccessible due to insufficient permissions or cultivation levels, all remaining rooms allow free reading of the content within the jade slips. Should one find something of interest, they may purchase it and take it away. The method of purchase is through contribution points. Contribution points can be earned by completing tasks in various locations within the Danren sect or by submitting a certain amount of spiritual stones to directly acquire them. With his family's wealth, Fang Chen currently has no concerns regarding his contribution points. He then entered a room marked with the sign miscellaneous and pushed the door open. Before his eyes, a fleeting vision appeared, and Fang Chen found himself in a study. Within this room, there were approximately 100 wooden shelves, each adorned with jade slips. At the entrance lay a jade slip for inquiries. By picking up a jade slip, one could ascertain the whereabouts of any desired slip. However, Fang Chen had no need for such inquiries at the moment. He had entered this chamber with the intent of sifting through the sands to discover a direction that might be applicable to him. After perusing for a while, Fang Chen gleaned various cultivation methods. The predominant approach was spiritual cultivation, a choice favored by the majority, including Fang Chen himself previously. This method relied on the breathing techniques to enhance one's strength. Following that was sword cultivation, which focused on mastering a flying sword. The prowess of the flying sword correlated with one's cultivation level, and its lethality was exceedingly formidable. Yet, it demanded a high level of innate talent. Zhang was a prime example of such excellence. Then came talisman cultivation, which involved the mastery of talismans. Some individuals, solely practicing their techniques or flying swords, advanced at a sluggish pace. However, While drawing talismans, they could more intimately absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, thereby completing their cultivation. Thus, the class of talisman cultivators was born. The talismans available in the market were all crafted by these cultivators. Weapon cultivation, of which sword cultivation is a subset, encompasses the training of various weapons such as knives, spears, and staves. There are also other methods involving the cultivation of life-prolonging elixirs, formation techniques, and the mastery of literary phrases, all aimed at cultivating an aura of righteousness. The rationale behind their emergence was similar to that of talisman cultivators. Straightforward cultivation was often sluggish. Yet, once they relied on these methods, their progress could be rapid and unstoppable. After absorbing the free insights from these methods, Fang Chen placed the jade slips back onto the shelves and sighed deeply. Though these methods appeared to be distinct approaches to cultivation, in essence, they merely reflected superficial differences. Talisman cultivation, weapon cultivation, sword cultivation, all were merely variations in offensive technique. They shared a crucial common prerequisite, the ability to absorb spiritual energy and engage in breathing techniques. Yet, Fang Chen's dilemma lay in his inability to absorb even a trace of spiritual energy. Changing methods seemed futile. Just then, a novel cultivation method caught Fang Chen's eye within the jade slips, body cultivation. This method fundamentally differed from all others. It required no spiritual root, no breathing techniques, only the self. Upon discovering this method, Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be? Was this not the method he had longed for? As he continued to read, however, an odd expression crossed his face. This method could be practiced by any cultivator simultaneously, provided they were willing to exert effort. Rewards were assured. Whether through spiritual cultivation, talisman cultivation, or elixir cultivation, one could, in their spare time, employ body cultivation to strengthen oneself. Chapter 26. Seeking methods. The remaining methods consist solely of refining one's spiritual energy through breathing techniques and physical conditioning. It is only through physical cultivation that one can best temper their limbs and bones. Upon reaching this point, Fang Chen ceased to indulge in free access and instead utilized his contribution points to unlock the subsequent content. After thoroughly perusing the introduction to physical cultivation, Fang Chen stroked his chin, gaining a preliminary understanding of physical cultivation in this world. Physical cultivation is akin to fitness, albeit of a more intense variety. On Earth, fitness typically involves high repetition, high-weight anaerobic exercises that tear muscle fibers, followed by recovery through nutrition, such as protein supplements, which ultimately leads to muscle growth. In this realm, physical cultivation entails an even more aggressive tearing of muscle. According to the Jade Slip, the most basic form of physical cultivation requires practitioners to push themselves to the point of bleeding. Generally speaking, this constitutes an injury. However, due to the rapid recovery afforded by spiritual medicines, such injuries can typically mend overnight, leaving no lasting effects. The remarkably low threshold for physical cultivation in this world, requiring only exercise and the consumption of spiritual medicines, allows any cultivator to engage in it. The primary benefit of physical cultivation is the enhancement of physical strength and mental clarity, thereby better supporting other forms of cultivation. Thus, Fang Chen found himself disheartened, pondering whether his aspirations of achieving a breakthrough through physical cultivation had been rendered futile. He had hoped to leverage physical cultivation to attain effects similar to those of spiritual or sword cultivation, such as advancing to the foundation establishment or golden core stages. Yet, it appeared that physical cultivation could not facilitate such achievements. Although physical cultivation does have its own levels of mastery, the Jade Slip indicated that even the pinnacle of physical cultivation, without any assistance from spiritual energy, could at best match the defensive and offensive capabilities of a golden core cultivator. Should one aspire to unleash terrifying spells capable of spanning hundreds or thousands of meters, physical cultivation would fall short. Moreover, advancing to the golden core stage through physical cultivation demands considerably more time than it does for ordinary cultivators. Thus, physical cultivation is typically adopted by cultivators who encounter a bottleneck in their progression. For instance, a deity-level cultivator who finds their cultivation stagnant may spend 500 to 600 years honing their physique to reach the golden core stage through physical cultivation. After digesting the paid content of the Jade Slip, Fang Chen stored it away in his spatial ring and let out a sigh of disappointment. Physical cultivation was not the perfect match he had envisioned. Yet, on the other hand, it remained the sole method available to him at present. Setting aside the matter of cultivation level, mastering physical cultivation could indeed extend one's lifespan. Furthermore, A golden core stage in physical cultivation is quite desirable, far superior to languishing indefinitely at the foundation establishment first level. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen reassured himself, having something is certainly better than having nothing. Moreover, with the immortal body bestowed upon him by the system, wouldn't his efficiency in physical cultivation surpass that of others by 100-fold? Once he reaches the point of bleeding from injuries, he could simply use a couple of pounds of the foundation establishment-grade heart-shattering crimson to recover. At that time, he could engage in round-the-clock cultivation. Subsequently, Fang Chen lingered in the transmission pavilion for a brief period, yet regrettably, he found nothing of interest. He had intended to inquire about physical cultivation techniques, but the pavilion offered none. According to its doctrine, physical cultivators require no specific methods, merely the act of rigorous training. Within the Darren sect, there exists a locale known as Ruayue Valley, a haven for physical cultivators. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen departed the transmission pavilion and made his way to Ruayue Valley. Upon descending from the Yinguang Lake Mountain, Fang Chen entered Ruayue Valley. The original owner of this body had been rather indolent, unwilling to endure hardship, thus he knew little about Ruayue Valley. However, one thing perplexed him. During his journey, he encountered a multitude of individuals, young and old alike, all seemingly en route to Ruayue Valley. This left him bewildered. Was physical cultivation truly that popular? It appeared that everyone was quite dedicated. A sense of urgency stirred within Fang Chen. He realized he must also strive diligently. Yet, this sense of urgency did not linger long. Upon entering Ruayue Valley, he quickly understood why the place attracted so many people. Ruayue Valley was vast, spacious enough to accommodate thousands engaging in various activities. At that moment, the valley was abuzz with fervor, as everyone joyfully practiced their skills. However, the nature of their training left Fang Chen momentarily speechless. In the distance, he observed individuals engaged in a massive game of kickball. When one player, unable to surpass his opponent, resorted to using supernatural abilities, a tremendous blaze erupted, incinerating the goalpost standing in midair. Following this, a stern instructor, visibly displeased, waved his robe, summoning a great purple hand from the heavens to apprehend the offender. Nearby, a group was engaged in a tug-of-war. Just as one team seemed on the verge of victory, a sudden gust of wind scattered them chaotically, prompting an outburst of curses from the defeated team. Some individuals rode horses at a gallop in the equestrian arena, while others stood on one leg atop wooden stumps, pushing against one another in a contest of balance. In a less discernible area, a group frolicked on an expanse of ice that had been conjured. Gazing over the scene, Fang Chen noted that apart from a handful of individuals who were genuinely practicing martial arts, archery, and weightlifting to the point of injury and exhaustion, the majority were merely engaging in play. Was this truly the manner of training for physical cultivators? Fang Chen was astonished. No wonder these people relished their time in Ruayue Valley. Who wouldn't enjoy such revelry? However, one could not entirely dismiss the validity of their approach. After all, they were utilizing no spiritual energy, relying solely on their physical prowess, which constituted a form of cultivation. Nevertheless, Fang Chen felt that the elderly gentlemen playing chess beneath the pavilion hardly qualified as practitioners. He cast a glance at their game of Go, shaking his head slightly. Instead of diligently honing their skills, they squandered time playing chess. Such a lack of ambition. They would likely remain at the foundational level for their entire lives. Subsequently, he slowly approached, intending to point and comment behind the old man. No regrets in the game. Just then, an elderly man with white hair shouted. Another bald elder exclaimed in urgency. What? I regret a move? Last time I went to the immortal demon battlefield, I slew 8 demon kings and allocated 4 of them to you. What harm is there in my regretting a move now? The white-haired elder fell silent at once. Fang Chen was taken aback. Demon kings? How powerful are they? Let me calculate. Transformation stage? Fang Chen quietly retreated. What are you searching for? At that moment, a hand suddenly patted Fang Chen on the back. Turning around, he saw an elder, his expression grave and serious, quietly observing him. Taken aback, Fang Chen instinctively replied, I came to seek methods for physical cultivation. In his mind, he wondered, where did this old man come from? Is he an elder from the guidance hall of Ruayue Valley? Then you've come to the right place. I shall teach you. Follow me. Upon hearing this, the elder spoke in a calm tone. After saying this, he turned and began to walk away. Where are you going? Fang Chen felt that the elder was rather peculiar and hesitated to follow. He instinctively inquired. The elder halted, turned to Fang Chen, and with a slight smirk, delivered a response, to die. Chapter 27. The ancient divine body. Upon hearing this answer, Fang Chen immediately displayed a look of bewilderment. What on earth does this old man intend to do? Do not accompany him. He is a lunatic. Those who have recently arrived at Ryua Valley have all been deceived. If you truly wish to cultivate, go left. That direction harbors the most fervent practitioners of physical cultivation. At that moment, a kind-hearted elder, leading a horse past Fang Chen, offered a warning. After speaking, he gracefully departed, leaving behind a series of melodious neighs. Thank you. Fang Chen intended to express his gratitude. But before he could utter a word, he was taken aback by the sight of the elder hastily passing by with the horse. What on earth is this peculiar appearance? Fang Chen pondered, utterly perplexed. Hurry along. Why are you dawdling here? The old man, noticing Fang Chen's reluctance to follow, furrowed his brow and said, Do you not desire to learn my esteemed Li Fu's techniques? Ha. Fang Chen chuckled awkwardly. Esteemed elder. I just remembered I have some pressing matters to attend to. I shall return to cultivate another time. To be honest, even without the elder with the horse passing by, Fang Chen was internally hesitant to depart with him. Who wishes to court death? When opportunities present themselves, one must seize them. It seems you are indeed lacking in fate. Upon witnessing Fang Chen's hesitation, the old man scoffed coldly, casting a disappointed glance at him before turning away. Fang Chen shrugged, redirecting his steps toward the direction indicated by the elder. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps when the system suddenly chimed. Ding! Detection of the inheritor complete. The inheritor is the entity that provides the finest techniques to the child of destiny. Inheritor, Li Fu. Li Fu, the preeminent master of physical cultivation, throughout his life. Intertwined ancient legends of physical cultivation, ultimately creating the pinnacle technique, ancient divine body. This technique can shatter the constraints of physical cultivation, enabling practitioners to attain a physique worthy of immortals. After comprehending this technique, Li Fu succumbed to a state of chaotic spirit, losing his reason and descending into madness. Spending his days searching for an inheritor, after wandering for many years, he settled at the Danran sect. However, due to the overwhelming power of ancient divine body and its stringent requirements for practitioners, Li Fu has searched for 37 years, yet has found no one. To ensure that Li Fu's ancient divine body does not fade into obscurity, the host is requested to seek out a child of destiny possessing the following physical attributes to accept Li Fu's inheritance, thereby contributing to the legacy of the Tao. Required attributes: undying divine phoenix body, indestructible body of eternal tribulation, etc. As the words faded, Fang Chen stood frozen, his eyes widening in astonishment, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. This. Li Fu appears to be a madman, yet he is indeed formidable. Now, Fang Chen felt a twinge of regret, beginning to introspect. It dawned upon him why he was not a child of destiny, why he lacked the protagonist's fate. Had he possessed such a fate, encountering a lunatic like Li Fu, he might not have only stayed but would have been curious enough to accompany him, thus obtaining the ancient divine body. However, at that moment, a troubling thought crossed Fang Chen's mind. Could this old fellow be lusting after his body? How embarrassing. Fang Chen mused inwardly, while his gaze began to fervently search for Li Fu's presence. Once he locked onto Li Fu's figure, he immediately approached with a beaming smile, his heart ablaze with excitement, thinking, finally, the system has bestowed upon him a stroke of fortune. No longer was he the unfortunate child of destiny destined for demise, but rather a successor endowed with a body cultivation technique capable of transcending the celestial realm. This was truly remarkable. As for the system's directive to find a suitable child of destiny to receive the inheritance, it was hardly unreasonable for him to first comprehend how to cultivate this technique, was it? And then to reach the Mahayana stage himself? Was that too much to ask? After all, to be fair, how could one identify an appropriate child of destiny without a thorough understanding of the technique, or without having reached the Mahayana stage themselves? Only through personal experience could one assist others. This, indeed, was the essence of self-sacrifice for the benefit of others. Seniorly, Fang Chen called out, intercepting Li Fu amidst the crowd. He had initially considered addressing him as master directly, but reflecting on the possibility that the technique might be exceedingly powerful yet unsuitable for him, he opted for a more polite approach. What is it? Li Fu inquired, frowning at Fang Chen. I wish to learn about your body cultivation methods, Fang Chen replied, his smile tinged with a newfound modesty. Didn't you just refuse? Li Fu scoffed. Seniorly, such accusations are unfounded. Fang Chen hastily retorted, I mentioned earlier that I had matters to attend to, but now that they are resolved, I have come to inquire about your technique. Matters resolved? What matters did you attend to? Li Fu asked with a cold smirk. Fang Chen felt a pang of embarrassment. He was quite the interrogator. Was this truly the demeanor of a man lost in confusion and reason? Unfazed, Fang Chen replied. I merely had an urgent need to relieve myself. You are a cultivator. Why would you need to relieve yourself? Li Fu waved dismissively, his skepticism evident. Seeing this, Fang Chen could only roll his eyes and admit, all right, I was actually observing the cultivation methods of others, and I found them lacking in comparison to your esteemed prowess, which made me regret my earlier dismissal. At these words, Li Fu suddenly beamed with delight and laughed heartily. Ha. Now that is more like it. That sentiment resonates with me. Come with me, and I shall show you what the true world of body cultivation entails. With that, Li Fu turned and departed. Fang Chen exhaled in relief. It seemed the old man was indeed quite proud. Yet, with a bit of flattery, he could be easily appeased. Wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, Fang Chen followed suit. Meanwhile, the onlookers regarded Fang Chen and Li Fu's departure from Ruoyue Valley with bewilderment. Had another mad ant arrived at Ruoyue Valley? After leaving Ruoyue Valley, the duo swiftly made their way to the mountainside of Yingwang Lake, where, under Li Fu's guidance, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. This is the place, Li Fu announced, coming to a halt. Fang Chen followed suit, pausing beside him. Standing resolutely at the edge of the cliff, Li Fu did not engage in any pleasantries. Instead, he turned and directly inquired, Now, I ask you, where is your body's strongest part? I believe it to be my left arm. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before slowly raising his left arm, revealing a confident smile. Excellent. I concur that your left arm is indeed robust. Li Fu remarked with a hint of admiration, then continued, in that case, go ahead and tear it off. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was immediately plunged into deep contemplation. Chapter 28, The Ancient Divine Body, Introductory section. After a moment of silence, Fang Chen hesitantly confirmed, Senior, could you please reiterate what you just said? Sever your left arm. Li Fu insisted. Why must I tear off my left arm? Fang Chen sought to comprehend the rationale behind this peculiar demand. Without sacrificing your left arm, how can you cultivate it to greater strength? Li Fu retorted, then recalled something and added, do not discard the severed limb. Instead, refine it with spiritual fire until it transforms into essence blood, which you shall then consume. Fang Chen was left speechless. He had initially considered his idea of using his own body for alchemical purposes as unrivaled, only to discover that this Mr. Li was even more audacious than he. Noticing Fang Chen's silence, Li Fu furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you not speaking because you lack the desire to cultivate? If so, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart. However, Fang Chen hastily grasped Li Fu's arm, exclaiming, Senior Li, my silence does not imply a lack of desire to cultivate. I am merely curious and have a question to pose. Li Fu frowned and retorted, Why are you so tedious? Speak. What is your question? Fang Chen asked. If I were to sever my left arm for refinement, would I not then be left without a left arm? How could I then achieve strength? Setting aside the notion of his ability to resurrect, if he were to assume he could not, with his current cultivation, once his arm was refined, he would have to expend a significant fortune on elixirs, seek the assistance of alchemists, or even have a prosthetic crafted for himself. Cultivators emphasize the importance of cultivating from the innate spiritual womb, as it fosters a more harmonious and fluid progression towards profound realms. To Fang Chen's understanding, the original form is the superior state. If he were to follow Li Fu's suggestion, the original would be irrevocably lost. At that moment, Li Fu paused, taken aback by Fang Chen's words, and then furrowed his brows, retorting, You cannot even achieve limb regeneration? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was utterly astounded, followed by immense shock. How can an ordinary foundation-building cultivator accomplish such a feat? He silently added. He reminded himself that he possessed a system, and thus was not an ordinary foundation-building cultivator. You cannot manage even this trivial matter? Li Fu's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by a look of disdain as he scoffed. Then you are unworthy of this opportunity to cultivate my technique. Go back. With that, Li Fu turned and swiftly made his way back to Ruoyue Valley. Fang Chen barely had time to plead for him to stay. Fang Chen stood in silence, contemplating Li Fu's retreating figure. Was this Li Fu truly a normal person? He began to understand why the system insisted he learn Li Fu's legacy as the child of destiny. Such a requirement, aside from himself and the child of destiny, could not be met by an ordinary individual. Moreover, this technique could not even be fulfilled by an average child of destiny. It necessitated a person endowed with a unique constitution to possess the extraordinary ability of limb regeneration during the chi refining and foundation building stages. To demand limb regeneration right from the outset seemed to imply that, as one delved deeper into the practice, the expectation would be for the cultivator to achieve death and rebirth. Aside from himself, who else could possibly achieve such a miraculous resurrection? Alas, it seems that if I do not practice this technique, who else will? I can only humbly take on the role of the destined one and give the method another attempt. In the bustling Yaya Valley, Fang Chen once again sought out Li Fu. At that moment, Li Fu was glaring at two children who were fleeing farther away, a cold smile playing on his lips, proclaiming that those unworthy could never cultivate his techniques. Seniorly, at this juncture, a voice emerged from behind Li Fu. "What now? You again?" Li Fu turned around, his gaze landing on Fang Chen's face, and he impatiently retorted, "I have already stated that you cannot undergo rebirth by severing your limbs. You are incapable of mastering my techniques. Do not persist in bothering me." The cultivators nearby possessed exceptionally keen hearing. The practitioners around them fell into silence upon hearing these words. Is there truly no one to manage this madman? Yet Fang Chen earnestly remarked, "Senior, I have just remembered that I can indeed undergo rebirth by severing my limbs. I simply forgot while attending to my needs earlier, but now I recollect. Might you be willing to impart your techniques to me?" "Really?" Li Fu raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "I assure you." Fang Chen nodded seriously. "Then come with me." Seeing this, Li Fu swiftly departed, and Fang Chen hurriedly followed suit. At this moment, onlookers recognized Fang Chen. Although most were prominent figures from various inner sects and had not heard of Fang Chen's nickname, they recognized that he was the young man who had just expressed a desire to take Li Fu as his master. They had initially assumed Fang Chen to be yet another lunatic, but now they understood. He was clearly feigning madness and foolishness, falsely claiming to possess the ability to sever and regenerate limbs, merely to lead Li Fu away and prevent him from disturbing those who wish to immerse themselves in earnest cultivation. Truly, there are many virtuous individuals in the Danren sect, which is quite admirable. Fang Chen followed Li Fu to the edge of the precipice, standing at the cliff's edge with his robe billowing in the mountain breeze. Li Fu's expression turned solemn as he commanded, "Come now, tear off your arm." "Senior, hold on," Fang Chen interjected, raising his hand. "What is it now?" Li Fu's impatience began to show. "You see, while I can indeed regenerate, I must first ascertain the nature of this technique, mustn't I?" Fang Chen replied. "Do you doubt me? If you do not believe, then you harbor insincerity, and we are fated to be apart. Please take your leave," Li Fu responded. Deeply agitated by Fang Chen's words, Fang Chen felt his defenses crumble. Indeed, a madman. He hastily implored Li Fu, exclaiming, "Senior, I was mistaken. I do not doubt you. I merely feel that I lack your bravery and prowess, possessing neither great cultivation nor capability. I am timid by nature, especially fearful of pain. I worry that without prior understanding of the technique, when I tear off my arm, the overwhelming pain might cause me to forget to circulate the technique. And that would be unfortunate." Upon hearing Fang Chen's self-praise, Li Fu's expression softened slightly, and he replied in a calmer tone, "In that case, I shall show you." At this, Fang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, flattery works wonders. In subsequent interactions with Li Fu, it is advisable to prepare several hundred words of commendation in advance. This particular technique is known as ancient divine body. I have heard tales of ancient physical cultivators who, even without the cultivation of spiritual power, possess the ability to rend the heavens and split the earth, shattering the void with a single punch and traversing mountains and rivers with a mere step. After years of diligent study, I have finally deduced this extraordinary method. By practicing this technique, even those with frail physiques and insignificant spiritual power can, within a century to a millennium, develop a physical form robust enough to withstand the tribulations of thunder and ascend to the celestial realm. Should this technique become widespread, it would undoubtedly benefit countless mortals, liberating them from the incessant woes of aging, illness, and death, Li Fu proclaimed with pride. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen applauded fervently, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Senior, this technique is truly formidable." Yet, internally, he scoffed. Who among the physically weak could possibly cultivate a method that demands such strength from the outset? Is this not akin to a celestial version of why not eat meat porridge, benefiting mortals? Mortals cannot even practice this. Only those fortunate enough to be the Promax version of the fated child can cultivate it. Of course, there is no need for your flattery. This is simply the truth. A smile curled at the corners of Li Fu's lips as he suddenly pointed his finger, as though piercing through the fabric of space, to tap on Fang Chen's forehead. Startled mid-applause, Fang Chen felt a surge of astonishment. Li Fu's action was imperceptible to him. Not only could he not evade it, he could hardly even sense it. Truly, Li Fu is remarkable. Here you go. This is the introductory segment of Ancient Divine Body. Unbeknownst to Li Fu, who was oblivious to Fang Chen's trepidation, he pressed his finger against Fang Chen's forehead, speaking calmly. Then, with a gentle touch, he continued. Buzz. Chapter 29. The requirements of the spiritual medicine. A surge of information suddenly flooded into Fang Chen's mind. In that instant, the technique of the Ancient Divine Body became crystal clear to him. The method of cultivation was, in fact, quite straightforward. In Li Fu's perspective, ordinary body cultivators merely damage their physical forms, supplemented by spiritual medicines, allowing their bodies to grow stronger once more. While this approach proved useful, its efficacy was minimal. Not only was the process slow, but the ultimate achievement would only result in a physique comparable to that of a golden core stage practitioner. Such a method was utterly futile. Furthermore, it fell drastically short of the legendary ancient body cultivators Li Fu had heard of. Ancient body cultivators were formidable beings capable of battling ferocious beasts with their bare bodies and withstanding the tribulations of the heavens. Thus, in order to elevate the pinnacle of body cultivation, to reach the limits of the physical form, and to restore the glory of ancient body cultivators, Li Fu conceived a more radical approach. If contemporary body cultivators favored the destruction of their physical forms, then he would advocate for a more thorough annihilation, complete destruction of the body. Once the body was obliterated, spiritual medicines would be utilized to catalyze the emergence of an even more powerful physique. In essence, the core philosophy of the Ancient Divine Body is that one must endure destruction to achieve rebirth. To regenerate a more formidable physique, mere self-restoration was insufficient. The assistance of spiritual medicines was imperative. The requirements for these medicines were not only exceedingly rare but also demanded a singular primary ingredient, the torn flesh of the body itself. For instance, to restore an arm, one would need to refine the arm alongside the spiritual medicine, transforming it into a vital essence pill, which, when ingested, could potentially meet the standards of the Ancient Divine Body. Upon perusing the requirements and descriptions of this technique, cold sweat instantly dripped down Fang Chen's back. What he had read was merely the introductory section. According to the spiritual medicines required in this section, if given to a reasonably gifted practitioner, it would at least enable them to reach the foundation establishment stage. If bestowed upon individuals like Jiangningi or Shaoqing, who were favored by fortune, it would undoubtedly assist them in attaining a foundation establishment level beyond 5. However, for Li Fu, it meant he could only cultivate the Ancient Divine Body at the Qi refinement stage. Although this so-called Qi refinement, Ancient Divine Body, could easily defeat 10 opponents of the same rank, the investment was substantial. Such a significant investment could cost one their life. Fang Chen could not help but swallow hard. Goodness, no wonder only the fortunate can cultivate this. It requires both financial and life sacrifices. Have you finished reading? Li Fu prompted, noticing Fang Chen's prolonged silence. Yes, I have. Fang Chen replied hastily. Then why aren't you commencing your cultivation? Li Fu urged again. Well, Senior Fang Chen hesitated for a moment. What? Can you not read? Do you need me to explain it to you? Li Fu furrowed his brow. Fang Chen. No. It's not that. I simply wanted to ask, do you possess the spiritual medicines mentioned here? Spiritual medicines? Does it mention the need for spiritual medicines? Li Fu inquired. Puzzled. Fang Chen. What on earth is this technique, even a legitimate one? If it were not for the canine system's authentication of Li Fu's status as the inheritor, Fang Chen would have been disinclined to practice any further. Indeed, see for yourself, Fang Chen remarked. Let me think. Upon hearing this, Li Fu fell into contemplation, then raised his head and calmly stated, Indeed, I do have some, but I simply forgot. Then, esteemed senior, do you possess these spiritual herbs? Fang Chen inquired. Li Fu, with unwavering confidence, replied, I do not. What of it? Do you not have any? Fang Chen, taken aback, responded, Esteemed senior, I truly do not. And you did not mention this beforehand. Li Fu frowned. What? You lack even these spiritual herbs? That is quite impoverished. Fang Chen gazed at Li Fu in disbelief. Li Fu disregarded Fang Chen's expression and said nonchalantly, Given your evident poverty, you are fated to be estranged from my techniques. Farewell. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Fang Chen in a state of disarray amidst the wind. As the sun set in the west, the rays of light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the two pure gold stone lions at the entrance of the mansion halfway up the hill. The golden glow intertwined with the orange-hued twilight, creating a dazzling spectacle. Exhausted, Fang Chen returned to his modest abode of several hundred square feet. Just then, the workers emerged and, upon seeing Fang Chen, immediately clasped their fists in greeting, saying, "Master Fang, we have completed the renovations on your residence. Should you find any dissatisfaction, please send someone to notify us." The craftsman, clad in coarse linen garments and dripping with sweat, greeted Fang Chen with both warmth and respect, touched by the sight of these ordinary yet sincere individuals. Fang Chen retrieved some banknotes from his storage ring and handed them over, saying, "Thank you all. This is a token of my appreciation for your hard work. Such generosity is unnecessary." Upon seeing the banknotes, the workers hastily attempted to refuse, yet Fang Chen insisted, forcefully tucking the notes into the open collar of one of them as they continued to decline. Subsequently, the workers departed under the glow of the dusk. As they walked away, Fang Chen could still hear their voices. This Master Fang is not as boorish and arrogant as the rumors suggest. Gossip can be quite harmful. With this sum, I can buy my daughter a couple of new outfits. At this, Fang Chen smiled. His eyes filled with warmth as he watched them until they faded into the horizon alongside the orange glow. Only then did he step inside. Greeted by the cool light of the night moon. "You have returned?" came the voice of Shearing as he entered. "Yes, I have." Upon entering, Fang Chen found Shearing sprawled on the roof, yawning in boredom. "I am stifled. Can I revert to my true form now?" Shearing inquired. "Very well. But you must do so at the rockery in the backyard. Do not damage my belongings," Fang Chen replied. "Understood," Shearing said, and with a swift motion, he leapt from the roof, prancing like a cat towards the rear mountain. Moments later, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. Boom, followed by a resounding crash. "Apologies. I shall have someone repair it by tomorrow," came Shearing's muffled voice. Fang Chen, feeling rather dispirited, decided against inspecting the backyard and instead made his way to a room within the estate. Inside, he discovered an array of spiritual herbs, remnants from his family's previous visit to the Danren sect, which the original owner had been instructed to bring along. However, due to the ineffectiveness of the medication, the original owner had ceased to utilize them. Now, Fang Chen intended to search for any ancient divine body herbs that might be of use. Regrettably, he only found 3 varieties of herbs, all of little value. After rummaging through the collection, he let out a sigh of frustration. It was indeed a challenging endeavor. Subsequently, Fang Chen resolved to pay a visit to Lingyun Peak, believing that Shearing must be a wealthy alchemist. Securing a spiritual herb from her should pose no significant challenge. Chapter 30. The Tranquil Sex Market. Naturally, Fang Chen was somewhat reluctant to seek out Shearing so soon. After all, Shearing's formidable prowess was evident, and such favors were best reserved for times of greater necessity. However, Fang Chen found himself in dire need of a rare herb known as the black jade mushroom, which is exceedingly beneficial for the physical body and carries a hefty price. Currently, he lacked the requisite spirit stones, and due to numerous missteps, his family had not only dismissed his servants but also restricted his allowance. Thus, he had no choice but to turn to Shearing for assistance. Just as he stepped outside, 2 figures approached, Ling Wanner and Xiao Qing. "Senior brother," they exclaimed respectfully as Fang Chen opened the door. "What brings you here?" Fang Chen inquired, surprised, and instinctively glanced around, noting that Jiang Ningyi was absent. He then smiled warmly. "Please, come in." "Of course." Xiao Qing nodded and led Ling Wanner into Fang Chen's abode. Once in the courtyard, they settled around a stone table. Ling Wanner observed the scene and silently mused. Indeed, as the senior sister had mentioned, Fang Chen's abrasive demeanor yesterday had been merely an act. "What is it?" Fang Chen asked. "It's like this, senior brother. Wanner wishes to apologize for her behavior yesterday. It was entirely her fault," Xiao Qing explained, as Ling Wanner placed a storage ring before Fang Chen, gazing at him with earnest regret. "Senior brother Fang, it was a moment of impulse on my part. I hope you can forgive me. It's nothing, merely a trifle." Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively, pushing the ring back. "There is no need for gifts. I am not one to hold grudges. Senior brother, you must accept it. If you refuse, Wanner will find it difficult to sleep," she insisted. "Yes, senior brother Fang," Xiao Qing added, firmly returning the ring. "Moreover, if there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to ask Wanner." Seeing this, Fang Chen acknowledged Xiao Qing with a nod and sighed softly. "In that case, I shall accept it." He took the ring, and his consciousness swiftly scanned its contents, his eyes widening in astonishment. "How dazzling! So many spirit stones. Senior brother, Everything within was entrusted to me by my master, who wishes to express his profound gratitude for saving my life. However, Elder Hua has advised him to refrain from visiting to avoid drawing unwanted attention, so he has asked me to convey this, Ling Wanner explained. Her visit was not solely for an apology, it was also to repay a debt of gratitude. After all, Fang Chen had indeed saved her life, and her master could not possibly remain indifferent. Now I understand. Fang Chen's breathing steadied, and a genuine smile spread across his face. He realized he no longer needed to trouble Hua Qirong. Suddenly, Ling Wanner rose and said, "Well then, senior brother, I must take my leave. Xiaoqing has more to discuss with you." "Oh?" Fang Chen was taken aback and then chuckled. "Very well, you may return." After Ling Wanner finished speaking, she cast a gentle glance at Xiaoqing before turning to leave. Once she had departed, Xiaoqing turned to Fang Chen and said, "Senior brother, I sought you out because I have some questions regarding my cultivation that I would like to discuss. It pertains to Wushuang, Jianji Fingbu. I am about to descend the mountain for training and wish to master these two techniques before I leave. However, there are certain cultivation issues that have eluded my understanding despite my restless contemplation throughout the night, and I am anxious to resolve them. Thus, I hope you can enlighten me." The reason Xiaoqing had asked Ling Wanner to leave was his concern that Fang Chen might take offense. Wushuang Jianji Fingbu were bestowed upon him by Fang Chen. Yet he had never been informed that they could be shared with others. He did not wish for Ling Wanner to overhear Fang Chen's insights regarding these techniques, fearing that it might create a rift between them. Although Xiaoqing held the belief that Fang Chen was magnanimous and would not dwell on such matters, he felt it prudent to act with caution. Thus, he had requested Ling Wanner to depart. Fang Chen, however, was unaware of Xiaoqing's meticulous thoughts. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, he nodded and said, "Of course, feel free to ask." Yet, as he spoke, a trace of confusion lingered in his heart. Logically, Xiaoqing, being infused with the spirit of the carefree master, should find resolving such cultivation dilemmas a trivial endeavor. Why then did he seek his counsel? Nevertheless, Fang Chen knew better than to voice this question, as it might provoke unnecessary doubt. Little did Fang Chen know that the carefree master had fallen into a deep slumber since the moment Fang Chen was still in the midst of his foundational breakthrough yesterday. After bestowing the shattered jade pill upon Xiaoqing, the carefree master realized that Xiaoqing's potential could soon reach the level required to seek the elusive Huasha. Thus, he expended his energy to calculate the location of the opportunity. Consequently, the carefree master intended to enter a prolonged slumber to restore his strength, intending to fully assist Xiaoqing in seizing this chance when the time was ripe. It was precisely due to the carefree master's slumber that Xiaoqing, eager to enhance his abilities for his upcoming journey, found himself with cultivation issues and turned to Fang Chen for assistance. After all, in Xiaoqing's eyes, Fang Chen, having triumphed over the winged fiend, must possess immense power, making it seemingly effortless for him to address these matters concerning cultivation. Subsequently, Xiaoqing articulated all his inquiries, and Fang Chen addressed each one with ease, deeming them as mere trifles. With each of Fang Chen's responses, Xiaoqing's delight grew, and his admiration for Fang Chen soared to unparalleled heights. Truly, Fang Xixiang is remarkable. After their exchange, Xiaoqing's complexion flushed with excitement as he expressed, "Thank you, senior brother. Thanks to your guidance, my mastery of Jifeng Buan Wushuang, Jiji has reached an entirely new level." "There's no need for thanks," Fang Chen replied with a smile. As the saying goes, wool comes from sheep. His guidance to Xiaoqing was akin to pouring water into the ocean. Xiaoqing then said to Fang Chen, "Well then, senior brother, I shall take my leave. I am set to embark on my journey tomorrow for training. Should you need anything, please leave a message, or you may reach out to Wanner." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, he bid farewell to Xiaoqing, watching her retreat into the distance, his mind occupied with thoughts. According to the system's introduction, it appeared that Xiaoqing's descent from the mountain this time was indeed to seek out the Fire Fiend King. After a brief moment, Fang Chen, carrying the spiritual stones recently delivered by Ling Wanner, stepped outside. With newfound wealth at his disposal, he intended to procure the black jade mushroom directly, without further consultation with Hua Qirong. Upon exiting, Fang Chen made his way to the summit before descending to the turtle platform, where he proceeded down from the head of the platform. Below lay a marketplace dedicated to facilitating transactions among disciples of the sect. However, Fang Chen did not intend to barter with others. His aim was to purchase directly from the Danren sect's pharmacy. There were two methods of trading with the Danren sect. The first involved donating spiritual stones or completing tasks to earn contribution points, which could then be exchanged for desired items. While this method offered the greatest security, It also incurred the highest losses. For instance, a foundational stage flying sword might sell for 5,000 spiritual stones externally, yet would command the same 5,000 contribution points at the Danran sect. However, 5,000 spiritual stones could not be converted into 5,000 contribution points, leading to a devaluation of the stones, a considerable loss. This was precisely the Danran sect's intention. They preferred disciples to engage in tasks for contribution points rather than relying solely on monetary expenditure. Naturally, if one possessed substantial wealth, they were also welcomed. The second method involved visiting the Danran pharmacy within the marketplace. This pharmacy was a venture of the Danran sect designed specifically to generate spiritual stones. However, due to the unique position of the marketplace, the Danran sect had never acknowledged any affiliation with the pharmacy, claiming that others merely misappropriated the name Danran, which bore no connection to them. Under the moonlight, as Fang Chen traversed the night path, he finally arrived at the marketplace. Upon entering, he was engulfed by the clamor of the crowd. Simultaneously, a sultry and enchanting voice emerged beside him. "My lord, are you in the mood for some excitement?" Chapter 31. The young woman of the tranquil apothecary. Upon hearing that voice, Fang Chen instinctively turned to look back. In the distance, a stunning woman draped in sheer fabric, with a graceful figure and skin as smooth as jade, was casting flirtatious glances at him, her crimson lips slightly parted. Her beauty was ethereal, captivating to the point of being otherworldly, especially her attire, which was utterly breathtaking and stirred one's blood. However, Fang Chen quickly waved his hand and quickened his pace. Entering the marketplace, according to the memories of the former owner of his body, he knew that while these individuals were indeed beautiful, their allure was entirely illusory. In Fang Chen's previous life, there existed beauty-enhancing lenses, and in this life, the situation was no different. There were even more potent means, beauty spells. These individuals specialized in illusionary arts, not seeking to bewitch the soul or confuse the mind, but merely to present themselves as celestial beings in the eyes of others, as enchanting as the legendary beauties of old. Yet, if such illusions could be maintained for any length of time, indulging in a single night of passion would not be out of the question. The most alarming fact was that these people had descended to the level of flirting with passers-by in the marketplace, indicating that their cultivation was likely not formidable. After a mere couple of hours, their illusions would surely falter. By that time, regardless of beauty or ugliness, one could hardly discern whether the other was male or female. Fang Chen, not wanting to approach them, feared that even a lingering glance might expose the true nature of these individuals, repulsing him in the process. As the woman watched Fang Chen walk away, she spat in disdain, muttering about his callousness. After he had gazed at her for several breaths, he simply turned and left. Showing no compassion, taking advantage of the solitude, the woman's makeup dissipated, revealing a gaunt face speckled with blemishes. "How bold you are, daring to flirt with him. You truly have a death wish." A mocking voice interjected from the side. The woman turned to see a plump companion approaching, who inquired curiously, "Sister, what is the matter?" "That is Fang Chen. What do you think?" The plump woman replied nonchalantly. "What?" The gaunt woman was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of alarm. "Is it really him? Be careful. Last time we sisters took him away, our spells failed, and if not for our superior cultivation, we might have been severely harmed." The plump woman scoffed. "Let me tell you, avoid provoking someone like Fang Chen in the future. Do you understand?" "Understood." The gaunt woman was drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing with fear. Thank goodness Fang Chen had tea approached. Otherwise, she would have been doomed. Soon, the gaunt woman composed herself, regaining her guise as a captivating beauty, while the plump woman transformed into a voluptuous and elegant matron, swathed in fine fabric, before stepping out. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was also feeling quite anxious, guarding his storage ring discreetly, fearing it might be pilfered. He was somewhat familiar with the marketplace, a place deliberately designated by the Tranquil sect for trial and training. This also explained why the Tranquil sect disavowed any connection with the Tranquil apothecary established in this location. In this place, the Danran sect does not assume responsibility for the order within. As long as nothing excessively outrageous occurs, they remain indifferent to the happenings here. According to the beliefs of the Danran sect, disciples are destined to venture out into the world sooner or later, where they may inevitably face the perils of the cultivation realm's transactions. Thus, they prefer to allow their disciples to experience the harsh realities of society within the confines of the sect, ensuring that when the time comes for them to embark on their journeys, they will not be caught entirely unprepared. Moreover, while the Danran sect may neglect the market, they categorically refuse to permit acts of murder and robbery. This aligns with the intentions of the elders within the sect. who wish for the more naive disciples to encounter some hardships within a limited scope. Furthermore, should a disciple misplace a rare treasure, the sect can promptly dispatch someone to retrieve it, mitigating any significant issues. For these reasons, the presence of enchanting beauties upon entry is entirely commonplace. The outside world harbors far more absurdities, such as a stunning visage concealing a monstrous beast, while some peculiar cultivators might find delight in a fox or cat girl. The notion of a pig demon is altogether less appealing. Within the market, in addition to the captivating beauties, one may also encounter unscrupulous merchants, con artists, and thieves. While merchants and con artists can be managed, thieves pose a far greater challenge, as they are often elusive and difficult to guard against. This is precisely why Fang Chen meticulously safeguards his ring. Ling Wanner's storage ring contains not only spirit stones but also several precious pills intended for foundation-building cultivation. Although these items hold no value for Fang Chen, he cannot allow them to be stolen. The world is treacherous and vigilance is imperative. Having encountered pickpockets in his past life, Fang Chen shudders to think how adept thieves might be under the enhancement of cultivation techniques. In their presence, he feels like a mere lamb among wolves. As a lamb, he must exercise caution. While Fang Chen remains wary of others, a lurking thief, upon spotting him, quickly lowers his head and begins to communicate discreetly with his accomplices. Fang Chen is here, be careful. A voice responds, do not worry, there are no newcomers here. Only veterans who know him. We won't steal from him. The first thief, incensed, retorts, fools. I need you lacked wisdom. It's not enough to refrain from theft. You must avoid him entirely. What if, after he passes by, he claims something from his storage ring is missing? Boss, surely not? You can't steal from a storage ring. Damn it. Are you named Fang, or is he? Who holds the authority here? Is he truly that formidable? Haven't we heard that the Fang family despises him? Otherwise, wouldn't he have at least one servant? Yes, they disdain him, but he still bears the Fang surname. If he were to encounter trouble, would his family not intervene? Fine, then. By the way, should we alert those involved in business and deceit? No need. They are sharper than you think and have already steered clear of Fang Chen. Upon arriving at the Danran apothecary, Fang Chen glanced down at his ring and exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he remained vigilant. Having just deliberately chosen a few secluded paths, I arrived safely at the tranquil pharmacy before me. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Fang Chen silently commended himself. Upon entering, a young servant clad in simple attire approached with a smile and inquired, Esteemed sir, what do you require? 200 years of black jade Ganoderma, Fang Chen replied. Certainly. The young servant nodded and turned to fetch the requested herb. As Fang Chen inhaled the fragrant aroma of the medicinal herbs while awaiting his order, an elderly gentleman in splendid attire, hidden in the shadows, squinted his eyes, observing Fang Chen's hands. Upon noticing one of Fang Chen's storage rings, his eyes gleamed with interest. Grandfather, what is it? A nearby young lady, observing the elder's expression, couldn't help but ask. The elder gestured towards Fang Chen with his chin, his voice brimming with excitement. The ring from Chizuan Mountain. It seems a person of significance has arrived. Upon hearing this, the young lady's face lit up with astonishment. Really? Come, grandfather. Let us go meet him. Perhaps he can assist you in entering the Danran sect. Just as the elder was about to rise, he caught sight of Fang Chen's face and hurriedly grasped the young lady's arm, exclaiming, Wait, do not go. Grandfather, why not? He is Fang Chen. Chapter 32 The third child of destiny. Grandfather, he is Fang Chen. Is something wrong? The young girl appeared somewhat dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. She had not spent time in the outer sect and was unaware of Fang Chen's reputation. Chener, do not ask too many questions. Suffice it to say we cannot go. The elder shook his head, offering little explanation. All right. A hint of melancholy crossed Chener's delicate face. The elder sighed in response. After much anticipation for someone who might be associated with the inner sect of the Danran sect, it turned out to be Fang Chen. The elder, named Chu He, was a member of the Outer Sect's Combat Academy and had long resided within the Outer Gates. He was well aware of Fang Chen's notoriety. He knew that regardless of whom one sought, they could not turn to Fang Chen, for it would undoubtedly lead to trouble. However, upon retracting his steps, he glanced at his sorrowful granddaughter and felt a pang of heartache. Yet another day had slipped away in vain. Since the day of her birth, Chuchino had been unable to cultivate. If she lacked spiritual roots, it would be one thing. But Chui was aware that during her spiritual root assessment, she had displayed remarkably good aptitude. With proper guidance, she could surely become a golden core cultivator in the future. Although a golden core cultivator is not deemed formidable within the entire realm of cultivation for the Chu family, which had only ever produced one ninth-layer foundation establishment cultivator in its lineage. A future golden core cultivator would undoubtedly elate the entire family. However, a peculiar incident befell the promising Chu. She was incapable of cultivation. From the age of 8 to her current 18, her cultivation had stagnated, a fact that weighed heavily on Chu's heart. Despite searching far and wide, even consulting elders from the inner sect, he could find no solution for Chu's predicament. They all insisted she could not cultivate. He could only place his hopes on the top-tier experts of the sect. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter those elusive paragons. Now, the individual adorned with the ring of Zun Mountain, Fang Chen, was the closest he had come to a significant figure. It was common knowledge that one who bore such a ring would have access to the esteemed personages of Zun Mountain. Yet, the individual turned out to be Fang Chen. He let out a deep sigh. Meanwhile, as He wallowed in gloom, Fang Chen, who had been idly observing, was suddenly taken aback, for he had just heard a sound in his mind that he was most reluctant to hear. Ding! Detecting the presence of a child of destiny. Detection complete. Child of destiny, Chu's true identity is that of the demon path empress, fallen star, who, before her memories and spirit awaken, is unable to cultivate. The fallen star empress intends to reincarnate 99 times in her primordial Yin form to steal the secrets of the heavens, thereby nurturing a pure Yin body. Now, Chu's is in her 99th incarnation, and her pure Yin sacred body has been formed. Due to the restrictions placed by the empress on her primordial Yin, when the primordial Yin faces a crisis of depletion, she will inevitably awaken. Thus, the host is requested to capture Chu's for the purpose of replenishment, at which time, the fallen star empress shall awaken early, achieving great transcendence with her pure Yin body and descending to immortality. The technique required for the cultivation of Chu's is the integration of 7 emotions and 6 desires, which will be automatically practiced by the host. This technique is a pinnacle method for cultivation, although the Empress of the Fallen Star has never practiced it with anyone. She is nonetheless well-versed in its intricacies. The host may use it with confidence, ensuring that the Empress of the Fallen Star engages in the reverse absorption of the host's essence in the most comfortable manner, thereby swiftly replenishing her strength. In that moment, Fang Chen's mind was flooded with the comprehensive knowledge of the integration of 7 emotions and 6 desires, grasping insights that others could only acquire through arduous experience. At this instant, countless treasures of cultural heritage surged within him. "System, what are you doing?" he thought, never imagining that a simple trip to procure medicine would lead him to encounter a child of destiny. To encounter such a being was one thing, but to be urged to seek death in this manner was beyond comprehension. Although Fang Chen did not know who the Empress of the Fallen Star truly was, the mere mention of the Demon Path Empress was enough to instill terror. This was a formidable individual in the tribulation phase. Did this cursed system really expect him to absorb her essence? Was it out of its mind? After cursing the system, Fang Chen hurriedly scanned the herbal shop and quickly spotted Chu's in a corner. He averted his gaze and turned to leave, thinking it best to avoid such a fierce individual entirely. "Wait, esteemed sir, your black jade mushroom is ready." At that moment, a humble attendant from the Danran apothecary emerged with a large box crafted from a massive spirit stone. The stone, transparent as glass and faintly radiating a spectrum of colors, housed an exotic black mushroom in full bloom. Indeed, it was the black jade mushroom. "Excellent, I will pay," Fang Chen exclaimed, hastening to enter the inner chamber for the transaction. Once he had settled the payment, the humble attendant departed to organize the spirit stones, while Fang Chen prepared to exit the inner room. Just then, a surprised voice called out, "Fang Chen, what are you doing here?" Fang Chen turned abruptly to find Shearing and Jiang Ningyi standing outside the door. Shearing, draped in a red dress, stood gracefully, emanating a captivating fragrance of herbs. Jiang Ningyi, in a flowing blue gown that accentuated her delicate waist, had her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her fair complexion, tinged with a hint of pink, softened her previously cool demeanor, rendering her youthful charm even more enchanting. "Senior brother Fang." Jiang Ningyi's weary yet beautiful eyes brightened upon seeing him, sparkling with uncontainable joy. Seeing the two women, Fang Chen approached and asked, "Elder Hua, junior sister Jiang, what brings you here? How could we possibly be here?" Shearing replied, momentarily taken aback by the question before breaking into a peculiar smile. Jiang Ningyi leaned closer to Fang Chen and whispered, "Senior brother Fang. Elder Hua is the master of the Danran apothecary." Fang Chen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at his own question. "What do you need the black jade mushroom for?" Isn't it primarily required for body refinement? At that moment, Hua Qirong noticed the black jade mushroom in Fang Chen's hand. I intend to spend some time in Ryua Valley, Fang Chen remarked. Quite good. Hua Qirong replied with a slight nod, acknowledging the young man's ambition. She then added, if that's the case, why didn't you ask me directly yesterday? I shall have someone return the spirit stones to you, and this black jade mushroom will be your gift. Fang Chen's heart soared with joy as he clasped his fist in gratitude, saying, thank you, Elder Hua. Immediately after, Hua Qirong cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Ningyi, a smirk dancing on her lips. All right, you two stay here for a while. I will fetch the medicinal herbs. With that, she gracefully exited the inner chamber, leaving Fang Chen and Jiang Ningyi alone together. Seeing Hua Qirong leave so unexpectedly, Jiang Ningyi, usually composed, showed a hint of panic on her charming face. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, who had been smiling just moments before, also displayed a trace of alarm. What a predicament! Hua Qirong, you sly one. How could you suddenly betray me like this? Chapter 33. Sect rewards. At this moment, Fang Chen silently urged himself to remain composed and not to panic. Being alone with Jiang Ningyi was not a cause for alarm. After scolding her the previous day, it was an opportune moment to exacerbate their relationship. He resolved to seize this chance to swiftly advance to a point of irrevocable severance. Suddenly, Jiang Ningyi spoke, Fang Shixiang, this is a reward from the sect. She produced a storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. He was taken aback, instinctively accepting the ring. As he scanned its contents with his divine sense, his astonishment was palpable. Inside lay a dozen jade vials, a stack of talismans exuding a delicate aura, and two powerful artifacts that emanated an overwhelming force even from within the ring. Jiang Ningyi continued, Fang Shixiang. Elder Hua mentioned that you desired some life-preserving artifacts, pills, and talismans. These are all rewards from the sect. There are various evasion talismans. No one below the 6th layer of the Golden Core stage can confine you. There are also acceleration talismans, which can be used not only for escape but also for travel and combat. As for the pills, there are the recovery pill to restore spiritual energy, the spirit flame pill to enhance combat power, the blood gathering pill for healing injuries, and other antidotes and detoxifying pills. These are all suitable for your current cultivation level, as Elder Hua sourced them from the sect's inventory and must replenish them promptly. However, the sect is low on spiritual herbs, which is why we came to the pharmacy. Fang Chen suddenly understood. It was no wonder the two women had appeared at the pharmacy. They had come to procure spiritual herbs for pill refining. Jiang Ningyi added, by the way, Shixiang, these pills and talismans are for everyday use. In critical moments, you must rely on those two artifacts. The Xuanwu shield is an array-type artifact that can protect oneself. Even a powerful being at the transformation stage cannot breach it within half an hour. However, this array can only be used once, and during its activation, you must remain stationary and cannot move. The other token is the Danran order, which can only be used once, but its purpose is, Jiang Ningyi said slowly, to summon the sect's powerful beings to assist you once. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He was utterly astonished. What? The sect's powerful beings coming to my aid? This is too exhilarating. The Xuanwu shield combined with the Danran order, a protective shell and a call for help, were indeed life-saving artifacts. Although both could only be used once, Fang Chen felt it was sufficient to ensure his survival. Jiang Ningyi wore a slightly apologetic expression as she said, Shixiang. The combination of these two artifacts can only defend against powerful beings at the transformation stage. It is not that the sect is unwilling to provide more formidable defensive artifacts. Rather, against those at the returning void stage, artifacts become ineffective. Please do not hold this against us. However, if you find yourself pursued by a powerful being at the returning void stage, you may use the Qi Zun ring that Wan'er previously gave you. As long as it is not a matter of deep enmity, I believe any sect would be willing to show some leniency. Upon the utterance of those words, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Lowering his gaze, he soon discerned that the storage ring gifted to him by Ling Wan'er, along with his own and the one currently held by Jiang Ningyi, bore strikingly different designs. The surface of the ring featured a diminutive crimson peak, evoking a sense of reverence in those who beheld it. Strangely, the longer one gazed, the more it appeared to enlarge, transforming into an imposing, towering summit that seemed to pierce the heavens. At that moment, the sudden voice of Hua Qirong broke through Fang Chen's contemplation. Fang Chen, the talismans and elixirs, as well as the Xuanwu shield, are merely supplementary. The true treasures are the Danran Ling and the Qi Zun ring. Initially, I could not procure the Danran Ling for you, But upon learning of your desire for a life-preserving artifact, Ningyi persistently begged her master for an entire day to obtain it. As for the Chizuin ring, only those who have entered Chizuin Mountain are eligible to claim it. While you are qualified to enter Chizuin Mountain due to your foundational cultivation of the heavenly path, I did not mention your achievements or your mastery over the winged fiend to the sect. Thus, it is impossible for you to acquire the ring prematurely. This ring, in truth, belongs to Ningyi. All of this is her doing, so you ought to express your heartfelt gratitude to her. Understanding that Jiang Ningyi would not seek recognition for her efforts, Hua Qirong took it upon herself to clarify. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen fell into silence. He gazed at Jiang Ningyi's fair cheeks, observing the guilt reflected in her eyes for not being able to procure a more formidable treasure for him. Memories of the anxious flash of the sword and the panicked girl with reddened eyes flooded his mind. At that moment, his defenses crumbled entirely. Jiang Ningyi had treated him with such kindness, and yet he had harshly berated her the day before. I truly am a wretch. Fang Chen despaired, wishing to slap himself, and then to strike that insufferable system as well. Ningyi. After a long pause, Fang Chen took a deep breath and directed his gaze toward Jiang Ningyi, intending to apologize for his previous behavior. As for the matter of killing a husband to attain enlightenment, what nonsense! He had transcended the ancient divine body and ascended to immortality. He had no fear of such trifles. Yet, just as Fang Chen opened his mouth, Jiang Ningyi spoke even more swiftly. Senior brother, I wish to apologize to you. Fang Chen was taken aback. Jiang Ningyi continued. Yesterday, I misunderstood your intentions. When you and Wanner were dismissed by me, I felt a surge of anger. But it was only when the demon tiger appeared that I realized all your actions were to protect both me and Wanner. Fang Chen's eyes widened. His breath momentarily caught in his throat. You? Huh? What did you just say? When did I save you? Senior brother, I am truly sorry. Please forgive me and Wanner, Jiang Ningyi sincerely implored, offering her heartfelt apology without further elaboration. In truth, Jiang Ningyi had intended to seek Fang Chen's forgiveness the day prior. But due to Hua Qirong's desire to conceal Fang Chen's achievements in the heavenly path, she had been compelled to mislead the sect's higher-ups. After explaining the situation at Chizuin Mountain, she heard from Hua Qirong that Fang Chen sought a life-preserving artifact, prompting her to beseech her master, the immortal Qianyun, for an extended period to gather these treasures as a token of gratitude for Fang Chen's life-saving intervention. Now, having encountered Fang Chen, she resolved to entrust everything to him while simultaneously offering her apologies. After speaking, Jiang Ningyi felt an immense weight lift from her heart, as if she had finally articulated all that had been weighing on her mind. Observing Jiang Ningyi, Fang Chen hesitated, his lips trembling as he attempted to speak. Ningyi, you misunderstand. However, Jiang Ningyi interrupted him, saying, Senior brother, you need not elaborate. I understand perfectly. No, you do not comprehend. Yet, Jiang Ningyi abruptly rose, a playful smile illuminating her face, strikingly at odds with her usual demeanor. I shall assist Elder Hua with the medicinal herbs. She may be overwhelmed. With that she departed, hands clasped behind her back. Fang Chen's character was well known to her, like the bright moon in the sky. He preferred to remain hidden in the shadows, a person who surely detested boasting about his own abilities. Perhaps, the very thought of hearing himself praised would discomfort him. Thus, Jiang Ningyi resolved not to discuss this matter further with Fang Chen, letting it pass. As she walked away, Fang Chen opened his mouth, bewildered. Huh? Chapter 34. The futile efforts of the storage river filled with confusion and unable to express his thoughts. Fang Chen finally sighed deeply after much contemplation. He realized that there was a misunderstanding. Jiang Ningyi believed she was being saved by distancing herself from him. This was nothing short of self-delusion. By the time Jiang Ningyi and Hua Qirong emerged, Fang Chen had resolved not to explain the situation to her. Such explanations were futile. People would only believe what they wished to believe. He intended to return the ring of Chizuin Mountain to Jiang Ningyi, for such a treasure was not meant to be kept by him. As Jiang Ningyi stepped out, she cast a playful glance at Hua Qirong, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hua Qirong wore an expression that was both teasing and enigmatic. It was evident that during their time in the storeroom, Hua Qirong had discreetly communicated with Fang Chen and had amused herself at Jiang Ningyi's expense. Junior sister, upon seeing the two women emerge, Fang Chen approached them, holding the Chizuin ring. Jiang Ningyi immediately discerned his intention and said, Senior brother, you should keep it. My identity can be proven without the Chizuin ring. Hua Qirong added, Take it. She will be fine without it. But if you offend the elder of returning void without it, no amount of lies will suffice. With not a word to say, Fang Chen was quickly persuaded. He thought to himself, then I shall keep it for now. He had always been one to recognize the tides of circumstance. Soon after, the three prepared to leave the Danran medicine shop. Fang Chen still needed to cultivate the ancient divine body. However, just as they were about to step outside, two figures blocked their path. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Fang Chen's eyes widened in terror. The pair consisted of an elderly man and a young woman. The elder was clad in splendid robes, his white hair meticulously arranged, while the young lady wore a gown of jade white, her demeanor serene yet tinged with a hint of melancholy that dulled her youthful vibrance. They were none other than Chu He and Chu Qiner. Greetings, Elder Hua and Jiang Zhenchuan. Chu He and Chu Qiner bowed respectfully to Hua Qirong and Jiang Ningyi. As for Fang Chen, being an outer sect disciple, despite his formidable background, he was not afforded the same courtesy. What's the matter? Hua Qirong inquired, unfazed by their interruption. She was accustomed to such occurrences at the medicine shop. Whether it was for seeking medicine or requesting mentorship, it was all quite commonplace. Elder Hua. I am Chu He from the Outer Sect S Fighting Academy. This is my granddaughter, Chu Qiner. She possesses excellent spiritual roots, yet has been unable to cultivate qi for many years. I humbly beseech you to examine her spiritual roots for any abnormalities. Should you require anything, I am willing to offer all I have. Chu He spoke, his complexion pale and voice trembling as he bowed deeply in reverence. Moments ago, at the entrance, upon seeing Hua Qirong and Jiang Ningyi enter, he understood that this was his last opportunity. Both Hua Qirong and Jiang Ningyi held esteemed positions within the inner sect, especially Hua Qirong, the seal holder of Lingyun Peak, a prominent figure usually elusive as a dragon. Today, encountering Hua Qirong is an extraordinary stroke of luck for Chu Heyun. If he fails to seize this opportunity, the chance to alter his granddaughter's fate may never arise again. Thus, even if his abrupt intervention to stop Hua Qirong could offend her, Chu He has resolved to take the risk. Meanwhile, Chu Qiner, in a state of urgency and fear, bowed her head and said, Elder Hua, everything my grandfather does is for me. If you hold any grievances, please let Qiner bear the full responsibility. Observing the two, Hua Qirong revealed a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated that Chu He and Chu Qiner were seeking her assistance for a medical issue. Please rise. After a moment of contemplation, Hua Qirong, noting that she had nothing pressing to attend to and having observed Chu Qiner's evident talent, said, Have a seat. I shall examine your granddaughter. Yes. Thank you, Elder Hua. Upon hearing this, Chu He was overwhelmed with joy, almost moved to tears. He had not expected Hua Qirong to be so accommodating. He then urged, Qiner, quickly express your gratitude to Elder Hua. Thank you, Elder Hua. Chu Qiner was equally touched. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, who walked behind Hua Qirong, wore a serious expression, his gaze intense, biting his lip to the point of drawing blood. What to do? Should he stay or leave? Faced with a formidable figure that the system required him to confront, he hesitated to linger. However, to know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. He wished to observe how Chu Qiner would fare. With this thought, Fang Chen remained silent, choosing to watch discreetly. Simultaneously, Jiang Ningyi, observing Fang Chen's countenance, was momentarily taken aback, then deep in thought, ultimately revealing a touch of emotion in her eyes. The five of them moved to his side. Hua Qirong produced a piece of spiritual jade to test the root aptitude, placing it on Chu Qiner's forehead. A radiant light flashed, and her expression turned to one of astonishment. This aptitude was indeed remarkable. This spiritual root, at the very least, possessed the potential of a golden core. If fortune favored her, she could very well achieve the nascent soul stage. For the Danran sect, although Chu Qiner may not be among the top talents, she would certainly become a pillar of strength. Fang Chen, observing from the side, thought to himself with a chuckle. Indeed quite impressive. Once her pure sacred body fully matures, her aptitude could lead her to transcendence. Indeed, he mused. However, upon seeing this, Chu He wore a pained expression. Despite Chu Qiner's efforts, she had been unable to gather energy into her body and enter the qi refining stage. A hint of dejection crossed Chu Qiner's lovely face. What elixirs have you tried? Hua Qirong inquired. I've tried gathering qi pills, breaking sea pills, even shattered jade pills. All were futile, Chu He replied. Hua Qirong frowned. What about talismans? I've used divine palace talismans, spirit transformation talismans, and pulse harmonization talismans. What about formations? I even employed the most aggressive burning pulse formation. I've tried it all. Hua Qirong. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced up at Fang Chen, with a vigilant gaze fixed upon the enigmatic Shu Qin. Fang Chen felt a perplexing sense of confusion. Why are you looking at me? Hua Qirong retracted her focus from Fang Chen, pondering whether the shoes might be as deceitful as he. She had not forgotten how Fang Chen had previously misled her, claiming to possess abysmal talent and asserting that he had exhausted all potions such as the spirit essence elixir. In truth, it had all been a ruse. Elder Hua, could it be that there are no more methods available? Upon noticing Hua Qirong's silence, Shu He felt a heavy weight in his heart. The hopeful expression that had graced his face moments ago now visibly aged, as if burdened by despair. This was his final glimmer of hope. Sighing softly, Hua Qirong mused. As a premier sect, Danran should undoubtedly have means to aid Shu Qin in her cultivation. Chapter 35, Commencement of Cultivation, however. Should those methods be applied to the exceptionally gifted Chu Qiner, it would be a sheer waste. Chu He lacked the means to procure resources for Chu Qiner or to utilize those methods. Observing this, a bitter smile crept across Chu He's face. He had already discerned the answer. Thank you, Elder Hua. Chu He thought to himself as he and Chu Qiner rose to pay their respects. Chu Qiner, mustering a smile, expressed her gratitude. I am deeply appreciative of Elder Hua's concern. Not at all. Do you need me to arrange for someone to escort you back? Hua Qirong waved her hand dismissively. Elder Hua, there is no need for such trouble. We can return on our own. Chu He shook his head. As both parties bid farewell, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed this formidable woman would not be entering the Danran sect after all. Although he felt a twinge of sympathy for her plight, similar to his own, unable to cultivate, sympathy alone could not compel him to reveal any solutions. If he disclosed his methods to Chu He, who could say what calamity might befall the Danran apothecary? Just as the two were about to depart, Jiang Ningyi, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Grandfather Chu, has Qiner ever attempted physical cultivation? At her words, Chu He paused, shaking his head. Not yet. Then perhaps it would be beneficial to visit Ryue Valley. Qiner possesses rare potential. If she were to develop a robust physique, she might attract a solution to her plight. Jiang Ningyi suggested gently. Chu He sighed, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Master Jiang, for your guidance. Chu Qiner also managed a strained smile. Thank you, Master Jiang. Subsequently, the grandfather and granddaughter departed. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Ningyi sighed, hoping they would discover a resolution. Let us hope so, Hua Qirong nodded. Yet, deep down, she understood that Chu Qiner's prospects were bleak. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had felt a wave of tension wash over him the moment Jiang Ningyi began to speak. Upon realizing that her suggestion was merely for Chu Qiner to visit Ryue Valley, he exhaled in relief. He had feared that Jiang Ningyi might, in a moment of erratic decision-making, wish to take Chu Qiner to Chizuan Mountain. That would indeed be inviting disaster. The incident involving Chu He and Chu Qiner had no impact on Hua Qirong. She had witnessed far worse. Rising, she turned to Fang Chen and Jiang Ningyi, saying, All right, you two may return. I shall take my leave first. Understood. The two nodded in agreement. Hua Qirong exited the apothecary, transforming into a fleeting light before vanishing from sight. Fang Chen turned to Jiang Ningyi, preparing to bid farewell, but she interjected, Senior brother, do you wish to assist Qiner in her cultivation? Fang Chen replied, I do not. Please do not make unfounded accusations against me. He pressed further, what prompts such a statement? Jiang Ningyi responded, because I understand you. Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock. What? Yet Jiang Ningyi sighed, however, Senior brother, you should not burden yourself with Qiner-esque matters. Do not exhaust your heart and energy. She had already discerned that when Fang Chen had just glanced at Chu Qiner, his expression had grown solemn, his eyes filled with concern. And even his lips had been bitten until they bled. Coupled with Fang Chen's earlier actions on behalf of the incapable Xiaoqing, she saw through Fang Chen's innermost thoughts in an instant. Fang Chen, at a loss for how to respond, could only stammer a single word. Jiang Ningyi, noticing Fang Chen's despondence, sought to console him, saying, All right, senior brother, I shall take my leave. If you wish to assist Qiner, just let me know, and I will arrange for some spiritual herbs to be sent to her. You need not expend your own spirit stones. She worried that Fang Chen might, as he had done for Xiaoqing, send body cultivation herbs to Chu Qiner. Fang Chen quickly replied, I will not, rest assured. However, Jiang Ningyi did not take him seriously, believing he was merely placating her. Subsequently, Fang Chen and Jiang Ningyi departed from the market, and as they walked, Jiang Ningyi found it peculiar that the paths she usually traversed, bustling with people, were eerily deserted when she accompanied Fang Chen. How strange indeed. After parting ways with Jiang Ningyi, Fang Chen hurried back to his residence, casting aside thoughts of Chu Qiner. He prepared to begin his process. Fang Chen retrieved an alchemical furnace, placed the black jade fungus within, and took a deep breath. During his return, he had already contemplated his cultivation. For him to restore his torn hand, he had to approach death itself to succeed. Thus, he needed to first rend his arm, refine it into a vital essence pill, consume it, and then ingest poison to bring himself to the brink of death to achieve recovery. Goodness, was this not a demonic practice? Fang Chen could not help but ponder. Even with prior mental preparation, this cultivation method felt exceedingly sinister. The idea of consuming his own flesh was truly hard to accept. Were it not for the system's confirmation that the other party was heir, Fang Chen would not dare to engage in such cultivation. Then, Fang Chen took a deep breath, applied 2 talismans that numbed his pain to himself, and, inhaling deeply, drew forth an exceptionally sharp long knife. What are you doing? At that moment, Shearing leaped down from the rooftop, approaching with curiosity. He had heard Fang Chen's return and was intrigued to see what he was up to. Whoosh! At that instant, a brilliant arc of light flashed from the blade, illuminating Shearing's wide-eyed astonishment. What on earth were these humans doing? Crack! An arm fell to the ground, and blood instantly gushed forth. Hiss! Fang Chen's agonized gasps echoed in the air. Are you out of your mind? Shearing exclaimed in horror. Poison yesterday, self-mutilation today. What kind of terrifying person was Fang Chen? In all his encounters with cultivators at the Danran sect, he had never witnessed such bizarre behavior. Now, Shearing was filled with trepidation. On one hand, Fang Chen's actions were too morbid, making him hesitant to approach. Yet on the other, he feared that if Fang Chen were to accidentally kill himself, he, bound by a life and death contract, would meet the same fate. Silence. Even with the talisman's enhancement, Fang Chen's face turned ashen, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The agony was unbearable. However, he could neither pause nor hesitate. He hastily opened the alchemical furnace, casting in the medicinal herbs, a portion of black jade fungus, and his own arm. Fortunately, the creation of the vitality pill required no intricate alchemical skills, and thus Fang Chen was spared the need to learn the art of alchemy. Boom! The spiritual flame surged upwards. Under the searing heat, his arm was instantaneously transformed into a swirling mass of golden blood energy. This was the essence of the heavenly Tao's foundation building. Witnessing this scene, the winged fiend gasped in shock, his gaze vacant. You. Fang Chen was actually refining himself. What sort of demonic practice is this? No. This is not how even demons operate. They refine others. I have never seen one refine themselves. Fang Chen had no time to concern himself with the winged fiend. He endured the pain, waiting for the vitality pill to take shape before swiftly retrieving and consuming it. Upon ingestion, an exceedingly pure force surged within Fang Chen's body, and simultaneously he rose to his feet, the ancient divine body technique commencing its operation. Chapter 36. The path of body refinement. The cultivation methods of body cultivators diverge significantly from those of ordinary practitioners. While the latter inhale and circulate spiritual energy through the designated meridian pathways to ultimately accumulate their cultivation in the dantian. Body cultivators must not only execute their techniques but also rigorously hone their physical forms. It is through the refinement of the body that the power of the body cultivator, known as primal force, can emerge from the sinews and skin, thereby complementing the execution of martial arts techniques. For instance, the training regimen of the individuals from Riwa Valley may appear somewhat unorthodox. However, aside from the elderly man engrossed in chess, the others are indeed engaged in physical training, albeit with a rather lamentable efficiency in generating primal force. Genuine physical training encompasses various practices, including wielding weapons, lifting weights, and honing skills through martial arts, as well as mimicking the postures of ferocious beasts, contorting every muscle in a manner akin to tigers, deer, bears, apes, birds, and crocodiles. At this moment, Fang Chen, eager to swiftly cultivate his primal force, is relentlessly practicing the turtle shell fist. Despite his desire to employ more sophisticated body refinement techniques, he finds himself limited. He has even perused a manual on the iron bone technique of the crocodile tortoise. Yet the pain he endures and the constraint of having only one functional arm prevent him from executing more advanced maneuvers. Nevertheless, while Li Fu may be unreliable, the technique itself is undeniably potent. After consuming the blood vitality pill, even with just the turtle shell fist, Fang Chen can distinctly sense pure primal force coursing through his body with each strike. The emergence of this primal force further propels the operation of the ancient divine body, causing the primal energy to accumulate rapidly and significantly enhancing Fang Chen's physical prowess at an astonishing rate. Primal force differs greatly from spiritual energy, whereas spiritual energy is ethereal. Primal force possesses a substantial weightiness and envelopes Fang Chen in a wave of comforting warmth as it circulates within him, akin to basking in a hot spring. However, if the ancient divine body were merely a mechanism for generating primal force, it would hardly deserve the title of a top-tier technique. Its true value lies in its ability to fortify any weakened parts of the body upon recovery. Meanwhile, Yixiong observes Fang Chen's comical execution of the turtle shell fist. And though he should find amusement, he is instead engulfed by a chilling apprehension. Who wouldn't he feel unnerved witnessing a bloodied, one-armed individual flailing about with such a peculiar technique? What on earth are you attempting to do? Do you need assistance? Yixiong inquires cautiously. No need. Fang Chen responds amidst his fervent practice, I am cultivating. What? This is cultivation? Yixiong exclaims in disbelief. Do not disturb me, Fang Chen retorts, dismissing Yixiong. After a period, limited by his cultivation level, Fang Chen's primal force ceases to increase. Enduring the pain, he decides to sit down, determined to harness the medicinal properties of the blood vitality pill to aid in the recovery of his arm. Otherwise, the effects of the pill would dissipate. Fang Chen retrieves a vial of poison, uncorking it with resolve. Thud. The robust jade bottle, designed to withstand impact, crashes to the ground, producing a dull thud. As the poison coursed through Fang Chen's body, his 7 orifices erupted with streams of black blood. The wounds, already drenched in crimson, now bore a hue of deepening purplish red, emanating a foul stench from the severed arm. What are you doing? At that moment, the furious roar of Yixiong echoed beside Fang Chen. Witnessing Fang Chen's act of self-destruction after a brief period of cultivation left Yixiong in utter shock. He was acutely aware that his life rested in Fang Chen's hands. Should Fang Chen perish, he would soon follow suit. After his furious outcry, he rushed to Fang Chen's side, anxiously bouncing around. Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote? Why the rush? Fang Chen weakly uttered, blood gushing from his mouth, I won't die. With that, he collapsed. Yixiong's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He died too quickly. There had been no time for him to save Fang Chen's life. Soon after, he sensed Fang Chen's breath, which flickered like a candle in the wind, growing weaker. Yixiong's face fell, his eyes filled with despair. How could he, who was willing to serve tirelessly, still face death? And to die because of his master's own hand? This was utterly hopeless. Yet, before he could mourn his own fate, Fang Chen suddenly sprang back to his feet. What? Yixiong could hardly comprehend. Immediately, an overwhelming aura erupted from Fang Chen's body, his arm visibly regenerating at an astonishing rate. Fang Chen turned to Yixiong and declared, I told you I wouldn't die. Why the urgency? Yixiong stood in stunned silence. Ignoring him, Fang Chen gazed at his newly restored, exquisitely white arm. A smile gracing his lips as he lightly clenched his fist, an explosive power surging within. This ancient divine physique was indeed remarkable, Fang Chen mused. Even with just one limb, he could perceive a tremendous transformation in his physical strength. He felt confident that without relying on any spiritual energy, he could single-handedly defeat 10 opponents with this arm alone. Satisfied with this realization, Fang Chen nodded and prepared to continue practicing the fundamentals of the ancient divine body. The initial stage of the ancient divine body focused on the cultivation of the limbs. Having completed the training of one arm, Fang Chen had officially embarked on the path of the ancient divine body, reaching the qi refining stage in body cultivation. Once all 4 limbs were perfected, he would ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Why didn't you die? As Fang Chen prepared to resume his training, Yixiong approached him, eyes wide in astonishment. What is so surprising? Didn't you see me do this yesterday? Fang Chen replied. But you relied on the formation of the yin-yang furnace to achieve that resurrection. Yixiong murmured, believing that Fang Chen's miraculous revival was contingent upon the hidden manipulation of the yin-yang furnace. Not at all, Fang Chen scoffed. Could it be that you possess one of those legendary? Yixiong suddenly speculated, his mind racing. Could Fang Chen be endowed with a rare constitution, only spoken of in myths? Perhaps the undying phoenix body or the everlasting body. According to legend, such beings could regenerate severed limbs even in the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, those endowed with exceptional physiques, provided they do not meet an untimely demise along the way, are destined to ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. Indeed, I am precisely the one you envision. Fang Chen nodded earnestly. The winged fiend was taken aback, quickly revealing a look of reverence. If Fang Chen were merely a foundational cultivator of the heavenly Tao, the winged fiend, possessing an imperial bloodline, would regard him with admiration but not fear. They would merely be equals. However, with Fang Chen now revealed as a legendary physique, even more rare than an imperial bloodline. The situation had transformed entirely. The tone of the winged fiend even took on a humble note, addressing Fang Chen with deference. "Brother Chen, I may have spoken a tad too loudly before." Fang Chen interjected. "Enough. You may leave now. I wish to continue my cultivation." "Yes," the winged fiend replied submissively, then withdrew. Chapter 37. No need to thank me. Standing outside the small courtyard, Yixiong suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that Fang Chen had been cultivating. Although the method of cultivation was peculiar and somewhat amusing, the ultimate results appeared to be quite impressive. Especially the strength within his arms was enough to astonish even a beast of his caliber, one endowed with a supreme bloodline. However, after a moment of awe, Yixiong felt a strange sensation. Upon further contemplation, his eyes widened in disbelief. Had he been fooled? Just yesterday, Fang Chen had told him that there was no need to cultivate, that understanding would come naturally. He believed it. Consequently, he had spent the entire day fishing. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was risking his life to cultivate? Damn it. By proceeding this way, wasn't the gap in their cultivation levels only going to widen? He hurried back to his own courtyard to practice, but due to Fang Chen's fluctuating life force during the following hours, he found himself utterly unable to cultivate. As the night passed, dawn broke, revealing a hint of pale light in the sky. In the small courtyard, stained with blood, Fang Chen, having torn his robe into a vest, exhaled a cloud of murky breath, his eyes sparkling. After a night of tumultuous effort, aided by a piece of black jade fungus, he had successfully cultivated all 4 limbs. Of course, the primary contributor to his rapid progress was the system. Even those with extraordinary physiques could not possibly perfect their limbs in just one night. After all, even with their formidable recovery abilities, excessive use would still deplete their vital essence. But Fang Chen was different. By exploiting the system's flaws, he could heal his injuries without any cost. He raised his fist, unleashing a powerful gust of wind from his punch, his face lighting up with joy. This was the ancient divine physique. Thus, his cultivation level stood at the first tier of physical foundation establishment and the first tier of heavenly foundation establishment. If his cultivation continued smoothly, he could potentially reach the great completion of physical cultivation along with the first tier of heavenly foundation establishment in the future. Marvelous. In that moment, Fang Chen, who had previously despaired over his cultivation aptitude, finally regained his confidence. In the Ruoyue Valley, having completed the introductory phase of cultivation, Fang Chen soon sought out Li Fu to request the next stage of techniques. Amidst the bustling crowd, Fang Chen patted Li Fu, who was glaring ominously at the retreating figures of 2 fleeing young women in green. "Who is it?" Li Fu turned around. "Senior, it is I." Fang Chen clasped his fists in greeting. Upon recognizing Fang Chen, Li Fu frowned. "It's you? What do you want?" "Senior, after diligently studying the introductory techniques, I find myself increasingly captivated by their profound mysteries, akin to the vastness of the stars. This has instilled in me a sense of reverence, prompting me to seek you out. I wish to borrow the subsequent techniques to observe, with the hope of emulating your wisdom. Aspiring to learn even a fraction of your insight one day, Fang Chen articulated. You are indeed a pragmatic individual." Li Fu nodded with pride upon hearing this. Then inquired, "However, do you possess any spiritual herbs?" "I do. If you do not believe me, senior, look, I have completed the introductory phase." Fang Chen raised his arm. Li Fu was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes to observe, nodding in satisfaction. "Good. Quite impressive." Just as he was about to speak, he glanced around and let out a cold snort. "There are far too many people here secretly learning martial arts. Follow me." With that, Li Fu exited the Ryue Valley. As they walked, passers-by looked on with wide eyes. Fang Chen awkwardly shielded his face with his hand and followed closely behind. Upon reaching the familiar location by the Yingwang Lake, Li Fu inquired, "Pray tell, how long did you spend training your limbs?" "One night," Fang Chen replied. A hint of pride illuminating his face, his lips curling into a smug smile. He was confident that no one could match his speed, not even a child of destiny. After all, others lacked the assistance of a system. However, Li Fu frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Too slow. Can't you complete it in a quarter of an hour?" Fang Chen was taken aback. The veins on his forehead throbbed with indignation. "Senior, isn't that a bit unreasonable? I can indeed complete the training of my limbs in a quarter of an hour. Can you not?" Li Fu scolded. "Fang Chen, you dare compare our levels of cultivation?" Yet, faced with the unpredictable temperament of Li Fu, Fang Chen dared not voice his true thoughts. Instead, he cautiously smiled and said, "Senior, Your might is akin to that of a celestial being, boundless and omnipotent, far beyond the comparison of a mere junior like myself. Indeed, Li Fu agreed with Fang Chen's words and decided to let him off this time, stating nonchalantly, "Since that is the case, I shall not punish you this time. However, you must hasten your pace in the future." Fang Chen swallowed his frustration and replied, "Yes, senior. Enough with the senior. Since you have acquired the ancient divine body, you are now my disciple," Li Fu declared. "From now on, refer to me as master." "Yes, master." Fang Chen bowed respectfully. Having gained the other's inheritance, he willingly addressed him as master. Now, here is the true technique of the ancient divine body. However, you will only be able to comprehend the corresponding techniques once your cultivation reaches the requisite level, Li Fu said, raising his hand to touch Fang Chen's forehead. Fang Chen nodded and began to learn the foundational chapter of the ancient divine body. Yet, upon reading the first line of the foundational chapter, his joy quickly turned to bewilderment. The next moment what? He abruptly looked up, panic-stricken, and asked Li Fu, "Master, isn't the ancient divine body perfected after training the limbs? Why is there a need to undergo a tribulation? Isn't that something reserved for the tribulation stage?" The first line of the foundational content read, "Upon completing the training of the limbs, one must draw upon their own aura to attract the thunder tribulation within 3 days. Only after transcending the tribulation can one establish the foundation of the ancient divine body." In other words, in order for Fang Chen to reach the foundational stage of the ancient divine body, he must first endure the tribulation within 3 days. It is well known that the thunder tribulation is a source of dread for countless cultivators. Those of weak cultivation would face certain death when confronted with it. Countless cultivators in the tribulation stage have chosen to seclude themselves for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, to evade the tribulation of thunder. But what is the meaning of this ancient divine body? Is it a deliberate quest for death? Li Fu spoke with a calm demeanor. "My cultivation method defies the heavens. Derived from glimpsing celestial secrets and is inherently not of this world. Is it not natural to undergo tribulation?" Fang Chen felt a wave of darkness wash over him, his lips trembling. "Why did you not inform me earlier? Did I not mention it?" Li Fu furrowed his brow. Fang Chen was on the verge of tears. "You did not." "Oh, then it is not too late to say it now," Li Fu replied with conviction. "Moreover, you are capable of achieving what is typically reserved for those in the tribulation stage at your current level of cultivation. Do you not feel a sense of pride? Furthermore, succeeding in the tribulation will greatly enhance your power. This is a significant opportunity." Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you speaking in a manner that a human would understand?" Li Fu continued, "Enough, you need not thank me. Though your cultivation speed is exceedingly slow, being able to share the same opportunities as those in the tribulation stage is what you deserve for mastering this technique." "Fang Chen, is this even comprehensible? Sharing the same opportunities as those in the tribulation stage? What kind of joke is this?" He fell into silence, feeling as though his heart might stop. Yet after this moment of despair, he recalled the existence of the system and suddenly felt a sense of clarity. "System, surely the thunder tribulation cannot kill me, right?" Fang Chen inquired within his heart. A single tribulation could not possibly target a child of fate, could it? If he were not a child of fate, could he not be struck down? The system swiftly replied, "The thunder tribulation can indeed kill the host." "Why?" Fang Chen felt as if struck by lightning. The system responded, "A child of fate can also perish beneath the thunder tribulation. The host is likewise unable to escape." After hearing this, Fang Chen slowly typed out a question mark. Can a child of fate truly be killed by the thunder tribulation? I have never seen anyone actually die under it. But the system stated, "The force of tribulation is the world's nemesis, exceedingly perilous. Even a child of fate has a great likelihood of falling within it." This is why the system urges the host to assist the child of fate promptly, with the host's demise. The child of fate will more swiftly gain the capability to resist the tribulations. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen fell into a deep melancholy. What a calamity! After finally exploiting a glitch to find a successor, it turns out to be a madman. And now he is faced with the prospect of being struck by heavenly wrath. Is this not a punishment from the system? No wonder Li Fu's technique can only be cultivated by those with exceptional physiques. Who among the ordinary could endure dismemberment and still confront the thunder tribulation? At that moment, as Fang Chen wallowed in despair, the system unexpectedly offered solace. If the host is about to face the thunder tribulation, the system will cheer you on. You will surely overcome it safely. Chapter 38. Inescapable. Upon hearing these words, Fang Chen was deeply moved. Why has this dogged system suddenly changed its demeanor? Isn't it usually eager for his demise? Lost in thought, Fang Chen pondered. "Thank you. But why the sudden consolation?" The system replied, "Because it is best for the host to perish at the hands of the child of destiny, thus contributing to their growth." Fang Chen, "Good heavens, why are you silent?" At that moment, Li Fu, observing Fang Chen's prolonged silence, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Are you so overwhelmed with joy and excitement at the opportunity to share in the tribulation that you find yourself at a loss for words? Humph, your experience is still quite limited. This is merely a trivial reward for cultivating the ancient divine body. In the future, you shall encounter many more rewards. As my disciple, you must learn not to be so petty. You must grow accustomed to welcoming such opportunities. Do you understand?" Fang Chen was profoundly shaken. Is the ancient divine body merely a matter of eloquence? Why does my master's mere speech leave me breathless? Is this the true worth of the world's strongest physical cultivation? Subsequently, Fang Chen forced a bitter smile. Master, I am very pleased. However, I cannot simply forfeit this opportunity, can I? That is not permissible. Li Fu waved his hand and reassured him. Even if you disperse your energy, you cannot escape this thunder tribulation. But rest assured, if you survive the tribulation, it means you have persevered. Fang Chen was beside himself. If he survived, he would certainly be alive. What nonsense is this? Master, do you possess any methods to aid me in overcoming this thunder tribulation? Fang Chen inquired hopefully. The techniques are all recorded in the scriptures. You may refer to them and find your answers without my further elaboration, Li Fu replied impatiently. Master, do you not have any unique secrets for navigating the thunder tribulation? What if I were to unfortunately perish amidst the tribulation? Fang Chen could only lament his plight. Yet, his heart was heavy with sorrow. Both his master and the system seemed mad. As a transmigrator, he felt utterly exhausted. If only he could take his own life and return. But Li Fu remained unmoved, responding, "Should you die in the thunder tribulation, it signifies that you lack the fortune to continue cultivating the ancient divine body. It can only be said that your fate is insufficient." Fang Chen once again felt exasperated. Was this the same old rhetoric? Is every insurmountable problem merely a matter of one's lack of fortune? Never mind. Fang Chen's heart felt like ash. He realized he could not rely on Li Fu. Very well, let us exchange communication jade slips. If I can assist you in any way, I shall certainly do so. Perhaps Li Fu had a moment of conscience as he took the initiative to propose an exchange of communication jade slips with Fang Chen. It was akin to exchanging phone numbers. With the jade slips, they could swiftly contact one another. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was nearly moved to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. This master of his finally showed some reliability. Yet, in the next moment, as he retrieved the communication jade slip, Fang Chen's expression froze. "Here, take mine." The communication jade slip. Li Fu presented a piece of stone to Fang Chen. Gazing intently at the stone, Fang Chen fell into a silence before finally uttering, "Master, this does not appear to be a communication jade slip. This is merely a rock. It lacks even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy." Initially, Fang Chen questioned his own discernment, but after a prolonged observation, he concluded that this was indeed just an ordinary stone. How could it possibly be compared to a communication jade slip? "Here, take it. We shall exchange." Li Fu seized the jade slip from Fang Chen's hand and replaced it with his stone, then turned to leave, casually remarking, "Focus on your tribulation. If anything arises, use this communication jade slip to contact me." Fang Chen stared at the stone, enveloped in a profound silence. After a considerable time, he exclaimed, "Damn!" Upon returning to his residence, he discarded the stone given by Li Fu during his journey back. Along the way, he fretted that Li Fu might have bestowed upon him an object that appeared to be a stone yet was, in fact, a genuine jade slip, leading him to verify it repeatedly, even inputting spiritual energy time and again, but ultimately failing to awaken it. It was abundantly clear that it was, without a doubt, a genuine stone. Once home, he began to delve into the teachings of the ancient divine body, regarding how to enhance the success rate of transcending tribulations. Although Li Fu seemed deranged now, he had been quite lucid while composing the techniques. In the teachings, he clearly outlined several points. Firstly, while transcending tribulations is perilous, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. Should Fang Chen successfully navigate this lightning tribulation, he would be nourished by its power. Consequently, his physical form would truly conform to the standards of the ancient divine body, laying a solid foundation for his future ascension to immortality. Secondly, although each breakthrough in the ancient divine body requires transcending tribulations, the intensity of the lightning tribulation would undoubtedly not match that of the tribulation period itself. Thirdly, to enhance the probability of success in transcending tribulations, it is essential not only to strengthen oneself but also to utilize external resources. However, such external resources do not refer to magical artifacts or protective barriers, as these would be rendered ineffective during the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation targets the cultivator alone, and any other forces would be expelled by the powers of heaven and earth. Nevertheless, through extensive research and exploration by the first-generation tribulation cultivators, they uncovered a loophole concerning the lightning tribulation. They discovered that while the lightning tribulation expels external resources, it does not reject those that have been refined into the body. In other words, if one refines rare materials into their body before the lightning tribulation strikes, the tribulation will not expel them. Thus, the external resources mentioned in Li Fu's teachings refer specifically to rare materials that can be refined into the cultivator's body. Consequently, many cultivators choose to refine numerous rare materials before attracting the lightning tribulation, allowing the internal power to heal injuries and withstand the onslaught of the tribulation. In the midst of inheritance, Li Fu mentioned various elements such as elixirs, the power of the 5 elements, the forces of yin and yang, and the laws of the Tao. It was noted that the primordial spirits and nascent souls of other cultivators, as well as the physical bodies and divine souls of others, could be offered as sacrifices for refining, provided that life itself was not jeopardized. As he read further, Fang Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Pondering, had his seemingly mad master truly succumbed to the ways of the demonic path? What sort of infernal options were these? Nonetheless, Fang Chen's focus remained on the power of the 5 elements. This was his sole possession. Fire Fiend King. In this realm, the power of fiends represented the utmost expression of strength. Fire Fiend was one such manifestation, as were Water Fiend and Ice Fiend. Refining fiend power could effectively counteract tribulations of thunder. Upon reaching this point, Fang Chen mused. He wondered whether his Fire Fiend King would suffice. If it proved inadequate, he could seek out Shearing. After all, Shearing had just informed him yesterday of his intention to embark on a journey of cultivation. Fang Chen understood that during this venture, Shearing was bound to encounter the Fire Fiend King. Of course, he was not contemplating capturing the Fire Fiend King to refine it again. Chapter 39. Aiding you in overcoming tribulations with Fang Chen's capabilities, it was beyond his reach to achieve such a feat. Even if the Fire Fiend King was not the child of destiny and could not extinguish him, relying solely on his own strength to subdue the Fire Fiend King was nothing but a fanciful dream. However, could he not refine the Fire Fiend itself? Within the ancient volcano that housed the Fire Fiend King, there existed numerous fire fiends. If he could capture a few for refinement, his odds of withstanding the thunder tribulation would significantly increase. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen resolved to venture to the ancient volcano where Shearing sought the Fire Fiend King to search for fire fiends. Naturally, Fang Chen would not accompany Shearing. It was crucial to note that the system had previously mentioned many formidable beings at the divine transformation stage would be vying for the Fire Fiend King at this ancient volcano. Should he remain alongside Shearing, he would invariably attract trouble, potentially encountering top-tier powerhouses. One misstep could lead to his demise. Thus, he planned to embark on the journey alone, stealthily capturing some fire fiends outside the ancient volcano. As for the precise location of Shearing's pursuit of the Fire Fiend King, he was well aware. After all, there was only one ancient volcano in close proximity to the Danran sect. Subsequently, Fang Chen calculated the time. He had successfully cultivated around sunrise that very morning. This meant that, at the latest, the thunder tribulation would descend by the next sunrise in 3 days. Time was of the essence. Fang Chen resolved to set forth the following day. Afterward, Fang Chen sought out Shearing and directly exchanged the musical score bestowed upon him by the system for a plethora of potions to enhance his physical prowess. This musical score was initially intended by the system to improve his rapport with Jiangningi, and Fang Chen had refrained from utilizing it until now. Faced with the precariousness of his current situation, he had no choice but to present his most valuable items. Shearing, delighted by the prospect, readily agreed and even encouraged Fang Chen to compose more musical scores in the future. Fang Chen hastily denied any personal involvement, attributing the scores to the masters of folk tradition. Shearing, amused, merely smiled knowingly and requested that he continue to bring more scores in the future. After exiting Lingyun Peak, Fang Chen made another visit to the market, hoping to unearth some treasures that might bolster his defenses against the impending tribulation. Regrettably, even after wandering until nightfall, he found nothing of value. During his stroll through the market, He also sent a message via jade slip to the Fang family, which was substantial enough to provide him with immense assistance. Sadly, it fell on deaf ears. The previous owner had committed too many errors, rendering the family indifferent to his plight. Unless the family head's mood improved, Fang Chen felt as if he had been cast out from the family altogether. This predicament elucidated the previous owner's desperate decision to prepare demonic pills. With the family disregarding him, he had been left with no viable options. Fang Chen sighed deeply, feeling the weight of his circumstances. Now you've ensnared me in this plight as well. Alas, it is too late to return home. The Fang family was quite distant from the Darren sect. Should he attempt to return, he might very well face the thunder tribulation en route. Under the starlit sky, Fang Chen returned to his residence and began to gather his belongings. He did not wish to leave the Danren sect so hastily. The trials of the world were perilous. He yearned to linger in the Danren sect until the end of time. Alas, after Fang Chen tidied up his belongings, Shearing was exuberantly howling with excitement. Unbeknownst to him, Fang Chen was on the brink of facing the tribulation of thunder. All he knew was that Fang Chen had suddenly declared his intent to venture out for training and wanted to take him along. This thrilled him to no end. How long had he been confined within the Danren sect? How long had it been since he last gazed upon the outside world? Fang Chen, where shall we go on this expedition? Shall we visit my homeland? Shearing exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. Fang Chen paused, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. How far is your homeland? At this, Shearing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Fang Chen would genuinely consider it. He had merely been jesting. Then, with renewed excitement, Shearing replied, not far at all. With a divine artifact of the transformation stage, we could reach the teleportation array of the Holy Tiger clan in just a day. Fang Chen then asked, if I were to give you to your 9th imperial brother, what reward might I receive? Shearing's sturdy frame stiffened, and he retreated several steps, swiftly taking flight. Don't go. I was serious. Fang Chen shouted as he watched Shearing flee. After Shearing departed, Fang Chen suddenly received a signal from the communication jade slip he had sent out. His heart raced with excitement. Could it be that his family was reaching out to him? He would immediately express his sincere intentions to reform and plead for them to expedite their assistance with treasures to help him through this tribulation. However, when he retrieved the jade slip, his expression fell. It was not from his family. Upon confirming the identity of the sender, he was left dumbfounded. It was Li Fu. The message from Li Fu was simple. Disciple, hasten to the enlightenment cliff. I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulation. Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He then realized that the seemingly barren cliff where he usually conversed with Li Fu had been secretly named the Enlightenment Cliff by Li Fu. Nevertheless, the name was not the crux of the matter. The essence lay in those 6 words. I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulation. Upon reading this line, Fang Chen was filled with ecstatic joy. Could it be that his master had suddenly regained clarity of mind and knew how to aid him through the tribulation? It must be noted that Li Fu was a system-certified supreme body cultivator, the heir of the Child of Fortune, a truly formidable individual. If such a person were to awaken and assist him in overcoming his tribulation, would that not propel him to new heights? Fang Chen promptly sprang into action, leaping from his residence and racing towards the Enlightenment Cliff. Meanwhile, at the Enlightenment Cliff, 2 figures were making their way along the winding path from the reflective light lake. The moonlight was cool, cascading over the barren branches, casting a delicate silvery glow. Upon closer inspection, it could be considered a uniquely captivating sight. Yet, the 2 figures had little interest in appreciating the scenery. They proceeded directly to the edge of the cliff. The foremost figure was none other than Li Fu. Clad in a white robe, his expression was unusually grave. Following closely behind him was a young girl dressed in a jade-white gown. It was none other than Chu Qiner. Seniorly, may I ask what place this is? Chu Qiner followed closely behind Li Fu, simultaneously filled with apprehension and curiosity. This is the legendary Fate's Cliff. Those who come here are destined to have the opportunity to inherit my legacy, Li Fu remarked with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Chu Qiner's eyes. Fate's Cliff? Is it possible that the Danren sect possesses such a place? At that moment, the seemingly ordinary cliff transformed into an enigmatic marvel in the young Chu Qiner's perception. Concurrently, her heart swelled with gratitude towards Jiang Ningyi. Had it not been for Jiang's true teachings, she would not have come to Rue Valley, nor would she have encountered the ethereal and enigmatic Li Fu. Chapter 40. Endure the beating. After Jiang Ningyi suggested to Chu Qiner that she could come to Rue Valley to learn body cultivation. Today, Chu Qiner made her way to Rue Valley. Upon entering, she encountered Li Fu. Prior to her arrival, He had warned her about a mad old man, advising her to disregard him if he invited her to learn body cultivation. Thus, even when Li Fu urged her to pursue it, Chuchina remained unmoved. Not only did she refrain from following him, but she also did not engage in conversation with him. However, the reason for Chuchina's presence here now lay in three profound statements made by Li Fu. At that moment, as he observed her retreating figure, he spoke softly, "Your aptitude is quite remarkable, yet you are destined to be unable to cultivate. Follow me, and I shall help you harness your power." These three sentences instantly altered Chuchina's resolve. No one had ever seen through her lack of cultivation at first glance, nor had anyone identified her potential so accurately. In that instant, Li Fu transformed from a mere madman in her eyes to a figure of inscrutable mystery. Despite her previous determination to ignore Li Fu's words, she found herself wavering at that moment. She returned to him, inquiring how he could perceive such truths. Li Fu merely smiled enigmatically and told her that if she followed him, the truth would soon be revealed. Thus, Chuchina chose to accompany him, driven by the answer she had awaited for over a decade. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she gazed at Li Fu's imposing silhouette under the moonlight and softly asked, "Seniorly, what must I do?" "Patience, for I must first pose a question," he replied. "What are you willing to sacrifice to gain power?" With unwavering resolve, Chuchina responded, "Everything." Her youthful eyes, typically vibrant, were now filled with determination. No one understood the struggles she had endured over the years. Had she been a waste from the beginning, she might have accepted her fate as an ordinary person a decade ago. Yet, it was precisely because everyone insisted she had considerable potential that she felt trapped. Now, the pursuit of power had become her singular aspiration, one for which she was willing to endure great hardship and even risk her life. "Very well, then let me ask you this. Are you capable of regrowing lost limbs?" Li Fu inquired casually. Taken aback, Chuchina hesitated. I cannot. Regrowing limbs? Isn't that a feat reserved for legendary peak cultivators? How could she possibly achieve that? "Then, if you cannot, you shall have no chance at my inheritance," Li Fu replied calmly. "However, since you have arrived and possess such unique qualities, I can help you become a cultivator." Upon hearing this, Chuchina was filled with joy and replied without hesitation, "Thank you, senior." As soon as the words left her lips, Chuchina suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck. Instinctively, her body lurched forward, and her vision was instantly engulfed in darkness. Just before her eyes closed completely, she caught sight of Li Fu, who had appeared behind her at some unknown moment. His hand was still raised, unmistakably the source of her affliction. As her consciousness began to fade, she gazed at Li Fu with a look of bewilderment, her mind consumed by a singular thought: why did he strike me so suddenly? At that moment, Li Fu met her gaze and said, "There is no need for gratitude. I assist you solely because you can aid my disciple. Who would thank you?" This thought lingered in Chuchina's mind as she succumbed to oblivion. Once she collapsed completely, Li Fu retrieved a jade slip for communication and declared, "Disciple, hasten to the enlightenment cliff. I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulation." When Fang Chen arrived at the enlightenment cliff, the night had deepened considerably. The bare trees standing atop the cliff seemed to bask in the cool moonlight, appearing even more luminous. Upon his arrival, Fang Chen shouted, "Master," only to discover, upon approaching, that Li Fu was absent, leaving behind only a young girl lying on the ground. "Who is this?" He paused, instinctively moving closer to inspect her. A face, all too familiar and fearsome to him, came into view, her brow slightly furrowed, rendering her somewhat pitiful. Fang Chen was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the? Chuchina?" The recognition sent a jolt of fear through him. How did she end up here? Just then, Li Fu's voice resonated from above. Startled by the presence of Chuchina, Fang Chen looked up, only to be astonished once more. There sat Li Fu, cross-legged in midair, his expression one of discontent as he fixed his gaze upon Fang Chen. Surrounding him was an absence of any magical artifacts or fluctuations of spiritual energy, signifying that he was entirely reliant on his physical prowess to remain suspended in the air. Fang Chen's mind raced with exclamations of disbelief. This was excessively ostentatious. Truly, he was the unparalleled master of physical cultivation. "I have arrived, master," Fang Chen proclaimed, clasping his fists. "You are remarkably slow," Li Fu responded, descending from the air. Fang Chen, concerned that Li Fu might perceive his delay as a lack of respect, hastily explained, "Master, I was quite swift. I came as soon as I received your message." "Swift? Why did you not tear open the fabric of space to arrive?" Li Fu inquired pointedly. Fang Chen thought to himself, "Enough. I should not have explained so much." Thankfully, you have not delayed anything. Li Fu replied coolly. Fang Chen then asked, so, master, what shall we do now? Are we to face the tribulation here at the Enlightenment Cliff? His eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. Enlightenment Cliff? What Enlightenment Cliff? This is the Qianquan Cliff. Li Fu frowned. Do not haphazardly alter names in the future. Fang Chen fell silent, cursing inwardly. How exasperating it is to communicate. Very well. I shall not hold this against you. Carry her up, and I shall assist you in overcoming your tribulation, Li Fu instructed, pointing at Chuchiner. What does she have to do with this? Moreover, master, I almost forgot to inquire, how did she end up fainted here? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen asked in astonishment. Li Fu replied nonchalantly, it is simply because I intend to aid her in her cultivation. At these words, Fang Chen nearly erupted in indignation on Chuchiner's behalf. Does this truly resemble assistance in cultivation? Fang Chen gazed at Chuchiner, his eyes filled with sympathy. It appears that this girl has been thoroughly deceived, leading her to the cliff of enlightenment to endure such tribulations. Li Fu urged, hurry and carry her up. Do not squander any more time. Chapter 41. My master will assist you in overcoming tribulations. Indeed. Fang Chen hurriedly lifted Chuchiner, feeling a surge of sympathy. It was best to return her promptly to prevent her from being deceived by that old fool again. He carried her to a cave indicated by Li Fu, then gently set her down. Upon reflection, it seemed that Li Fu had instructed him to place Chuchiner here for her to rest, sparing her from lying on the cold ground and risking illness. A smile crept onto Fang Chen's face. Perhaps his eccentric master possessed a modicum of humanity after all. Come out. Li Fu's voice echoed from outside the cave. Yes. Fang Chen turned and exited. Consume this. Li Fu tossed a brown pill to Fang Chen, catching it. He examined the pill under the moonlight, instincts flaring with caution. Master, what is the purpose of this pill? Despite having recently demonstrated a semblance of compassion, Li Fu's madness was inherently perilous. Fang Chen dared not recklessly ingest what he was offered. Li Fu, however, showed no intention of explaining, commanding with an irrefutable tone, eat. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. It is not that I am unwilling. Fang Chen felt a disconcerting intuition akin to the last time he instinctively reached for the guzheng. He instinctively recoiled, eager to elucidate, but as he opened his mouth, Li Fu, moving with an untraceable swiftness, forced the pill into Fang Chen's mouth. Ugh, all done, Li Fu observed with satisfaction. Terrified, Fang Chen hastily attempted to induce vomiting, but the pill dissolved instantly within him, leaving no time for expulsion. Master, what exactly is this medicine? He inquired, his complexion paling slightly. At that moment, inexplicably, he sensed a rising warmth enveloping his body and spirit. What is happening? Why do you ask? Do you think I would harm you? Li Fu glared, then pointed a finger at Fang Chen's forehead. This is a dual cultivation technique, the yin-yang convergence. Remember it well. When the time comes, you shall exchange the pure yin energy within her for your primordial yang. Your ancient divine body was forged by seizing the secrets of the heavens. Through dual cultivation with her, your yang can aid her in her ascension. Furthermore, her pure yin energy entering your body will assist you in transcending the heavenly tribulations. This time, I am aiding both you and her. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fu unceremoniously thrust the astonished Fang Chen into the cave then, with an outward palm, drew in a breath sharply. A colossal stone sphere, seemingly conjured from thin air, thundered upward from the mountainside and landed in Li Fu's grasp. Without a flicker of emotion, he seized the massive boulder with one hand and, with a gentle sweep, hurled it. Boom! The stone ball collided violently with the mouth of the cave, producing a cacophony that reverberated through the air, effectively sealing the entrance. Very well. Let us not indulge in improper gazes. Even though I am your master, it is not appropriate for me to linger here. I shall take my leave. This great stone shall ensure that you are not disturbed. Focus on your cultivation. After Li Fu spoke, he turned and vanished from sight. Within the cave, Fang Chen's eyes gradually turned crimson, engulfed in a wave of terror. From Li Fu's words, coupled with the unbearable heat coursing through his body and spirit, he began to comprehend the nature of the potion Li Fu had administered to him. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed inwardly, his body growing ever warmer. Overwhelmed by surging desires, his mind flooded with unspeakable images. What to do? Fang Chen's heart raced with dread. Upon noticing the unconscious Chuchiner lying on the stone platform, his breath quickened to an alarming pace. This is it. Fang Chen's body involuntarily moved towards Chuchiner, only for him to urgently halt his steps. No. I must not approach her. He stood firmly in place, striving to regain his clarity. The effects of the aphrodisiac might not prove fatal, but should he touch Chuchiner, he was certain he would tomorrow become mere fragments of a corpse, returned to his homeland. He turned and walked towards the cave's exit. After a few attempts, the massive stone boulder at the entrance remained immovable. This was beyond his capability to handle. Fang Chen hastily retrieved a communication jade slip, attempting to contact Jiangning. However, upon channeling his spiritual energy, he discovered that the slip could not send the message. Damn it, this is truly hopeless. Fang Chen gritted his teeth in frustration. Is my master truly mad? In the next moment, Fang Chen felt the potency of the drug surge violently within him, prompting him to swiftly sit cross-legged. He took out a dozen calming talismans and pressed them against his forehead. A cool sensation permeated his being, attempting to suppress the fiery heat. Yet, this was merely a drop in the ocean. The aphrodisiac was horrendously potent, and no matter how he struggled, he could not subdue it. Despair enveloped him. Where on earth did his master procure such a potion? Just then, a soft moan laced with pain emanated from the stone platform. Chuchiner opened her eyes. Her vision blurred, her mind a blank slate. It then dawned on her that she had been knocked unconscious by Li Fu. As she sought to locate Li Fu to question him about his actions, she turned to find a man, flushed and drenched in sweat, seated in the corner. The man's face. Fang Chen. Chuchiner's eyes widened in alarm, panic evident on her countenance. What are you doing here? After leaving the Danran apothecary, Chuchiner, who had previously known little of Fang Chen, had heard all about him from Chu He. Now, in the dark cave, with the entrance sealed, coupled with the presence of a solitary man, especially one who was Fang Chen, it would be a lie to say she was not afraid. Yet, upon seeing Chuchiner awaken, for reasons unknown, Fang Chen felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. At least the other party has awakened. Perhaps they can still resist the effects of the drug. Faced with their inquiries, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and replied, "Do not be afraid. All of this is the doing of Master Li Fugen." He feared that Chuchiner might suspect a collusion between him and Li Fu, so he hastily changed his words. No longer referring to the other as his master. "Senior Li, what does that mean?" Chuchiner was somewhat bewildered. "He knocked you unconscious and then forced me to ingest aphrodisiacs. I am currently fighting against the effects of the drug." Fang Chen gritted his teeth, saying, "But I cannot escape right now. You must quickly contact your grandfather and have him rescue us." "What?" Chuchiner was astonished. The situation sounded utterly bizarre. She regarded Fang Chen with suspicion. "What exactly do you intend to do? What else could I possibly want?" Fang Chen protested. "I am only concerned for your reputation. Who could have foreseen that this madman would suddenly knock you out and then capture me to feed me aphrodisiacs? Moreover, if I truly wished to harm you, do you think you could withstand me in your current state?" Chuchina paused, her expression faltering. Although she was still somewhat dazed and could not comprehend the events that had transpired, upon reflection, it seemed that Fang Chen was not an adversary. If he had truly intended to do something vile, considering her recent state of unconsciousness, even now, without any cultivation, she would not stand a chance against him. Conversely, regarding Li Fu, he had first rendered her unconscious and then forced Fang Chen to ingest aphrodisiacs. Could it be that she had been harmed by Li Fu? Regret welled up in Chuchiner's heart. Had she known better, she would have heeded her grandfather's warnings and not accompanied Li Fu. Enough of this, quickly. Check if there is another way out and summon someone to assist us. Fang Chen's patience was wearing thin, and he shouted in urgency. Yes, Chuchiner. Suddenly awakened from her daze, hurriedly ventured deeper into the surroundings. However, it was not long before she returned, her face ashen. There is no way out. Fang Chen's heart sank. This was disastrous. How could they counteract the effects of the aphrodisiac? He felt a surge of anxiety, but then paused, smacking his forehead in realization. How could he have forgotten this? If he were to die, the system would surely assist him in neutralizing the aphrodisiac. With this thought, Fang Chen's spirits soared, and he quickly opened his storage ring. Yet, upon doing so, his face turned as pale as Chuchiner's. The ring was devoid of any poison. The battles with the winged beast the day before, coupled with his recent training, had exhausted all his supplies. Damn it. Fang Chen stood in shock. This was truly catastrophic. At that moment, the effects of the drug surged forth once more with ferocity. Chapter 42. Maintaining sanity is a luxury. Fang Chen's eyes were red-rimmed as he lifted his gaze toward Chuchiner, his expression revealing an intense yearning. Startled by his gaze, Chuchiner instinctively retreated several steps. However, Fang Chen forcibly restrained his desires and retrieved a dozen magical artifacts from his storage ring. There were various weapons, swords, spears, clubs, daggers, needles, and hammers. What do you intend to do? Upon witnessing Fang Chen suddenly produce so many weapons, especially the conspicuous whip and rope, Chu Qin'er's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her heart trembling as images of the scandalous tales she had inadvertently encountered flashed through her mind. While Chu Qin'er was gripped by fear, Fang Chen picked up a knife and raised it. She was frightened and took another step back, but the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. Fang Chen lifted the dagger and plunged it straight toward his own heart. "Oh, what are you doing?" Chu Qin'er exclaimed, instinctively wanting to intervene. She thought Fang Chen had been driven mad by an aphrodisiac. Yet, before she could stop him, the knife flew out of his hand by itself. Damn it. Fang Chen felt utterly despondent. What kind of situation was this? He had initially thought that without poison, he could at least harm himself with the knife. However, the magical artifacts he had purchased were all incapable of inflicting harm upon him. As for the prospect of ending his own life, he found himself unable to summon the spiritual and elemental energy within. It felt as though all his power had been concentrated in his lower half. This drove Fang Chen to the brink of madness. Couldn't some spiritual energy be spared for him? Did this drug truly aim to keep one perpetually ensnared in such affairs? In a state of insufficient spiritual energy, if Fang Chen were to harm himself further, it would likely only result in bleeding rather than death. Given his formidable ancient divine body cultivated through the foundational principles of the heavenly way, if he wished to bleed to death, it would likely take several days. After exhausting all methods, Fang Chen could only raise his head. His blood-red gaze fixed upon Chu Qin'er as he rasped, "You. What's wrong?" Chu Qin'er hurriedly replied, "Do you have any life-preserving magical artifacts left by your grandfather?" "Yes, several talismans that do not require spiritual energy to activate," she answered promptly. Fang Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy and eagerly inquired, "What is their offensive capability?" "My grandfather said they can deal with foundation-building cultivators. He specifically sought them from the inner sect elders for my protection," Chu Qin'er explained. "Good. Throw them at me. Kill me," Fang Chen commanded. At this declaration, Chu Qin'er was completely stunned, questioning, "Why?" At this moment, she was utterly bewildered. The events that had just transpired had already left her confused. And now Fang Chen was asking her to kill him? Was he out of his mind? Seeing her hesitation to act, Fang Chen grew increasingly anxious and shouted, "If you don't kill me, do you truly intend to let me possess you?" Though Chu Qin'er was a favored child of destiny, as long as he did not die according to the system's prescribed methods, he would undeniably survive, even at the hands of such a fated individual. Thus, to put it differently, as long as one does not forcibly seize Chu Qin'er, death is surely not imminent. Consequently, Fang Chen intends to have Chu Qin'er take his life. Upon hearing this, Chu Qin'er was momentarily stunned, her expression revealing a trace of astonishment. Fang Chen, was he truly contemplating suicide to preserve my honor? So, when he plunged the knife into his own heart moments ago, was it also for my sake? Do it. Why are you standing there in a daze? Fang Chen nearly lost his mind. Was this person truly intent on his demise? However, Chu Qin'er, upon being shouted at by Fang Chen, displayed a complex expression, her eyes subtly reddening, followed by a flicker of fear, yet predominantly resolute. She spoke gently, "Fang Chen, you need not sacrifice your life for my purity." Fang Chen was on the brink of madness, exclaiming, "Stop with the foolish sentiments. I can be revived. Just end my life already. What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Qin'er interrupted him urgently, "Even my grandfather cannot return from the dead. How could you, a mere cultivator of the third level of qi refinement, achieve such a feat?" Fang Chen was perplexed. "I am striving to save both our lives. Why are you suddenly berating me?" At that moment, Chu Qin'er unexpectedly raised her hand, resting it on the fabric of her dress, gently unfastening it. The inappropriate scene left Fang Chen utterly dumbfounded. What was Chu Qin'er doing? Did she believe that by willingly sacrificing her life for her honor, she had moved him enough to seek her embrace? Goodness, your majesty, must you jest? What era are we in? Let us not resort to such antiquated tactics. You traverse your solitary path, while I navigate my own. Stop, Fang Chen bellowed. Have you lost your senses? Do you not suspect that I am employing a ruse to deceive you? I do not think so, Chu Qin'er replied, shaking her head. For 18 years, she had dwelled in the depths of despair, her thoughts intricate. She discerned that Fang Chen genuinely had no intention of deceiving her, but was solely fixated on his own demise. This truth was something Fang Chen could not feign, nor could he fool her. Observing this, Fang Chen felt a wave of regret wash over him. If only I had known, I should have used the same tactics to drive away Jiang Ningyi. If I had merely adopted the guise of a lecher, would she not have immediately used a talisman to incapacitate me? Yet, beset by the effects of spring poison. He was incapable of rational thought, and in a moment of haste, his words became the final blade of fate. Meanwhile, Chuchiner took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly, yet she resolutely approached Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I always believed you to be a villain, but now it seems you are not as the rumors suggest. As she stood before him, her delicate features were suffused with fear. Making such a decision, she could hardly claim to be unafraid. However, asking Fang Chen to die for her honor was simply beyond her capacity. Do not do anything foolish, remain calm. Fang Chen forcibly retreated, yet Chuchiner drew ever closer. His body felt increasingly numb. Fang Chen, thank you. Her voice trembled. Let us regard all that has transpired today as merely a dream. At the very moment when Chuchiner finished speaking, she immediately leaned closer. Just then, Chapter 43, The Empress Awakens. Boom. A surge of black mist erupted violently from within Chuchiner. The mist, imbued with immense force, propelled Fang Chen away in an instant. Thud. Fang Chen crashed hard against the wall. The impact of the black fog was overwhelmingly powerful, causing him to spit blood. In that moment of falling, despair enveloped Fang Chen's heart. Damn it, it's over. At that instant, he realized the origin of the black mist. Summoning forth this unparalleled ruthless being would surely spell his doom. Meanwhile, Chuchiner lifted her hand and summoned a garment that enveloped her body. She then gazed at Fang Chen. Her eyes, initially frigid, suddenly exhibited a flicker of confusion, followed by a slight furrow of her brows. How could such a person exist? As Fang Chen had anticipated, the most troublesome situation indeed unfolded. Fallen Star had awakened. The restraints of Fallen Star did not dictate that she would awaken only when her essence was compromised. Awakening at such a juncture would render her preparations for her pure form utterly futile. It was inconceivable for anyone, let alone an unparalleled powerhouse like her, to allow the restraints to trigger at such a moment without any contingency plans. That would be sheer folly. Thus, her timing for awakening was inherently designed not to be when everything was already lost. Now, the Fallen Star Empress, or rather Chuchiner, having embraced her memories and restored her complete self, found herself ensnared in bewilderment. Throughout her extensive existence, she had witnessed countless despicable betrayals. Yet she had never encountered someone like Fang Chen, a stranger, willing to sacrifice his life for the innocence of someone he had met merely twice. This was utterly preposterous. For someone of her stature as a demonic empress, individuals with such elevated moral standards were merely figures she had heard about from storytellers. Subsequently, Chuchiner smiled. One must admit, she was quite pleased with her awakening in this life. The timing was fortuitous, sparing her from any further waiting. Moreover, this incarnation of Chuchiner bore a striking resemblance to her original self. Both possessed commendable talent yet were unable to cultivate. And both had a grandfather who tirelessly endeavored for her sake. In her past life, Chuchiner's grandfather also sought tirelessly but was unable to discover a solution for her. Furthermore, because he had taken her around, her extraordinary beauty attracted the attention of thieves. To protect her, her grandfather fought valiantly, ultimately sacrificing his life. It was in that moment that Chuchiner awakened her powers. Her inability to cultivate stemmed from her exceptional innate talent, leading a demonic cultivator to implant a demonic seed within her since childhood. By the time Chuchiner turned 20, the demonic seed would emerge, draining her essence completely. However, the power of vengeance enabled Chuchiner to break free from the seed's constraints. She absorbed its strength, vanquished the thieves, and, fueled by the demonic seed, became a rising star in the demonic realm, avenging her grievances. Ultimately, she ascended to the position of the demonic empress, leaving behind a trail of blood and storm. However, at the moment of transcending the tribulation, she realized that her fate was flawed, rendering her incapable of overcoming even a single thunder calamity. It was precisely for this reason that she endeavored to exchange a cycle of 99 lifetimes for a purine body. As long as she could ascend, she intended to locate her grandfather's soul within the cycle of reincarnation and resurrect him. Yet, as she recalled the visage of Chu-He, which bore a striking resemblance to her grandfather's, she suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. It seemed she need not search any longer. With this in mind, a faint smile graced Chuchiner's lips for her grandfather's sake. Perhaps it was not such a bad idea to become a righteous cultivator at the Danran sect in this lifetime, striving for immortality. 99 lifetimes, several millennia of mundane existence. And the Danran sect continued to thrive. She wondered if those old crones at the Danran sect had ascended yet, and what their reaction would be upon seeing her. Just as Chuchiner was lost in thought, Fang Chen, who had been desperately suppressing himself, could no longer contain a pained cry. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Qiner's gaze immediately shifted to Fang Chen, and her heart jolted. She had nearly forgotten about him. Meanwhile, Fang Chen, feeling the intensity of her gaze upon him, fell into despair. Good heavens! What did this enchantress intend to do? Surely, she wouldn't kill him, would she? No. What if this demoness decided to eliminate him for having seen her body? Fang Chen was filled with regret. The onslaught of dark mist had injured him, and the overpowering aphrodisiac had pushed him to the brink, causing him to cry out. Yet, he could only think of one thought. Wasn't he able to endure as a virgin for over 20 years in his past life? Why was he unable to hold on now? As she regarded Fang Chen, Chu Qiner fell into contemplation. Though she was the empress of the demonic path, ruthless and relentless, this did not imply a lack of discernment between right and wrong. She had never contemplated killing Fang Chen. She knew that had she been her former self, she would have undoubtedly chosen to save him. Moreover, as Chu Qiner regained her memories, she increasingly perceived Fang Chen as an incomprehensible moral paragon. How could a foundational cultivator of the heavenly path sacrifice his own life for the purity of a mundane woman? Were the disciples of the Danren sect truly of such high moral caliber? There was an air of both antiquity and benevolence about them. With a sigh, Chu Qiner was just about to step forward to assess Fang Chen's condition and find a way to alleviate the effects of the aphrodisiac. However, as she took a couple of steps, she abruptly froze. Wait, in his eyes, she was but a mortal. If she acted recklessly, would it not raise suspicion? She had only just prepared herself to accompany her grandfather and did not wish to leave the Danren sect for this reason. With this thought, Chu Qiner furrowed her brow. Therefore, she could only resort to deceit. With her remarkable skill in deception, she should be able to fool him. In the past, her lies had been imperceptible to all. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qiner approached Fang Chen, casually pressing her finger against his neck, and said, Fang Chen, I suddenly remembered that I have learned how to counteract aphrodisiacs. I can assist you. There is no need for despair. Can you trust me? Fang Chen, trust you? Not a chance. Who on earth cannot see through your deceit? Yet, in the face of the unexpected kindness exhibited by the demon empress, Fang Chen felt a profound sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. He discerned that Chu Qiner likely wished to conceal her true identity while simultaneously offering him aid. With this realization, Fang Chen eagerly responded, filled with a mixture of surprise and hope. Really? If you possess such remarkable abilities, please assist me at once. Observing his reaction, Chu Qiner nodded swiftly. All right. She felt a surge of pride, realizing her skill in deception was indeed exceptional, as Fang Chen was completely ensnared by her ruse. Subsequently, Chu Qiner discreetly absorbed a small amount of spiritual energy. That should suffice. She silently affirmed, then lifted her gaze to Fang Chen, stating, I shall assist you now. Fang Chen promptly replied, I appreciate it greatly. Chapter 44. Resolution. Chu Qiner extended her hand and grasped Fang Chen's arm, then gently pressed down. At that moment, Fang Chen understood why she was known as the Empress of the Demon Path. A remarkably cool stream of spiritual energy flowed from Chu Qiner's delicate fingers, permeating the skin of Fang Chen's neck. This energy seemed imbued with a certain enchantment as it gradually soaked into Fang Chen, alleviating the effects of the aphrodisiac until its potency faded away. With the disappearance of the drug's influence, Fang Chen's mind slowly regained clarity. Meanwhile, Chu Qiner's complexion turned slightly pale, and she felt a surge of sympathy for Fang Chen. Poor fellow, how unfortunate he must be. When she had just begun to neutralize the aphrodisiac, she had assumed that, given her perspective and abilities, even with her limited spiritual energy, dispelling such a minor potion should be effortless. However, upon making contact with Fang Chen, she quickly realized that something was amiss. The aphrodisiac within him was no ordinary substance. Its full name was Reversal of Love Elixir, used to forcibly induce mating among transformation stage demon beasts. Its potency affected not only the physical body, but also the spiritual energy and soul. Without enduring an entire day and night of turmoil, its effects would not dissipate. Moreover, this elixir was exclusively found in the beast cages of the Danren sect. The realization that Fang Chen had consumed such a potion left Chu Qiner in silence. This fellow truly deserved pity. Yet, amidst her sympathy, she could not help but admire Fang Chen. Even she, as the Empress of the Demon Path, had to concede to Fang Chen's resilience. He had endured the overwhelming effects of a potion that even transformation stage demon beasts could not withstand, all in an effort to preserve an ordinary person's purity, relying solely on his willpower. Aware of the reversal of love elixir coursing through Fang Chen, Chu Qiner had no choice but to harness her soul's power to eradicate its toxins. This exertion was the reason for her pale countenance. "All right, Fang Chen." Chuchina retracted her fingers and spoke. "Thank you, Miss Chu." Fang Chen, now entirely clear-headed and at peace, felt the restless sensation vanish. And he clasped his fist in gratitude. "No need for thanks. This is all thanks to my grandfather's teachings," Chuchina replied. "Very well." Fang Chen smiled. However, fearing the continued conversation might unravel the fabric of Chuchina's deception, he rose to his feet, stating, "I shall now find a way to leave." As he attempted to depart the cave, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. "Child of destiny. Chuchina has successfully awakened and regained her memories. She is about to embark on a new journey of cultivation. However, the host has not perished, resulting in mission failure. Nevertheless, the system harbors no resentment towards the host. There is no need for despair. Please continue to strive forward." Fang Chen? Damn it, how I wish to obliterate this system. Is it deranged? Nonetheless, the system's unexpected announcement made Fang Chen realize an important fact. Even though the mission to assist the child of destiny had failed, the system would not retract the cultivation methods it had previously granted him. For instance, the replenishment technique it had provided was still his to keep. This revelation eased the persistent worries that had lingered in Fang Chen's mind. He had previously harbored concerns that once his life and death duel with Shaoqing concluded, the system would reclaim the foundational cultivation of the heavenly Tao. However, it seems that this apprehension has now been alleviated. Fang Chen withdrew his thoughts, muttering a few curses at the system in his mind, and approached the massive stone sphere that Li Fu had just blocked at the entrance. He attempted to strike it, but it did not budge in the slightest. He was left pondering the origins of this colossal sphere. Subsequently, Fang Chen tried to utilize a teleportation talisman in an attempt to escape directly, but to no avail. This left him in a state of deep contemplation. His master was indeed relentless in ensuring that he and Chuchina would cultivate together. Meanwhile, Chuchina raised an eyebrow at the sight of the stone sphere. It bore a striking resemblance to a magical artifact she had encountered before. Never mind, I should call for help. A thought flickered through Fang Chen's mind as he patted the stone sphere and shouted, "Master, Master." After uttering these words, he feared that Chuchina would discover his apprentice relationship with Li Fu, leading her to mistakenly believe that he had deliberately orchestrated a situation involving aphrodisiacs. He hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Seniorly enjoys hearing me call him master. I can understand that." Chuchina, however, dismissed it entirely. A person who would rather die than tarnish their purity could not possibly act with such intent. Moreover, given that Fang Chen had consumed the reversal elixir, who in their right mind would administer such a potion to themselves? No one would assume it was a deliberate trap. At that moment, Chuchina's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the stone sphere. Suddenly, the visage of Li Fu flashed in her mind. Wait, isn't this the embodiment of Sunya? After a moment of contemplation, Chuchina was struck with realization, her expression shifting dramatically. She recalled an encounter with Li Fu in a certain secret realm during her past, just as Chuchina bore the alias Fallen Star. The former Li Fu also had a moniker known as Sunya. In those days, Sunya was at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, a cultivator of unparalleled prowess. Moreover, beyond acknowledging Sunya's exceptional cultivation, many regarded him as having lost his sanity. For after reaching the Great Ascension stage, Sunya had inexplicably turned to pursue the cultivation of the physical body, proclaiming his intent to disperse his powers and cultivate anew, seeking immortality through the corporeal form. This led everyone to believe that Sunya had lost his senses. Yet, Chuchina never anticipated that, after several millennia, Sunya had indeed succumbed to madness. This was exceedingly peculiar. Just then, a tremendous force suddenly drew the stone sphere away, propelling it skyward until it vanished into the clouds. Immediately after, the entrance to the cavern swung open. Li Fu's voice resounded, "Disciple, have you arrived so soon?" Fang Chen replied, "Master, this question is rather difficult for me to answer." Have you not begun?" As Li Fu entered the cave and cast a glance at the two neatly dressed individuals, his eyes narrowed. He could discern that Fang Chen did not possess any Purine energy. "Master, I have a method to transcend the tribulation. Please cease employing such harmful measures against others." Fang Chen clasped his fists in reverence. "Harm others? When have I ever harmed her?" Li Fu replied nonchalantly. "This is one of the most pleasurable pursuits in the world, aside from cultivation." Fang Chen. Li Fu continued, "Moreover, this allows you to cultivate while the other can transcend the tribulation. Can this be termed as harm? Furthermore, this girl stated upon her arrival that she was willing to sacrifice everything for her cultivation, It was not I who compelled her. Fang Chen. A true enigma. Observing for a considerable time, Chuchiner had concluded a significant truth. This Sunya. No, this Li Fu seems devoid of malice. He is simply lacking in intellect. With this thought, Chuchiner clasped her fists and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed senior, but for the time being, I do not require a resolution regarding my cultivation." Situation explanation. New Year's Eve leave. To the few esteemed readers, greetings and Happy New Year. Due to numerous customs in my hometown, I shall have little time to write from today until tomorrow. Thus, after completing a chapter, I have not written any further. I sincerely apologize. I will resume updates on the first day of the new year, at which time I will compensate for today's missed chapter and the 2 chapters for tomorrow. P.S. Although the backend indicates only a handful of readers urging for updates, which may suggest that only a few are following this work, and the quality of the manuscript is indeed lacking, I shall continue to strive for you few esteemed readers, even if the performance is poor. P.S. I shall maintain a fixed schedule of 2 updates daily. If the performance improves, additional updates will follow. Happy New Year. Wishing you all the best. The following is a filler to reach 1,000 words, unnecessary to read. May you be content, and I too shall find contentment. May all matters conclude harmoniously, and may all individuals find fulfillment. On this joyous occasion, may all your dreams come to fruition. Wishing you endless sweetness, joy, and health for eternity. Happy Spring Festival. In the new year, with countless reminders and exhortations, abundant encouragement and teachings, a heart filled with myriad emotions. Countless sacrifices made without regret, thousands of blossoms praised by the world. May every household extol your virtues. Gratitude shall forever reside in my heart, and during this spring festival, I wish you countless years of happiness. As the New Year's bell tolls gently, it ushers away the lingering flavors of the past year and welcomes the exuberance of the new one. With each resounding chime, I extend to you the most beautiful New Year blessings, wishing you all your desires fulfilled and a boundless future ahead. Rabbits possess elongated tubular ears, with their length significantly surpassing their width, alongside a tufted short tail and robust hind legs that are considerably longer than their forelimbs. There exist 9 genera and 43 species, predominantly found in Eastern and Southern Asia, as well as Africa and North America, while a few species are distributed across Europe and South America. Some of these species have a wide range, having been introduced to various regions, whereas others are quite limited in their distribution. They are terrestrial creatures, frequently inhabiting deserts, arid grasslands, tropical forests, dry savannas, and woodlands. Now, having shared this, I find myself at a loss for further words, so I shall continue to fill the space. Initially, I merely intended to request a brief leave, to inform everyone. Little did I know that the system would not allow me to delete sections. I am unable to remove this content and must resort to adding miscellaneous elements to meet the requirements. With this written, I have nearly reached the 1,000-word mark, and I shall proceed to submit this chapter of 1,000 words. Thus, I conclude the main text. Wishing you all a Happy New Year. We shall meet again after the first day of the new year. May the upcoming year bring you all prosperity and good fortune. Chapter 45. The Reliable Li Fu Really? Li Fu inquired, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Chuchiner. Indeed, Chuchino affirmed with a nod. Then, will you cultivate my legacy technique? Li Fu pressed further. Senior, I am unworthy. I cannot achieve the resurrection of severed limbs. Chuchina replied, maintaining her composure. TCH. Upon hearing this, Li Fu displayed evident disdain. Then you may leave. Do not return to Tianyuan Cliff henceforth. Chuchina was taken aback, a thought flickering through her mind. Isn't it Tianming Cliff? Fang Chen was also bewildered, pondering the discrepancy. Aren't they the Cliff of Enlightenment and the Cliff of Universe? Very well. Senior, I shall take my leave. Chuchina clasped her hands in farewell and turned to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I am departing now. Thank you. No need for thanks. Fang Chen waved her off. Subsequently, Chuchina hastened away. Once she vanished from his sight, Fang Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Although the system no longer had any tasks for Chuchina, he felt increasingly apprehensive about interacting with her. An awakened demonic empress was akin to an uncontrollable ticking time bomb, capable of obliterating him in an instant. And what is your plan for overcoming the tribulation? Li Fu inquired at that moment. Noticing Li Fu's unsolicited concern, Fang Chen seized the opportunity to ask, Master, I am still uncertain. Do you have any suggestions? How could I provide suggestions for you? Surviving the lightning tribulation is rather straightforward. Is guidance truly necessary? Li Fu replied nonchalantly. It is akin to asking if you need instructions on how to eat during a meal. Fang Chen felt an urge to slap himself for having opened his mouth. Li Fu's gaze deepened as he spoke coolly. Very well, I shall take my leave. When you have traversed the tribulation, come find me. If you fail, it matters not. After your reincarnation, you may seek me again. And I shall guide you on the path to transcending to immortality. Fang Chen found himself at a loss for words, ultimately clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Do not mention it, Li Fu gestured dismissively. However, Master, I have a request and wonder if you might assist me, Fang Chen stated, recalling a matter of importance. Speak. Li Fu replied coolly. Since you have become my disciple, have I ever failed to fulfill your requests? Fang Chen fell silent for 2 seconds, then continued. It is this. Even if I manage to overcome the tribulation, I fear I will emerge battered and weakened. I worry that in such a vulnerable state, I could be attacked. I hope Master can provide protection. In truth, Fang Chen had never witnessed a lightning tribulation firsthand. But Li Fu's teachings had emphasized the necessity of having a protector, as the tribulation would attract considerable danger. Thus, he sought Li Fu's safeguarding. Not a problem. When you are ready to face the tribulation, simply use the communication jade slip I provided, and I shall arrive at your side, no matter how far. Li Fu assured him calmly. Fang Chen, having endured thus far, could no longer contain himself, his eyes betraying a profound despair and anguish. My dear Master Li Fu, could you perhaps awaken to reality? The stone you previously entrusted to me, could it not convey even the faintest message? He implored. Master, I inadvertently misplaced your communication jade slip. Might you grant me another? Fang Chen inquired cautiously. How could you be so careless as to lose it? Li Fu remarked. Exasperation evident. Nonetheless, as you are my disciple, I shall not be remiss in my duties to you. Here, take this, but ensure you safeguard it this time. With that, Li Fu bent down and retrieved a stone roughly the size of a fist, placing it in Fang Chen's palm. Fang Chen exclaimed, You truly are being earnest, Master. Accept it, and place it within your storage ring, quickly. Li Fu instructed. Observing his master's serious countenance, Fang Chen, on the verge of tears, pounded his chest, mustering the strength to endure yet again. Why are you striking yourself? Li Fu furrowed his brow, then coldly scoffed. Are you attempting self-harm for body refinement? Such a method is the most inferior approach to cultivating one's physique. Self-destruction is the only legitimate path to transcendence. Suppressing the urge to cough up blood, Fang Chen waved his hand and managed a weak smile. Master, I am not seeking to harm myself. I merely felt a slight urge to cough. By the way, I have another question. Speak. Li Fu commanded. Fang Chen queried. If I were devoid of spiritual power and unable to use the communication jade slip to summon you, would there be any other means to call you for aid? How could you possibly lack spiritual power? Li Fu frowned. Master, you need not concern yourself with that. I am simply curious. Since you are all-powerful, surely there must be a way for me to reach you even in the absence of my spiritual energy? Fang Chen asserted. Li Fu nodded slightly. If I am indeed omnipotent, then I possess such a means. What is it? Fang Chen asked, filled with excitement. Simply utter my true name. No matter how distant you may be, as long as you remain within this realm, I shall be able to find you, Li Fu stated matter-of-factly. Is that truly so? Fang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of ability is this? To summon someone merely by invoking their true name? I have glimpsed the secrets of the heavens and touched the exalted status of immortals. My power is beyond your imagination, Li Fu replied coolly. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Very well, since there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Li Fu said, bidding farewell to Fang Chen before turning to depart. As he watched Li Fu step into the void, gradually disappearing from view, Fang Chen fell into a contemplative silence. Initially intending to return to his residence, he hesitated for a moment before remaining in place. No, he is far too unreliable. What if this is a deception? To be safe, I should. Fang Chen pondered internally, and after much deliberation, he resolved to part his lips and softly utter, Li Fu. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice echoed from behind him in the tranquil surroundings of the Enlightenment Cliff. What is it? In astonishment, Fang Chen turned to see, to his utter disbelief, that Li Fu had indeed appeared once more. Master, Master. Fang Chen gasped, utterly flabbergasted that he had truly summoned him. He hesitated momentarily, fearing that Li Fu might deceive him once more. What if he called out his true name and no one answered? Yet, he was equally apprehensive that summoning Li Fu might displease him. After much contemplation, Fang Chen ultimately resolved to risk offending him by calling him forth. After all, he did not wish to discover this critical issue during the tribulation, which would undoubtedly lead to a catastrophic breakdown of his composure. However, upon witnessing Li Fu's timely arrival. Fang Chen was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears. "Master, you have finally not deceived me this time. What do you want? It better be of significance." Li Fu regarded him with a disapproving expression. "I recently encountered a bird of exceptional lineage, and I was about to take it as my disciple. Had you not summoned me unexpectedly, you would now have a junior sister." Fang Chen was left speechless, astonished that one could recruit disciples from the heavens. Master, I sincerely apologize. I just realized that I have yet to pay my respects to you. I feel it is a desecration to your illustrious and formidable image, and thus I called upon you in hopes of receiving your forgiveness." Subsequently, Fang Chen continued, Li Fu's expression softened slightly. "Very well. I shall forgive you this time. Now, you may return on your own, and refrain from calling me unless it is urgent." Fang Chen clasped his fists respectfully. "Yes." In the next moment, Li Fu ascended into the sky, pursuing a flock of swallows. "Stop. Do you wish to learn my teachings?" The swallows immediately fled in terror. Soon after, Fang Chen heard Li Fu's distant cold snort echoing through the air. Chapter 46, City of Flames. Upon departing from the Cliff of Enlightenment, Fang Chen returned to the picturesque Yingguang Lake Mountain. After resting for a night, the horizon began to brighten with a faint blush of dawn, which rapidly expanded into a resplendent tapestry of golden clouds. "Let us go," Fang Chen said, patting the head of the winged beast, signaling it to shrink in size. With the protective presence of Li Fu, the calming influence of Danran Ling, the shield of the Xuanwu, the safeguarding power of the Chizuan ring, and the assurance that he, not being a child of fate, could not be easily harmed, Fang Chen felt invincible. His descent into the world was now fortified with multiple layers of security. His only adversary now was the impending thunder tribulation. As Fang Chen descended from Yingguang Lake Mountain, he traversed the shimmering surface of the crystalline lake, arriving before a massive rock face. This rock stood approximately 3 zhang tall, imposing in stature, adorned with the elegantly inscribed characters Danran sect, the artistry of which evoked a sense of ethereal tranquility. Here lay the entrance to the Danran sect. Before the entrance stood 16 grand bronze statues, strategically positioned at various points beneath the rock. Each statue depicted a soldier clad in uniform armor. Fang Chen had heard tales that these were celestial soldiers. When faced with external threats, activating even one could unleash formidable defensive power. As Fang Chen passed by the bronze statues and approached the entrance, he encountered 2 disciples guarding the gates. The sentinels of the Danran sect need not possess great strength, after all. Those bold enough to cause trouble within the sect were not ones any ordinary disciple could deter. However, they were required to fulfill one essential criterion: they must be handsome. The 2 disciples, clad in matching azure robes, were tall and strikingly attractive, exuding an aura that suggested they were at least at the 4th or 5th level of foundation establishment. Observing them, Fang Chen could not help but sigh inwardly. Truly, they were a testament to the prestige of a renowned sect. Even randomly selected disciples possessed a charm that surpassed his own by several degrees. Such a rarity. Yet, after his moment of admiration, he felt a tinge of regret. If only he had descended in the afternoon, he might have encountered some beautiful senior sisters. "Good morning, brothers," Fang Chen said as he approached the 2 gatekeepers, clasping his hands in greeting. "Are you and your beast preparing to descend the mountain?" One of the dashing disciples responded with a radiant smile, brimming with youthful exuberance. "Indeed." Fang Chen nodded slightly. "Then please present your sect token," the disciple requested. Fang Chen handed over the token, and after a brief examination, the disciple remarked, "Disciple, you bear a life and death contract. Remember to return within the stipulated time." "Understood." Fang Chen nodded, having already grasped this matter when he had fled the Danran sect a couple of days prior. With that, Fang Chen, accompanied by the now cat-sized winged beast nestled on his shoulder, departed from the Danran sect. Upon exiting, he retrieved a flying vessel from his storage ring. This was a foundational tool he had procured from the Fang family a decade ago, capable of flight. At that time, the original owner had believed he would soon reach the foundational stage, prompting him to invest heavily in the flying vessel. Regrettably, he never had the opportunity to utilize it until his demise. Consequently, it has now become a boon for Fang Chen. Subsequently, Fang Chen placed the spirit stones into the flying vessel and performed a series of hand gestures to activate it. With a resonating hum, the vessel emitted a faint glow. Boom! In the next moment, Fang Chen and the winged beast, seated within the vessel, transformed into a streak of blinding light, soaring towards the heavens. They traversed countless mountains and streams, ultimately halting before the gates of Flame Light City. Flame Light City is the nearest urban settlement to the eternal volcano. thriving on the fire attribute materials produced by it. However, due to the volcano's harsh environment, it is not a place where mere mortals can survive. Thus, within the confines of Flame Light City, one would find no ordinary humans. At the very least, the inhabitants are cultivators at the chi refining stage. Should any mortals inadvertently wander here, the city guards would promptly send them on their way. Upon arriving at the city gates, Fang Chen retrieved his sect token. The soldiers, initially prepared to charge a fee and inspect him, halted abruptly. After verifying the authenticity of the token and confirming Fang Chen's identity, they promptly declared, "Disciple of the Danren sect, you are exempt from inspection and may enter freely." Such simplicity? Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback. The city lord is also a disciple of the Danren sect. Wouldn't you agree? The guards chuckled in response. Ah, so that is how it is. Fang Chen mused silently. Is this the advantage of having a powerful sect? Fang Chen, let us dine. I am famished, said the winged beast perched on his shoulder. Wait, don't rush. Fang Chen gestured dismissively, considering a meal trivial compared to the pressing need to acquire the intelligence he sought. Besides, he was not hungry. Once inside Flamelight City, Fang Chen sought a secluded corner and employed a magical artifact for a quick disguise. Given that he was now on the Danren sect's territory, it was highly probable that some would recognize him. He needed to be cautious and avoid being identified. After all, he was concerned about encountering those he had once humiliated. That would spell trouble. This was not the sect, where brawls were commonplace and covert assassinations even more so. If anyone sought revenge, they could strike at any moment. After donning his disguise, Fang Chen spent the better part of the day gathering information about the fire poison from the eternal volcano. Eventually, hunger struck, prompting him to find an inn where he could rest, eat, and organize his intelligence. As the winged beast devoured its meal, Fang Chen savored some sauced beef while contemplating the information he had gleaned from the jade slip. The eternal volcano is divided into 3 zones. The first zone, known as the outer region, possesses spiritual energy that, while more turbulent and heated than the outside world, is relatively mild compared to the other areas. Cultivators at the chi refining stage can remain here by consuming the water attribute warm heart pill every 2 hours to purge the minimal fire toxin present, thus allowing them to gather abundant fire attribute treasures. The second zone, known as the fire poison region, is characterized by an exceedingly violent and scorching spiritual energy. Any cultivator who dares to tread here must continuously consume the warm heart pill. Otherwise, they risk being afflicted by fire poison, which could lead to mild poisoning or, in severe cases, death. During the foundational stage, cultivators may consume the warm heart pill every 2 hours to sustain their presence. As for those at the golden core stage and beyond, they no longer require such remedies. Their spiritual energy suffices to naturally fend off any discomfort. However, for Fang Chen, the warm heart pill is unnecessary. Within him resides the Fire Fiend King, making his journey to the Fire Fiend Zone feel akin to returning home, where the air is fragrant and the environment inviting. This location serves as Fang Chen's ultimate destination, where he intends to gather Fire Fiend essence. The third area, known as the Fire Heart Zone, has recently been reported in Yinguang City to be sealed off by formidable forces for reasons unknown. Ordinary cultivators cannot tread there at all. Contemplating this news, Fang Chen instinctively stroked his chin, pondering whether the Fire Fiend King had already emerged. Chapter 47. Supplementing supplies. The heart of the everlasting volcano, known as the Fire Core Zone, is the most perilous area, even in the absence of the Fire Tyrant King. The fierce flames within are formidable enough to deter ordinary cultivators. Now, the area is sealed off, undoubtedly due to the emergence of the Fire Tyrant King. While others may still be in a state of ignorance, Fang Chen is acutely aware of the situation, if his predictions hold true. Several experts in the divine transformation stage should have assembled in the Fire Core Zone by now. Once Shaoqing arrives, the Fire Tyrant King will undoubtedly find itself in a state of utter weakness, compelled to flee. Fang Chen murmured to himself. He understood that the Fire Tyrant King had been prepared specifically for Shaoqing, the child of destiny. Therefore, until Shaoqing reaches the everlasting volcano, the Fire Tyrant King will persist in hiding within the Fire Core Zone. According to the conventional narrative, it is only upon Shaoqing's arrival that the Fire Tyrant King will make its escape, inadvertently crossing paths with him and subsequently being devoured and refined by Shaoqing. At that moment, one must exercise caution. It would be ideal to time their entry into the everlasting volcano so as to avoid overlapping with Shaoqing's arrival. Fang Chen stroked his chin, meticulously planning the details of his entry into the everlasting volcano to gather the flames. Ah, I have finally tasted food from the outside. How delightful. At that moment, Yixiong had finished eating, its entire tiger-like mouth smeared with greasy remnants. It then contentedly rolled over, lying on the broad table, proudly displaying its shiny belly. As Yixiong was still in a shrunken state, it now resembled a black and white cat. This allowed it to roll about on the table without attracting undue attention. Observing Yixiong's satisfied expression, Fang Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He teasingly remarked, "You're not picky at all. Did you know there's tiger meat here?" Yixiong paused its rolling, casting a glance at Fang Chen. Seeing through his deliberate attempt to disgust it, and replied with a disdainful curl of its lips, "What does it matter? I'd eat human flesh without hesitation. Besides, I've had tiger meat before. There's none here, so stop trying to deceive me." Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, intrigued by Yixiong's response. He then shifted his approach, continuing to provoke, "A traitor, eating your own kin. How utterly revolting." However, Fang Chen's moral high ground proved ineffective. After sipping some water and rinsing its mouth, Yixiong leisurely retorted, "I consume my own flesh." Fang Chen. Frustrated, Fang Chen exclaimed, "Eating your own flesh is even worse. Come on. I was starving and had no choice. You're the one who is even lower, using your own arm to concoct elixirs." Yixiong scoffed in disdain. Fang Chen. "Damn it. What to do when words fail?" Fang Chen coldly huffed. "Do you believe I could send you back right now?" Yixiong stiffened, shooting an indignant glance at Fang Chen. Yet, after some contemplation on the hardships of life, it relented. With a contrite smile, it admitted, "I am the despicable one. Please forgive me." It had only just breathed in fresh air for an hour and a half and truly did not wish to return to the tranquil sect so soon. Fang Chen was instantly pleased. This was more like it. Those who understand the times are truly wise. Yixiong, eager to ingratiate himself, inquired, "When shall we venture out for some amusement?" Having just satisfied his hunger, he was now inclined to seek some entertainment. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Yixiong, intending to offer a perfunctory response. Just then, a voice laced with derision echoed through the air. "Oh, if it isn't our great waste, Xiaoqing. What a coincidence to encounter you here." Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the voice. "Xiaoqing?" He spun around, and joy immediately illuminated his gaze. In a corner, clad in coarse linen, Xiaoqing stood out as little more than a shadow among the crowd. Surrounded by three men whose faces were twisted with mockery, their lips curling in disdain. The one standing at the forefront, the one who had spoken, was none other than Wang Hu. As soon as Wang Hu made his remark, Xiaoqing's expression darkened, his fists clenched involuntarily as he retorted with a cold smirk. Wang Hu. Recognizing the trio, Fang Chen recalled that these were the lackeys of Zhang Tian, who had an affection for Xiaoqing's fiancée. Wang Hu and his companions were notorious for bullying Xiaoqing, being the most brazen among the disciples of the Danren sect, aside from Fang Chen himself. Their cultivation levels hovered around the 6th and 7th tiers of qi refinement. "Indeed, it is I, Hu Yu." Wang Hu sneered at Xiaoqing. Yixiong, overhearing this, scoffed silently. "I am the true Hu Yi. You are insignificant." Fang Chen nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth, little Yi." Xiaoqing's eyes flickered as he coldly replied, "Ah, you are merely Zhang Tian's dog. How dare you call yourself Hu Yu?" "What did you say?" Wang Hu was instantly incensed, sneering, "You worthless trash. What gives you the audacity to mock me? Do you believe I could not crush you with a single punch? Come at me." Xiaoqing was unfazed. Witnessing this scene, Fang Chen quietly rose, ensuring he attracted no attention, and discreetly departed with Yixiong. The ensuing events were predictable. Xiaoqing, with his cultivation at the 4th tier of qi refinement, would undoubtedly triumph over the 3 6th tier antagonists, inciting a commotion and shock. As anticipated, shortly after Fang Chen exited the inn, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within, followed by waves of astonished voices. "What? This fellow is merely at the 4th tier of qi refinement. How can he challenge those at the 6th tier? Such combat prowess is truly terrifying." At this moment, Fang Chen's thoughts were consumed by another matter. He yearned to swiftly enter the 10,000-year volcano. Elation surged through him as he observed that Xiaoqing appeared somewhat disheveled. It was evident that he had just arrived in Flamelight City from the Danren sect. Under such circumstances, Xiaoqing would surely need to rest for the night to restore himself to peak condition before entering the volcano the following day. Seizing this opportunity while Xiaoqing recuperated, Fang Chen could promptly venture into the Fire Fiend Zone to gather fire essence, ensuring he would not be affected by the impending heavenly clash. However, upon leaving the inn, Yixiong clamored for some fun. Fang Chen reluctantly allowed Yixiong to venture alone for half an hour, agreeing to reconvene at the city gate. and firmly instructed Yi Xiong that should he be captured, he would not come to his aid. However, as he watched Yi Xiong disappear into the distance, Fang Chen pondered that the latter's strength surpassed his own. If something were to truly happen, he would be unable to rescue him. Subsequently, Fang Chen entered a shop named Pharmaceutical King Pavilion. "Greetings, esteemed immortal." A young servant clad in simple attire approached him. Noticing the familiar style of the servant's garment, Fang Chen mused. Wasn't this the attire of the Danren apothecary? Elder Hua had simply rebranded the Danren apothecary to continue profiting in Flamelight City. He then inquired, "May I ask what poisons you have available here?" Chapter 48. The fiery zone. His purpose for visiting the apothecary pavilion was to replenish his supply of poison. It was only during his entanglement with Chu Qiner in the cave yesterday that he realized he had exhausted his stock. As poison serves as a crucial tool for survival, Fang Chen deemed it essential to maintain a reserve. There exists a plethora of varieties. Some induce acute reactions, others chronic. Some mimic the onset of illness, while others lead to madness and demise. "Which type does the esteemed master require?" inquired the humble attendant. "Which are the more affordable options, and which are the costly ones?" Fang Chen queried. The more discreet the method of poisoning, the higher the price. In truth, the most potent poisons are often those that are conspicuously foul-smelling and vividly colored. Their obviousness renders them relatively inexpensive, the attendant candidly revealed. These highly toxic substances are, in fact, our store's less sought-after items. Who would wish to procure such blatant poisons? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was filled with delight. Then I shall take all those distinctly characterized poisons, provided they can affect cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above. Excellent. The attendant was immediately filled with excitement, astonished that Fang Chen would choose to acquire these unsaleable items. However, as he was about to set off, he paused, feeling compelled to offer a word of caution. "But, esteemed master, we at the apothecary pavilion do not engage in deceitful business practices. I must dare to mention that these poisons, if intended for malicious use, may not be particularly effective. I fear they might not even be consumed by dogs." Fang Chen responded with a smile. "Understood." The attendant, sensing an unexpected chill from Fang Chen's smile, felt slightly unnerved. With a forced chuckle, he requested the esteemed guest to wait as he hurriedly went to fetch the poisons. A short while later, Fang Chen departed with his collection of poisons that even dogs would refuse to eat. In Flamelight City, at the city gate, Fang Chen successfully met with Yi Xiong. The latter spoke compellingly of seeking amusement, yet had merely lounged atop a rooftop basking in the sun for a good half-hour. Fang Chen ridiculed him for not having sought out a pair of small female cats. Yi Xiong, unfazed, replied, "To enjoy a few moments of sunlight is to truly know freedom. In comparison to desires of the flesh, I cherish the warm embrace of liberty even more. You are enslaved by your own cravings, yet fail to savor the joy of unfettered delight. You do not comprehend my realm, Fang Chen." Fang Chen retorted coldly, "Do you wish to return to the Danren sect?" The black and white demon tiger immediately bowed its head submissively. "I was mistaken. Indeed, I did pursue a couple of small female cats, but they were the spirit pets of a golden core cultivator, and I dared not interfere. After that, I encountered no other cats." Fang Chen scoffed at this. "Useless." The silent earth occasionally erupted in flames, the intense heat distorting the very air, while dancing fire serpents transformed the world into a vivid crimson. Were someone to gaze down from the heavens at that moment, they would observe the cracked surface of the earth dotted with enormous pits. Within the depths of the pit, a desolate landscape lay scorched and yellow, with streams of crimson lava occasionally coursing through. At the heart of this scene, suspended in the void, stood 8 cultivators, 5 men and 3 women, each adorned in distinct robes of varied styles, heights, and physiques. Among them hung a magnificent golden lantern, at the center of which flickered not flames, but a pool of azure spring water. This spring radiated a shimmering brilliance, releasing waves of refreshing aura that cascaded downward. Upon reaching the ground, one could hear the searing flames of the volcano being extinguished with a hiss, followed by the rising of white mist. The Fire King had yet to reveal itself, despite having been refined for several days. At this moment, an elder with piercing eyes and a mane of purple hair spoke up, urging patience. "Fellow Taoist, there is no need for haste. I believe it is best to allow the Baibo lantern to refine the Fire King for a few more days, until its strength is utterly depleted." A clear, youthful voice interjected, capturing the attention of all present. Their gazes fell upon a childlike female cultivator, clad in azure robes, with hair styled into playful tufts. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, and her appearance and stature resembled that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, exuding an aura that seemed utterly unremarkable. To an outsider, she would seem merely a child uninitiated into the realm of immortals. Yet, as they regarded her, the onlookers displayed an unmistakable wariness. An RO, the most formidable cultivator at the transformation stage. It was her presence that emboldened this group to confront the Fire King. Dawiston, your assertion is misguided. The purple-haired elder remarked, lowering his eyelids. If the Fire King is truly rendered powerless by our efforts, the effectiveness of its capture may be significantly compromised. Enough, Yahalong. A portly cultivator interjected, his lips curling in disdain. You clearly fear a fatal retaliation from it, wishing to exploit us as your vanguard. We are not oblivious to your intentions, and frankly, your incessant chatter is more than I can bear. Zhongyu, you gluttonous fool, what did you just say? Yu Hailong's purple hair bristled with indignation. Silence. Inaro interrupted, her voice ringing clear yet innocent. Though her words sent a chill down the spines of Zhongyu and Yu Hailong. Let us maintain the operation of the Bestow lantern, otherwise, should the Fire King escape, I will deal with both of you most severely. Once I have refined the Fire King, I shall reward you handsomely. For now, cease your plotting. Do you understand? Understood. In response, Zhongyu, Yu Hailong, and the others exhibited expressions tinged with reluctance. Meanwhile, beneath the molten depths, a colossal maggot, composed entirely of white flames, glared coldly upward at the assembly, its demeanor grim. This being had awakened its intellect years prior, enduring years of arduous cultivation and devouring countless kin, ultimately achieving the status of the Fire King not long ago. However, just as it was born, these individuals appeared, intent on refining it. Initially, he was able to suppress this group with his cultivation, but they came prepared, especially that child, whose treasure was truly his nemesis. After several days of fierce battle, he found himself retreating step by step, ultimately forced to take refuge within the volcano, desperately resisting. Yet, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. If he could not devise a solution, death was merely a matter of time. At that moment, he suddenly turned his head sharply, locking onto a specific direction, his eyes shining with immense excitement. The aura of his kin. If I can consume it, I will certainly be able to devour every transformation practitioner in this place. Meanwhile, a young girl, innocently gathering mushrooms, exclaimed, Oh look, one and another. In this moment, Fang Chen was in the fiery area, excitedly murmuring to himself. As he gestured enchanted, flames of the fire were continuously absorbed by him in a frenzy. This was the natural suppression power of the Fire King. With the Fire King, these flames became nothing more than a buffet for him. After absorbing a flame, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, swiftly refining it in mere moments. However, these flames offered no benefit to his cultivation, merely amplifying his firepower, which left him feeling quite resentful. His spiritual root aptitude was indeed lacking. Then, Fang Chen thought to himself, once my dantian is filled, I can prepare to face the tribulation. After overcoming it, I will find a way to seize the opportunities presented by Shaoqing's tasks, and once I have done so, I will continue to grow stronger, balancing both endeavors. While Fang Chen bolstered his own strength, Yixiong was drenched in sweat, seeking a shaded spot to collapse. Yixiong lamented, Why did you call me? I am of no help. I might as well go find a little cat. Although his physical form was immensely powerful and he did not require the warmth of the heartwarming pill, he too feared the heat. The layer of fur on his body was turning from its original hue to a charred black. I brought you here out of concern for potential enemies. Fang Chen replied with a grin. Besides, don't you enjoy seeking your freedom and a few rays of sunshine? There's plenty of that here. Feel free to explore. Yixiong felt like crying, longing to return to the Danren sect. Just as Yixiong was moping and Fang Chen was in high spirits, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the heart of the fire zone. Boom! The violent blast caused Fang Chen to stagger, and he quickly looked up in shock at the fire-heart area, muttering, What the hell? What is happening? Chapter 49, The Arrival Just Moments Ago. Upon detecting the presence of Fang Chen in the fire burn zone, the Fire King made a decisive choice. In midair, 8 cultivators at the God transformation stage, having concluded their quarrel, resumed channeling spiritual energy into the formation of the Bestow lantern. Suddenly, a deep crimson hue began to manifest in the sky above, as if the evening glow had inexplicably arrived ahead of time. As the crimson radiance illuminated the ancient volcano, the already tumultuous spiritual energy in this realm became even more agitated. At the onset of this anomaly, all the God transformation cultivators keenly sensed the disturbance. Witnessing this scene, and Rao's youthful face displayed a moment of surprise, which quickly transformed into a determined expression as a subtle arc graced her alabaster skin. Prepare to withstand the fire tide. It is about to retaliate with all its might. Upon hearing her words, the group was unexpectedly filled with joy. The Fire King was born with the cultivation of the void returning stage. However, as the Fire King had not mastered the most formidable abilities of a void returning cultivator, it could merely be regarded as a more potent god transformation cultivator. This was precisely why the 8 god transformation cultivators dared to confront the Fire King. Yet, despite lacking the exclusive powers of a void returning cultivator, the Fire King possessed its own unique divine ability, the Fire Tide. When this technique was unleashed, it would incite all the fire entities of the ancient volcano to surge forth like a tidal wave towards a designated target, wielding terrifying might. Nevertheless, although the Fire Tide was formidable, the Fire King would find itself in an unprecedented state of weakness after executing this move. Thus, the Fire Tide would only be unleashed when the Fire King was cornered with no chance of survival. Therefore, once they withstood the onslaught of the Fire Tide, the Fire King would be as good as captured by the 8 of them. Even if the Fire King managed to flee, it would not escape far. As for whether they could successfully withstand the terrifying force of the Fire Tide, that question hardly needed addressing. Their decision to venture here indicated they had long been prepared. At the moment the 8 readied their defensive stances, a deafening roar resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately thereafter, the ground began to fracture at an accelerated pace as magma surged forth like a tumultuous wave. Before the 8 could fully react, an extremely violent force erupted from the volcano, soaring into the sky. Boom! Countless purple, red, and black fire entities transformed into various beast-like and humanoid forms, charging forth with overwhelming might, roaring ferociously towards the 8. Several members were caught off guard and sustained injuries. At that moment, all were struck with shock and horror. The Fire King's movements were alarmingly swift. The void returning stage indeed possessed its prowess. Yet Rao remained composed and unperturbed, declaring, "Do not panic. I will handle this." With that, she let out a commanding cry, "Open." As her voice echoed, a droplet of golden water slowly descended from the Baibo lantern. As the droplets emerged, they swelled into towering waves, confronting the searing gusts with a fierce tenacity. In an instant, the colossal waves that hung in the sky transformed into a golden waterfall, cascading downward to clash directly with the relentless firestorm. Before long, countless menacing flames were shattered and scattered. The 8 companions exhaled in relief, their defensive measures fully activated. Meanwhile, as they withstood the onslaught of flames, a white apparition swiftly maneuvered, escaping from the heart of the inferno. "Taoistan, it has fled," exclaimed a white-robed female cultivator. Her voice strained as she battled the scorching heat. Everyone understood that this ethereal figure was none other than the Fire Sovereign seeking to evade capture. Unfazed, Rao replied with a calm and melodious tone, "Fear not, it cannot flee far. It is but a mere trinket, in the heart of the firestorm." Hearing the earth-shattering explosions ahead, Fang Chen glanced down, his heart sinking in alarm. He observed countless flames frantically surging towards the epicenter of the inferno. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Chen, startled by the blasts, felt an ominous premonition rising within him. In the next moment, he pivoted and sprinted towards Yixiong, shouting, "Run! Retreat at once!" The urgency in his voice indicated that something was amiss in the heart of the flames. He had to escape immediately. Upon hearing Fang Chen's call to flee, Yixiong understood the peril and, without hesitation, transformed into his true form. With a resounding roar, the massive black and white tiger charged before Fang Chen. With eyes sharp as blades, he growled, "Climb aboard." His short-distance speed would surely surpass both Fang Chen and the vessel he held. Fang Chen leaped onto the tiger's back, and together they dashed away. As they ran, Fang Chen's mind raced with questions. What was happening? Fang Chen was well acquainted with the Fire Sovereign and the Fiery Tide. He witnessed the flames in the fire zone converge towards the heart of the inferno, indicating that the Fire Sovereign had unleashed the Fiery Tide. This maneuver signified a decisive moment was upon them. Yet, how could they commence the final battle in the absence of Xiaoqing, who was still at Yanguang City? Without the Child of Fortune present, who would reap the rewards of this confrontation? As Fang Chen pondered these matters, Yixiong swiftly exited the fire zone. Observing this, Fang Chen felt a slight relief wash over him. Although Yixiong was often unreliable, as the sole imperial bloodline of the Qian Kuan sacred tiger, he proved invaluable in this critical moment. Surely, they were safe now? Panting heavily, Yixiong came to a halt. Having exerted himself to escape the fire zone in such a short time, He was now utterly fatigued. We should be safe now, Fang Chen nodded slightly. Dismounting from Yixiong, you should shrink down. I will carry you back. He felt confident that neither the Fire Sovereign nor any advanced cultivator would target an inconspicuous individual like himself, as they were not the child of fortune. Thus, having escaped the fire zone, he believed they would not suffer collateral damage. Now, they simply needed to return to Yanguang City swiftly. All right. The winged demon nodded and then swiftly diminished in size, transforming into a petite black and white kitten. This was to facilitate Fang Chen's journey back. At that moment, after his reduction, the winged demon noticed an abrupt rise in the surrounding temperature. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable, burdensome pressure enveloping him. The diminutive creature was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Why does my body feel so heavy all of a sudden? Have I become so weak after just a brief sprint? When did I become so feeble? He lifted his gaze to inquire if Fang Chen was experiencing the same sensation. However, as soon as he looked up, he was met with Fang Chen's slowly reddening face. What is wrong? The winged demon was once again stunned. Fang Chen was blushing fiercely, as if he had been boiled. In the next instant, a terrifying event unfolded before the winged demon's eyes. Countless white flames erupted from Fang Chen's 7 orifices, and almost instantly, his life force began to vanish at a visibly alarming rate. Seeing this, the winged demon cried out in sheer terror. Fang Chen. Chapter 50. The incineration of the Fire Fiend King. The sudden disappearance of Fang Chen's life force left Yixiong utterly petrified. Particularly alarming was the overwhelming aura of the Fire Fiend King that emanated from Fang Chen's mouth and nostrils, causing Yixiong to tremble in fear. His heart heavy with despair, he realized that Fang Chen was dead, and he too was doomed. In his final moments, Yixiong murmured to himself, pondering how the Fire Fiend within Fang Chen could possess an aura as formidable as that of the elder from his clan who had reached the void return stage. It then dawned upon him, no wonder Fang Chen had fled without a word. He had keenly sensed that such a powerful Fire Fiend King had set its sights on him. Truly, a disciple of the Tao with the Fire Fiend within him could swiftly perceive when another Fire Fiend had locked onto him. However, Yixiong sighed inwardly. Faced with such a relentless foe, escape was futile. He should have promptly summoned his most potent defenses. Suddenly, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him, forcing him to collapse and resign himself to his fate. With Fang Chen gone, he would not survive either. Yet, at that moment, Yixiong discovered that the dizziness in his mind had abruptly vanished, and a strange vigor surged within him. In the next instant, he felt revitalized, showing no signs of impending death. What was happening? Yixiong was taken aback. What was this familiar sensation? He looked up to see that Fang Chen's complexion had returned to normal, and his previously waning life force was now visibly restoring itself at an astonishing rate. Having previously witnessed Fang Chen's relentless cycle of death and rebirth through his cultivation of the ancient divine body, Yixiong quickly grasped the situation. This was clearly a resurrection. However, the bewildered Yixiong was left pondering. How could this be? What extraordinary constitution allowed for such a miraculous revival? He had never heard of anything like it. He recalled Fang Chen admitting to him that he possessed a unique physique. Yet, was there truly a type of special constitution that was this exceptional? It was one thing to consume poison and return to life, but now, facing a Fire Fiend King of the Void return stage, Fang Chen could still survive? This was utterly illogical. What kind of constitution must one possess to be so difficult to kill? In that moment, Yixiong's reverence for Fang Chen ascended to a new pinnacle. Meanwhile, Fang Chen stood rooted in place, his expression blank. What had just transpired? After he and Yixiong had paused, he suddenly felt a warmth envelop him before everything went dark. He hadn't even registered any pain during the process. Had the system not alerted him that he was to perish at the hands of the Son of Destiny, he might not have realized he had actually passed away. In truth, this was the typical response of a low-tier cultivator when confronted by a high-tier power. The moment they met, there would be no time for strategy or defense. They would be instantly obliterated. Moreover, the Fire Fiend King had launched a surprise attack. His ambush had caught even 7 divine transformation stage cultivators off guard. How could a mere first-tier foundation establishment cultivator like Fang Chen possibly react? Even though the Fire Fiend King had just unleashed the Fire Fiend Tide, it would still take mere moments to crush Fang Chen. This is the stark contrast brought about by absolute strength. Upon his resurrection, Fang Chen suddenly became aware of an unexpected guest within his body. Gazing at the white firebug that had appeared in his dantian, he was instantly taken aback. The Fire King? How could this creature have found its way into his body? Wasn't it still entangled in battle with those divine transformation cultivators? At that moment, The Fire King, who had intended to indulge in a feast, was equally astonished. Fang Chen's bizarre resurrection had thoroughly bewildered its already limited intellect, leaving it unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. Why was this happening? In the past, when facing a fire spirit in the Foundation establishment stage, it would effortlessly extinguish a multitude in one breath. How could this fellow of its kind resurrect after death? Chirp, chirp, chirp. After a brief moment, the Fire King, hesitant to act rashly, emitted a series of grating sounds. This served as a form of communication among fire spirits. Although Fang Chen had never learned this language, due to the presence of the Fire King within him, he understood. The creature was inquiring, "How could you come back to life?" Fang Chen politely chirped in response, "Brother Fire, King, please exit." The Fire King's reply was chillingly honest, "Impossible, I have finally discovered you. I intend to consume you to regain my strength and confront those cultivators." Fang Chen realized the truth. He understood why the Fire King had sought him out so suddenly. It was due to the Fire King within him that had summoned it, leading to his swift demise. Had he known, he would have never summoned it. Fang Chen was brought to tears. At that moment, the Fire King, seemingly impatient for Fang Chen's response, lunged at him once more. Before Fang Chen could react, he perished once again. Boom. His 7 orifices erupted with an endless torrent of white flames, his entire spiritual energy evaporating in an instant. The fierce winged creature, Yixiong, was not particularly alarmed this time. After a cautious glance, it suddenly sensed something and let out a sigh of relief, its eyes betraying a sense of awe. Truly impressive. Whoosh. In the next moment, Fang Chen stood upright once more. Boom. Yet, having just resurrected, he had no time to react before his 7 orifices spewed flames again, and his spiritual energy dissipated once more. Yixiong's eyelids twitched. How could he have died again so quickly? Whoosh. In the next instant, Fang Chen stood tall again. Boom. His 7 orifices erupted with flames. Whoosh. He stood upright again. Boom. Another eruption. Whoosh. He stood straight. Boom. Another blast. Whoosh. Upright again. Boom. Yixiong found himself at a loss for how to respond. With a formidable adversary before him, remaining calm and composed seemed impossible. Yet he could not muster fear. The Fire King was simply too weak. How could it not even kill Fang Chen? Yixiong couldn't help but smirk. Could it be that this Fire King was a mere imitation? At this moment, Fang Chen, during each interval of resurrection, stared wide-eyed at Yixiong. Why isn't this robust creature fleeing? Hurry and run. What are you watching? If Fire Sha Wang turns his attention to you, you could die 1,000 deaths. Furthermore, there's a group of transformation realm cultivators behind us. Are you truly unperturbed? Fang Chen intended to alert Yixiong to swiftly escape. However, Fire Sha Wang seemed to be in a stupor, relentlessly incinerating him, evaporating his spiritual energy, and striking him down, as if such actions would allow him to devour him. Consequently, Fang Chen found himself unable to utilize any spiritual power, let alone warn Yixiong to flee. Perhaps, being a literate creature, Yixiong possessed a degree of sensitivity. He noticed the unusual intensity in Fang Chen's gaze. He promptly stood up, squinting and asking, "Do you wish to convey something to me, Fang Chen?" Fang Chen straightened up, eyes wide, and before he could nod, he spat out again. Chapter 51. The 8th Ascendant appears as Fang Chen resurrected. He intended to nod in agreement with Yixiong, affirming his correctness. Yet, before he could even acknowledge him, he succumbed once more. Upon regaining consciousness, Fang Chen urged him to flee. The word escape lingered on his lips, but he fell silent again. Tears streamed down Fang Chen's face as he desperately turned his gaze towards Yanguang City, signaling Yixiong to run. After observing for a considerable time, Yixiong scratched his head in confusion, unable to draw any conclusions. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air, drawing nearer, and shortly thereafter, 8 figures materialized before Fang Chen and Yixiong. Leading the group was a figure clad in a green robe, exuding innocence, with jet-black eyes resembling precious gems. Their delicate features reminiscent of a porcelain doll one would instinctively wish to cradle tenderly. These 8 individuals were the cultivators who had emerged from the Fireheart region's inferno tide. Except for Rao, who remained unscathed, the others bore various injuries. Particularly Yu Hailong, who was in the worst condition, his skin charred. The experience of the inferno tide was not one to be taken lightly. At the moment the 8 appeared, Yixiong, who had been assessing Fang Chen's situation, turned pale as a ghost. Were it not for Fang Chen's recurrent deaths, his complexion would have mirrored Yixiong's dread. The oppressive aura radiating from the 8 figures made them feel as though they were on the brink of an apocalyptic event. With a mere wave of their hands, they could easily extinguish their lives. In this moment, Yixiong was filled with trepidation. Fang Chen, bearing the Crimson Sovereign Ring, would likely receive the respect of this assembly, but Shearing was merely Fang Chen's beast companion. What if they coveted his imperial bloodline and forcibly took him away? With this thought, Shearing shrank to a diminutive size, hiding at Fang Chen's feet, striving to avoid their attention. Upon their arrival, the 8 figures immediately turned their gaze towards Fang Chen. And Rao, a stalwart member of the righteous sect, wasted no time in declaring, "Save him." No matter how adept Fang Chen was at concealing his aura, it could not deceive them. She discerned that this fledgling foundation establishment cultivator was being consumed by the Fire Sovereign. Without intervention, his fate would be dire. Yet, the others shook their heads at her words. How could Rao possibly save him in such circumstances? Indeed, as Rao summoned the Baibo lantern, Fang Chen had already erupted in flames. Damn it, Rao muttered, her expression darkening. Strictly speaking, Fang Chen's demise rested upon her shoulders. Had she not instigated the inferno tide, he would not have perished. Thus, guilt gnawed at her. Even after years of cultivation and witnessing the cycle of life and death, she could not readily accept the reality of having caused harm to a mere foundation establishment novice. The others sensed Rao's remorse. Some dismissed it, while others shared her feelings of guilt. However, realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood that their focus should shift to a more pressing matter. Zhang Yu remarked, "Daoistan, capturing the Fire Sovereign is paramount. You can express your apologies to his sect later." Indeed, and Rao swiftly concealed her guilt, nodding as she prepared to activate the Baibo lamps formation. Yet, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired that left all 8 of them utterly astonished. Fang Chen suddenly came back to life. And Rao, Zhang Yu, Yu Hailong, the remaining 5. What on earth is happening? A look of disbelief flickered across Zhang Yu's plump face. They had distinctly sensed Fang Chen's life force gradually fading into nothingness, akin to a wick extinguishing, and yet, in the blink of an eye, he was alive again. What was even more bewildering followed. Fang Chen widened his eyes, casting a terrified glance at them before dying once more. The other 7, aside from Rao? What is going on? Immediately after, Fang Chen revived yet again. The expressions of the 7 began to morph into something exceedingly peculiar. Retreat. At that moment, Rao suddenly commanded. Without a second thought, everyone promptly retreated. Once they had distanced themselves, someone immediately inquired, "Daoistan, why must we retreat?" Although they obeyed Rao's directive, it did not imply their understanding. And Rao, her expression gravely serious, murmured, "To die and be reborn, to be born and rush towards death. This is the ability of a void return stage elder, or perhaps he is even more formidable than that, if my assumptions hold true. He is relying on the power of life and death to refine the Fire Fiend King." No one present understood the void return stage better than Rao. The reason she maintained her youthful form was precisely because she was also striving to master the forces of life and death. It was precisely for this reason that she had urged them to retreat, fearing that their proximity might provoke Fang Chen. At her words, everyone was struck with horror. What? And Rao gazed at them, stating, "If I am not mistaken, he should not have truly died just now. Rather, he merely compressed his own spiritual energy into nothingness, thereby weakening the Fire Fiend King's power. This is a capacity of the void return stage, and his adeptness in navigating the realms of life and death suggests he is likely a formidable being who has long since attained the void return stage." As her words fell, all eyes turned toward Fang Chen, their astonishment deepening. For in a mere span of several breaths, Fang Chen had died dozens of times. Observing his seamless transitions between life and death, his aura extraordinarily stable, sent tremors through their hearts. Is this the might of the void return stage? Are you not being overly mystical? How can I shake the feeling that he is merely at the foundation establishment stage? Perhaps we should still approach and retrieve the Fire Fiend King? However, at that moment, Yu Hailong could not help but murmur softly. He scrutinized Fang Chen for quite a while, and could not discern how this fellow aligned with the void return stage in any regard. "You go," Zhang Yu retorted, scoffing. "Foundation establishment? You must be joking. Don't drag me down with you. You scoundrel." Yu Hailong shot back angrily. "I merely suggested an idea." In truth, Yu Hailong was also filled with trepidation. Otherwise, he would not have suggested anyone else to go. Zhang Yu continued, "A suggestion? Build your nonsense. If you were truly at the foundation establishment stage, can you explain to me why it takes so long for the Fire Fiend King to slay a small cultivator of the foundation establishment stage?" Yu Hailong was momentarily rendered speechless. Unable to refute, he blushed deeply and exclaimed, "Just take a look at his beast companion. It's merely at the foundation establishment stage. Which powerful cultivator possesses such a weak beast companion? Wing Xiong. Ah, so you have all seen through me already? He had thought himself quite adept at remaining unnoticed. Upon hearing Yu Hailong's remarks, Zhang Yu scoffed, fool. While a foundation establishment beast companion may seem weak, what if it possesses the awakened bloodline of the Qian Kuan sacred tiger? The crowd turned their gazes towards Wing Xiong, their expressions filled with astonishment. Although I have not captured him to examine, and cannot discern the true strength of his bloodline, I have had numerous dealings with the Qian Kuan sacred tiger. Based on my experience, this fellow's bloodline is certainly formidable. After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he turned to Yu Hailong, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Do you still require further explanation?" Yu Hailong fell silent. "Enough, no more words," said Rao, her eyes glinting with intrigue. "Now that this esteemed elder has ceased to speak, let us not be hasty in our departure. With his formidable power, he could likely refine the Fire Fiend King within an hour. We shall offer our apologies to him shortly." Chapter 52. The arrival of Li Fu and Rao was acutely aware that their sudden rush towards Fang Chen appeared rather abrupt. In an effort to diffuse the tension, she resolved to offer an apology. After all, she had no desire to offend such a formidable cultivator. The others, upon hearing her intent, nodded in agreement, deciding to wait a moment longer. Of course, they harbored no fear of lingering, even if it meant facing the wrath of Fang Chen. And Rao hailed from the esteemed Yunling Cave, one of the 9 major sects, and her status was prestigious, with her master being well acquainted with several powerful figures from the Danren sect. Should Fang Chen contemplate acting against Rao and her companions here, it would indeed be a path to self-destruction. As the group awaited, and Rao gazed at Fang Chen, a sigh escaping her lips. The long-anticipated Fire Fiend King was, in the end, destined to be relinquished. Meanwhile, as the 8 nascent soul cultivators stood by for Fang Chen to finish refining the Fire Fiend King and subsequently apologize, Fang Chen himself was left utterly dumbfounded. After comprehending their intentions, he was completely bewildered. Wait until I finish refining the Fire Fiend King to apologize? They truly possessed remarkable patience. Tears streamed down Fang Chen's face. Although he would not perish, the current predicament suggested he would not survive either. If this group were to wait an hour and he remained trapped in this cycle of death, what might transpire then? Fang Chen dared not imagine. Perhaps they would deem him exceptionally gifted or possessing a unique constitution and insist on taking him away for study? What to do? He needed to devise a strategy to drive them away. However, perhaps due to Rao summoning the Azure Wave lamp, Fang Chen could distinctly sense the movements of the Fire Fiend King within him becoming noticeably restrained. His demise was no longer imminent. At present, he was even able to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Fang Chen exclaimed, "Li Fu, summon my master. Let him drive them away, and assist me in dealing with the Fire Fiend King." A twofold victory, is it not? The moment Fang Chen spoke, the 8 nascent soul cultivators were taken aback. Had this elder truly awakened? Zhang Yu couldn't help but murmur, and Rao and the others shared similar expressions of bewilderment. Why had Fang Chen begun to speak so suddenly? At that instant, amidst the oppressive heat and silence above, an elder appeared as if conjured from thin air. His countenance was grave, his stature imposing, standing aloft without a trace of spiritual energy. In that moment, the faces of the 8 nascent soul cultivators froze in astonishment. Countless thoughts of shock raced through their minds. Who was this person? Why had he appeared so suddenly? How could he defy the laws of nature and remain suspended in the air without any spiritual energy? With Li Fu's arrival, the 8 nascent soul cultivators were filled with trepidation. They had never encountered such an enigmatic cultivator. And Rao, realizing the urgency of the situation, promptly retracted the Azure Wave lamp into her being. One must not draw weapons lightly in the presence of a powerful adversary. Li Fu was indeed an extraordinary force. As for Yi Xiong, he swiftly shrank in size and burrowed into Fang Chen's robe, though such an act was rather shameful for a demon tiger. The unexpected appearance of this formidable figure left him bewildered, unaware that Fang Chen had summoned him. In the midst of fear, there was no choice but to act. When Li Fu appeared, he disregarded the 8 individuals and first turned to Fang Chen, furrowing his brow. "Why did you summon me?" Just as Fang Chen opened his mouth, the suppression of the Bai-Bo lantern vanished, and the Fire Fiend King began to retaliate furiously, incinerating him once more. Witnessing Fang Chen's sudden demise, Li Fu was momentarily taken aback, then expressed astonishment. Huh? How did he die? Before he could fully grasp the situation, Fang Chen revived again. Li Fu was once more stunned. Huh? He's alive again. Soon, his expression returned to calm. Ah, of course, you must possess an exceptionally strong constitution. Resurrection is entirely normal for you. So, you were cultivating then? Why did you call me for this? Fang Chen's eyes widened, an abundance of words swirling within him. Yet none escaped his lips, nearly suffocating him in the process. Li Fu, still perplexed, barked, "Why aren't you speaking? Answer me." Fang Chen remained trapped in an endless loop. Wait, is there a Fire Fiend King within you? Li Fu suddenly discerned the chaos caused by the Fire Fiend King inside Fang Chen, realization dawning upon him. I understand. You have captured the Fire Fiend King, intending to use it to transcend your tribulation, correct? Indeed, the Fire Fiend King will suffice. Fang Chen interjected, Master. Do you truly see your disciple as capable of leveraging the Fire Fiend King to transcend? Li Fu continued, Very well, I shall act as your protector. After saying this, he finally noticed in Rao and the other 8 individuals. What are you doing here? Li Fu immediately inquired with a frown. Upon being questioned by Li Fu, and Rao remained composed, while the others, already terrified by his words, were stricken with dread. Isn't it obvious? Who would he be frightened? Li Fu's mention of special constitutions, tribulations, and the Fire Fiend King being barely sufficient was enough to instill fear. If Li Fu truly lacked cultivation, it would be one thing. But he stood effortlessly resistant to the scorching heat of the heavens, his physical form suspended in the void, clearly a formidable being whose power they could not comprehend. It was precisely for this reason that their hearts raced with fear. They inferred from Li Fu's words a conclusion. This suddenly appeared elder was likely the master of the cultivator on the ground, who was about to face a tribulation. That minute was the tribulation phase? And what of this newly appeared cultivator? Could it be that he was in the Great Ascension phase? Contemplating this, all those in the transformation stage felt their heads spin. Amidst the crowd's terror, and Rao hurriedly clasped her fists and addressed Li Fu, Elder. We did not intend to intrude upon this location and inadvertently offended this esteemed individual on the ground. We were just about to apologize. Li Fu nodded slightly, indeed. You need to apologize for disturbing my disciple. You are quite courteous. So, please, offer your apologies and depart afterward. Upon hearing this, the crowd rejoiced. This elder was rather accommodating. Fang Chen, too, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although the situation had unfolded strangely, he had finally managed to drive these individuals away. It seemed that despite his master's unreliability, he could still be counted upon in times of crisis. After Li Fu finished speaking, the several transformation stage cultivators hurriedly bowed to Fang Chen, addressing him as senior and imploring, Please forgive our rudeness. We had no intention of offending you. Following their apologies, Li Fu turned to Fang Chen and inquired, Can you forgive them? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he fervently thought, Yes. Yet, he refrained from responding, merely staring in astonishment. Noticing this, Li Fu frowned and remarked, Silence indicates dissatisfaction. At this, the 8 cultivators felt a jolt of alarm. Li Fu then addressed them coolly, I am not criticizing you, but is an apology merely a matter of words? Even someone as good-natured as I would not accept such a lack of sincerity. Promptly, the group nodded vigorously in agreement. And Rao added, What the senior says is true. We have indeed been remiss. In their haste, they had momentarily forgotten to present their tokens of apology. Subsequently, each of the 8 produced a selection of gifts, collectively placing them into a storage ring, which they directed towards Li Fu. Li Fu picked up the storage ring, glanced inside, and remarked indifferently, This is all trash. The group's anger flared, followed by a sheepish demeanor. These were fine items. How could they be deemed worthless? However, upon considering that Li Fu might be a legendary cultivator at the ascendant stage, they fell silent. After all, their perspectives were not aligned. Nevertheless, it would suffice for my disciple. Li Fu placed the storage ring before Fang Chen and stated, Take a look. If you are satisfied, I shall allow them to depart. Fang Chen, seething with indignation, could only respond with a silent glare. Chapter 53. Enough is enough. Do not be greedy. In the vast expanse of heaven and earth, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, occasionally interrupted by the crisp crackling of flames. Li Fu gazed at Fang Chen, whose life force seemed to ebb and flow. Furrowing his brow, Let us pause our cultivation for a moment. Take a look at this ring. Do you wish to keep this pile of trash? Fang Chen. The surrounding transformation realm cultivators. Fang Chen desperately turned his gaze towards Li Fu, his eyes wide, attempting to convey an expression of satisfaction. How could the items produced by a transformation realm cultivator be lacking in value? Yet, as Li Fu scrutinized Fang Chen's eyes, he pondered for a brief moment before letting out a cold snort. Still silent? Are you perhaps angry? You disregard your master's words? Is it because I presented you this pile of refuse that you choose not to speak? Heh, this rubbish is not mine to give. What gives you the right to vent your ire upon me? What kind of attitude is this? As Li Fu let out his cold snort, the entire ancient volcano fell into an eerie stillness, as if an invisible hand pressed down upon the scene, causing all flames to freeze in place. The transformation realm cultivators, with the exception of An Rao, were nearly paralyzed with fear. Yu Hailong and Zhang Yu felt their legs weaken, nearly toppling over. As for An Rao, had she not discreetly activated her protective shield, she too would have collapsed. At this moment, An Rao's complexion turned slightly pale, her heart racing with terror. What was this cultivator's level? Why had she never heard of such a figure? The might of Li Fu was astonishing. His aura, though seemingly tranquil like a still lake, radiated with the fury of thunder, evoking deep trepidation. However, when this group cast their eyes upon Fang Chen, astonishment replaced their fear. Despite the considerable distance separating them from Li Fu, the chilling resonance of his snort left their heads buzzing and their spirits scattered. In stark contrast, Fang Chen stood in close proximity to Li Fu, unfazed by the oppressive energy emanating from his master. Instead, he maintained his composure, continuing to channel his life force and calmly suppressing the fire Sha King, using this moment to cultivate. A thought flickered through An Rao and the others' minds: he is truly formidable. Yet, at this moment, Fang Chen felt a pang of urgency. He genuinely feared that Li Fu, in a fit of rage, might descend into madness and strike them all down with a single blow. Were it not for his repeated experiences of death, rendering him incapable of fear, he would have already succumbed to Li Fu's overwhelming presence. As Li Fu's anger intensified, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. No one dared to utter a sound. They all awaited Fang Chen's response. Yet, in their eyes, Fang Chen remained remarkably composed, refusing to speak. It seemed the relationship between master and disciple had taken on an exquisite tension. Zhang Yu mused to himself, this disciple is quite rebellious. Yu Hailong couldn't help but admire Fang Chen. Unlike him, who cowered in the presence of anger from a stronger opponent, this senior remained focused on his cultivation. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and as Fang Chen's worries escalated regarding Li Fu's unpredictable potential for outrageous behavior, the irate Li Fu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. With Li Fu's laughter, the pervasive sense of suffocation dissipated, and the flames resumed their dance. The 8 transformation realm cultivators let out a collective sigh of relief. Li Fu continued, Indeed. I had always presumed you to be a submissive individual, yet it appears you possess your own convictions and principles. Fang Chen replied, What principles have I upheld? Li Fu sighed, Very well, I comprehend your dissatisfaction, which is why you remain silent. Allow me to procure something of value on your behalf. He turned to the 8 individuals once more, stating, I shall grant you another opportunity. Fulfill my disciple's request. Should he remain unsatisfied, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. The 8 individuals gasped in unison, their hearts racing. Rest assured, my rebellious disciple may have a fiery temperament, but I have always been benevolent. If you manage to please him, I shall reciprocate with something of equal worth. Li Fu added. Upon hearing this, the 8 felt a surge of joy. If they could receive a gift from this esteemed elder, it would be a tremendous windfall. At that moment, however, An Rao, emboldened, spoke up. Elder, I do not seek your gifts, but rather I hope to receive your guidance. What guidance do you seek? Li Fu inquired. The mysteries of life and death elude me, even as I stand on the brink of transcending to the void. I implore you, esteemed elder, to illuminate the path for me. An Rao implored. After contemplating her request for a moment, Li Fu nodded slightly. Very well. If you can satisfy him, I shall lend you my assistance. An Rao was overjoyed, while the others exchanged glances filled with surprise. This elder was exceedingly kind. Not only would they need to apologize, but they would also be able to amend An Rao's demands, showcasing an exceptionally benevolent disposition. In contrast, the elder who had been training was rather irritable. Elder, here are the new offerings we have prepared for your perusal. Shortly thereafter, the 8 individuals eagerly retrieved their new treasures, placing them into their storage rings and presenting them to Li Fu. Li Fu accepted the rings, glanced over their contents, and nodded slightly. Acceptable, though still mediocre. It is an improvement over the previous offerings. The group felt a swell of pride at Li Fu's acknowledgement, dispelling any feelings of embarrassment. Subsequently, Li Fu tossed a ring towards Fang Chen, stating coolly, Take a look. These are all yours. Fang Chen gazed at the 2 rings suspended before him, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Once again, the realm has fallen into silence. This elder seems far from satisfied. He has tea even glanced at them. The eight exchanged thoughts discreetly. Meanwhile, Li Fu regarded Fang Chen, his brow furrowing with increasing impatience. After several deep breaths and a brief pause, he could no longer contain his wrath, erupting, "Do you truly believe this heap of refuse is insufficient?" Boom. Once again. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. The flames trembled in fear, while the birds and beasts fell silent. Half of the 8 divine transformation practitioners nearly collapsed under the weight of Li Fu's fury, while the remaining 4 turned pale. The elder's anger was indeed terrifying. Yet, Fang Chen remained in a state of turmoil, caught between life and death. One must not be so avaricious. Do you not understand? Such insatiable greed. And you dare to glare at me? You are punished to return and are forbidden from seeking enlightenment at the heavenly and earthly longevity cliff. Li Fu exclaimed, his expression one of profound sorrow. Fang Chen's greed had wounded him deeply. Observing this, Yu Hailong displayed a hint of schadenfreude. See, one must not be overly greedy, lest one loses significantly for the sake of minor gains. To sacrifice the opportunity at the heavenly and earthly longevity cliff for a little more compensation is truly regrettable. The other divine transformation cultivators nodded slightly in agreement. The heavenly and earthly longevity cliff, as one could infer from its name, is undoubtedly a magnificent and mysterious top-tier paradise. Being barred from such a place is indeed an immense loss. Meanwhile, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. Although the name Heavenly and Earthly Longevity Cliff was unfamiliar, it was clear what this place entailed. Not being able to go there bore no real consequence. Chapter 54. The schemes of Li Fu. After Li Fu had imparted his lessons to Fang Chen, he noted the latter's continued silence and dedication to his practice. With a cold snort, he remarked, "In light of your earnest efforts, I shall refrain from taking action against you for now, but we shall settle this later." Turning to the 8 transformation gods, he added, "My disciple may have acted rudely, but as his master, I cannot press the matter further. You need not provide any further compensation." In unison, the 8 transformation gods clasped their fists in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed senior." They remained, however, their eyes eagerly fixed on Li Fu. Li Fu, with a nonchalant demeanor, stated, "As for the equivalent item I promised you, allow me a moment to ponder hearing this." The 8 transformation gods exhaled in relief, fearing that Li Fu might renege on his word. Now that he had broached the subject, their hearts lightened. Accompanied by a budding admiration for this senior, patient, amiable, and honorable in his promises. How wonderful it would be to have him as a mentor. After a moment of contemplation, Li Fu turned to Enrao. "Let us resolve your matter first." "Yes, thank you, esteemed senior." Enrao's delicate face lit up with excitement upon hearing his words. Li Fu scrutinized her for a brief moment before saying, "The enigma of life and death is quite simple. However, I can no longer guide you. My realm is too advanced, and revealing it to you might do you harm. Thus, I have decided to have him assist you after he undergoes his tribulation." He gestured towards Fang Chen, who was still in the throes of resurrection. Fang Chen, perplexed, interjected, "Master, what are you implying?" Li Fu continued, "As you can see, he has an exceptional mastery over the path of life and death. Should he lead you into this realm, you will surely unravel the mystery of life and death. Do you accept?" Enrao hastily replied, "Esteemed senior, I am most willing, but I wonder if it might be too much trouble for this esteemed one." She perceived Fang Chen to be a formidable practitioner in the tribulation phase, yet his temperament thus far had been exceedingly poor, far less amiable than Li Fu. She feared that Fang Chen might decline her request. Fang Chen responded, "Little sister, might you reconsider? I truly cannot guide you." Li Fu, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "Does he dare to find it troublesome? If he does, I shall ensure he never sets foot on the Tian Di Tong Show cliff. He will never encounter the immortal opportunity in this lifetime." At this proclamation, the 8 transformation gods exhibited expressions of sheer astonishment. Immortal opportunity? This Tian Di Tong Show cliff is truly such a treasure. Soon after, Enrao's face reflected deep conviction. With Li Fu's words so emphatic, she felt assured that matters would be settled. Surely, no practitioner in the tribulation phase would forsake an immortal opportunity simply to avoid mentoring a transformation god. "Thank you, esteemed senior. How might I seek you out in the future?" Enrao inquired. Li Fu replied nonchalantly, "Come to the Danren sect and find him. His name is Fang Chen, the square of the heavens and the earth, the dust that transcends the mundane." After carefully noting this name, Enrao bowed and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder. Now, it is your turn." Li Fu directed his gaze towards the individuals behind Enrao. The others immediately felt a surge of excitement, clasping their fists and exclaiming, "Esteemed elder, They were filled with anticipation. To honor his promise to Enrao, Li Fu did not hesitate to impose such a heavy penalty on Fang Chen, a testament to his unwavering commitment. Consequently, they eagerly awaited the treasures that an elder, capable of glimpsing the mysteries of the celestial, would bestow upon them. At that moment, Li Fu retrieved 7 fist-sized stones from his storage ring and tossed them before them. Here it is, this is yours. As the 7 stones floated before the group, their expressions of joy abruptly ceased, leaving only a profound silence. What? The 7 stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend their senses. Was this truly an equivalent offering to what they had just presented? These were merely 7 ordinary stones. With the clarity of a divine mind at the transformation stage, one could effortlessly conclude, these were nothing but common stones. Meanwhile, as Fang Chen oscillated between life and death, he managed a glance at the scene and muttered inwardly, "Good heavens! Where does my master acquire so many stones? Is the storage ring filled solely with stones? Why not select something else?" Noticing the 7 frozen in place, Li Fu furrowed his brow and snapped sharply. The entire ancient volcano fell into a sudden hush. The 7 were startled into a frenzy, hastily collecting the stones. After securing the stones, despair washed over them. It seemed this esteemed elder intended to renege on his promise. And Rao, witnessing this, was equally taken aback. Wasn't he this elder known for his reliability? Why then did he present only 7 stones to deceive them? At this thought, she felt a flicker of relief, thankful that she had not requested a gift. Otherwise, she too would be left holding a stone, rendered speechless. "You've taken my offering, and no thanks?" Li Fu observed the silence among the 7 and let out a cold snort. Hearing this, they managed to muster a smile more sorrowful than tears. "Thank you, esteemed elder." "Ah, I know you find it lacking," Li Fu remarked with a chilling smile, "but let me assure you, if you believe these are mere stones, you are gravely mistaken." As these words left his lips, the 7 were momentarily taken aback. What could this mean? Li Fu continued, "These are stones from the cliff of celestial longevity." As the words settled, their expressions shifted dramatically. The cliff of celestial longevity? The very celestial precipice? This meant that these 7 stones. Suddenly, their breaths quickened with excitement, the disdain they previously felt vanishing, replaced by overwhelming anticipation. And Rao, stunned, realized she had nearly missed such a valuable opportunity. At that moment, Li Fu added, "If you do not wish to keep them, I may exchange them for something else." "No, no, no, Senior, this is already excellent. Let us take it back." Upon hearing these words, the 7 immediately declined. "All right, since that is the case, I shall grant you an opportunity to reclaim them," Li Fu said with a calm demeanor. "Now, you may depart." The 7 rejoiced, clasping their fists in respect. Yes. Subsequently, they hurriedly left the eternal volcano, as if fearing that Li Fu might retract his words. Observing the departing figures of the 8, Li Fu nodded slightly, acknowledging that the blessings of the celestial realm would be a lifelong fortune for them. One day in the future, when they reflect upon this day, they will undoubtedly feel immense gratitude. Fang Chen regarded Li Fu's earnest expression and couldn't help but feel sympathy for that group of individuals. Thereafter, Li Fu withdrew his gaze and turned towards Fang Chen. "Are you not yet finished with your training?" Fang Chen remained silent. "Very well, since you are so diligent. As your master, I shall not interrupt you. You may conclude your practice whenever you wish," Li Fu stated gently. "For now, I shall stand guard for you. Once you complete your training, we shall begin the tribulation. By the way, your beast companion shall be safeguarded by me, as there is no need for it to hinder your focus." Upon saying this, Li Fu's gaze seemed to penetrate. "Why are you not coming out?" The beast, Shearing, hurriedly emerged, displaying an ingratiating smile. "Greetings, Senior." What bloodline do you possess?" Li Fu inquired. "The Qian Kuan Sacred Tiger Clan, an imperial bloodline," Shearing proclaimed with pride. Li Fu nodded slightly. "Very well. Does it possess the ability to regrow severed limbs?" Shearing promptly shook its head. Li Fu scoffed derisively. "Ha, a worthless bloodline." Shearing's confidence instantly faltered. "Come closer. Do not disturb your master's training." Li Fu beckoned. Shearing hurriedly approached, casting a worried glance at Fang Chen. Noticing Fang Chen's wide eyes, Shearing couldn't shake the feeling that there was an underlying panic reflected in them. Fang Chen looked at Shearing despairingly. "Old pal, please save me. I cannot endure this any longer." Ultimately, Shearing, drawing upon the rapport forged through their past endeavors, managed to voice a question on behalf of Fang Chen. "Senior, is my master truly practicing? Could it be that he has been ensnared by the Fire King?" As soon as the words left Shearing's mouth, Fang Chen's eyes brimmed with tears. "Shearing, When I return, I shall find you a horde of female tigers. Chapter 55. The despairing beginning of tribulation. After Wing Xiong posed his question regarding the Fire Fiend King, Li Fu replied indifferently, "You are overthinking it. How could my disciple possibly be ensnared by the Fire Fiend King? Besides, if he were in trouble, would I not be aware of it? Or do you doubt my capabilities?" Wing Xiong was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "Senior, that's not what I meant." "Then it is settled. Follow me." Li Fu strode purposefully to a nearby spot. Observing this, Wing Xiong found merit in Li Fu's words. A top-tier cultivator with a sound mind would surely discern whether their own disciple was in distress. He realized he had been overly anxious. With this thought, Wing Xiong followed Li Fu with a smile, seeking a moment's respite beside him, leaving Fang Chen behind, nearly on the verge of breaking apart. After Li Fu and Wing Xiong chose to remain passive, Fang Chen faced the darkest hour of his life. The Fire Fiend King, seemingly endowed with boundless energy, relentlessly sought to extinguish him, exhibiting no signs of fatigue whatsoever. "Why are you still here, damn it? The one who sought your life has already departed. Why do you persist in tormenting me?" Fang Chen cursed. The Fire Fiend King was utterly incomprehensible. The 8 divine transformation cultivators had long since fled, and no one was left to pursue him, yet it remained fixated on him. Were it to achieve its goal, perhaps it would be tolerable, but after all its efforts, there had been no results. No matter how hard Fang Chen attempted to communicate with the Fire Fiend King, it resolutely ignored him, clinging to its intent to obliterate him. As time dragged on, Fang Chen was engulfed in flames, his consciousness blurring as he oscillated between life and death. If only he could cultivate the ancient divine body through this ordeal, it would be a silver lining. Yet he found himself unable to channel any techniques, merely enduring the relentless torment. However, a small comfort arose within Fang Chen, knowing that Wing Xiong had proactively deterred many passers-by who intended to investigate the situation. Despite the fact that a 5th-tier foundation-building beast, the demon tiger, bore little weight against divine transformation cultivators, it still held a measure of intimidation for ordinary practitioners. As for those cultivators above the 5th-tier foundation building, Wing Xiong brandished Fang Chen's Danren sect token without hesitation. Few dared to meddle in the affairs of the Danren sect, and even fewer had the capacity to do so. This group of cultivators hailed from Flamelight City, originally intending to venture into the Fireheart region, disinterested in other matters, and thus chose to overlook the unfolding events. And so, time continued to slip away. At last, Fang Chen encountered his turning point. Boom. The sky darkened ominously, the heavens resembling a midnight soaked in ink, when an earth-shattering roar suddenly echoed throughout the ancient volcano. Following this, an overwhelming sense of repulsion surged forth from the thick clouds, locking onto Fang Chen from a distance. In that moment, Fang Chen felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of solitude, as if he were battling the very fabric of the universe. This sensation eclipsed even the death he was currently experiencing, instilling within him a deeper fear. This was the Thunder Tribulation, a cataclysm born to annihilate those who dared to transcend the laws of heaven and earth. Witnessing the Thunder Tribulation descend due to the expiration of time, Fang Chen inhaled deeply, a wave of tension rising within him. In this precarious situation of transcending tribulation, he had never contemplated it. Yet, regardless of his thoughts, he must face it. Even if it leads to death, he must endure. Moreover, in the past few days, how many deaths had he experienced? It was nearly more than the meals he had consumed. Subsequently, Fang Chen's gaze revealed a glimmer of confidence. With the fire essence he had previously absorbed and the elixir given to him by Hua Chirong, he could undoubtedly withstand the Thunder Tribulation at the Foundation establishment stage. Wait, the elixir? He had yet to consume it. Realizing this, Fang Chen suddenly recalled the rules governing external objects during the Thunder Tribulation, and his soul felt as if it were being torn apart. In a panic, he attempted to break free from the binding of the Fire Demon King to retrieve the elixir from his storage ring, but there was no opportunity. An enigmatic force ensnared Fang Chen. He abruptly sensed that he had lost all connection with his magical treasures, including the storage ring. In this moment, Fang Chen's expression turned vacant. It was over. Simultaneously, Yixiong looked up in terror, swallowing hard, as the Thunder Tribulation was upon them. In truth, he had known for several days that Fang Chen would undergo his tribulation here. However, when faced with the reality, he still found it hard to believe. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator possibly provoke a Thunder Tribulation? Li Fu opened his eyes and calmly stated, "What is there to be nervous about? A mere Thunder Tribulation. What is so fearsome? Yixiong gulped as he glanced at the thunder tribulation. Even a mere glance made him feel as though the oppressive force of the tribulation could crush his soul into dust. Unable to contain himself, Yixiong exclaimed, "Isn't this terrifying?" "Of course not. You have yet to witness truly terrifying things," Li Fu replied, rising and soaring into the sky after leaving that remark. Upon hearing this, Yixiong was taken aback. What could be more horrifying? What had Fang Chen's master experienced? As Yixiong's astonishment grew, Li Fu had already vanished into the air. Swiftly addressing Fang Chen, "I promised you that I would protect you. Rest assured, no one shall disturb you." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Fu formed a seal and waved his hand, causing an immensely profound power to sweep across the ancient volcano. Yixiong turned back to gaze in astonishment. Realizing that an invisible shield had seemingly emerged at the perimeter of the ancient volcano, isolating the creatures and insects beyond. With this protective layer, others would not only be unable to enter but would also be incapable of perceiving Fang Chen's tribulation. Li Fu spoke with a calm demeanor. Fang Chen immediately cast a grateful glance at Li Fu. His master could indeed be reliable at times. With this, others would be oblivious to his tribulation. Yet, a bittersweet feeling lingered within Fang Chen. Without the assistance of the elixir, it was uncertain whether he could succeed. "Very well, Yixiong and I shall depart. Remaining here will only amplify the thunder tribulation's power, ultimately hindering you rather than aiding you," Li Fu stated. With that, he vanished in an instant, taking Yixiong with him. Once Li Fu departed, the entire world plunged into silence, and Fang Chen did not feel sorrow at his master's leaving. He understood the significance of Li Fu's words. The thunder tribulation does not permit others to assist the tribulation bearer. Thus, should anyone attempt to forcibly remain by their side, it will only amplify the power of the tribulation. It was wise for Li Fu to depart. Had he stayed, it would have surely led to his demise. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Wait a moment. Is there someone beside the tribulation bearer, enhancing the power of the thunder tribulation? What about the Fire Fiend King? Just then, a deafening roar erupted. The aura of the thunder tribulation began to surge dramatically. By heavens! Fang Chen's eyes widened in sheer terror and despair. It's one thing to be unable to consume elixirs. But what on earth is this situation where the thunder tribulation is intensifying, truly deserving of being my disciple? The thunder tribulation possesses the strength of the void returning stage, quite impressive. Meanwhile, Li Fu, observing from afar, nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 56. The Tribulation of the Eastern Realm. Beside him, Yixiong's face contorted in fear, his expression resembling that of a terrified tiger. The strength of the returning void stage. Would Fang Chen not perish within? The power of the tribulation at the returning void stage was unfathomable. He dared not dwell on it further. Surely not. As I have stated, the disciple I have chosen cannot possibly be so weak. Li Fu maintained his composure. Upon hearing this, Yixiong's eyes widened in disbelief. Your chosen disciple is indeed formidable. Yet, no matter how powerful, he cannot possibly confront the returning void tribulation with mere foundation establishment cultivation, can he? It is absurd for someone at the foundation establishment stage to face such a trial. Not to mention the inconsistency in strength. This defies the objective laws of the cultivation world. Yixiong attempted to retort, but as the words hung at the tip of his tongue, he glanced at Li Fu's confident visage and hesitated, falling into silence. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Is there a possibility, albeit a mere conjecture, that perhaps Fang Chen's master is not entirely sound of mind? As Yixiong wrestled with his thoughts, the night sky, seemingly steeped in ink for ages, suddenly manifested a multitude of erratic auras. Upon their emergence, countless gazes appeared in the heavens. As if from a distance of myriad miles, fixating upon this very spot, shadows indistinct, infinite in number. The moment those eyes materialized, Yixiong's fur bristled in alarm. He dashed to Li Fu's side, heedlessly burrowing beneath the folds of his robe. The intensity of these auras was simply too terrifying for him to withstand. The strongest individual Yixiong had ever encountered was none other than his own father. Years ago, he had accompanied 107 brothers to the summit of the Holy Tiger Valley to pay homage to his father. At that moment, despite his father's seemingly ordinary tiger form, Yixiong felt as though he stood before a towering, perilous peak soaring to unimaginable heights, boundless, profound, and imbued with an overwhelming, chilling authority. Thus, the one he admired most and aspired to emulate was his father, a being of such strength. Yet now, the auras manifesting against the backdrop of the inky night evoked within him the same dread he felt before his father. Whether these energies radiated righteousness, ominous flames, or inscrutable mystery, in any case, they made Yixiong feel as if he were confronting his father once again. In that moment, Yixiong's heart raced with terror, compelling him to seek refuge beneath Li Fu's garments. How could there be so many powerful beings? Could they all be demon saints? Yixiong's thoughts spiraled in panic. He had overheard discussions among several brothers suggesting that his father was likely a demon saint, a practitioner of the tribulation stage. And the auras emanating from this group resembled those of his father, which meant they were likely all tribulation practitioners. The realization left Yixiong's mind reeling. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, encountering so many tribulation stage beings left him frightened and anxious. Li Fu, observing Yixiong's retreat beneath his robes, merely smirked and remarked, "What is there to fear? Could it be that they might surpass me and kill you?" The winged fiend dared not speak. Li Fu then raised his head, surveying the myriad presences around him, and calmly declared, "You may disperse. This place is beyond your scrutiny." As his words fell, Li Fu gazed upward, and in that instant, his visage appeared shrouded in a veil of ethereal mist to all the eyes observing from above, rendering him utterly inscrutable. The onlookers fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a peculiar aura suddenly cackled with laughter. "Heh, it has been many years since the Eastern realm has witnessed a tribulation. Today, fate grants us this encounter. As you are the protector of this fellow undergoing tribulation, there is no need for such reticence. Let us observe together and afford our fellow cultivators an opportunity to comprehend the thunderous tribulation, shall we? The cause of today's events will yield fruit in the days to come, and we shall surely repay you in the future." The raspy voice echoed throughout the tranquil sky. Those surrounding remained silent, yet it was evident that they shared the same intentions as the speaker. The thunderous tribulation was exceedingly formidable. This group had evaded tribulations for countless years, and now that they had the chance to witness one, they were eager to glean insights. Although this tribulation felt rather peculiar, reminiscent of the void return stage, one would expect a typical tribulation at this level to be far more robust. However, upon reflection, they surmised that it might be due to Li Fu employing profound powers to obstruct the tribulation, leading them to perceive it as weak. Thus, all resolved to remain. Yet, Li Fu had promised Fang Chen that he would not allow any disturbances. Therefore, with a calm demeanor, Li Fu politely requested their departure. "Begone." The atmosphere immediately froze. The strange, raspy voice retorted with a forced smile. "You, sir, are rather unsociable." At that moment, Li Fu suddenly locked his gaze onto a pair of black eyes among the multitude, stating coolly, "I am a reasonable person, and it is evident to me that you are not human. Hence, I am devoid of human compassion. How could it be?" The owner of the black eyes instantly displayed a look of terror, and in the next heartbeat, he abandoned any notion of negotiation with Li Fu and hastily fled the scene. The fact that Li Fu could lock onto him indicated that his cultivation was incomparably superior. If he lingered any longer, Li Fu could strike him down in an instant. Witnessing this, the others were taken aback, casting lingering glances at the eternally concealed depths of the ancient volcano before swiftly retreating. Moments later, the once tumultuous sky returned to tranquility. Beneath Li Fu's robe, the trembling winged fiend was astounded, and his admiration for Li Fu soared to unprecedented heights. Fang Chen's master was truly extraordinary, remaining unfazed amidst such tribulations. He effortlessly commanded the departure of all present. Remarkable indeed. Immediately, the winged fiend fervently apologized in his heart. "I am sorry. Singularly, I should not have questioned your intellect. You are so formidable, how could there possibly be any flaw in your mind?" The flawed one. "No, it is I who am flawed." At that moment, the winged fiend ceased to worry about Fang Chen's tribulation. With Senior Li's assurance of safety, he was undoubtedly secure. Subsequently, Yixiong calmly emerged from beneath Li Fu's robe. His tiger-like eyes filled with disdain as he gazed at the sky. Where were those who had just attempted the tribulation? Did they possess the audacity to engage in conversation with Lord Tiger again? At that moment, a sudden aura manifested. Yixiong was startled, hastily attempting to retreat into Li Fu's robe once more. However, this time he was thwarted by Li Fu. As the aura solidified, the trembling Yixiong soon realized that this presence was not akin to the formidable energies he had sensed earlier. Rather, it exuded a remarkable tranquility, at times reminiscent of the foundation establishment stage, and at others echoing the golden core stage. It was a chaotic yet ever-shifting essence. Most importantly, this aura radiated a profound sense of peace, instilling a comforting serenity. Chapter 57. The mighty of the Danran sect confronted by this formidable aura. Li Fu ceased to conceal his visage and calmly inquired, "What brings you here? Were you not in seclusion?" "Oh, I grew weary of seclusion and decided to take a stroll, and perhaps see who was undergoing tribulation. I never anticipated encountering you." A middle-aged scholar, elegantly attired in white robes, descended from the heavens. Disturbed by the thunderous tribulation, he felt compelled to investigate. The proximity of Flame City to the Danran sect rendered him intolerant of any unstable elements that might threaten their peace. Upon the scholar's arrival, Yixiong was astonished to notice a ring adorned with a crimson mountain inscribed upon his finger. The Qizun ring? Yixiong immediately recognized it, and a thought struck him. Could it be that this middle-aged man was indeed a powerful figure within the Danran sect? The realization caused Yixiong to instinctively withdraw into Li Fu's robe. Just previously, he had barely attempted to confront Jiang Ningyi, and now, faced with the true authority of Qizun Mountain, fear engulfed him. After landing beside Li Fu, the middle-aged scholar regarded him with a keen gaze, then turned his attention to the ancient volcano, shrouded in obscurity. After a moment of careful perception, he expressed his astonishment. Why does the aura of this tribulation only resonate with the returning void stage? Could it be that you have indeed found a disciple? I have. His name is Fang Chen, and he possesses the qualifications to enter my Qizun cliff, Li Fu replied slowly. The middle-aged scholar fell silent, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Fu. Was this fellow still as obstinate as ever? Had he not changed in all these years? This must be the umpteenth new name he had encountered. Fang Chen. After a moment's contemplation, the scholar perused the list of the Danran sect and shook his head with a wry smile. I do not recognize him. I checked the list of elders and those who hold the seal, and it appears there is no one by the name of Fang Chen. The middle-aged scholar found himself perplexed. A tribulation capable of returning to the void stage implied that Fang Chen must hold at least an elder's status within the Danran sect. Yet, he could not find him in the records. Could it be that the sect's administrators were negligent in maintaining their lists? Or perhaps Fang Chen had devoted himself to secluded cultivation, eschewing worldly affairs? How would I know, given my disciple's notoriously irritable temperament? He is unlikely to attain any elder position. You might want to investigate further, Li Fu remarked, snorting at the thought of Fang Chen's disposition. However, I advise against it. This fellow is rather unapproachable and may drive you to despair. Ha ha ha, truly? I shall indeed pay him a visit. It is only natural for top-tier prodigies to exhibit eccentricities. The middle-aged scholar laughed heartily, but inwardly he mused nonsense. Given Li Fu's current demeanor, if Fang Chen had an unpleasant temperament, it was undoubtedly not Fang Chen's fault. He surmised that Li Fu must have committed some outrageous act and shifted the blame onto his disciple. Resolutely, the middle-aged scholar resolved, since his seclusion had been interrupted by this tribulation, upon returning to the sect, he would ensure that Fang Chen was unearthed from the depths. To meet the stringent standards of the powerful technique required by Li Fu, one must undoubtedly be an extraordinary genius, a rarity among thousands. Even if he currently only possesses the strength of the returning void stage, his actual combat prowess could likely rival that of those at the harmonization stage. Such talent must be cherished. First, he should invite Fang Chen to join the Elder Council of the Danran sect, showering him with spirit stones and treasures to firmly bind him to the sect. By the way, where did this little tiger come from? A bloodline from the Qian Kuan sacred tiger clan, and of imperial quality. Splendid indeed. As the middle-aged scholar reined in his thoughts, he noticed the winged beast, and exclaimed in astonishment, "An imperial bloodline? This is among the pinnacle bloodlines of the demon realm, with unimaginable potential. With diligent nurturing, the future of this creature is bound to be limitless. Moreover, its flesh must be delectable." He had once tasted the meat of an imperial bloodline demon sage, and it had greatly aided his profound cultivation. I am Fang Chen's beast companion, named Yixiong. You may call me Little Tiger. Yixiong stood upright on its hind legs, bowing to the middle-aged scholar, adopting a nickname based on the address just given, and then flashed a knowing smile. One must commend Yixiong for having learned much about the intricate social dynamics during its years in the Danran sect, which undoubtedly helped it avoid unfortunate encounters. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged scholar displayed a hint of regret. So it is merely Fang Chen's beast companion? Then it cannot be helped. I shall not feast upon it. If only Li Fu had accidentally captured it, they could have split it right then and there. Subsequently, the middle-aged scholar nodded with a genial smile. Excellent. Fang Chen is fortunate to have such a promising beast companion. Upon hearing this, Yixiong's heart soared with joy. The elder's attitude towards me is truly commendable. Such praise. If the members of the Danran sect were to learn of this, I could walk with pride. Yixiong then continued, Elder, you flatter me. I was thoroughly impressed by Fang Chen's strength after our battle. It is indeed my fortune to follow a master with such boundless potential. However, after Shearing spoke, the middle-aged scholar suddenly paused, bewildered. Wait, what did you just say? What? Shearing was taken aback. Why did the elder suddenly change his demeanor? Did I say something wrong? You claim you battled Fang Chen? What capacity do you possess to engage in battle with him? The middle-aged scholar's brow furrowed in confusion. Why can't I? Shearing was somewhat taken aback. After all, he had fought with Fang Chen for quite a while. How could he now be deemed incapable? The middle-aged scholar felt that Shearing was being argumentative, and he found it amusing. Fang Chen is at the returning void stage. While you are merely at the foundation establishment stage, how could you possibly contend with him? Elder, this is unjust. Under the scholar's glare, Shearing felt a surge of fear. I cannot lose the support I just gained. He hurriedly explained, I am not lying. Although Fang Chen is indeed talented, he is still only at the first tier of foundation establishment, while I am at the 5th tier. It is quite normal for me to engage him in battle. Oh, is that so? So it is. Upon hearing Shearing's explanation, the middle-aged scholar was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that Fang Chen had reached the foundation establishment stage. This revelation made everything comprehensible. However, to think that Fang Chen was a Heaven's Path Foundation establishment cultivator, how rare. Such a prodigy must be nurtured with utmost care. Wait. Something feels amiss. The middle-aged scholar abruptly froze, his eyes widening with an unprecedented bewilderment. What did you just say? You mentioned the foundation establishment stage? Indeed. Shearing eagerly nodded. In that moment, an ominous premonition began to brew within the scholar's heart. Then what is the situation regarding this tribulation? Well, it appears that the Fire Fiend King has entangled Fang Chen, which has caused the tribulation to reach the void returning stage. But elderly mentioned that this wouldn't have any adverse effects. Shearing answered honestly. The middle-aged scholar exclaimed, What exactly is the Fire Fiend King? What does it mean that the tribulation has reached the void returning stage? At that instant, darkness clouded the scholar's vision, and his heart began to bleed. The unparalleled prodigy of the Danran sect. In the next moment, the previously composed middle-aged scholar erupted into a fit of furious exclamations. Li Fu, are you out of your mind? Is this your disciple or your enemy? He is ensnared by the Fire Fiend King. And yet you still allow him to face the tribulation? Do you intend to bring about his demise? Li Fu furrowed his brow in irritation, replying, Are you done yet? He is cultivating. What do you mean by bringing about his demise? I have no desire to strike before he could finish his sentence. A piercingly mournful scream suddenly echoed from within the 10,000-year volcano. Boom. Immediately following was a blinding flash of lightning that pierced the heavens and the earth. In that moment, the lightning illuminated the 10,000-year volcano, brightening the pitch-black night sky. And casting a spotlight on the middle-aged scholar as stunned visage. Chapter 58, The Foolish Fiery King. As the wails of despair echoed, the middle-aged scholar slumped. His vitality seemingly drained, eyes wide and dazed as he muttered, It's over. It's all over. With the thunderous calamity having descended, what chance did Fang Chen have of survival? One could only fear that at this very moment, he had become nothing more than a charred corpse. The thought of an extraordinary prodigy, possessing the potential of a great transcendence, meeting such a premature demise before his eyes shattered the scholar's heart into pieces. In the next moment, he seized Li Fu's collar, roaring, You have caused the death of my sect's disciple. I will not let this go unpunished. Immediately withdraw the formation. I must save him. Meanwhile, what should have been a charred corpse, Fang Chen, remained intact. Silently observing the fiery king plummeting from the sky like a kite severed from its string, his gaze vacant. In reality, the cries of agony the scholar heard were not from Fang Chen, but from the fiery king, just moments ago. As Fang Chen was astonished by the intensifying power of the calamity clouds, the fiery king, who had been tormenting him, suddenly ceased its torment and began to screech in agitation. The aura of the calamity clouds filled it with dread. Witnessing this scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but smirk. Afraid, are we? I just told you to leave. It was your own choice to stay. The fiery king squeaked in protest, its intent crystal clear. You're so nourishing. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave without consuming you first? Fang Chen, this creature is quite shameless, boldly justifying itself. Then, with a malicious glee, Fang Chen remarked, Oh, such nourishment? Why not indulge in the calamity lightning then? That would be even more invigorating. Disregarding Fang Chen's mockery, the fiery king screeched wildly before gathering all its strength to extricate itself from Fang Chen's body, attempting to escape the grasp of the calamity clouds. Yet, Upon emerging from Fang Chen, it discovered it could not break free. No matter where it fled, it remained ensnared by the calamity clouds. Ultimately, it was compelled to return to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen taunted, "No escape now. You cannot flee. We are now considered one by the calamity lightning. Let us die together." Upon hearing this, the fiery king became increasingly agitated, screeching in distress. Fang Chen continued to mock it in a manner it could comprehend. Relishing in its misfortune, "You've worked so hard to cultivate thus far. How pitiful." The fiery king roared back in fury, its visage fierce and menacing. Unleashing an unavoidable fiery blast, aimed to incinerate Fang Chen. Yet, after Fang Chen revived, he resumed his derision. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Truly pitiful seeing Fang Chen retain his tenacious demeanor, the fiery king chose not to engage further, instead directing its gaze skyward. After a moment of contemplation upon the inky calamity clouds, a fierce and sinister expression suddenly crossed the face of the white fire insect. "What do you intend to do?" Witnessing this, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, the fiery king's actions left Fang Chen wide-eyed in utter astonishment. The fiery king, after gazing into the heavens for a brief moment, suddenly transformed into a torrent of blazing flames, rocketing skyward. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This fellow, so reckless. The very instant the fire fiend king brazenly ascended into the sky, the ominous clouds unhesitatingly unleashed a brilliant azure bolt of tribulation lightning, illuminating the ancient volcano in its entirety. The thunderclap resounded deafeningly. Soon after, the fire fiend king emitted a chilling wail, plummeting from the heavens. As the fire fiend king crashed to the ground, the dazed Fang Chen finally regained his senses, bewilderedly mumbling, "What were you thinking? Did you truly intend to confront the tribulation head-on? Are you capable of handling him? Engaging him will surely summon the wrath of the heavens. Do you not realize this?" The fire fiend king offered no reply, continuing to emit a profoundly human-like cry of despair. Fang Chen shook his head, saying, "I comprehend your desperation and your desire to fight with the tribulation to the death, but facing such calamity is not a matter of reckless confrontation." The fire fiend king snarled ferociously, squeaking in agitation. Fang Chen discerned his intent. He wished for silence. With a shrug, Fang Chen chose not to further prod at the wound. Meanwhile, the ominous skies above did not pursue their victory but instead continued to brew, preparing to unleash a second bolt of tribulation lightning. There are 9 bolts in total. Successfully enduring all 9 would signify a complete passage through the tribulation. After being struck by the first bolt, the fire fiend king struggled to muster all remaining strength, transforming once more into a visage of ferocity, and charged upwards again. "What an obstinate creature," Fang Chen murmured in disbelief. "Is it not said that all spirits of heaven and earth are beings of intelligence? Observing the ferocity of the tiger, it is more cunning than a monkey and more loyal than a dog. It flatters and adapts, oscillating between arrogance and servility, moving with such finesse. Yet, this fire fiend king appears to possess a remarkably low intellect. Just moments ago, within Fang Chen's very being, the opponent was clearly formidable, signaling that something was amiss. It would have been prudent to retreat and observe the unfolding situation before seizing an opportunity to engulf Fang Chen. Yet, he stubbornly clings on. Now, faced with such a terrifying tribulation, instead of gathering his strength for defense, he recklessly charges forward. What kind of foolishness is this? There are myriad methods to endure the tribulation, all of which require the tribulation bearer to maintain a strong defense. Previously, there were those who sought to assault the lightning, but aggressors lack the capacity for defense. Following a failed offensive, they would be struck by the tribulation, suffering injuries ranging from fainting to utter obliteration of the soul. The fire fiend king's fate in attempting to assault the tribulation was, without a doubt, already sealed. It is precisely for this reason that Fang Chen wondered if this creature's intellect had been diminished by some unknown force. In the face of the strange and perilous, one should not seek profit while avoiding danger, yet here he was, launching a direct assault. Just then, thunder roared. A cataclysmic flash of lightning erupted. The fire fiend king once again fell, shrieking, his white flames flickering with an ethereal quality, his maw exuding boundless malice and resentment. As Fang Chen beheld this spectacle, a sudden epiphany struck him, his eyes widening in realization. He understood. He comprehended. He has come to understand the reason behind the behavior of the fire fiend king. If this fire fiend king were not burdened by such suffocating intellect and a penchant for confrontation, with his cultivation level at the void return stage, he could effortlessly annihilate those at the foundation establishment stage countless times over. How, then, could he be subdued by the chi refinement stage Shaoqing? It is precisely due to the Fire Fiend King's lack of intelligence that, as per the system's description, he fell prey to Shao Qing's opportunism along his predetermined path. Boom. While Fang Chen was deep in thought, the screeching of the Fire Fiend King echoed beside him. Crack. Before Fang Chen could even glance over, darkness enveloped him as a colossal insectoid maw consumed him. He was once again vanquished by the Fire Fiend King. The Fire Fiend King sought to restore his strength by devouring Fang Chen, but this endeavor proved futile. When Fang Chen regained consciousness, he was left speechless. How formidable was this Fire Fiend King? Struck by lightning twice, yet still capable of eliminating him in a heartbeat? Screech. Frustrated by his inability to consume Fang Chen, the Fire Fiend King cursed vehemently, letting out a roar before turning and soaring towards the heavens once more. Under the inky sky, Fang Chen witnessed this fool vanish once again into the third radiant azure beam of light. Chapter 59. Fang Chen Self-Rescue Boom. The Azure Calamity Thunder, thick and pristine, resembled a colossal column of cascading water descending from the void, breathtakingly blue, exuding an exquisite clarity. 3 bolts of calamity thunder had passed. The Fire King had returned to Fang Chen, yet this time, it lay entirely unconscious, its white insectoid body charred on the outside while remaining tender within, dark marks speckling its shell. Fang Chen was taken aback. What in the world? In all his years, he had only witnessed flames scorching others. Never had he seen flames themselves charred. Soon after, the calamity clouds in the night sky began to brew, a thunderous roar echoing incessantly. Fang Chen took a deep breath, began to form seals, and summoned all the power within him. The might of the ancient divine body in the unparalleled will erupted, causing his form to radiate brilliantly, emanating golden light. Multicolored fire spirits floated around him, following the operational route of the 10,000 Spirits Heart method, forming a protective barrier that appeared exceedingly precarious against the impending thunder calamity of the void-returning stage. At last, the final White Fire King ignited upon Fang Chen's exterior. This was all the strength he could muster at that moment. Fully prepared, he gazed at the rumbling calamity clouds, their pressure akin to a mountain, piercing his every inch of skin. Even though he had resolved to give everything and was ready to face death, he couldn't help but sigh. According to his original plan, he had a 90% assurance of overcoming the thunder calamity. However, due to various interferences, his confidence had dwindled to nothing. In truth, Fang Chen's despair did not stem from his inability to consume the elixirs prepared by Shearing. More crucially, it was because he could not access the poison he had purchased from the apothecary pavilion. In the days leading up to this moment, Fang Chen had contemplated whether there was anything beyond the fire spirits and elixirs that he could prepare to confront the thunder calamity. He soon devised a thought. Although he could not be struck dead by the thunder calamity, what if he killed himself while it severely injured him? In that case, he could revive fully. Thus, Fang Chen was elated, convinced this plan was highly feasible, as long as he could utilize the elixirs and fire spirits to create a robust defensive power, ensuring that no single bolt of calamity thunder could obliterate him, but rather leave him gravely wounded. He could swiftly end his own life, allowing him to recover and brace for the next thunder calamity. However, upon further contemplation of this strategy, Fang Chen soon recognized a formidable dilemma. How could he achieve a swift, self-inflicted demise amidst the thunder calamity? To be frank, with the current strength of the ancient divine body, Fang Chen could indeed take his own life. Yet, executing this act rapidly, given his present cultivation level, would be a considerable challenge. Even if he unleashed his full power with the Gale Fist, striking himself twice on the head, he could still survive for a while. Of course, Fang Chen had also theorized that if he were severely injured and then utilized this technique to batter himself, would he perish quickly? However, the reality proved otherwise when gravely injured. His combat prowess diminished. Striking himself would take even more effort. As for the 10,000 Spirits Heart method, that need not be mentioned. The invasion of the Fire Sha King is of no benefit to him. Thus, apart from relying on magical artifacts and poison, Fang Chen finds himself with no other alternatives. Moreover, the artifacts that cannot be employed during the tribulation are swiftly dismissed by Fang Chen, leaving only poison as an option. Although poison is a potential threat to his life, it is still an external substance. He is uncertain if he can ingest poison under the tribulation. Yet he is aware that once the tribulation commences, any elixir consumed will yield no effect. Hence, Fang Chen deduces that this poison should also be ineffective. Nevertheless, he considers it to be his most viable method. After much contemplation, he devises a plan. His intention is to encapsulate the toxin with his spiritual energy, releasing it just as he approaches death. To this end, Fang Chen experiments with a highly toxic poison potent enough to kill him instantly. He discovers that he can indeed envelop the toxin with his spiritual energy. However, the energy is consumed rapidly by the poison, allowing him to only contain the lethal toxin for a maximum of 15 minutes. After that, he would inevitably perish. Therefore, Fang Chen concludes that he cannot consume the poison too early. He believes he must ingest it just before the tribulation begins. Yet, he soon confronts a more troublesome predicament. He realizes that upon his revival, the poison within him will be eradicated by the system. Initially, he intended to withstand the 9 bolts of tribulation with 9 doses of poison. However, with each revival, any remaining poison will vanish. Clearly, when facing the tribulation and after reviving, he will no longer be able to utilize poison as a means of self-rescue. Thus, Fang Chen ultimately resolves to use this poison as a last resort for a critical revival. Although he is limited to reviving only once with the poison, Fang Chen remains confident. After all, he is merely facing the tribulation of the Foundation establishment stage. The power will not be excessively formidable. Moreover, when it comes down to it, he has effectively gained an additional life, and surviving the tribulation is sufficient. Yet, he never anticipated that the Fire Sha King, this treacherous foe, would render his painstakingly devised plan entirely futile. Not only does it prevent him from consuming the poison, but it also entangles him in facing the tribulation of the void return stage. Under such circumstances, how can he revive? If he continues to use his chi to pummel his chest, he may well perish before he finishes the task, struck down by the bolts of tribulation. If you truly possess a shred of conscience, you should stand up and continue to shield me from the tribulation. Fang Chen gritted his teeth, simultaneously kicking the charred body of the Fire Sha King. Yet, deep down, Fang Chen understands that the Fire Sha King has only withstood 3 bolts of tribulation and is now on the brink of death. Even if he were willing to rise and protect Fang Chen, he would be of little assistance. Suddenly, Fang Chen pauses, gazing at the Fire Sha King on the ground. After a moment of dazed reflection, he reveals a glimmer of resoluteness. He approaches, crouches down, and leans closer to the Fire Sha King. Then, he extends his hand toward the Fire Sha King's body. A surge of overwhelming power courses through Fang Chen's entire being. It is scorching, searing, emanating a formidable presence that instills fear in Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen murmured, "Even if you truly cannot withstand the 7 bolts of tribulation thunder, you can still make yourself useful. For every blow you can deflect on my behalf, do so." Although such thoughts may be impractical, he refused to surrender without a fight. He clung foolishly to the last thread of hope. What if he could endure the 4th bolt of tribulation thunder and someone miraculous came to his rescue? Or, what if the tribulation clouds, acknowledging his foundational cultivation, found it too cool to let him endure the 4th bolt and chose to spare him? With these musings, he reached out and grasped the Fire Fiend King. In this moment, still harboring a flicker of hope, he resolved to circulate the 10,000 Fiend Heart method, attempting to refine the Fire Fiend King and harness its power for himself. If fortune favored him and he succeeded in refining the Fire Fiend King, wouldn't that mean a swift turnaround of his fate? However, the next moment, Fang Chen realized just how gravely mistaken he was. Shaoqing, as the child of destiny, required the combined efforts of 8 divine cards to inflict grievous injury upon the Fire Fiend King, reducing it to a mere wisp of its former strength, and only then, with the assistance of the esteemed Xin Yao, could he achieve successful refinement. At this moment, even though the Fire Fiend King was severely wounded by the tribulation thunder, the power of a returning void was still far beyond what Fang Chen could contend with. Not only could he not refine it, but he couldn't even withstand its might. Buzz. The instant the 10,000 Fiend Heart method was activated, the overwhelming force of the returning void surged into Fang Chen's body like an uncontrollable bulldozer rampaging through. He was instantly gravely injured, spewing blood and sent flying several kilometers away. As he soared through the air, blood erupted from his mouth, and every pore in his body was squeezed by the sudden surge of pressure, releasing torrents of blood, while he continuously coughed up fragments of his internal organs. Was being blown away this far not a bit excessive? Fang Chen cursed under his breath, and then, feeling the rampant power of the Fire Fiend King within him, he helplessly closed his eyes. Damn it! If he couldn't withstand such a meager amount of power, he would perish in an instant. Let alone the fact that the Fire Fiend King still had so much strength left. It was utterly impossible for him to rely on the other to endure the tribulation. He had lost this last lifeline. Wait a moment? Instant death? Death? What? Fang Chen's eyes widened suddenly. releasing an infinite glow as he joyously exclaimed, "I am saved. I can." Bang! Before he could finish his thought, a wave of excruciating pain struck him, and Fang Chen, suspended in the air, exploded instantaneously, scattering into pieces, his flesh and blood obliterated, his soul extinguished. In the next moment, after Fang Chen was completely obliterated by the power of the Fire Fiend King, a thunderous roar echoed. The fourth bolt of tribulation thunder, long in the making, descended. The bolt of thunder, azure like boundless waves, clear and transparent, breathtakingly beautiful and utterly mesmerizing. Upon its descent, it devoured the very spot where Fang Chen had just vanished. Chapter 60. Ling Shiyuan's stupefaction. After the fourth bolt of tribulation lightning vanished, Fang Chen's body gradually solidified. The system detected that the host was on the brink of death. The entity responsible for the host's demise was not the child of fortune. Restoration procedures would commence for the host, with the hope that the host would cherish life and choose wisely whom to allow to end their existence, thus dedicating their life correctly to all living beings. As the system's voice resonated in his ears, Fang Chen found this familiar sound, which he had heard for 2 consecutive days, suddenly exquisite in its melody. In this rebirth, Fang Chen found himself completely unclothed, his skin smooth and glistening. His robe had been blown away in the explosion. As for the storage ring on his hand, it remained at the site of his disintegration, precisely struck by the tribulation lightning, and it had shattered. However, the storage ring did not vanish. The lightning only targeted the tribulation bearer, not others. Otherwise, the entire millennium-old volcano would have been obliterated long ago. A chill swept over him. Fang Chen felt a breeze surrounding him, and upon glancing down, he painfully averted his gaze. The phobia of colossal beings was truly vexing. Just a glance induced dizziness. Subsequently, unable to retrieve his robe from the storage ring, Fang Chen returned to the side of the Fire Sha King. The Fire Sha King's form remained unchanged. The power Fang Chen had taken was but a trifling fraction to it. Rumbling. In the distant sky, the tribulation clouds were brewing the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning. Fang Chen looked up at the buzzing clouds, took a deep breath, his eyes betraying a mix of tension and anticipation. He had discovered a new method for transcending tribulation. The hope of survival had significantly increased. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent. He had to time his absorption of the Fire Sha King's power perfectly. After a moment's contemplation, Fang Chen gazed skyward and noticed the tribulation lightning gradually converging towards the center, revealing a pitch-black vortex of clouds. This was the impending manifestation of the tribulation lightning. As Fang Chen touched the Fire Sha King, his heart raced at the sight of the ominous opening. In the next moment, a wave of intense danger surged into Fang Chen's heart. He immediately activated the 10,000 Sha Heart method, drawing in the Fire Sha King's power. This time, he inhaled with the ferocity of a storm, striving to make the Fire Sha King explode with utmost speed. Boom! Fang Chen was once again blasted away, propelled several kilometers into the distance. The next instant, a sparse blood rain began to fall from the sky. Before the blood rain could touch the earth, the 5th bolt of tribulation lightning descended, booming. Meanwhile, outside the area enveloped by the tribulation, a middle-aged scholar stood petrified, staring at the still thundering tribulation lightning, beginning to question whether his extensive years of cultivation had gone awry. Just moments ago, upon learning that Fang Chen's cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage and that he had been struck by lightning, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the middle-aged scholar's heart shattered. With his intellect, combined with his understanding of Li Fu, he quickly deduced the dire circumstances Fang Chen currently faced. It was evident that Fang Chen had become ensnared by the Fire Sha King, and Li Fu, in a fit of madness, had abandoned concern for his disciples' fate, allowing the tribulation to descend upon them. Under the relentless onslaught of the Fire Fiend King and the Thunder Calamity, even if Fang Chen were a prodigy of unparalleled talent, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, Ling Shiyuan initially intended to urge Li Fu to hasten the activation of the formation, hoping for a glimmer of opportunity to rescue Fang Chen. However, Li Fu remained steadfastly opposed, calmly assuring Ling Shiyuan that Fang Chen would be unharmed. Ling Shiyuan, refusing to heed his words, unleashed a torrent of invective upon Li Fu. In response, Li Fu, unperturbed, delivered a single punch that sent Ling Shiyuan flying. Caught off guard, Ling Shiyuan had underestimated the situation and failed to evade the surprise attack. Upon returning, he was consumed by wrath, manifesting a myriad of radiant treasures behind him, intent on subduing this unscrupulous old madman. Yet, as he approached the formation, Ling Shiyuan was abruptly struck by the realization that Fang Chen was still undergoing tribulation. At that moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. Just then, Li Fu's voice resonated from behind the middle-aged scholar. Ling Shouyuan, cease your foolishness and come sit down. I have assured you that my disciple is safe. Ling Xian disregarded the madman, frowning as he muttered, impossible. How can Fang Chen still be alive? How could he possibly survive? A foundation establishment cultivator, and you expect me to believe he can endure the thunder calamity of a void return phase? Li Fu replied nonchalantly. Of course, it is love. Ling Shouyuan? Li Fu continued, my disciple, though his temperament is rather unpleasant, possesses an undeniable passion for cultivation. This fervor for his practice even moves me. How could the mere thunder calamity obstruct such love? The usually graceful and affable Ling Shouyuan retaliated with a fire spell, exclaiming, damn you. Boom. After the flames subsided, Li Fu remained unscathed, continuing with his indifferent demeanor. If you choose not to believe, so be it. The fates do not favor the ignorant. Ling Shouyuan, disinterested in further discourse with him, turned to the silent Yi Xiong, who had refrained from intervening in their conflict, and inquired, if I recall correctly, your name is De Xiong, is it not? Yi Xiong chuckled awkwardly, clarifying, and no, esteemed senior, I am Yi Xiong. Not important. I have a question for you. Yi Xiong, recognizing the gravity of the moment, nodded eagerly. Please, ask. Were you deceiving me earlier? Is it possible that Fang Chen is not a foundation establishment cultivator? Ling Shouyuan probed. Yi Xiong immediately stiffened, sitting up straight and displaying his gleaming belly. Raising a paw dramatically, esteemed senior, should you doubt my words, I stake the life of my closest brother, the ninth prince, as a guarantee that I speak nothing but the truth. If Fang Chen is not a foundation establishment cultivator, may my ninth prince suffer the wrath of heaven, face a most tragic demise, endure endless torment, and be subjected to the most excruciating punishments, forever unable to rise again. Ling Shouyuan interrupted Yi Xiong, commanding, enough. I believe you. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, Yi Xiong fell silent. Then, Ling Shouyuan recalled a detail he had previously overlooked and asked, by the way, did you just mention that the Fire Fiend King resides within Fang Chen? Indeed. Ling Shouyuan hesitated. Is this Fire Fiend King of the Void Return phase? Senior, I have never encountered the Void Return stage, nor do I know if he truly belongs to it. However, I have heard that the newly born Fire Sha King possesses this level of cultivation. The honest response from Yi Xiong came forth. Ling Shouyuan murmured, this is impossible. If he has entered the Void Return stage, how could he still be alive to face the Thunder Tribulation? Should he not have been slain long ago? In truth, without Yi Xiong's clarification, he was already aware that the Fire Sha King must be at least at the Void Return stage or higher. It was precisely for this reason that he found it hard to believe. If that were the case, Fang Chen, who was possessed by the Fire Sha King, should have perished long ago. How could he still have life to await the Thunder Tribulation? Yi Xiong hastily remarked, Senior, Fang Chen is indeed dead. Upon hearing this, Ling Shouyuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he immediately pointed towards the Thunder Tribulation behind him, asking, then tell me, who is currently undergoing the tribulation? Yi Xiong chuckled awkwardly, yet it seems he is not entirely dead. Chapter 61. After the calamity, what do you mean? Ling Shouyuan furrowed his brow. It's not merely a question of life or death. It is something exceedingly rare. Yi Xiong struggled to articulate his thoughts, expressing his distress. My beast slave imprint indicates that Fang Chen has perished, yet he has immediately returned to life. Senior, can you comprehend this? Are you suggesting that, in your perception, he has been persistently resurrecting? Ling Shouyuan inquired, his confusion evident. Precisely. Yi Xiong nodded fervently. How many times has he resurrected? Ling Shouyuan pressed further. Yi Xiong pondered seriously for a moment and soon replied, perhaps every 3 to 5 breaths, he comes back to life. Ling Shouyuan was taken aback. Could it be that Yi Xiong is as deranged as Li Fu? He then burst into laughter. Absurd. Such a phenomenon is utterly impossible, no matter how formidable one's constitution. Achieving such a feat is beyond the realm of possibility. If he truly possessed such capabilities, wouldn't he be able to resurrect continuously while undergoing tribulation? Yi Xiong paused, suddenly realizing, and murmured, that could very well be the case. I have felt a bit lightheaded since earlier. Particularly when we heard the thunder of the tribulation, I genuinely felt as if I were dying, but soon after, I felt no discomfort. This must be Fang Chen once again experiencing death and rebirth. Unable to endure any longer, Ling Shouyuan angrily waved his sleeve and departed. As he turned to leave, the ominous tribulation clouds that had shrouded the myriad-year volcano for ages abruptly froze, then began to dissipate slowly. The tribulation had come to an end. Beneath the retreating storm clouds, Fang Chen observed the receding tribulation, Though his body remained intact and unharmed, his expression was one of lingering trepidation. Just moments ago, he had evaded the fifth bolt of tribulation lightning, but the sixth was coalescing with alarming speed. As Fang Chen drew in power, the lightning struck before he could be propelled away. Fortunately, due to his insufficient cultivation, he succumbed swiftly, thereby escaping a greater calamity. Regrettably, because he had not been thrown back, the Fire Shock King, left behind, was struck by the lightning, losing a significant portion of its strength. By the time Fang Chen was resurrected, the Fire Shock King had perished, its body remaining as the only remnant. Upon witnessing this, Fang Chen was nearly paralyzed with fear. If the Fire Shock King were to be lost, he would not be able to withstand this tribulation. Thus, in the face of the subsequent bolts of lightning, Fang Chen exerted every ounce of strength to reach the remains of the Fire Shock King, absorbing its power immediately upon resurrection. Following the same method, after nearly exhausting the Fire Shock King's corpse, he finally weathered this tribulation. Though the process was somewhat absurd, he had managed to survive. Fang Chen gazed up at the sky, watching the tribulation clouds slowly disperse, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then, recalling a crucial matter, he hastily sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the ancient divine body technique, absorbing the tribulation force from the heavens and earth. According to the teachings of the ancient divine body, to truly cultivate this technique, one must not only consume spiritual herbs refined through the forging of their own flesh, but also absorb the tribulation force. For cultivators, to attain immortality, the assimilation of tribulation force is imperative. In the pursuit of physical transcendence, the same principles apply. After Fang Chen settled into a meditative position, the ancient divine body technique commenced its operation, fervently absorbing the tribulation force. Unlike the gentle nature of spiritual energy or the searing heat of primordial force, the tribulation force entered his body with a chilling intensity. This force, born of retribution, possesses the power to obliterate all, existing solely for destruction. It is fierce and turbulent, imbued with a relentless will to annihilate everything in its path. As the tribulation force coursed through his being, beads of sweat erupted from Fang Chen's forehead. His expression contorted in agony. The process of absorbing this force was, without a doubt, exceedingly arduous. After all, the tribulation force does not manifest for the convenience of cultivators. It is aimed at their annihilation. How could it possibly allow Fang Chen to absorb it with ease? Moreover, without the ancient divine body technique, he would have no hope of harnessing the tribulation force for his own purposes. Nevertheless, despite the excruciating pain accompanying the influx of tribulation force, Fang Chen's earlier experience of severing his own hand had prepared him for such torment. Now, this suffering felt trivial in comparison. The tribulation force swiftly circulated through his meridians, merging into his flesh and bones. Moments later, Fang Chen opened his eyes and let out a deep sigh, his heart filled with a torrent of curses longing for expression. In his perception, the tribulation force in the atmosphere remained abundant and potent. Yet, he found himself unable to absorb any more. His body was already filled to capacity. Any attempt to draw in more resulted in an overwhelming sensation of rupture. Ultimately, he had to concede defeat. Fang Chen understood why so much tribulation force lingered in the air after his ordeal. According to the ancient divine body technique, under normal circumstances, a foundational establishment stage cultivator would be left with negligible residual force after enduring 9 strikes of tribulation lightning. It would be commendable for them to absorb even a fraction of what remained. However, his circumstances were far from ordinary, as he was contending with the tribulation of the returning void stage. Thus, the force was so concentrated that it was beyond his capacity to assimilate, leading to a significant waste of energy. Watching the excess tribulation force dissipate into the void, Fang Chen felt his teeth grind in frustration. How infuriating it was to endure such torment during the tribulation, only to witness the spent force vanish. Finally, as the tribulation force reluctantly faded away, Fang Chen urged himself to relax, convincing himself that it was not worth dwelling on the unabsorbed energy. It was enough to be alive, after all. There were those who faced tribulation and met their demise. He recalled the Fire Fiend King, who had uttered such sentiments. The Fire Fiend King, having endured multiple strikes of tribulation lightning, was no more, and with Fang Chen's reckless absorption of power, only a trace of the Fiend King's malevolent energy remained. That scant power was nearly equivalent to his own. Wait, equivalent to me? Suddenly, Fang Chen froze, his gaze shifting as he began to murmur, "Oh dear. If that power is akin to mine, then it is on the verge of dissipating." The thought of allowing such energy to vanish unutilized felt like a profound loss. Why not? I shall grit my teeth and reluctantly accept it. As he spoke, Fang Chen seated himself cross-legged, his palms resting upon the ethereal form of the Fire Fiend King. The current strength of the Fire Fiend King was comparable to his own, indicating its suitability for absorption. Although this entity was initially intended for Shearing, as the elder brother, how could he allow his junior to consume something stale? He would procure a few fresh ones for Shearing in due time. As for this particular specimen, Fang Chen found himself indifferent to the remains. Perhaps it would be best to muster his resolve and utilize it himself. With this thought, Fang Chen activated his 10,000 Fiends Heart method, and a terrifying force surged through his meridians. All of the remaining malevolent energy of the Fire Fiend King instantly rushed into Fang Chen's body. The impact of this power caused his meridians and dantian to swell almost instantaneously, eliciting a sensation of pain. However, thanks to the transformation wrought by the tribulation energy, Fang Chen felt no discomfort whatsoever. Once the Fire Fiend King successfully integrated into his being, Fang Chen's aura began to ascend steadily. Chapter 62. Progress and Strength. However, it is not Fang Chen's cultivation that is enhancing his power. The 10,000 Fiends Heart method, despite its operation, yields no spiritual energy from the Fire Fiend King. What truly fortifies his strength is the cultivation of the Fire Fiend King within him, which is advancing to a higher tier. The Fire Fiend King, currently at the Void Return stage, has been reduced to a mere wisp of power by the tribulations of thunder. This makes it considerably easier for Fang Chen to absorb it this time. Previously, the Fire Fiend King given to Fang Chen by the system was derived from Shearing's absorption and was therefore not formidable. Now, with the genuine Fire Fiend King's enhancement, its power has surged dramatically, enabling him to attain the strength of a second-tier foundation establishment stage. At present, Fang Chen's prowess, solely from the Fire Fiend King's might, is already quite formidable. Truly, the Fire Fiend King deserves its reputation. An ordinary Fire Fiend would never be capable of further augmenting its strength. Upon completely absorbing the Fire Fiend King, Fang Chen opened his eyes with a smile. The reason the Fire Fiend King is more valuable than other Fire Fiends lies not only in its superior offensive capabilities but also in its potential for growth. Other Fire Fiends possess a fixed amount of power upon being absorbed, which remains unchanged throughout their existence. In contrast, the Fire Fiend King continues to grow. Once Fang Chen cultivates the Fire Fiend King within him to the Void Return stage, he will be able to master the Fire Fiend Tide, commanding countless Fire Fiends. Subsequently, Fang Chen commanded the Fire Fiend King within him to devour the remaining ordinary Fire Fiends. Originally, he had intended to use these ordinary Fire Fiends as disposable tools to withstand the Thunder Tribulation. However, having navigated through the tribulation by exploiting a system bug, these Fire Fiends became unnecessary. To avoid waste, he resolved to consume them all, thereby strengthening the Fire Fiend King. Nonetheless, the cost-effectiveness of this approach is somewhat lacking. Observing the Fire Fiend King within him consume a plethora of ordinary Fire Fiends of the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, Fang Chen could only shake his head as his cultivation only increased slightly. This is also why, during the Thunder Tribulation, he refrained from allowing the Fire Fiend King to consume the ordinary Fire Fiends and instead opted to use them directly for defense. Allowing the Fire Fiend King to devour ordinary Fire Fiends would result in a significant waste of power. Utilizing the ordinary Fire Fiends to withstand the Thunder Tribulation is indeed the most cost-effective strategy. In truth, if one were to evaluate the situation, the early-stage consumption of the Fire Fiend King is remarkably inefficient. Take Shearing, for instance. Under normal circumstances, it would be his turn to absorb the Fire Fiend King. To do so, he would have to pay an exceedingly heavy price, such as using talismans, elixirs, etc., and risk losing half of his life in the process. Even upon success, the power he could wield from the Fire Fiend King would only amount to that of the Qi refining stage. However, if Shearing were to allocate all those resources to absorb multiple ordinary Fire Fiends of the Qi refining stage, he could consume a far greater number. In a direct comparison at the same tier, the combined combat power of a dozen ordinary Fire Fiends would undoubtedly surpass that of a single Fire Fiend King. Yet, in terms of quality and potential, those ordinary Fire Fiends are entirely incomparable to the Fire Fiend King. They can only exert temporary strength, unlike the Fire Fiend King, who grows ever more formidable. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a multitude of cultivators yearning for the Fire Fiend King. Once he has absorbed the Fire Fiend King, Fang Chen clenched his fist, a pale white flame igniting atop it, interspersed with flashes of azure lightning. The azure lightning exuded a terrifying might. "This is the force of the tribulation." Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This punch, imbued with tribulation thunder and fire, represented the pinnacle of his current offensive capabilities. Fang Chen retracted all his power and began to introspect his body. Within his dantian, apart from the golden foundation of the heavenly Tao, a block of azure foundation was slowly taking shape. From this foundation emanated a faint rumbling of thunder, containing connotations of destruction, ferocity, and savagery. However, aside from its brutality, Fang Chen found this block of foundation to be extraordinarily beautiful. At a loss for words, he could only exclaim, "This foundation is truly magnificent." This foundation, crystal clear and flawless, radiated a pristine azure glow reminiscent of a transparent and serene ocean ensconced within, deep and pure, akin to the most exquisitely crafted masterpiece. Fang Chen understood that this was the foundation of the ancient divine body he had successfully forged after enduring the tribulation. Typically, body cultivators do not possess a foundation. However, the ancient divine body is different. He had seized the heavenly secrets and condensed the foundation using the force of tribulation. With this foundation, Fang Chen had officially embarked upon the path of cultivating the ancient divine body. If no unforeseen events like today occurred, he could swiftly level up and overcome the tribulation, utilizing the system's recovery speed and its glitches. Clenching his fist, Fang Chen felt invigorated. Soon, in 2 days he would attain the golden core. In 5 days the nascent soul, in 10 days the transformation of spirit, and by next month he would ascend, treating the entire sect to a feast, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Excellent. The future is promising. After indulging in a motivational reverie, Fang Chen began to contemplate another matter. His current cultivation could succinctly be summarized as Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment Level 1, Fire Fiend King Foundation Establishment Level 2, Ancient Divine Body Foundation Establishment Level 1. Under these circumstances, Fang Chen grew concerned. His cultivation level far surpassed that of Shearing. Moreover, due to the tribulation, Shearing had unfortunately lost the Fire Fiend King and fell even further behind. If a confrontation were to ensue, one punch from him could easily fell Shearing. In such a scenario, would the system potentially retract his cultivation to assist Shearing in overcoming him? This anxiety had lingered within Fang Chen since he began cultivating the ancient divine body. At that time, he feared that practicing the ancient divine body would lead to the system imposing restrictions upon him. However, as the system had remained unresponsive, he chose to disregard it. Now, witnessing his cultivation reach such heights, he could not help but worry. System, my cultivation now exceeds that of Shearing. If he cannot prevail in a life and death struggle against me, you wouldn't consider retracting my cultivation, would you? Fang Chen inquired. Ding, the system responded. Host, you are remarkable. Your concern about not being able to sacrifice your life for the child of destiny is greatly appreciated by the system. Please continue your efforts. Fang Chen inquired. What do you mean? The system elucidated. Rest assured, even if the child of destiny, Shearing, cannot defeat you, the system will not revoke your cultivation. The system merely serves as a perfect tool to assist you in accomplishing your tasks, and I have no authority to strip you of your powers. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt a surge of joy. No revocation of my powers? Excellent. That's a relief. The system continued. However, there is a principle I wish for you to comprehend. What principle? Fang Chen asked. The system began its discourse. The inability to sacrifice oneself for the child of destiny signifies a failure of the mission, indicating that your life's value is rendered dim. This is something both you and the system must reflect upon. The essence of life lies in the realization of one's ultimate worth. If you remain fixated solely on fleeting victories, you will fail to perceive the broader horizons. From the moment of birth, one should aspire to become a resplendent dawn, brief yet brilliant. Mere survival may seem prolonged, yet it is merely a path to the extinction of life's true value. At this juncture, Fang Chen had already begun to engage in other matters. Since the system's initial statement, he had ceased to listen. Who would take such drivel seriously? After negotiating with the system, Fang Chen had concluded that surpassing Shearing in cultivation was certainly feasible, and there would be no risk of having his powers revoked or restricted. However, outward strength exceeding that of Shearing did not necessarily imply that Fang Chen could indeed vanquish him. Shearing likely possessed more life-saving trump cards than Fang Chen had experienced deaths in the past few days. For the sake of enduring stability, it was prudent to continue nurturing a brotherly bond with Shearing. Chapter 63. A private conversation. As Fang Chen formulated his own strategies, the ominous clouds dissipated entirely. The sky returned to its former clarity, heralding the dawn. The stars and moon faded away, while the distant clouds gradually illuminated like warm yellow silk. The golden sun rose in the east, casting its brilliant light upon the ancient volcano. Embracing the morning glow, Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings, gathering all his storage rings along with those belonging to the 8 essence transformation stage cultivators. Afterward, he lifted his gaze to admire the sunrise, leisurely donning his robe. With the dawn breaking, it was time for him to retreat from the night. Once properly attired, a voice echoed from afar. Fang Chen, turning to look. He saw Yixiong sprinting towards him, followed closely by 2 figures. One bore a satisfied expression, Li Fu. The other, clad in a white robe, exuded an air of elegance and scholarly demeanor, a man whom Fang Chen did not recognize. However, the crimson ring in the scholar's hand was unmistakable to Fang Chen. Upon seeing the stranger, an idea struck him. The prominent figure of the Danren sect? Fang Chen seized Yixiong as he approached, ruffling the tiger-headed youth's hair. Before respectfully greeting, Master, esteemed senior, there's no need for excessive formalities, Li Fu replied with a slight nod. Indeed, you have not disappointed my expectations. You have successfully weathered the tribulation through your own strength. Fang Chen offered a flattering remark, all thanks to Master's excellent teachings. This scene pained Ling Xiuyuan deeply. How could this troublesome and chaotic master have such a sensible disciple? It was infuriating. Why was this apprentice not his? Overcoming tribulations was so effortless. He had never instructed Fang Chen on such matters, nor did he need to. Li Fu downplayed Fang Chen's achievement, stating, I merely inscribed a mark upon your soul. Should you fail the tribulation, I would find you and continue guiding your cultivation, helping you awaken your current memories. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. His master had secretly undertaken such actions. Even if he were to fail, Li Fu still intended to continue his teachings? A warmth surged within Fang Chen, filling him with gratitude. Then, Li Fu added, however, if you are unable to sever your ties and be reborn, I shall not instruct you further and will send you into reincarnation prematurely. Fang Chen replied, Master, if there is a next life, please do not seek me out. Enough, cease your prattling. At this moment, Ling Xiuyuan could no longer contain himself, interrupting Li Fu, and stepped forward, offering a gentle smile to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I'm a close friend of your master. My name is Ling Xiuyuan, one of the current patriarchs of the Danren sect. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. At these words, Fang Chen's pupils widened in astonishment. The patriarch of the Danren sect? This Ling Xiuyuan was indeed a formidable figure. It was said that the patriarchs of the Danren sect were awe-inspiring, renowned throughout the ages as unparalleled prodigies. Fang Chen bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to Patriarch Ling. It is my honor to be acquainted with you. There's no need for such formality. I have been close friends with your master for many years. You need not be so reserved. Consider me as your uncle in the sect. Ling Xiuyuan smiled gently. Fang Chen spoke, indeed. At the same time, a flicker of enlightenment arose within him. Previously, he had pondered whether the vigilance of the Danren sect was excessively lax, allowing a formidable man and like Li Fu to linger in the Ruo Yue Valley for such an extended period. Now he realized that a grandmaster had been supporting them from behind the scenes all along. All right, with the thunder tribulation just dissipated, this is not the place for conversation. Let us return, Ling Xiuyuan said with a slight smile. Let us go. Li Fu remarked nonchalantly, since you are taking action, I shall not exert myself. Ling Xiuyuan cast a sidelong glance at him, waved his hand in exasperation, and in the next moment, Fang Chen found himself in an empty pavilion beside the Yingguang Lake. Hiss! Fang Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The Grandmaster's methods are truly remarkable. I shall first escort you back. Where do you reside? After returning, Ling Xiuyuan looked towards Yixiong. He wished to speak with Fang Chen privately. Yixiong understood immediately and said, Grandmaster, no need for trouble. I live on the mountain and can make my way up myself. Very well, off you go. Ling Xiuyuan smiled slightly. Yixiong then dashed up the mountain. Now, let us converse. Ling Xiuyuan gestured towards the chairs in the pavilion, inviting Fang Chen to sit, and spoke with a smile. Only then did Fang Chen take his seat. Upon sitting, he felt something was amiss and soon realized that Li Fu was absent. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster Ling, may I inquire about my master? Oh, I left him there. I couldn't be bothered to expend the effort to bring him along. Ling Xiuyuan calmly took out a tea set, a hint of satisfaction curling at the corners of his mouth. Also, I conveniently sealed that space. If he wishes to return, he must either spend an hour traversing the myriad-year volcano or an hour deciphering my formation. Fang Chen was taken aback. Is this the worth of a close friend? Haha, don't look at me like that. I don't enjoy tormenting him. It's just that he nearly caused your death during the Thunder Tribulation and almost led to the loss of a prodigy for my Danren sect. I merely sought a small measure of revenge. Ling Shouyuan laughed heartily and continued, You do realize how unreliable your master is, right? Fang Chen managed to utter, Indeed. He is quite inconsistent with normal cultivators. Haha. Ling Shouyuan chuckled. You do know how to spare your master some face. Fang Chen refrained from furthering the conversation, offering a dry laugh and maintaining his silence. He felt uncertain about Ling Shouyuan's temperament. What if the seemingly affable individual turned out to be irritable, and his careless words provoked anger? It was better to adopt the demeanor of a reticent, handsome man for now. Ling Shouyuan then remarked, Your beast companion mentioned that there is a fire shock king troubling you, and your cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yet, you managed to survive the returning void thunder tribulation. This piques my curiosity. At this, Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, followed by a jolt of apprehension in his heart. Surely, they had not brought him here solely to pry into his secrets, had they? If so, would he soon find himself subjected to dissection for research? However, Ling Shouyuan merely smiled, saying, Do not be so anxious. You are a disciple of my sect. I shall not impose upon you. My curiosity is simply piqued. Yet if you choose to remain silent, I shall not coerce you. Every extraordinary talent possesses secrets that are best kept undisclosed, and you are entitled to your discretion. At this, Fang Chen exhaled in relief and replied, Indeed. Thereafter, Ling Shouyuan continued. The reason I have chosen to keep you here alone is primarily because I wish to cultivate your alliance. Cultivate my alliance? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a candid overture. Chapter 64. The Master. Please know, generally speaking, those in power tend to subtly court those beneath them. Yet such forthrightness does not quite align with the esteemed demeanor of a master. Indeed, as a disciple of our sect, it is my desire for you to cultivate a deeper sense of belonging to the Danren sect, hence my efforts to win you over. Ling Shouyuan smiled sincerely, remarking, After all, mere verbal expressions of warmth cannot compare to the allure of tangible wealth. Fang Chen was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, Truly, Master Ling, your insights are profound. Pray, tell me what you desire. Ling Shouyuan continued, Moreover, it was I who compelled Li Fu to remain in Riwa Valley, driving him to madness. In a sense, your acceptance as his disciple and the trials you endure are also my responsibility. For this, I owe you my sincerest apologies. Fang Chen, deeply touched, replied earnestly, Master, this matter does not concern you. I cannot accept your apology, yet I graciously accept your recompense. Ling Shouyuan, both amused and exasperated, thought, This lad, I almost believed he sought nothing at all. I have prepared a gift for you, Ling Shouyuan declared, producing a stone and placing it before Fang Chen. What is this? Fang Chen asked, gazing at the pale square stone, momentarily taken aback. It emanated a familiar and stirring essence that resonated with him. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Shouyuan smiled. This is a stone from the Wudao Cliff. You may refer to it as the Wudao Immortal Stone. What? Upon hearing this familiar name, Fang Chen's eyes widened. The Wudao Cliff? Does it truly exist? Of course. Do you think your master speaks in jest? Ling Shouyuan replied with a wry smile. Fang Chen did not hesitate to affirm, Indeed, I did think so. Haha. Ling Shouyuan laughed heartily, then added, The Wudao Cliff does indeed exist. It is the very place where your master comprehended the ancient divine body. And the stones of Wudao Cliff are indeed treasures of the world. However, this has no correlation with the so-called Cliff of Equal Lifespan or the Qizun Cliff at Ingwang Lake. At this juncture, a hint of melancholy crossed Ling Shouyuan's face as he reminisced. I recall the first time I was given that little stone from the dilapidated cliff. Believing it to be a stone from Wudao Cliff, I was quite elated for some time. It was only after years of intermittent contemplation that I realized I had been deceived. Hearing this, Fang Chen struggled to maintain his composure. While Ling Shouyuan was good-natured and laughter was likely harmless, he could not risk testing the waters. All right, let us proceed, Ling Shouyuan said, shaking off his nostalgia. Fang Chen quickly redirected the conversation, asking, What purpose does this stone serve? It holds immense significance for your cultivation of the ancient divine body, though not at this moment. For now, simply keep it safe, Ling Shouyuan replied with a smile. Understood. Fang Chen promptly stored the Wudao Immortal Stone in his spatial ring, while secretly lamenting, Goodness. Master has yet to disclose such matters to me. Should the time come when he requires the enlightenment stone and seeks it from Li Fu, only to be presented with a handful of ordinary stones, he might very well be rendered unconscious from sheer frustration. Furthermore, in the event that you encounter future life and death crises necessitating the intervention of your esteemed master, it would be prudent not to call upon him. He would only complicate matters. Ling Shuyuan remarked, "You may call upon me directly." He was still haunted by the events of the day. Henceforth, Fang Chen's life would be his to protect. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, soon revealing a blend of surprise and joy, responding without hesitation, "Yes, thank you, Master Ling." He felt a profound surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. His master was truly considerate. Had it been Ling Shuyuan who had been summoned to assist him with the tribulation a few days prior, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. He could have experienced the thunder tribulation himself, thereby accumulating valuable experience for future challenges, rather than recklessly confronting it unprepared. "Master, how should I address you? Is it sufficient to call you by your true name, as I do my master?" Fang Chen inquired. "Not quite," Ling Shuyuan replied, shaking his head. "You should refer to me by my celestial title." "Celestial title?" Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What could that possibly be? Another alias of a powerful figure? Contemplating this, Ling Shuyuan explained slowly. A celestial title is what a Mahayana practitioner adopts in preparation for ascending the immortal path. This matter is rather distant from you. A cursory understanding will suffice. Just know that if you call me by my celestial title in the future, I will perceive you. My celestial title is Wang Xing. Fellow practitioners of the Mahayana refer to me as Wang Xing Xian Zun, but Xian Zun is merely a mundane appellation. Calling me Wang Xing will suffice. As soon as he spoke these words, it was as if an indelible imprint had been etched into Fang Chen's mind, making the name Wang Xing resonate with remarkable clarity. From that moment on, Wang Xing seemed to eternally embody a new significance. Ling Shuyuan. Once he regained his composure, Fang Chen's expression reflected astonishment. What an impressive technique. Indeed. Those Mahayana practitioners with sound minds are not to be underestimated. As for the one whose mind is not quite right, they are even more formidable. Yes, master. I have taken note. Fang Chen expressed with reverence and gratitude. He then ventured another question. Master, I have one more inquiry. Why does my master not possess a celestial title and instead allows me to address him by his name? His celestial title was originally Sun Ye, but for reasons beyond articulation, he lost it. Ling Shuyuan replied with a slight smile. This matter may be too complex for you to grasp at present. Perhaps when your cultivation reaches a higher level, I shall elucidate the intricate history behind it. Fang Chen nodded promptly. Thank you, master. It must be said that even in the brief time they had known one another, Fang Chen held a deep admiration for Ling Shuyuan. He recognized that preparing treasures for the younger generation would not lead to a plethora of complications, nor would he chastise them for any shortcomings in temperament. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fang Chen asked, Master, may I pose a question? Ask away, Ling Shuyuan nodded. Tentatively, Fang Chen inquired, Are you always so generous to those you meet for the first time? Ling Shuyuan, upon hearing this, found himself in a state of bemusement. Recognizing that your roundabout way of speaking was merely a veiled suggestion that I am too trusting of others, Fang Chen silently acquiesced to this observation. Contemplating how forthright Ling Shuyuan had been. On their first meeting, he had already laid his treasures bare. Even now, Fang Chen harbored doubts about whether Ling Shuyuan was perhaps plotting something against him. Generally, individuals of such disposition tend not to possess noble intentions. Ling Shuyuan chuckled softly, explaining, It is quite simple, really. Since Li Fu is my closest confidant, and you are his disciple, it is only right that I extend my kindness towards you. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that straightforward? However, he continued, Should I later discover any flaws in your character, well, I have traversed the path of cultivation for millennia and have yet to encounter anyone I could not subdue. Ling Shuyuan smiled gently. His tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable confidence, a confidence born of his formidable strength. In an instant, Fang Chen was awestruck by his composure. Unable to suppress his admiration, he inquired, Then, what of my master? Were you able to subdue him? Ling Shuyuan's serene expression suddenly became rigid. After a moment of silence in the pavilion by the reflective light lake, he raised his teacup and replied coolly, I shall summon someone to assist you in withdrawing from your sect. Fang Chen immediately cried out in despair, Master, please don't. Chapter 65, The Incident of Winged Fiend. Moments later, Ling Shuyuan inquired, When do you intend to enter the inner sect? I can arrange for someone to show you around Chizuan Mountain. It should be soon. I have a life and death duel with a junior brother named Shearing. After that, I will enter the inner sect, Fang Chen replied. Ling Shuyuan expressed astonishment. Shearing? Isn't that my Wanner's childhood companion? Why would you engage in a life and death duel? Fang Chen, momentarily taken aback, was more intrigued by another matter and asked, my Wanner? Do you have a connection with Ling Shimi? Ling Shuyuan chuckled, of course. My surname is Ling, and so is hers. What do you think? Fang Chen was astonished. Then, you are Wanner's. He paused, deep in thought, calculating in his mind. Ling Shuyuan must be at least several thousand years old, making him Wanner's great-great-great-grandfather? With a beaming smile, Ling Shuyuan replied. I am her father. Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. Why the silence? Is there an issue? Ling Shuyuan's demeanor shifted, displeased. Why are you still silent? Is something wrong? Fang Chen hesitated. But Wanner is only 12 or 13 years old, and you. He struggled to articulate his thoughts without uttering the phrase old clam producing a pearl. Ling Shuyuan, sharp as ever, discerned Fang Chen's underlying meaning and grew even more irked. Are you thinking of withdrawing from the sect? Fang Chen quickly responded with earnestness. Late marriage and late childbirth is indeed a principle we cultivators should emulate. Our sect should strongly encourage all practitioners to procreate only after reaching the Mahayana stage. Get lost. Ling Shuyuan retorted, your words are dripping with sarcasm. More irritating than my master. Fang Chen insisted, every word is from the heart, sincerely spoken. Stop. Enough. Ling Shuyuan shot Fang Chen a glare before continuing. Mahayana cultivators rarely have children. In the past, I was preoccupied with cultivation and unable to bear offspring. It was only after reaching Mahayana, quite by chance, that my wife and I, during our mundane experiences, had Wanner. Ah, I see. Fang Chen exclaimed, enlightened, when my wife and I were exploring the mundane world. The Xiao family was our neighbor. Wanner and Shearing grew up together. I have watched Shearing grow up as well. I am unaware of the enmity between you and Shearing, but it would be wise to resolve it. Otherwise, I will find myself in a difficult position. Ling Shuyuan stated. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen broke into a cold sweat. The original owner truly had a path to death. Damn it. One Shearing, a carefree master, was not enough. There was also a formidable figure behind him. The trump card of this fated child indeed proved to be formidable. Quickly, Fang Chen assured, Master Ling. Rest assured, my matter with Shearing has already been resolved. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Wanner. Ling Shuyuan nodded slightly. He could ascertain the truth of Fang Chen's words with a simple inquiry. Fang Chen tentatively looked at Ling Shuyuan and said, Master, there is something I am unsure whether to mention. Ling Shuyuan, with a refined and amiable smile, replied, You've already spoken, so go ahead and finish your thoughts. Ah. Fang Chen remarked with a playful smile, since you have watched Shearing grow up since childhood, did you not perceive any issues with his talent? With the embodiment of the carefree master, he found it hard to believe that Ling Shuyuan could overlook any problems. Ling Shuyuan was taken aback and immediately turned to Fang Chen, inquiring, How did you deduce that? Fang Chen readily shifted the blame to Shearing, stating, Shearing and I share an excellent relationship. He confided in me personally. Shearing is aware? It seems that individual has already awakened. Ling Shuyuan gently caressed the stone table, then suddenly recalled something astonishing, exclaiming, Wait, such a secret, and Shearing divulged it to you? Is your bond strong enough to engage in life and death battles? Are you two competing for Wanner's affections on the arena? I never imagined my Wanner to be so popular. Truly, daughters take after their fathers. Fang Chen responded, I never expected you, Ling Shuyuan, to be such a typical man. Quite disappointing. Ha ha ha, all right. Don't look at me with that expression. Ling Shuyuan laughed heartily, then said, I must take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Shuyuan vanished without a trace. Fang Chen barely had time to bid farewell. Clearly, upon realizing Fang Chen had entered the inner sect, he no longer wished to converse with someone he considered emotionally inept and chose to depart swiftly. He left so quickly. Fang Chen observed Ling Shuyuan disappearing into thin air. Feeling a tinge of regret, he had intended to ask Ling Shuyuan if Ling Wanner was aware of his impressive cultivation. Unfortunately, he pondered, should I call him back to ask? Fang Chen mused while stroking his chin. At that moment, a distant voice echoed in Fang Chen's ears. Elder Lin is available at Ingguang Lake. Should I summon him to assist you in withdrawing from the sect? I was wrong. Fang Chen instantly felt deflated. Subsequently, as Fang Chen prepared to leave Ingguang Lake and return to his own abode, he suddenly sensed his communication jade slip vibrating. Who is seeking me? Curiously, Fang Chen opened the jade slip. only to find it was from the Fang family. Fang Chen was immediately stunned, then hurriedly infused it with spiritual energy. Hearing a furious roar, "Where are you? Get back here this instant. If you do not return within 3 days, I will slay that arrogant beast companion of yours." Followed by the pitiful cries of Shearing. "Ah!" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was instantly dumbfounded, an overwhelming fear surging within him. The dread did not stem from the anger in the message, but from the depths of his memory. That voice belonged to his father, Fang Chen, the head of the Fang family. This visceral fear was the original owner's terror towards Fang Chen. Is that my father? Why has he arrived so suddenly? Fang Chen felt caught off guard, his mind unprepared. The two had never been familiar with each other. Meeting under such abrupt circumstances felt quite overwhelming. Under normal circumstances, Fang Chen would have meticulously reviewed his memories of Fang Chen to avoid revealing any slip-ups in conversation. However, recalling Fang Chen's words, it was evident that Shearing had been subjected to some form of manipulation, held under his control. With this thought, Fang Chen felt a surge of anxiety. He could vividly imagine that Fang Chen's prowess could easily pin Shearing to the ground and deliver a thorough beating. Perhaps by now, the food Shearing had consumed days ago in Yinguang City had been forcibly expelled. The image of Shearing in such a pitiable state spurred Fang Chen to hastily return to his familial abode. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Fang Chen's residence, a man clad in elaborate robes, resembling Fang Chen to a remarkable degree, sat alongside a beautiful and gentle woman adorned in luxurious attire, her slightly protruding abdomen hinting at impending motherhood. They were none other than Fang Chen's parents, Fang Chen and Wen Xiao. At this moment, Wen Xiao's face bore a look of concern mingled with guilt, while the middle-aged man wore an expression of grim determination as he gazed at the bound Shearing, who resembled a rice dumpling. He coldly demanded, "Speak. What exactly have you done to Fang Chen?" The white-furred Shearing, with layers of flesh creased under the bindings, pleaded, "Uncle, I made a mistake. I truly did not realize you were the esteemed father of the master, which is why I spoke so loudly. I now understand my error. Could you please let me down?" Chapter 66. The Mouth of the Winged Beast. No way. Fang Chen glared coldly at the winged beast. "We'll discuss this when he returns." Instantly, the winged beast wore a sorrowful expression, too intimidated to speak. Just moments ago, as Fang Chen conversed with Ling Xiuyuan, the winged beast had joyfully returned to the grand residence halfway up the mountain. Not long after reclining, he was startled by a thunderous commotion at the front gate. Following this, a furious roar echoed. "Fang Chen, come out. Is no one here? Come out quickly." Moments later, impatience seeped into the enraged voice. "You vile wretch, show yourself." Upon hearing this, the winged beast erupted with fury. Who dared to insult Fang Chen in such a manner? Did they not recognize Fang Chen's current standing? Senior Ling Xiuyuan and Senior Li Fu were both his protectors. He could easily ascend to the position of the sect leader of the Danren sect tomorrow. How could anyone dare to utter such insults today? In the past, as a prisoner, the winged beast would merely grumble in his heart at provocations, feigning submission. However, having recently experienced Li Fu's rebuke of a crowd of tribulation challengers, he was now brimming with fervor. In this day and age, how could he swallow his pride? Moreover, he was not acting impulsively. After careful consideration, he concluded that he was in the right. If others came to provoke him, was it not justified for him to retaliate? Even if trouble ensued, Senior Ling Xiuyuan would surely support them. With clarity of thought, the winged beast's expression shifted to one of disdain. Typically cautious, even hesitant to approach when Fang Chen was poisoned, he now felt emboldened by youthful audacity. He dashed to the door and shouted through it, "Get lost. Speak another word, and I'll have you killed within 3 days. Do you believe me?" At this proclamation, silence enveloped the outside. Observing this, the winged beast reveled in his triumph, a hint of arrogance gracing his features. In the hierarchy of the light reflection lake, it must be acknowledged that the Tiger Master preceded all. How dare these petty individuals shout at my doorstep? In truth, the winged beast, having long dwelled in the shadows, was not one to act so brazenly. Yet, the moment they insulted Fang Chen as a beast, he could no longer tolerate it. It was inconceivable to allow such affronts without retaliation. Just as the winged beast basked in his newfound bravado, the voice from outside erupted again, tinged with suppressed fury. "Who are you?" With a cold sneer, the winged beast replied, "Me? I am your Tiger Master, Fang Ye's beast companion. Let me inform you. In the outer sect of the Danren sect, Fang Ye ranks first, and I rank second." The individuals outside seemed deeply shaken. "Tiger Master? Ha, 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 ha. Tiger Master, well played, Fang Chen. You vile beast." Taken aback, the winged beast pondered, could the person outside be insane? At that moment, a woman's voice chimed in. Don't be angry. How can I not be angry? The man roared, followed by a demand directed at the winged beast. Tell me, how many people have you killed in the outer sect? How many disciples have you harmed? The winged beast was momentarily stunned. Kill? What could a newly liberated beast tiger possibly do? Yet, Shearing pondered upon his recent boastful words. How could he now claim he had never taken a life? Would that not be a disgrace? With this thought, Shearing impatiently retorted, I don't recall, and moreover, do I owe you an explanation? Not a soul in the Danran sect dares to challenge us. Who are you to presume? I advise you to depart swiftly. Should you linger, I will annihilate your entire family, and I shall not spare even your dog. Do you believe me? Let me warn you, I possess a rather twisted disposition when enraged. I would not hesitate to consume tiger flesh, and my master, Fang Yi, is even more depraved, as he would dare to feast upon human flesh. Upon concluding his declaration, the figure outside fell silent. Shearing reveled in his triumph, thinking, you insult my master, and I retaliate by cursing your family. A mere intimidation, is it not? At that moment, the outside person remained quiet for a considerable while before finally grinding his teeth and responding, very well. This wretched beast not only fails to reflect and repent, but has committed an egregious error. Sure, I initially believed that his duels to the death and the rumors of using humans to concoct elixirs were mere hearsay. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding unknown to us, which is why I refrained from any extreme actions. But now, do you hear? This wretched creature is utterly arrogant and unrestrained. He truly consumes human flesh. He has descended into madness. My bearing him was my mistake. I shall take him back to the Fang family immediately to prevent him from wreaking further havoc among the other disciples at the Danran sect. Upon hearing this, Shearing's earlier smugness abruptly froze, his entire tiger-like form petrified in an instant. A jolt of dread coursed through him, a chilling sensation racing from his tailbone throughout his body. The only words echoing in his mind were, bearing him, bearing him, bearing him. Shearing's lips began to tremble. What could this possibly mean? This Fang Chen's father? In the next instant, a figure descended from the heavens. Shearing, astonished, looked up. In a fleeting glimpse, he beheld a face strikingly similar to Fang Chen's. Shearing's vision darkened. It was over. It seemed he had indeed cursed the wrong person. In the following moment, a rope-like artifact, imbued with an irresistible force, ensnared him tightly. Shearing found himself bound uncomfortably, and ultimately, he could no longer hold his tongue. However, instead of pleading for mercy, he sought to deflect the blame, saying, Uncle, please set me down. Truly, this is also your fault. You knocked on the door and shouted wretched beast at Fang Chen. In this situation, how could I possibly endure? Had you entered directly, even if I did not recognize you, upon seeing your face, so strikingly handsome as my master's, how could I fail to discern your identity? Fang Chen responded coldly, the reason I did not enter directly was out of respect for him. I came to connect with my son, not to interrogate a criminal. Alas, he has disappointed me greatly. As he spoke, a fleeting shadow of despondency crossed Fang Cen's eyes. Upon hearing this, Shearing hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. He could only mutter silently to himself, very well, I shall endure. Just then, Fang Chen finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Upon entering, Fang Chen first anxiously glanced at Shearing, relieved to discover that Shearing was merely bound and unscathed. It seemed that the agonizing scream transmitted through the jade slip was merely a manifestation of Shearing's terror, not indicative of any injury. Subsequently, Fang Chen turned his gaze towards Fang Chen and Wen Xiao, seated at the head of the table. These two individuals were, after all, his parents in this lifetime. Yet, upon seeing them, an involuntary sense of estrangement, resistance, and fear welled up within him. The unfamiliarity stemmed from Fang Chen himself, while the resistance and fear were echoes of the original host's memories. During his journey to this moment, he had glimpsed the interactions between the original host and his parents. He learned that the original host had never lived with them since the age of 1. For over 20 years, he had not uttered the word father or mother. Instead, he had been raised by Fang Cen's younger brother and sister-in-law. This upbringing had engendered a profound resistance and fear towards his biological parents. The original host had found it exceedingly rare to see them, and on the rare occasions he did, he would be chastised by Fang Chen for his unruly behavior. While when Xiao showed him tenderness, this fleeting maternal love vanished before he could fully embrace it. The couple would often make brief visits to the Fang residence, only to depart again. Over time, the absence of affection from his parents led him to harbor no desire to see them again. After absorbing all these memories, Fang Chen fell into silence, a sense of melancholy enveloping him, and he could not help but exclaim, "How splendid! You two are unfamiliar with your parents. I can boldly refrain from calling you father." Chapter 67. The fourth child of fate. Fang Chen, a man in his 20s, found it utterly unacceptable to suddenly have multiple fathers without any prior mental preparation. However, given the circumstances, he was relieved to realize that he could forego addressing them as such. Upon seeing Fang Chen's arrival, Wen Xiao's reaction was unexpectedly distant yet tinged with a subtle estrangement, leaving her momentarily stunned. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, resembling that of an ordinary person. Fang Jioding also fell into silence, noticing the two were at a loss for words. Fang Chen seized the opportunity to approach Yi Xiong and begin untying him. He was unperturbed by any potential ire from Fang Jioding. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Fang Jioding's sudden appearance, if the latter truly intended to administer punishment, he would swiftly rally his allies. However, as soon as Fang Chen began to work, he recalled that this was a magical artifact, and his heart sank. He feared he might not be able to untie it. At that moment, Fang Jioding waved his hand, causing the ropes to loosen immediately. Fang Chen felt a surge of joy and promptly got to work. Once freed, Yi Xiong, trembling with fear, transmitted a message to Fang Chen. "I just insulted your father, threatening to kill your entire family. Which is why I ended up bound." Fang Chen was taken aback. "What the hell? No wonder you were tied up." He had initially thought that Fang Jioding had come to reprimand the original owner for his unscrupulous behavior, leading to the immediate binding of Yi Xiong. It turned out that Yi Xiong had provoked the situation himself. "But your father just called you a wretched creature. And I didn't know he was your father when I said that." Yi Xiong continued to communicate telepathically. "I'm not well acquainted with him, and he doesn't seem very approachable. You need to plead my case." Fang Chen curled his lip. "I'm not well acquainted with him either." Nevertheless, he turned to Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao, offering a faint smile, just as he was about to speak. "Kneel." Fang Jioding suddenly commanded, his expression devoid of emotion. "Why?" Fang Chen was taken aback. Fang Jioding shot him a glare, clearly incensed by Fang Chen's question. After taking a deep breath, he stated, "You are to engage in a life-and-death battle with Shao Qing, a disciple of the Darren sect, to forge a demonic elixir, thus descending into the demonic path. Is that not so?" Fang Jioding was no fool. Upon entering, he had gathered from Yi Xiong's demeanor that the latter had never killed anyone. Therefore, he had deduced that Yi Xiong's previous claims were nothing but fabrications. This was the very reason he had discreetly loosened Yi Xiong's bindings. However, the matter of Fang Chen engaging in a life-and-death duel with a child remained indubitable and irrefutable. This was also the crucial reason he had left the battlefield of the heavenly demons to confront Fang Chen at the Danran sect. "What?" Fang Chen was taken aback, his eyes revealing traces of astonishment. How did this come to be? While he was not surprised that Fang Jioding was aware of the duel, the knowledge of the demonic elixir was perplexing. At that moment, he sensed a whiff of conspiracy. "Stop feigning ignorance. Someone has already informed me of your circumstances." Fang Jioding exclaimed in fury. Having articulated his thoughts to this extent, if there was a misunderstanding, Fang Chen could defend himself. If there was indeed some truth to the matter, then Fang Chen ought to admit his fault. Yet now, feigning ignorance, how could Fang Jioding not be enraged? "Jioding, do not rush. Chenner is right here. Let us speak to him properly." However, at that moment, Wen Xiao interjected. She had always disapproved of Fang Jioding's demeanor towards Fang Chen. "Then let him speak. Let everything be clearly conveyed." Fang Jioding barked sternly. "If I have misunderstood you, then as your father, I shall apologize. But if that is not the case, I will take you back to the Fang family and let the family law deal with you." Wen Xiao sighed softly, glancing at Fang Chen with a loving gaze, and said gently, "Chenner, please, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Fang Chen turned his gaze towards Wen Xiao, about to speak, when suddenly, he noticed her slightly rounded abdomen. A cultivator with a small belly? That cannot be right. Is she with child? Fang Chen pondered to himself. Perhaps this is due to some grand endeavor gone awry, leading to the prospect of a new life. He then refocused his attention, ready to explain the matter of life and death, when suddenly, a clear voice resonated in his mind. "Ding, detection of the child of fate's existence. Detection complete. Child of fate, unnamed." The unnamed child of fate is the host sister, born amidst the cosmic fate on the battlefield of celestial demons, awaiting the opportune moment to fulfill her destiny. However, as the unnamed child emerged on the battlefield of celestial demons, she has been tainted by the demonic energy of the long-hate celestial demon, which will obscure her meridians upon birth, rendering her innate talent null. To assist the unnamed child in reclaiming her talent and growing in accordance with fate, the host must help her break free from her shackles of hatred. Now, the host is required to slay her parents and massacre the entire clan in her presence once she is aware of her surroundings. This act of hatred will aid the unnamed child in breaking the confinement of the long-hate celestial demon and transmuting the demon's malice for her use. Fang Chen was left in a state of shock. What on earth is this? After hearing the system's words, Fang Chen felt as though he might gasp in disbelief. It was one thing for his unborn sister to be the child of fate. But what was the meaning of being instructed to annihilate his entire clan as soon as she gained awareness? The system continued, to enable the host to assist the unnamed child in regaining her innate gifts and cultivating her skills. I now bestow upon the host the supreme talent of the Fang family, the Divine General's Bone. The host shall automatically begin to cultivate the Fang family's ultimate technique, the Divine General's Armor, and will complete it within 5 years. Upon successful cultivation, the Divine General's Armor will reach perfection, granting the host the power to eradicate the entire Fang clan. Afterward, the host shall transfer his Divine General's Bone to the unnamed child and teach her the Divine General's Armor. This act is a testament to the host's devotion to the world, a sacrifice for the Fang family, though it may contravene morality. If the ancestors of the Fang family were to learn of this below the Nine Nether, they would undoubtedly commend the host's actions as the greatest act of filial piety. The host is urged to endure and sacrifice, bearing the weight of suffering as he aids the unnamed child in traversing to the world's end, safeguarding this realm. Upon absorbing all of this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! At that moment, not only would I have to eradicate my entire clan, but I would also have to excavate my own Divine General's Bone to bestow upon my sister? System, you are truly ruthless. Furthermore, what is the meaning of this strength? The power to defeat Shaoqi was delivered all at once. Why is this capability to annihilate my clan staggered in installments? The system responded, please do not concern yourself, dear host. When the time comes, the full extent of your strength will naturally be bestowed upon you. Providing it to you now would only result in an adverse experience. Fang Chen nearly burst into laughter from exasperation. Adverse experience, indeed. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable warmth surging within him. Subsequently, a mysterious force began to swirl wildly from his tailbone to the nape of his neck. Meanwhile, within his Dantian, the Divine General Armor commenced its silent operation. Clearly, the system had already begun to assist him in cultivating, distributing his enhancements in stages. This phenomenon was not astonishing, as there was no evident increase in power. At that moment, speak up. Fang Jioding could no longer contain himself. Chapter 68. The truth. Fang Jioding was already furious, his anger simmering to the point of explosion due to Fang Chen's suspected descent into the demonic path. The mere opportunity for Fang Chen to explain himself was the result of Wen Shou's relentless persuasion, urging him to rein in his emotions. Had it been one of his own generals or soldiers, he would have locked them up without a second thought before discussing anything further. Now, Fang Chen remained silent, which only intensified his ire. Fang Chen understood the source of Fang Jioding's wrath. The Fang family was renowned in the Eastern Realm as a prestigious family of righteousness. Fang Jioding, along with his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, were all celebrated generals famed for their exploits on the battlefield against the demonic forces. It could be said that the Fang family had made significant contributions to the defense against these malevolent beings. Yet now, Fang Chen had willingly chosen to plunge into the demonic path. This was akin to the son of a narcotics officer neglecting his studies and associating with delinquents, only to ultimately succumb to drug use. How could Fang Jioding not be enraged? Nevertheless, while Fang Jioding was furious, Fang Chen remained unfazed. After all, it was Fang Chen who had fallen into the demonic path. What did it have to do with him? Fang Chen gazed at Fang Jioding, shifting his focus from his resentful sister, and spoke coolly, please, do not let your anger consume you. Do I truly appear to be one who has descended into the demonic path? The life and death duel has yet to commence. Thus, I have not yet succumbed. Fang Jioding snorted. If Fang Chen had genuinely fallen into the demonic path, how could he remain so composed? Since I have not yet descended into the demonic path, you cannot interrogate me as if I were a criminal. Innocent until proven guilty, must I suspect you of having stolen my money simply because I have a doubt? Would that make you a thief? Therefore, you ought to speak to me with kindness and sincerity, Fang Chen asserted. Fang Jioding was taken aback. Is this truly my son? How articulate he has become. He suddenly realized that he hardly recognized this son of his. Upon reflection, the last time they had spoken was an accidental brush 2.5 years ago. It seemed natural that he felt estranged. Yi Xiong, bring a chair over. Fang Chen commanded, disregarding Fang Jioding's anger. as he was not his father. Yi Xiong, glancing at Fang Jioding's expression and seeing no objection, cautiously pulled over a grand chair with his tail. Once Fang Chen settled comfortably, he asked, "Would you care for some tea?" Fang Jioding finally erupted, his fury reaching its zenith. "Get to the point." Wen Xiao, however, could not suppress a smile. She had never witnessed Fang Chen converse with Fang Jioding so fearlessly and without trepidation before. "Very well." Fang Chen then adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "The crux of the matter is that you have been deceived." "Deceived? What do you mean? Do not try to fool me. Lin Yunhe has already informed me that you have arranged a life and death duel with Xiao Qing." Fang Jioding retorted coldly. Lin Yunhe was elder Lin of Yingguang Lake, a close friend of Fang Jioding. "I have indeed arranged a life and death duel with Xiao Qing, but that does not mean I intend to kill him. Nor does it imply that I will descend into the demonic path." Fang Chen inquired. "I simply wish to pose a question. Who informed you that I would succumb to the path of darkness?" "Your second aunt mentioned it." Fang Jioding replied. "The second aunt? The one who raised Fang Chen from childhood?" Upon hearing this, a hint of mockery curled at the corners of Fang Chen's mouth. Who could have told her? Wen Xiao suddenly realized something was amiss, her expression shifting slightly as she exclaimed, "Fang Ran." Fang Ran, the son of the second uncle and also Fang Chen's younger brother, had entered the inner sect at Tianxian Peak 8 years ago. However, given the vastness of Danran's sect and Fang Ran's aversion towards Fang Chen, the two had seldom interacted. Even if I were to truly descend into the path of darkness, I would ensure it remained concealed. Moreover, Tianxian Peak is located far from Yingguang Lake. How could he possibly know? Fang Chen remarked with a sardonic smile. Fang Jioding was also taken aback. Initially, upon learning of this matter, he had been overwhelmed with fear and lost his reason, rushing to Danran's sect without considering the numerous inconsistencies in the details. Yet now, with Fang Chen's pointed observations, he began to recognize the various oddities surrounding the incident. This was likely a scheme orchestrated by his sister-in-law against Fang Chen. Subsequently, Fang Chen retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to the two of them. "As for whether I will descend into the path of darkness, you may examine this formula for the dark elixir. If someone genuinely believes that the pills described herein could lead to such a descent, I think they ought to seek help for their mental faculties." After receiving the jade slip, both Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao fell into deep contemplation after perusing its contents. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already sensed something was amiss. Previously, due to the imminent life and death struggle, he had not devoted much thought to the dark elixir. However, Fang Jioding's unexpected arrival prompted him to ponder the matter. Upon serious reflection, he began to notice numerous discrepancies. Firstly, the original owner obtained this jade slip from a cloaked figure in the marketplace of Danran's sect. The very notion that someone would dare to sell dark sect jade slips in the marketplace of a prestigious sect is absurd. It is questionable whether individuals from the dark sect could even infiltrate. Secondly, even if someone from the dark sect indeed managed to infiltrate the marketplace of Danran's sect and peddle such jade slips, Fang Chen believed that concoctions made from the spinal marrow of third-tier demonic beasts combined with the lifeblood of fellow disciples or close relatives would hardly enhance one's foundation. The connection with close relatives could be understood due to the unique bond of blood, and indeed, the dark sect possesses techniques that involve patricide and fratricide. However, how could fellow disciples possess any special efficacy? What difference is there between this and randomly slaying a stranger on the road to enhance one's foundation? Such reasoning is utterly preposterous. Zhongshu pill, ancient tree spirit fruit pill, Lingji elixir, each is a precious commodity. Each was earned through the remarkable achievements of Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao's son on the battlefield against the demonic forces. None of these three could even guarantee 100% enhancement of one's foundation. Yet this mere dark elixir claims to do so? Only a fool would believe it. As Fang Chen pondered this, he suddenly froze. Does this mean I am berating myself? After reviewing the elixir formula, Fang Jioding inquired, "From where did you acquire this jade slip?" "In the market," Fang Chen replied with a smile. "I see." Fang Jioding sighed deeply. At that moment, Wen Xiao transformed from her earlier gentle demeanor, stating coldly, "Their dissemination of this information is likely not aimed at tarnishing Chun'er's reputation and expelling him from the Danran sect, but rather is directed at us. We must return and demand an explanation from them regarding Chun'er, as well as for the two of us." The leader of the heavenly demon battlefield, renowned in the eastern region as the head of a righteous family, has a son who has fallen into the demonic path. This is enough to invite severe scrutiny. If the situation escalates, they stand to lose greatly. At the very least, Fang Chen can forget about continuing as the head of the Fang family with any legitimacy. It is evident to discerning individuals that the plans of his aunt and Fang Ran are not merely aimed at dealing with a wayward Fang Chen, but rather to strip Fang Chen of his qualifications as the family head. Fang Zen's expression darkened as he slowly nodded. Yet Fang Chen, intrigued, interjected. But what if they refuse? We have no evidence, do we? If they adamantly deny it, what recourse does Wen Xiao have? Wen Xiao turned to Fang Chen, her icy demeanor softening into a gentle smile. Chinner, let me impart this wisdom to you. If someone seeks to harm you and you lack the strength to confront them, then endure in silence and gather evidence. However, if your strength surpasses theirs, strike first and compel them to speak at your leisure. With that, Wen Xiao smiled softly, her expression still imbued with maternal affection. Fang Chen remained silent. Chapter 69. Indifference. I shall intervene at this moment. Fang Chen set aside the jade slip. Exhaling a sigh of relief, his eyes sparkling with genuine joy, a smile gracing his lips, dispelling the earlier semblance of sternness and ire. His son had not only evaded the path of darkness but had also astutely sidestepped the looming crisis. Excellent. Truly gratifying. He is indeed my son. However, after allowing a smile to surface, Fang Chen felt it incongruous with his image as a strict father, hastily restoring his serious demeanor, clearing his throat, and sneaking a glance at Fang Chen and Wen Xiao. The two ladies were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to his expression. After a moment of relief, Fang Chen suddenly noticed the large, docile tiger sitting quietly nearby, who had remained silent all this while. Upon catching sight of him, Fang Zhen's expression momentarily faltered. Yet, Yixiong promptly broke into a grin. Fang Chen. Instantly, he shot a warning glance at Yixiong, signaling him to remain silent. Yixiong, displaying an astute demeanor, nodded slowly, patting his chest with a paw, then gestured towards Fang Chen, indicating his understanding. Seeing Yixiong's compliance, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then, he recalled another matter, his expression tightening, turning grave. Chinner. Fang Chen elongated his tone, inquiring. What is it? Fang Chen responded. Given that you are aware this pill formulation is a falsehood, why did you still challenge a life and death duel, thus bullying a solitary child? Fang Chen furrowed his brow. He had already learned from Lin Yunhe about Shaoqing's background, understanding that Shaoqing was indeed an orphan with abysmal talents. This revelation stirred deep sympathy within both Fang Chen and Wen Xiao, evoking their parental instincts. Consequently, upon discovering the impending duel between Fang Chen and Shaoqing, he was incensed with fury. First of all, I did not bully him. Fang Chen retorted vehemently. If I truly had, someone would have intervened. Bullying a junior brother is a severe transgression within Danren's sect. Drawing upon the original owner's extensive study of the sect's regulations, Fang Chen instinctively countered. Yet, Fang Chen merely scoffed. Oh please, does your denial make it untrue? Do you believe I am unaware of your manipulations of the sect's rules? Does Lin Yunhe, who oversees the entire Yinguang Lake Mountain, remain oblivious? Do you genuinely think that Lin Yunhe refrains from addressing your misdeeds because he cannot catch you? Allow me to clarify. He intentionally overlooks your transgressions. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Fang Chen explained, you are no longer a child. It is time I impart a truth to you. Lin Yunhe perceives you as detestable, lacking in ability, and incapable of stirring significant trouble. He believes you are precisely the type of stepping stone suitable for the outer disciples to sharpen their skills, which is why he deliberately neglects you. Fang Chen. Good heavens. As if being treated as a stepping stone by the system isn't enough, I never anticipated that the seemingly refined Lin Yunhe would also be so cunning. However, as Fang Chen pondered, he decided it was of little consequence. After all, it was he who was being used as the stepping stone, not Lin Yunhe. Fang Chen declared, returning to the matter at hand, you must promptly nullify this life and death duel. Upon witnessing Fang Chen grant him the reprieve from the life and death duel, Fang Chen could not help but let out a silent sigh. This contest of life and death could not be dismissed. He was still contemplating procuring items to nourish Shaoqing, thereby accumulating cultivation. Should the duel be lifted, the system's task would inevitably fail. This life and death struggle must remain intact for the time being, Fang Chen asserted. Fang Chen furrowed his brow, inquiring, do you truly wish to kill him? Provide me with a reason. At these words, Fang Chen exhaled deeply. Very well. Let me take action once more. With this thought, his gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming profoundly deep. Imbued with an air of endless melancholy and nostalgia, as he slowly articulated, it is quite simple. I wish to assist him. Upon hearing this, Fang Jioding's eyes widened in disbelief as he incredulously responded, "Assist him? Indeed, it is to aid him." Fang Chen gradually rose, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, his mind swirling with complex emotions. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao, observing this, was equally taken aback. How could her son possess such awkward acting skills akin to his father's? With her keen intellect, Wen Xiao realized that Fang Chen's meager performance might fool a child like Xiaoqing, but to deceive a seasoned individual like herself? That was pure folly. As soon as Wen Xiao heard Fang Chen's declaration of wanting to help, she immediately grasped the underlying truth, rendering the subsequent words unnecessary. This life and death duel certainly harbored undisclosed reasons. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If her son remained reticent, she would simply investigate herself. Should Xiaoqing be innocent, she would take Fang Chen away for guidance. If Xiaoqing were at fault, then he would bear the responsibility and face the consequences. How do you intend to assist him through a life and death duel? Fang Jioding retorted sharply. You shall not deceive me. Yet, the flicker of uncertainty in his expression indicated that he was beginning to believe. Wen Xiao, witnessing this shift, was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening slightly. Following this, she fell into a prolonged silence. Perhaps it was the result of a mother's affection that rendered such a typically astute individual so foolish at this moment. Subsequently, Wen Xiao pressed her lips together, striving to suppress a smile, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she began to observe Fang Chen's performance with utmost seriousness. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, who remained enveloped in his emotional state, he addressed Fang Jioding with calm resolve. After the family's downfall, Xiaoqing was despondent, languishing in despair, refusing to cultivate. If left unprovoked, would he not sink deeper into despair? Therefore, to offer him a hand, I intentionally drew close, humiliating him, striking him down, to reignite his fighting spirit. Now, in his quest to defeat me, he has begun to train diligently. I have heard he has now reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Fang Jioding's body trembled. Is it truly so? You may inquire directly with Xiaoqing himself. Fang Chen's visage was as tranquil as a still lake as he spoke slowly. Meanwhile, his heart swelled with joy. He could already perceive Fang Jioding's astonished countenance and Wen Xiao's earnest expression. Clearly, he had earned their trust. Fang Chen felt a surge of pride. With this, Fang Jioding would not insist on dragging him to seek the dissolution of the life and death contract. Fang Jioding, in disbelief, exclaimed, "But why would you assist him? Are you aware that everyone accuses you of humiliating Xiaoqing? You have been subjected to scorn and ridicule, do you not know?" His son's actions left him astounded. To bear the brunt of public censure for the sake of aiding Xiaoqing seemed excessively virtuous. This, indeed, exemplified the character of the Fang family. In that moment, Wen Xiao averted her gaze, unable to resist the urge to fiddle with the tea set on the table, only to find it absent, compelling her to occupy herself with a vase instead. How could this place be more torturous than the battlefield against the celestial demons? Confronted with Fang Jioding's inquiry, Fang Chen replied slowly, "If I am to be scorned, then let it be. What harm is there in that? Only those who have endured the rain can truly understand the yearning for someone to hold an umbrella over them." Upon hearing this, Fang Jioding felt as though he had been struck by lightning, left in a daze. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao paused, turning to gaze at Fang Chen. Observing the expressions of the two elders, Fang Chen silently reveled in amusement. A masterstroke of a statement. This phrase subtly conveyed the sorrow of his youth, marked by a lack of parental affection due to his poor talents. Consequently, it would undoubtedly evoke a tidal wave of guilt within Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao. Perhaps, it would even plunge them into profound sadness. Perfect. As anticipated, in that moment, Wen Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet, within her gaze was not sorrow, but joy. Within the shimmering tears lay a sense of elation. Fang Chen's words were awkward, his performance exaggerated. Yet, she was indifferent to it all. She was elated. Elated that her son could speak to her in such a manner. She discerned that Fang Chen was voicing his grievances towards both her and Fang Jioding. It was precisely this that brought her to the brink of tears of joy. For more than 20 years, Fang Chen had never opened his heart to her, let alone expressed discontent. Even a simple greeting had been beyond his reach. Upon seeing them, he would resemble a gourd with its mouth sawed shut, enveloped in silence. Yet now, he chose to share his trials, his struggles, and even his grievances. How could Wen Xiao not be overjoyed? After all, the most daunting aspect of the bond between mother and son is the absence of an opportunity to bridge the gap. Now, that opportunity had quietly arrived. At this moment, Wen Xiao felt an unexpected gratitude toward her sister-in-law, Yin Hanyun. Had she not schemed against Wen Xiao and Fang Jioding, When would she have ever received such a chance? Contemplating this, Wen Xiao silently resolved, Yin Han Yun, I shall return and only chastise you for 29 days, not a full month. Chapter 70. Born to protect Fang Chen within Wen Xiao's heart. She expressed gratitude towards Yin Han Yun for creating an opportunity for Fang Chen to voice his grievances and complaints against them, allowing her to make amends with Fang Chen. On the other side, Fang Jiuding's expression was one of profound astonishment, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath and slowly spoke, Excellent. Truly. You are a son of the Fang family. I always said, how could a tiger give birth to a dog? Our kin must possess a spirit of chivalry and righteousness. His eyes gleamed with abundant admiration. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao, who was mentally rehearsing how to thank Yin Hanyan, glanced up with a look of disdain towards Fang Jiuding. She could not help but recall who had been vociferously insisting on punishing Fang Chen along the way. However, after expressing his admiration, Fang Jiuding suddenly remembered something and furrowed his brow, saying, But I have another question. Fang Chen replied, Ask away. You are currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, while I am merely at the 3rd level. How do you expect to assist him? What if he truly harms you? Fang Jiuding inquired. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt displeased. Do you not know how to speak? Why does your tongue seem coated in honey? Moreover, can you not discern my level of cultivation? Your keen eye is rather lacking. Even if I employed a method to conceal my aura with your cultivation, you should be able to see through the facade of my weakness. With a sigh, Fang Chen resigned himself to the fact that since Fang Jiuding could not perceive his true strength, he would have to reveal it himself. Rest assured, he cannot harm me, for I have already established my foundation. At these words, both Wen Xiao and Fang Jiuding were momentarily taken aback, as Fang Chen's body erupted with a formidable force of foundational cultivation. In the next instant, their gazes were filled with astonishment. Only then did they realize that Fang Chen was enveloped in a majestic and potent aura. This was the foundational cultivation of the heavenly path. How could this be possible? Fang Jiuding and Wen Xiao were genuinely shocked. How long had it been since they last met? Their son had already reached the foundational cultivation stage. However, their astonishment did not end there. They discerned that within Fang Chen's blazing aura, there resided a power they were exceedingly familiar with. This force was incredibly sharp, brimming with murderous intent, as if it could pierce the eyes of anyone who dared to gaze upon it, accompanied by an overwhelming will that was both relentless and merciless. This was the ultimate secret technique of the Fang family, the divine general armor, which had caused countless demons to tremble in fear. When did you master the divine general armor? Fang Jiuding exclaimed in shock. The divine general armor was the very technique that Fang Jiuding had initially taught Fang Chen. Given their most optimistic estimations, they believed Fang Chen would never hope to master it in this lifetime. Yet now, he had actually accomplished it. I have successfully made my entry. Fang Chen nodded slightly. As his words fell, a multitude of red, ethereal mist erupted from his body, which soon coalesced into a suit of armor enveloping him. In the hands of the armor lay a massive crimson-bladed axe. This was the initial form of the divine general armor. Given Fang Chen's remarkable aptitude, if he were to refine the divine general armor to perfection, the entire set would be immensely colossal, wielding multiple weapons and capable of unleashing countless spells. Such is the intrinsic value of the divine general bone. Upon witnessing this, Fang Jiuding was left utterly astounded, his complexion paling. A crimson divine general armor? When did you acquire the divine general bone? As the current head of the Fang family, no one, apart from his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, comprehended the significance of the divine general armor better than he. He was acutely aware that the divine general armor is classified into 7 appearances: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, with the red armor being the most esteemed. However, the red armor could only be forged with the divine general bone, which had not been seen in the Fang family for millennia. He could hardly fathom that Fang Chen possessed the divine general bone. Is it really something that one acquires after a mere nap? It's something everyone possesses, don't you? Fang Chen inquired earnestly. Fang Jiuding stammered. I'm strong enough. I don't need it. How could this lad be so eloquent? His words were as sweet as honey. Wen Xiao shook her head with a smile, choosing not to expose Fang Jiuding's stubbornness. Fang Chen innocently pressed. Do you truly not need it? Of course. Fang Jiuding coughed nervously, suppressing his envy, and hastily shifted the topic. Well, I understand now. You performed admirably in this matter. At this juncture, Fang Jiuding spoke earnestly. I must apologize to you. My impatience has led to this. As Fang Jiuding was about to extend his apologies to Fang Chen, they realized following the incident regarding the heavenly Tao foundation and the divine general armor. Just how little they truly understood their son. Yet, at that moment, Fang Xiaoting's expression suddenly changed, and his body involuntarily leaned back. Fang Chen was taken aback. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." At that moment, when Xiao, quick on her feet, hurriedly supported Fang Xiaoting, chiding. "Your father has rested in 10 days and has just endured a fierce battle. He is quite fatigued. I shall take him away now. We initially intended to visit Danran's sect to find you and seek a potion for calming the mind and spirit so your father can rest well." Without further ado, when Xiao grasped Fang Xiaoting and prepared to depart, Fang Chen was caught off guard and could only bid them farewell. "Please travel safely." Once the two hurried away, Fang Chen murmured in confusion, "The Fang family is affluent, yet they lack even a potion for calming the mind? What are you two up to?" Beside him, Yixiong couldn't help but interject, "If you have doubts, why not simply ask?" Fang Chen replied, "Isn't it because it was our first meeting, and we're not familiar with each other?" Yixiong cast a resentful glance at Fang Chen, realizing he was merely jesting with him. He was the one bound, and it was still he who was being toyed with. He felt betrayed. Fang Chen did not regard him as one of his own. "Release the beast slave seal immediately. I wish to return home. A fresh batch of cat-fox hybrid beasts has just arrived at Ingguang Lake. I have contribution points to exchange. Would you care to join me?" "Brother Chen, just now the pond in the courtyard was damaged by your father. I will repair it immediately." Meanwhile, after when Xiao and Fang Xiaoting left Fang Chen's small courtyard, they boarded a carriage drawn by a gray-white steed, heading straight for the mountaintop. This carriage, a treasure of when Xiao and Fang Xiaoting, was capable of traversing both water and sky. Inside the carriage, when Xiao, her face etched with concern, inquired, "Xiaoting, are you all right?" "I'm fine." At that moment, Fang Xiaoting's complexion had turned ashen. He shook his head and then forced a bitter smile. "We are equally injured. Yet I hadn't anticipated that you would remain unaffected while I have already revealed my weakness. It seems I am not as resilient as you." When Xiao chided him lightly, "What are you saying at a time like this? Just take the Jinmadan." She then produced a pitch-black pill, its surface pockmarked, with countless eerie skull faces faintly manifesting, occasionally accompanied by piercing wails of malice, and urged Fang Xiaoting to consume it. After swallowing the pill, Fang Xiaoting's complexion improved significantly, and he chuckled, "I'm all better now. I could fight for another 500 years. Wen Xiao shot him a speechless glare before continuing, "Later, let Lin Yunhe summon Elder Hua to take a look. Preferably for my unborn child as well. I fear he might be affected by the demonic energy released during the explosion of the Chang'an heavenly demon. It should be fine." Fang Xiaoting remarked with a smile, leaning closer to Wen Xiao's abdomen. "He was born to protect Chen'er. He should be remarkably strong." Chapter 71. The origin of Fang Chen. Do not speak thus. He would be deeply saddened to hear it. No child should ever be born for the sake of another. Yet, when Xiao shot a glare at Fang Xiaoting and pushed him aside, "What is there to fear? The sons of the Fang family are meant to protect their elder brother. There is no reason for sorrow in that." Fang Xiaoting, however, remained indifferent. "But what if it were a girl?" When Xiao was left speechless, "Isn't that even better? She could learn the Dominator's divine spear from you, surpassing even our family's divine generals in strength, capable of protecting Chen'er." Fang Xiaoting chuckled. "Enough." When Xiao was left even more at a loss for words. Chen'er was no longer the same as before. He no longer needed anyone to protect him. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiaoting finally understood. Indeed, after the couple unexpectedly conceived in the demon battlefield, a thought had emerged in their minds. If Fang Chen's innate talent ultimately could not be salvaged, they would invest all their resources into Fang Chen's younger brother or sister, allowing that sibling to protect Fang Chen and inherit the Fang family's legacy. However, they had never anticipated that Fang Chen's potential would far exceed their expectations. The divine general's Daobone, the foundation of the heavenly path. These two factors alone were sufficient to ensure that Fang Chen's future accomplishments would surpass all previous heads of the Fang family. "Ah, indeed. He is worthy of being my son," Fang Xiaoting mused. "His talent is exceptional, his wit astute, and his heart kind. All his previous actions appear to have been a fade to deceive Yin Hanyun." After Fang Chen saw through Yin Hanyun's schemes, Fang Xiaoting found rational explanations for all of Fang Chen's past frivolous behavior and perceived lack of talent. Clearly, his son, like himself, had been wise from an early age. He had discerned that Yin Hanyun was not a good person. To grow up smoothly under her influence, Fang Chen had deliberately concealed his brilliance, masquerading as a wastrel to lull Yin Hanyun into complacency, even at the cost of being seen as a useless playboy. Such is the essence of forbearance. Stop your nonsense. Wen Xiao shook her head in disbelief. Your son has evidently encountered fortuitous circumstances, perhaps divine guidance or the intervention of a master. In any case, his talent did not simply emerge from concealment. Otherwise, how could we have failed to notice it? However, I do agree with one point. Chen likely feigned his frivolity to prevent Yin Hanyun from harboring jealousy and resorting to malicious actions against him. At this, Fang Chen erupted in fury. That vile woman. How could I have ever trusted her so deeply? She truly deserves punishment. Your trust was warranted. She was quite convincing. Wen Xiao's face turned pale. In those years, after the birth of Fang Chen, the couple had intended to refrain from returning to the demon battlefield, wishing to be present for Fang Chen's upbringing. The demonic aura of the battlefield was far too terrifying. Those who had not reached the foundation establishment stage had no right to enter. Even for those at the foundation establishment stage, without the protection of a powerful ally, survival was exceedingly difficult. Only those at the golden core stage could engage in normal activities. Thus, Wen Xiao originally intended to wait until Fang Chen established his foundation before returning to the demon battlefield with him and Fang Chen. However, unexpectedly, that year, a cataclysm erupted in the eastern region's demon battlefield. Countless sealed demons suddenly broke free from their bindings, desperately attempting to invade the eastern region, as if something immensely coveted had appeared there. At that moment, the Fang family had no choice but to send reinforcements. Reluctantly, the renowned Wen Xiao and Fang Chen had to painfully leave Fang Chen behind and return to the battlefield. As they departed, Yin Hanyun, who had also recently given birth, solemnly assured Wen Xiao that she would take good care of Fang Chen. Although Wen Xiao felt uneasy, she insisted on leaving her 2 personal maidservants behind, even amidst the pressing conflict of the demon battlefield, solely to care for Fang Chen. During the initial 7 years, Yin Hanyun's nurturing of Fang Chen was indistinguishable from that of a biological mother. She treated him as her own, with meticulous attention, even forsaking her own child for Fang Chen's sake. Yin Hanyun entrusted the care of Fang Ran to a less skilled wet nurse, while she, possessing greater strength, devoted herself entirely to Fang Chen. Whatever was good, it was always prioritized for Fang Chen. One year, when Fang Chen suffered from a persistent high fever, and all elixirs proved futile, Yin Hanyun even exhausted her vital essence, enduring a severe illness for 6 months, solely to cure Fang Chen. It was through Yin Hanyun's unwavering dedication over those 7 years that Wen Xiao came to trust her. To this day, Yin Hanyun continues to care for Fang Chen with the same devotion. In the outer courtyard of the Danran sect, she personally manages all his cultivation resources, including Fang Chen's contribution points in all matters big and small. As for her son Fang Ran, he was barely afforded a glance. Even significant matters like entering the Tianxin Peak were delegated to maidservants. When Fang Chen encountered a grave predicament, Yin Hanyun went from door to door, offering apologies and seeking understanding. While addressing Fang Chen's blunders, she tirelessly endeavored to educate him. She frequently expressed to Wen Xiao that she was not his biological mother and lacked the authority to reprimand him, suggesting instead that she and Jioding personally guide him. She insisted on urgency, fearing he might become a wastrel. Because of this, Wen Xiao believed that Fang Chen's current state was entirely his own doing and had no connection to Yin Hanyun. Yet at this moment, Wen Xiao realized she had fallen into a trap. Yin Hanyun, employing an impeccable and overt strategy, had successfully rendered her son ineffective. Perhaps Fang Chen's fever that year was also orchestrated by her. Wen Xiao contemplated, closing her eyes, her expression increasingly tranquil. 20 years of time exchanged for the position of the head of the Fang family seemed quite worthwhile. Wen Xiao opened her eyes and spoke softly. However, why was she now so anxious after such prolonged scheming? This conspiracy seemed a tad simplistic. Fang Chen remarked. Simplistic? Not at all. Wen Xiao replied coolly, had we not seen through it? Or had Chen truly been a wastrel, genuinely lost to the demons? Your character would have already prompted you to resign from the family head position. Yet now that we have discerned the truth, do we possess any evidence to substantiate her faults? No, none. Fang Chen was taken aback. Given my temperament, it is certain that I would unleash a fierce beating upon her in the absence of evidence. What do you suppose others would say? Wen Xiao remarked. Fang Jioding's pupils constricted, as if he had suddenly grasped an important realization. It is said that the matriarch of the Fang family is reckless and arrogant, with no regard for others, allowing her son to become a wastrel while depending on the hard work of his diligent aunt who raised him. Before Fang Jioding could respond, Wen Xiao continued, Fang Jioding slowly nodded, then with a bitter smile, asked, Then, Xiaoer, what do you intend to do? Are you truly going to swallow this indignation? Certainly not. Wen Xiao replied with an air of leisure. Do I strike you as someone so easygoing? I have heard she plans to visit the ancestral hall to pray for Chinner. I shall accompany her, and on our way back. It would not be too much to encounter a sudden beast tide, an invasion of celestial demons, and a rebellion attempting to assassinate the Fang family's leaders, would it? Fang Jioding was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. I had initially intended to keep the celestial demon spies captured within the military for a greater purpose, but now I find myself unable to endure it any longer, Wen Xiao remarked nonchalantly. Very well. As long as it pleases you, my lady. Fang Jioding nodded in a daze. Wen Xiao gazed out at the scenery, smiling as she said, All right, we have arrived at Lin Yunha's courtyard. Let us disembark. Fang Jioding immediately assisted Wen Xiao in alighting from the carriage. Upon stepping down, a serene small courtyard came into view before them. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man in black robes, standing straight with an imposing demeanor and a serious expression. It was none other than Lin Yunha, the master of Ingguang Lake Mountain. Come in. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Lin Yunha said upon seeing Fang Jioding dismount. Hearing this, Fang Jioding was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in shock. How did you know that my son has completed the foundation establishment of the heavenly Tao, awakened the divine general's bone, and has forged the divine general's armor? Lin Yunha. Chapter 72. Clarification. Beside him, Wen Xiao shook her head in silence. Based on past experiences, Lin Yunha was about to endure excruciating and inhumane torment. Lin Yunha glared at Fang Jioding, gritting his teeth as he said, When did I ever pose that question to you? His already stern face darkened further in anger. You didn't ask. Yet your expression clearly conveys your desire to know why my son has achieved the foundation of the heavenly Tao, Fang Jioding exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Yunha smiled faintly as he drew a large machete, stating, I did not. Let us proceed inside. Without hesitation, Fang Jioding took Wen Xiao's hand and stepped past Lin Yunha into the courtyard. Observing Fang Jioding's retreating figure, Lin Yunha felt a surge of frustration. The ensuing moments would be difficult to endure. Fang Jioding, that scoundrel, had been insufferable since their youth. The two had grown up together. In their childhood, Fang Jioding boasted about awakening the divine general armor for half a year in front of him. After marrying Wen Xiao, he flaunted it for a full year, incessantly questioning why Lin Yunha had yet to find a partner. Was it because he did not want one? Upon becoming the clan leader, he bragged for 3 years, continuously asking why Lin Yunha did not become the master of the Danran sect. Was it due to a lack of desire? Upon entering the courtyard, Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao were immediately met with the gruesome sight of 3 beast corpses hanging in the yard. The bodies emanated an overwhelmingly potent aura, sending a chill down their spines. Fang Jioding involuntarily stepped closer. These were just recently slain? Wen Xiao turned to inquire. Yes, these are the beasts from the beast prison. After they escaped, I killed them, Lin Yunha replied, sheathing his machete as he approached the two. The beast prison is heavily guarded. How could this be? Wen Xiao was taken aback. Lin Yunha was about to respond when Fang Jioding suddenly exclaimed, Wait. Yunha, come look at this. What is it? Lin Yunha's expression changed as he hurried to Fang Jioding's side. Look at this blood. Fang Jioding's face turned ashen. What about it? Lin Yunha repeated, his gaze growing grave. Fang Jioding spoke slowly, it is red. And then, Lin Yunha's spiritual energy surged at that moment. Fang Jioding inhaled deeply and said, The color resembles that of my son's divine general armor. The crimson divine general armor can only be possessed by one who has awakened the divine general's Tao bone. Without hesitation, Lin Yunha drew his blade, aiming it directly at Fang Jioding's head. In the backyard of Lin Yunha's residence, there was a small hill crowned with a pavilion. The pavilion, adjacent to the sea of clouds, offered a breathtaking view that was refreshing to behold. Yet Lin Yunha's mood was far from pleasant. With a dark expression, he asked, What brings the two of you to the Danran sect? Surely it cannot be just to flaunt your achievements. Of course not, Wen Xiao replied with a wry smile. Fang Jioding interjected, I wouldn't call it flaunting. I merely wish to share the pride of being a parent and having a son. Do you not have a son? Oh, right, you do not even have a partner. Bang. Lin Yunha could no longer contain his frustration. He slammed his hand on the stone table and exclaimed angrily, Fang Jioding, you dare challenge me to a life and death duel. Calm down, calm down. Wen Xiao hastily intervened, casting a glance at the already cracked stone table, utterly speechless. Every time Fang Jioding visited, a stone table was inevitably lost. Subsequently, Wen Xiao shot a glare at Fang Jioding, urging him to cease his provocations. Fang Jioding cheerfully closed his mouth. We have come here to have Elder Hua examine our injuries, Wen Xiao explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunha immediately furrowed his brows and inquired, What injuries? The demonic energy from the self-detonation of the Chang'an demon has entered our bodies, when Xiao replied. The Chang'an demon? Lin Yunhe's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Have you all lost your minds? I have warned you that the Xianling demon heart fruit would be of no use to your son. Why venture there? Are you courting death? The Chang'an demon is a renowned and formidable entity, residing deep within the demonic battlefield in the Valley of Silence. The couple's journey to the valley undoubtedly harbored a singular purpose, the cultivation of the Xianling demon heart fruit. According to legend, this fruit could bestow spiritual roots upon those unable to cultivate, but the side effects were dire, either succumbing to the demonic path or perishing in an explosion. We merely wish to try it out. Regardless of its efficacy for Chinner, we must at least bring it back for experimentation, Fang Chen asserted. It is a glimmer of hope. Nonsense. Have you all gone mad? You ventured there just to try it out? Is the demonic battlefield so easily traversable? Lin Yunhe was thunderously enraged, his heart gripped by fear. Such a perilous place is not one to be entered lightly. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise. His face flushed with anger. He was most incensed that Fang Chen had not informed him of this reckless plan beforehand. Oh, now that we're back. There's no need to be angry, Fang Chen jovially waved his hand. Besides, we seized the right opportunity, we were not reckless. Get lost. So you were possessed by demonic energy? Lin Yunhe retorted. The Chang'an demon is no trifling foe. Having self-detonated, how could we emerge unscathed? Fang Chen dismissed the concern nonchalantly. Ah. Lin Yunhe scoffed coldly, then swiftly retrieved a jade slip, sending a message to Hua Qirong, requesting her presence to examine the two. Fang Chen remarked, however, there is no need for further reckless ventures. After all, Chinner has already attained the foundation of the heavenly path and possesses the crimson divine armor. A tiger father does not breed a dog. Lin Yunhe, when will you sire a son? Bang. The stone table shattered completely. Lin Yunhe glared ominously at him. Fang Chen, have you lost your mind? Fang Chen surveyed the broken table, coughed lightly, and replied, I am fine. I am quite well. Ha. Lin Yunhe coldly snorted. Seeing the exasperated expression on Lin Yunhe's face, Fang Chen, satisfied, produced another stone table from his storage ring and set it down. Observing the pristine table and Fang Chen's adept movements, when Xiao lapsed into silence. Now, refrain from excessive chatter and quietly await Elder Hua's arrival, Lin Yunhe stated calmly. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Sigh. Subsequently, Lin Yunhe let out a breath, lamenting, it is indeed my fault. I should have informed you all sooner about Fang Chen's improved talents, thus preventing you from taking such risks. Were you aware all along? Fang Chen was taken aback. Of course, I have known for quite some time, Lin Yunhe affirmed, nodding. Just a few days ago, I discovered that he had established his foundation in the Tao of Heaven. Then why did you not share this with me? Fang Chen expressed his displeasure. With a smile, Lin Yunhe replied, why do you think I kept it to myself? Fang Chen paused, only to chuckle in realization shortly thereafter. The urgency with which we hastened to the Danren sect was not solely due to the issue of demonic energy entering the body, but also because we heard that Chen was to engage in a life-and-death duel with Xiaoqing over matters related to alchemy, which prompted our swift arrival. When Xiao added, this also explains Fang Chen's fury. While he risks everything for Fang Chen, Chen is preoccupied with thoughts of killing and alchemy. How could he not be angry? Alchemy with Xiaoqing? Nonsense. Who told you that? Upon hearing this, Lin Yunhe was momentarily stunned. This is a family matter. It is not for you to concern yourself with. Fang Chen decided to cease discussing the matter. When Xiao then inquired, why does Chen wish to challenge Xiaoqing to a duel? She remained determined to uncover the true reason behind Fang Chen's decision to engage in such a perilous contest. Chapter 73. Submission. Of course, it is to assist him, Lin Yunhe proclaimed. Upon hearing this, when Xiao was taken aback and inquired, is Chen really going to help him? She never anticipated that Lin Yunhe would express such sentiments. Indeed, Lin Yunhe affirmed with a nod. Initially, I believed he intended to bully Xiaoqing, which was why I conveyed this matter to you. However, I have since realized that this is not the case. Really? When Xiao remained skeptical, that display from Fang Chen suggests he is lying. There must be ulterior motives behind his refusal to dissolve the life-and-death duel. Previously, she had suspected that Fang Chen sought to compete with Xiaoqing over a woman or cultivation resources, yet Lin Yunhe presented a perspective she had not considered. Fang Chen, however, expressed his discontent, saying, what is it? Do you not trust Chen's words? He has been quite sincere. When Xiao shot him a glance, and replied coolly, silence yourself. Fang Chen immediately fell silent. After casting a derisive look at Fang Chen, Lin Yunhe continued, it is indeed true. My awareness of this stems from the incident at the beast prison that day. When Xiao's gaze sharpened, the beast prison incident also implicated Chen? Yes, Lin Yunhe confirmed. When you arrived, did you notice Fang Chen's beast companion? Fang Jiuding nodded. I did. It had black and white fur, a golden ring at its tail. A Qin Kuan sacred tiger. Without employing spiritual power to investigate, one could discern from its appearance that its bloodline must be extraordinarily formidable. The two had absorbed demonic energy. Unless necessary, they refrained from utilizing spiritual power. For instance, when Fang Jiuding captured the winged fiend, he employed a magical artifact rather than confronting it directly. This was why they had failed to perceive Fang Chen's true essence. They had not utilized spiritual power to examine him. Furthermore, Fang Chen's cultivation at the third tier of qi refining had left a lasting impression, making it difficult to believe he had achieved any advancement. Thus, they did not scrutinize further. Lin Yunhe nodded. Yes, he is indeed that imperial-grade bloodline beast tiger. When Xiao was momentarily stunned before displaying astonishment. An imperial-grade bloodline is exceptionally rare, even more so than foundational cultivation. It is not an exaggeration to call it a favored child of heaven and earth. The realization that her own son possessed such a beast companion left her momentarily at a loss as to whether she should feel pride or envy. Fang Jiuding's expression shifted, and he hurriedly interjected, Lin Yunhe, you do not possess an imperial-grade bloodline beast companion, do you? I must tell you, when I observed that beast tiger. Bang! Lin Yunhe smashed another stone table. As Fang Jiuding chuckled and sought a replacement, Lin Yunhe's expression darkened. That beast tiger infiltrated the Yingguang Lake Mountain on the day of the beast prison incident, aiming to ambush Jiang Zhenchuan. Subsequently, Lin Yunhe recounted the events of that day in brief. He then added, at that time, Ling Wanner came to find me, stating that Fang Chen was in trouble, urging me to hurry and rescue him. The expressions of the two tightened instantly. Lin Yunhe continued, I was taken aback and wished to rush out to assist, only to be obstructed by 3 demonic beasts. When Xiao inquired, those 3 demonic beasts, are they the ones hanging at the entrance? Lin Yunhe nodded. And then what happened? Fang Jiuding asked anxiously. Lin Yunhe remarked, these demonic beasts appeared as if they were prepared, ensnaring me within their formation for a full hour. Even after sacrificing a century of my lifespan, I could not escape. At that moment, my heart grew increasingly despondent. For I believed that under the ambush of the demon tiger, Fang Chen's cultivation level would lead to his inevitable demise. However, upon vanquishing those 3 demonic beasts and intending to rescue Fang Chen, Elder Hua approached from the mountainside. To my astonishment, I discovered that not only had Fang Chen survived, but he had also captured the demon tiger. Frankly, I was taken aback. I could hardly believe it, as Lin Yunhe recounted this. The astonishment from that moment still lingered on his face. He then addressed the anxious couple, Fang Jiuding and Wen Xiao, saying, I am unafraid of offending you. At that time, my thoughts were, this waste, merely at the 3rd tier of qi refining, defeating someone at the 5th tier of foundation establishment, this was utterly impossible. It was only when Elder Hua clarified Fang Chen's situation that I realized. This young man, he concealed himself too well. He deceived us all. Not only is he not a wastrel, but he is also a kind-hearted child to such an extent that I found it foolish. Ling Wanner misunderstood him, leading him into the Sound Forest. Had he not been adept at the Guzheng, he would have nearly brought shame upon the Fang family. Yet he said nothing and, during the activation of the Yin-Yang furnace, repaid malice with kindness, saving Ling Wanner and Jiang Zhenchuan's lives. He restricted his spirit stone supply last month and dismissed all his servants. It was evident he had little in the way of resources left. In such impoverished circumstances, he still gifted the recording jade slip and an entire vial of fragmented jade pills to Xiaoqing. I was truly, deeply moved at that moment, suddenly feeling immense guilt for having scolded him for so many years. At this point, Lin Yunhe paused, letting out a long sigh. He had berated Fang Chen for over a decade, each encounter filled with disappointment, hurling harsh words. Yet now he realized that Fang Chen had silently endured so much. Fang Jiuding and Wen Xiao fell into complete silence, particularly Wen Xiao, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. She suddenly felt that her earlier doubts about Fang Chen were entirely unwarranted. She, so accustomed to the machinations of the world, had viewed a remarkably kind-hearted child through such a tainted lens. He had not performed. His heart was simply too pure. Fang Jiuding then struck the table, sighed deeply, and lamented, "It is all my fault. If only I could have kept him by my side. How could I have allowed him to bear so much alone?" Lin Yunhe comforted him. "It is all right. Do not blame yourself. The fault lies with us. It is the demon war battlefield that has caused your separation." Fang Jiuding pondered for a moment, then sighed again, exclaiming, "Yes, it is indeed your fault, Lin Yunhe." His feelings of guilt were abruptly interrupted. Lin Yunhe continued, "From this incident, I have come to understand that Fang Chen's previous actions in the outer sect were all justified. With his presence, all the outer sect disciples devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. I once heard someone say that in the outer sect, one may do nothing at all. Yet one must never allow one's cultivation to fall below the third rank of qi refining. For it is well known that anyone whose cultivation sinks below this threshold risks falling prey to Fang Chen's bullying." Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of joy, believing that it was I who had retained Fang Chen, inspiring him to uplift others. Only now do I realize that Fang Chen, through his own embodiment of sacrifice, has forfeited his innate talents and the time that could have propelled him into the inner sect to assist the outer disciples of Danren's sect. Wen Xiao's eyes grew increasingly moist, tinged with a bittersweet ache as she recalled Fang Chen's words. Only those who have been drenched in rain truly understand the yearning for someone to hold an umbrella for them. For all these years, he has been the steadfast umbrella for every child of the outer sect. It is my fault. Had I been a bit more astute or attentive, I would have discerned the multitude of things he has quietly done, sparing him such hardship. Fang Jioding lamented. It is not that you lack intelligence or diligence. It is that your son is exceptionally clever, far surpassing us in wit, Lin Yunhe remarked. Fang Jioding was taken aback. Why do you say that? Is he not intelligent? Lin Yunhe slammed his hand on the table and, rising in excitement, declared, over the years, not only has he excelled in formations, cultivation, and innate talent, but he has also managed to thoroughly comprehend the sect's regulations while achieving such remarkable prowess in his training. I always believed he dedicated an immense amount of time to studying the regulations to uncover so many loopholes. Now I realize, with his level of cultivation, how could he possibly have the energy for such detailed study? He must have merely glanced at the regulations to identify their flaws. I ask you, is such a mind not brilliant, not exceptional? Fang Jioding gasped in realization. Indeed, without such wisdom and cunning, how could he have deceived Yin Hanyan, with whom he spends his days? Wen Xiao murmured. The two were completely persuaded by Lin Yunhe's assertions. Meanwhile, on Ling Yun Peak, "Father, when will you return to excavate the spirit mine?" Ling Wanner inquired from the pavilion beneath the Sound Forest, addressing the seated Ling Shouyuan across from her. "Wanna, 3 days hence. The spirit mine is currently resting, and I shall take a respite for 3 days," Ling Shouyuan replied, his expression unchanging, yet his tone gentle and warm. Beside them, Hua Qirong glanced at Ling Shouyuan, hesitating to speak, ultimately choosing silence. This master ancestor possesses an astonishingly thick skin. Chapter 74. The turmoil of the beast prison. My dear father, you have worked so hard. Ling Wanner sighed. I am on the verge of foundation establishment. Soon, the spiritual stones I receive from my master each month will be more than sufficient for our family to settle at the foot of Yingguang Lake. Do not overthink it. Mining spiritual ore is not nearly as arduous as mundane mining. I am perfectly fine. Focus on your own cultivation. Ling Shouyuan responded with a gentle smile. Moreover, the spiritual energy within the mines nourishes the body. I feel that I will soon break through to foundation establishment, and your mother is not far behind, as she is also on the brink of her own breakthrough in the deep-sea medicinal fields. However, none can compare to my daughter. You are truly the best. Ling Wanner sighed again, a hint of guilt flickering in her eyes. Yet, in her mind, she believed that her father, who once made a living through calligraphy and painting, and her mother, who supported the family through exquisite embroidery, had only accompanied her to Danren's sect for her cultivation. Her scholarly father had descended into the spiritual mines, while her dexterous mother tended to the water-based spiritual herbs. Ling Wanner observed all this with a heavy heart. Though her parents had embarked on their own paths of cultivation, how could she, as their daughter, comfortably accept their toil? Beside her, Hua Qirong, maintaining a stoic expression, could no longer contain herself. 2 grandmasters, one in the tribulation stage and the other in the great ascension stage. Do you truly believe it is appropriate to deceive your daughter in such a manner? Ling Shouyuan chuckled. There is no however about it. Now, did you not mention that you wish to learn from Elder Hua? You should hurry along. With that, Ling Wanner cast a fleeting glance at Hua Qirong, her expression tinged with guilt, and said, Then I shall proceed to the alchemy chamber to study alchemy. Father, would you prefer to return home and not disturb Elder Hua? Ling Shouyuan conveyed telepathically to Hua Qirong. I have matters to discuss with you. Hua Qirong smiled slightly. Not at all. Ling Wanner, feeling awkward, reluctantly agreed. Well then, I suppose that's fine. She turned to leave, casting a pleading glance back at Hua Qirong. Once Ling Wanner had distanced herself, Hua Qirong rose respectfully and bowed. Disciple Hua Qirong pays her respects to Master Ling. Not at all. Please have a seat. Ling Shouyuan replied with a gentle smile, subtly gesturing with his left hand to erect a soundproof barrier around the gazebo. He then inquired with a smile, "What peculiarities does that child want to exhibit? Why does she seem so anxious?" Once seated, Hua Qirong explained, "I have assigned her the task of transcribing alchemical texts." Ling Xuyan burst into laughter. I genuinely thought she was diligently motivated, having made the journey from Chizuan Mountain to study here. After Ling Shuyuan departed from Yingguang Lake Mountain, he sought out Ling Waner directly, playfully deceiving her by claiming that the spiritual mind was on break and that she had time off. Subsequently, he insisted on spending time with her. Unable to resist her father, Ling Waner reluctantly agreed to take him along to Ling Yun Peak, asserting that she was eager to learn about alchemy. In truth, she had been quite diligent in her studies. Hua Qirong chuckled, saying, "It appears I have made a slight misjudgment this time." Subsequently, she recounted in meticulous detail the circumstances that led Ling Waner to mislead Fang Chen into the Sound Forest. She explained that her intention in having Ling Waner transcribe the alchemical text stemmed from Fang Chen's failure to assign her any tasks for atonement. Thus, she sought to engage Ling Waner in meaningful work to clear her mind. "How intriguing," Ling Shouyuan remarked, astonished, before adding with a smile, "Who would have thought that this lad, Fang Chen, would possess such a talent for masquerading as a dandy? I must admit, I failed to see it." Hua Qirong responded in surprise, "Master, do you know him? Has Fang Chen's reputation reached even you?" "Only just made his acquaintance," Ling Shouyuan replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Hua Qirong's brow furrowed. There was an ambiguity in his words that she found quite vexing. She detested such cryptic statements. Yet, even with 100-fold courage, she dared not press Ling Shouyuan further. Instead, she pondered his meaning and remarked, "He is a good child. Indeed, being a member of the Fang family from the abyss, he ought to possess merit. However, it is peculiar that he has not learned the divine general armor." Ling Shouyuan suddenly paused, recalling that there was no trace of the divine general armor's aura within Fang Chen's being. Otherwise, he would not have only learned of Fang Chen's lineage from Hua Qirong. Perhaps he simply does not favor it? Hua Qirong speculated hesitantly. "From my observations, Fang Chen excels in poison arts and fire techniques, suggesting his combat style is rather agile and avoids grand displays. He likely does not practice the divine general armor." Ling Shouyuan was momentarily taken aback. A practitioner of the ancient divine body who shuns ostentation? What folly was this? Then, enlightenment dawned upon him. It seemed Fang Chen had adeptly concealed his true capabilities, creating a facade of expertise in poison arts to obfuscate his true abilities, leaving even Hua Qirong ensnared in his ruse. This way, he could secretly cultivate the ancient divine body. After all, the ancient divine body is an exceptionally rare technique. It is only natural for Fang Chen to wish to remain inconspicuous, lest he fall prey to envy and theft. Contemplating this, Ling Shouyuan couldn't help but chuckle. He was indeed a clever lad. Hua Qirong interjected, "I said he does not favor practicing the divine general armor, and you call him clever? Do you delight in riddles? Conversing with you ancient beings who have lived for millennia is quite the endeavor." Despite the irritation simmering within her, Hua Qirong maintained her composure, smiling faintly. "Very well, let us return to the matter at hand," Ling Shouyuan said, regaining his focus. "What has transpired regarding the beast prison?" His visit to Ling Yun Peak was primarily to accompany his daughter, but he also sought to inquire about the beast prison from Hua Qirong, who could be considered a primary witness. "It has been mostly resolved," Hua Qirong replied. "The culprit behind the burning of Lifespan and the tearing of the beast prison seal, Elder Yu Chang, has been utterly extinguished." She sighed, continuing, "Regrettably, the formidable demons above the transformation realm within the beast prison were under Yu Chang's control. All the beasts lost their sanity and perished in the creation of the grand formation. This loss is monumental, and I am powerless. I beseech the Master to forgive my shortcomings. It matters not. It is not your fault. Yu Chang has aged considerably when he first entered the sect. I even provided him with guidance. Now, his betrayal of the Danren sect is indeed unexpected. As for the beast prison, the highest cultivation of the demons within barely reaches the initial stage of harmonization. Unable to transcend tribulation, they are ultimately mere ants. This minor loss is one we can easily bear," Ling Shouyuan remarked calmly. "I shall return to the celestial demon battlefield to capture some more for you to use in bloodline breeding." "Indeed." Hua Qirong nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of relief. Her pretense of seeking forgiveness was simply a guise. Her true intention was to request Ling Xiuyuan's assistance. However, it was improbable for her to directly solicit aid from a transcendent figure whose sole focus was ascension. Thus, she had to employ a more indirect approach. Fortunately, although the ancestral master enjoys toying with his daughter and relishes in riddles, he is ultimately quite willing to assist his disciples. Pray tell, could you elaborate on what transpired at that time? Ling Xiuyuan inquired. Hua Qirong explained, it was as follows. At that moment, Yuchang had taken control of the numerous demons within the beast prison, causing them to lose all rationality. He constructed a flesh and blood grinding formation, enveloping the entire sea turtle platform by sacrificing their physical forms, lifespans, and essence blood, thereby rendering all the elders of the inner sect unable to pass. Wanner sought the help of Elder Lin Yunha, and due to your divine consciousness responding to the formidable aura of the demons by transforming into a protective sword, the three demon beasts blocking Lin Yunha dared not attack her. But, Ling Xiuyuan interjected, did Wanner realize it was my divine consciousness? No. She believed it was the divine consciousness of her master, Elder Zhang Hufeng. Hua Qirong replied. Then all is well. Please continue. Ling Xiuyuan nodded. However, Ningyi suffered significant losses. When she arrived at the sea turtle platform, she found it impassable and had no choice but to resort to the only means of passage, the great teleportation talisman. Hua Qirong continued. Not only was there a loss of a magical artifact, but it also consumed an immense amount of essence blood. As she spoke, Hua Qirong subtly observed Ling Xiuyuan's reaction. Clearly, she sought to imply to him that he should procure another great teleportation talisman for Jiang Ningyi. Yet, Ling Xiuyuan's reaction was beyond Hua Qirong's expectations. His expression darkened. What is Jiang really doing? Chapter 75. The radiant beacon of fate. Ling Xiuyuan expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, the grand teleportation talisman she possesses was bestowed upon her by the ancient sword spirit upon her initiation into the sect. This talisman is sufficient for her to return even amidst dire peril in the demon realm. How could she have utilized it so recklessly? As a true disciple, does she not possess other treasures for her preservation? To squander such a precious artifact is indeed a display of sheer disregard. Ling Xiuyuan felt a surge of anger. Any artifact capable of enabling lower-tier cultivators to unleash extraordinary abilities is indeed a treasure, and the grand teleportation talisman is a supreme treasure among them. For Jiang Ningyi to expend such a treasure over a minor disturbance within the confines of the sect is utterly infuriating. At that moment, Hua Qirong's expression shifted dramatically, as she inwardly chastised herself for overestimating her cleverness. Although Ling Xiuyuan would not truly blame Jiang Ningyi, the tarnishing of her reputation in his eyes was certainly not her intention. Hua Qirong hastily pleaded, please forgive me, Master Ancestor. This is not Ningyi's fault, but rather my own misjudgment. Your misjudgment? Ling Xiuyuan's gaze bore a sharp intensity. A cold sweat broke out on Hua Qirong's brow, her heart racing as she hurriedly explained, Ningyi has been overly protective of the treasure gifted by you, Master Ancestor, nurturing it daily and fearing any potential harm. You are aware that life and death can hinge upon a fleeting moment, and I worried that she might hesitate to use this grand teleportation talisman, believing it to be a precious gift from you, thus missing her chance for escape. Therefore, I urged her repeatedly that the grand teleportation talisman is not an exceedingly rare object, and she should use it when necessary without hesitation. This has led to the current predicament, and I sincerely apologize for my error. Please, Master Ancestor, impose your punishment upon me. After a moment of scrutinizing Hua Qirong, whose anxiety was palpable, Ling Xiuyuan finally shook his head and said, very well. You are not entirely at fault. However, do speak with her earnestly afterwards. Treasures are priceless and should be used with caution. Yes. Hua Qirong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Ling Xiuyuan inquired, by the way, why did she insist on using the grand teleportation talisman to traverse the sea turtle platform? If she feared an ambush by demonic beasts, she could simply find a place to hide, couldn't she? Ningyi was not afraid of being attacked by demonic beasts. Rather, she sought to cross the sea turtle platform to request my assistance in rescuing Fang Chen, who is trapped within the reformed yin-yang furnace of Yuchang. Hua Qirong explained with a wry smile. Ling Xiuyuan was momentarily taken aback. What? At that time, Ningyi was unaware that Fang Chen had already established a foundation in the heavenly path. She mistakenly believed he was still in the chi refinement stage and feared he might perish at the hands of a demon tiger, prompting her to use the grand teleportation talisman. Hua Qirong continued. Once she finished speaking, Ling Xiuyuan suddenly clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, that is quite understandable. Zhang's intentions are commendable. Hua Qirong was perplexed. Master Ancestor, do you have some concerns? Protecting Fang Chen is indeed necessary. While he possesses the strength to handle a demon tiger alone, Zhang's attitude is worthy of recognition, Ling Shouyuan stated. Once Fang Chen enters Chizuan Mountain, you and the others must learn from Zhang's example. Do you understand? Hua Qirong's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether her ears had deceived her. Could it be that Fang Chen is the long-lost son of Master Ling? Isn't this going too far? Ling Shouyuan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Why are you looking at me? Focus on grasping the essence. Do you understand?" "I understand," Hua Qirong hastily replied. And then, after Zhang Zhen crossed the sea turtle platform, "Did you manage to rescue Fang Chen?" Ling Shouyuan inquired. "No, the blood and flesh grinding array is exceedingly formidable. With my own strength, I cannot break the formation. So I had to request the elders in the sect and Vice Sect Master Qin Ying to assist," Hua Qirong responded. "However, even so, unless a master above the tribulation stage intervenes, our efforts to break the formation will at least take an hour." Yu Chang seized the opportune moment to unleash a horde of frenzied demonic beasts from within the sect. Ling Shouyuan frowned and asked, "Wouldn't you use the sect's protective array to break the formation and then rescue him?" He was acutely aware that unless faced with life and death, they could not summon the ancestors. In that case, why not let Vice Sect Master Qin utilize the protective array? However, Hua Qirong replied with a bitter smile. "Ningyi, and I thought the same at that time. But when Vice Sect Master Qin arrived, he summoned the life lamp sea and discovered that all the outer disciples were unharmed. Clearly, no one had been injured in this turmoil. So he deemed it unnecessary to waste such resources to activate the protective array." Ling Shouyuan's expression turned cold. The outer disciples were unharmed, but what about Fang Chen? He was still trapped in the yin-yang furnace. Even though he knew that, given Fang Chen's true capabilities, he would be fine. It did not mean that Qin Ying could neglect to rescue him. At this point, Hua Qirong bitterly remarked, Ning Yi pleaded with the Vice Sect Master, stating that Fang Chen was merely at the qi refining stage and could not hold out much longer, requesting him to use the protective array to cleave the blood and flesh grinding array to save Fang Chen. However, when the Vice Sect Master retrieved Fang Chen's life lamp, it indicated that Fang Chen had reached the foundation establishment stage. Although we were unaware that Fang Chen had achieved the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, the Vice Sect Master believed he had already reached that level and, being a member of the Fang family, surely possessed life-saving treasures. Thus, he assumed Fang Chen could endure and that it was unnecessary to expend vast resources to rescue him. In truth, among the other elders in the Vice Sect Master, Fang Chen, a notorious, arrogant scion, was deemed expendable. His life could not compare to the resources required to activate the protective array. Although this notion was harsh, it was the reality. No amount of tears from Jiang Ningyi would change the situation, as long as Fang Chen held off the winged fiend, preventing it from causing casualties among others. There was no need to waste more resources to break the formation. Moreover, aside from the fact that Fang Chen's life held little value in Qin Ying's eyes, another significant reason was that Qin Ying's disciple had failed in the competition against Jiang Ningyi for the true inheritance spot. Qin Ying had harbored resentment over this matter and was at odds with Jiang Ningyi, her master, the fairy Qianyan, and Hua Qirong's faction. Naturally, he was even less inclined to rescue someone Jiang Ningyi wished to save. After all, he thought that even if Fang Chen ultimately perished, the life of a scion would not stir any significant upheaval. Who would care about the life of a scion? Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Ling Shouyuan was instantly filled with rage, shouting. Hua Qirong lowered her head in an instant, heart pounding with trepidation, rendered speechless. Yet beneath her fearful facade, a faint smile blossomed within her heart. The deputy sect leader could finally be replaced. All the excuses were merely a pretext, a calculation of resources. Had the one in peril that day not been Fang Chen, but someone else, they would have perished long ago. Ling Shouyuan's countenance darkened. For a deputy sect leader to reach such a state was no longer tenable. The battlefield of immortals and demons was in dire need of personnel. Let him go. As for the remaining elders present, they would not be dealt with just yet. It would be unwise to have Fang Chen offend a majority of the elders before he even entered the inner sect. An opportunity would be found to admonish them, urging them to seek out Fang Chen for amends and apologies. Should I hear words of satisfaction from Fang Chen, I shall grant them clemency. Hua Qirong was taken aback upon hearing this. Ling Shouyuan was remarkably considerate of Fang Chen. She hastily replied, yes. Subsequently, with a cold demeanor, Ling Shouyuan reached into the void, summoning a piece of golden paper, upon which he inscribed a line of text. The golden paper ignited spontaneously, transforming into ashes that dispersed into the ether. Henceforth, Shearing was stripped of his position as deputy sect leader. Observing this, Shearing maintained her composure. Yet inwardly she chuckled. She owed a debt of gratitude to Fang Chen. Had it not been for the little fellow's favor with the ancestral master, how could she have so effortlessly resolved the matter with Shearing? However, as she recalled the peculiar flickering of Fang Chen's life lamp that day, her expression turned strange. At that time, when Shearing retrieved Fang Chen's life lamp, it had extinguished immediately. Jiang Ningyi's face paled in terror. The other elders were equally alarmed, hastily attempting to activate the sect's protective array. Fearing that the monstrous winged beast would finish off Fang Chen and then turn its wrath upon the other outer disciples. Yet, in the next moment, Fang Chen's life lamp blazed to life once more. Everyone was taken aback. It had not been lit for long before it dimmed again. Then it brightened, dimmed, brightened, dimmed. In that moment, at the sea turtle platform where the flesh and blood grinding formation was activated, demonic energy surged and blood flames roared. All present stared in a daze at Fang Chen's life lamp. Every individual in attendance swore they had never witnessed a life lamp so prone to flickering. Chapter 76. Swift treatment. Ultimately, this group concluded that the malfunction of the life lamp might be attributed to the influence of the flesh and blood grinding array. This array is a premier trapping formation that disrupts spiritual energy. It not only severely diminishes the combat capabilities of those ensnared within it, but also obstructs any attempts by adversaries to seek assistance or escape. Unless one possesses extraordinary artifacts or methods for rescue or flight, all efforts would be rendered futile. Furthermore, should a powerful cultivator at the Great Ascension stage employ this array, the intensity of disruption would be significantly magnified. In such circumstances, Jiang Ningyi's Great Relocation Talisman would be utterly ineffective. However, it is generally understood that a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage would not sacrifice their lifespan to operate this formation. This understanding led them to believe that Fang Chen's life lamp was indeed affected by the array. Did the flesh and blood grinding array cause any harm to the other disciples when it was activated at the sea turtle platform? After the golden paper was consumed, Ling Shuyuan recalled a matter and inquired. No, Shearing replied, shaking her head. For reasons unknown, Yu Chang retained a sense of compassion and dispersed the other disciples, resulting in minimal impact on them. Ling Shuyuan furrowed his brow, beginning to sense that something was amiss. Why is that? Has he not already betrayed the Danran sect and allied himself with the demonic race? Why would he still care for the lives of the sect's disciples? He had always believed that Yu Chang's treachery had rendered him a complete traitor. Yet, the notion that he still possessed benevolence was perplexing. This is precisely the aspect that perplexes us, Shearing remarked. In truth, there is something I wish to express, but I am uncertain if it is appropriate to do so. I detest when individuals speak in riddles and obfuscate the truth. Now that you have begun, speak plainly. Ling Shuyuan replied coolly. Shearing responded, I wonder who is just now engaging in such cryptic speech. I have heard Fang Chen say that Yi Xiong claims this turmoil was orchestrated by the ancestors within the beast prison to facilitate his escape, even guiding him to devour Ningyi. However, if the sole intention was to enable Yi Xiong's flight, they need not create such a commotion. Thus, we surmise that Yi Xiong has been deceived and manipulated by Yu Chang, becoming a mere pawn in his schemes. While the apparent goal of this upheaval is to aid Yi Xiong's escape, the underlying objective seems to be to utilize him as a tool to eliminate Ningyi. But we still find something amiss. Ling Shuyuan raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. Shearing continued, we know that Yi Xiong, with the aid of the yin-yang furnace, indeed possesses the capability to slay Ningyi. Otherwise, Ningyi would not have employed the Great Relocation Talisman for assistance, but would have used it directly to save Fang Chen. Nonetheless, the uproar caused by Yu Chang was undoubtedly excessive. At that time, when Jiang Ningyi saw that Yi Xiong was unwilling to place her into the yin-yang furnace, she had no choice but to retreat. The reason she refrained from using the Great Relocation Talisman was her concern that depleting it would leave her vulnerable, making it even more arduous to confront Yi Xiong, potentially leading to her and Fang Chen's demise within the yin-yang furnace. Hence, she opted to utilize the Great Relocation Talisman for seeking assistance. In her view, it would not take long for the sect's powerful cultivators to arrive. However, she did not anticipate that the delay would last for an entire hour. It was precisely for this reason that she felt an immense guilt towards Fang Chen, believing she had nearly caused his demise. Ling Shuyuan expressed his approval, stating, indeed, Jiao Zhenchuan made the right choice. One must possess a clear understanding of one's own capabilities. Absolutely. Hua Qirong nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Yu Chang would have been better off bringing along a demon beast at the harmonization stage to ambush Ningyi. The risks would be lower and the chances of success greater. Thus, we suspect that Yu Chang harbors another scheme, though we have yet to discern it. A faint smile graced the corners of Ling Xiao Yuan's mouth as he comprehended the situation. He inquired, "Is Yu Chang's corpse still present?" "It is not," Hua Qirong replied. Observing the expression on Ling Xiao Yuan's face, her heart racing. Could it be that the master already knew Yu Chang's true intentions? It matters not. Are the corpses of the other demon beasts still intact? Ling Xiao Yuan pressed. Most have been transformed into materials for the flesh mill. But there are 3 that Elder Lin Yunhe personally dispatched, which remain. Hua Qirong informed him. Elder Lin stated he wished to preserve them for when the sect master returns to investigate. Then allow me to conduct the inquiry. Moreover, we should also visit the winged fiend. If my conjecture is correct, the truth behind this matter should indeed be related to that reason. The fact that Yu Chang spared those ordinary disciples likely connects to it as well. A mysterious smile played upon Ling Xiao Yuan's lips. Hua Qirong questioned, "What precisely is that reason? Could you refrain from speaking in riddles?" Yet, she ultimately suppressed her frustration, smiling as she added, "Then I shall accompany you to find Elder Lin Yunhe and examine the demon beast corpses. Let us proceed. I shall also check on Wanner to see how her transcription of the alchemical texts is progressing." Ling Xiao Yuan dematerialized the sound barrier and was about to depart when suddenly, "Elder Hua, urgent news," came the voice of Xiaopeng from outside the sound barrier. Hua Qirong swiftly glanced at Ling Xiao Yuan, seeking her master's consent. Ling Xiao Yuan nodded leisurely. "It is of no concern. Let her speak. There is no rush. Take your time." Hua Qirong then called out, "You need not enter. Just relay your message. Elder Lin has sent word that Master Fang Jioding and Madame Fang have suffered injuries from demonic energy invading their bodies, and he hopes you can hasten to assist in their treatment," Xiaoping proclaimed loudly. "Very well." Hua Qirong nodded, and then murmured, "Fang Jioding? Is that not Fang Chen's father? How did he come to be afflicted by demonic energy?" Ling Xiao Yuan's expression changed instantly, and he rose with urgency. "Let us see." With that, he waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, Hua Qirong found herself bewildered at the shores of Yingguang Lake. Was it truly necessary to be in such haste? "Knock on the door," Ling Xiao Yuan instructed, standing before Hua Qirong calmly. "Yes." Only then did Hua Qirong snap back to reality and hurried forward. After knocking, Lin Yunhe opened the door. Upon seeing Hua Qirong, he was about to invite her in when he suddenly noticed Ling Xiao Yuan. His face changed instantaneously, and he hastily bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to Master Ling. Lin Yunhe seldom encountered the master, but Ling Xiao Yuan was the notable exception. When Ling Wanner had just joined the sect, Ling Xiao Yuan made a special trip to seek a heartfelt conversation with him. "There is no need for excessive formality. Where is Fang Jioding?" Ling Xiao Yuan inquired. "He is behind. May I ask what the matter is?" Lin Yun, he was taken aback. "The ancestor has come to assist in examining the demonic energy that has entered Fang's body," Hua Qirong timely explained. "What?" Lin Yun, he was instantly shocked. Such an esteemed ancestor as Ling Xiao Yuan could hardly be summoned unless it was a matter of life and death for the Danren sect. How could the presence of this venerable figure be elicited merely because of Fang Jioding's affliction? "There is no need for alarm. Fang Chen is a pillar of our sect and can be considered half my disciple. His father is in trouble, and naturally, I must investigate. Lead me to him," Ling Xiao Yuan stated calmly. Lin Yun, he was utterly stunned. Half a disciple? Fang Chen, is that remarkable? Once the dazed Lin Yun, he brought Ling Xiao Yuan before Fang Jioding and revealed Ling Xiao Yuan's identity. Both Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao were equally astonished, exclaiming, "What? This news comes as a complete surprise. No one could have anticipated that the person behind Fang Chen was such an individual who had already reached the pinnacle of the world. There is no need for astonishment. Esteemed guests, our immediate priority is to address the issue of the demonic energy." Ling Xiao Yuan smiled gently. Hua Qirong added, "Ling ancestor's medical and alchemical skills are unrivaled within the Danren sect. With him examining you, I am sure Fang Chen will feel reassured." In the presence of Ling Xiao Yuan, Fang Jioding was momentarily at a loss for words, while Wen Xiao, remaining composed, managed to smile and said, "Ling ancestor, we would be most grateful for your assistance." "It is no trouble at all," Ling Xiao Yuan replied softly, and before anyone could react, he waved his hand. A thick purple demonic energy was extracted from the bodies of Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao, and immediately, Ling Xiao Yuan heard the vengeful shrieks emanating from it. Gently squeezing, Crack. The demonic energy shattered. Both Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao coughed up large amounts of blood simultaneously. Take this elixir from my storage ring. It will suffice. Ling Xiao Yuan instructed. Thank you, Ling Ancestor. Wen Xiao and Fang Jioding murmured, blood trickling from their lips. Dazed by the swift resolution of their grave predicament. The contrast was staggering. Lin Yunhe, who had not yet processed the shock of Fang Chen's connection to Ling Xiao Yuan, turned only to find the extraction of the demonic energy, the blood spillage. And the medication had already concluded. In that moment, Lin Yunhe entered yet another cycle of astonishment and bewilderment. Are there any further issues? I can assist you once more, Ling Xiao Yuan offered. Yes. Wen Xiao quickly replied, Ling Ancestor. We are concerned that the demonic energy from Changhan Tian Mo may affect the child in my womb. Might you help us assess this? Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. You are expecting a child? Chapter 77. The sinister power coveting her upon witnessing the radiant excitement in Ling Xiao Yuan's eyes. The four individuals present were taken aback. Master Ling, what are you doing? Wen Xiao could only ask nervously. Yes. Very well, then. As the child approaches birth, you shall have Fang Chen summon me, and I shall go to the Fang family to extend my congratulations, Ling Xuan replied with a warm smile. Though his mind was already calculating, with an elder brother like Fang Chen, who was already so formidable, it is only natural that the child in her womb would possess exceptional talent. Hearing this, the others once again displayed expressions of astonishment, with Hua Qirong being the most shocked. This revelation indicated that Fang Chen had means to contact Ling Xiao Yuan at any moment. This was simply preposterous. Only in the direst of circumstances, such as the impending doom of the Danren sect, could one hope to summon him. Yet, Fang Chen could invoke Ling Xiao Yuan's presence with the mere reason of a child's birth? Absurd. In the end, Fang Jioding could only bow respectfully, saying, Thank you, Master Ling, for your kindness. I am overwhelmed with gratitude. No need for concern. Now, let me take a look at the child in your womb, Ling Xiao Yuan stated. Wen Xiao nodded in agreement. Ling Xiao Yuan then cast a glance, his eyes shimmering with a deep purple light. The moment he looked, he was momentarily taken aback. Seeing the usually unflappable Ling Xiao Yuan suddenly wear an expression of shock, Wen Xiao was alarmed. What's wrong? Ling Xiao Yuan's face tightened slightly as he took a deep breath and said, The child is in danger. At these words, Wen Xiao felt her body weaken, fear evident in her eyes. As a mother, how could she bear to hear bad news about her unborn child? She has been invaded by demonic energy, which is deeply concealed, Ling Xiao Yuan explained. Wen Xiao's delicate face turned pale, her body stiffening. Fang Jioding's countenance darkened, his gaze becoming vacant. Lin Yunhe quickly supported Fang Jioding's back, his expression grave. Hua Qirong was momentarily stunned before she sighed softly, revealing a hint of sympathy. Do not worry, remain calm. Ling Xiao Yuan reassured them, waving his hand. I can resolve this demonic energy, but it will require time. Master Ling, is this truly the case? Wen Xiao's face shifted to one of mixed joy and anxiety. Indeed, I am not boasting. In the Great Ascension stage, I am the only one capable of saving her, Ling Xiao Yuan declared with pride. However, if she has already been born, I could act directly. But as a fetus, to ensure her safe arrival, I have decided to take some time to prepare. Therefore, I shall cast a seal to delay her birth. Once I am ready, I will allow her to descend into the world. Wen Xiao was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming in overwhelming gratitude, Yes, thank you, Master Ling. Thank you so much. Just moments ago, her world felt as though it had crumbled around her. Her heart was filled with guilt. Fortunately, Fang Chen possesses exceptional talent and has gained Master Ling's favor, allowing them today to have such protection otherwise. She truly would not know how to seek the aid of someone in the Great Ascension stage. No need for such gratitude. Ling Xiao Yuan was about to speak again when Fang Jioding suddenly stood up in silence and knelt down directly. Fang Jioding bowed deeply to Ling Xiao Yuan, expressing his gratitude. I cannot repay you, but should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to brave any peril. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yunhe followed suit and knelt, echoing the sentiment. I feel the same. Ling Xiao Yuan accepted their homage with equanimity and replied, There is no need for such formalities. I have declared Fang Chen to be half my disciple, thus we are akin to family. Indeed, Fang Jioding nodded vigorously. Thank you, Master Ling. Ling Xiao Yuan rose and continued. Now, I shall place a seal upon you. While you may engage in battle without concern, strive to avoid severe injuries. Moreover, the child may be frail after birth, and I alone can provide the necessary care. Therefore, I advise you both to bring her to Chizuan Mountain. Do you understand? When Xiao and Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, Lin Yunhe, filled with gratitude, remarked, Master is truly kind-hearted. He even considers the child's future. Perhaps this was influenced by his own experiences as a father. The warmth of paternal love is indeed tender. However, Hua Qirong, the only one maintaining her composure, sensed something amiss. Why did Ling Shouyuan's actions seem so peculiar? While delivering the child to Chizuan Mountain was a simple request, why did he appear so elated? Subsequently, Ling Shouyuan initiated the sealing process, raising his hand gently, causing the spiritual energy of the entire Yinguang Lake to be instantly drawn away. Done. In the next moment, countless fragmented shards of multicolored light materialized in Ling Shouyuan's hand, then descended into Wen Xiao's abdomen. All set. Ling Shouyuan withdrew his spiritual energy. Gasp. Observing the instantaneous effect of Ling Shouyuan's actions, everyone stood in stunned silence, though there were no roaring winds or tumultuous sounds. The sheer lightness with which he wielded his power was enough to leave all in awe. Afterward, Ling Shouyuan and Hua Qirong made their way to the front courtyard, his expression brimming with pride. Ha! The demonic energy of the Changhen heavenly demon has entered the body, yet it has not claimed a life? Such innate talent is truly astonishing. Ling Shouyuan was immensely pleased, reveling in the prospect of acquiring a disciple ahead of time. He chuckled inwardly, pondering how fortunate Fang Chen and Wen Xiao appeared to be. Despite their apparent shortcomings, their children possessed remarkable strength. What a curious phenomenon. Master, the corpse of the demon beast is right here. At that moment, Lin Yunhe spoke up. Upon hearing this, Ling Xian refocused his thoughts, glancing up to observe the scene. After a brief moment, a playful smile crossed his face. It was indeed as he suspected. No need to linger here. Let us seek out Fang Chen to confirm this. Meanwhile, in Fang Chen's courtyard. Excellent. That settles it. After Wen Xiao and her husband departed, Fang Chen devised a plan. Upon the birth of his sister, he intended to orchestrate a performance with his family, feigning death. This would compel his sister to harbor resentment towards him, thereby breaking through the demonic energy of the Changhen heavenly demon. Once that was accomplished, everything would fall into place. In due time, his sister would possess unparalleled cultivation, allowing him to recline at home. When faced with challenges, he would simply invoke his sister's name. All would be well. As for the divine general's ethereal bones and armor, one must first undergo an experience spanning several millennia before passing judgment. Only after such an experience can one relay to their sister whether it is worthwhile. If it proves to be unsatisfactory, as an elder brother, I cannot lead my sister astray. With a plan now in place, he felt elated, overseeing Yixiong as he prepared the pond, while retrieving 2 storage rings. These were tokens of apology from the 8 misguided beings of the transformation realm. Due to the tribulation of lightning and conversing with Ling Shouyuan, he had yet to examine them. Just as Fang Chen was about to open them, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System notification. Ding, the child of destiny, unnamed, is facing obstacles. Please assist the host. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Obstacles? Assistance required? Why is no one else needed? Upon hearing the system's words, he felt perplexed. Jiang Ningyi, Chu Qiner, and Shao Qing must surely be encountering their own tribulations. Yet the system had never asked him for help. Why now, with his sister in peril, does he need to intervene? Is it possible that his younger sister is afforded special treatment, requiring his attentive care? The system continued. The system greatly admires the host's willingness to assist other children of destiny. However, the other children of destiny are adults, capable of resolving their own matters. Unnamed, remains in the womb, unable to fend for herself, thus requiring the host's assistance. It has now been detected that Unnamed is being targeted by the malevolent entity. Ling Shouyuan, who has employed a sealing technique, the host is needed to assist in breaking the seal. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 78. The Great Unsealing Technique. Upon the completion of the system's explanation, Fang Chen was profoundly shaken. Why had Master Ling suddenly sealed my sister? Had he turned into an evil being? The system elaborated. In an attempt to eradicate the demonic energy within Unnamed, Ling Shouyuan forcibly delayed Unnamed's birth, thereby causing Unnamed to miss the opportune moment. Furthermore, he even endeavored to establish a master-disciple bond with Unnamed, preventing Unnamed from following the meticulously crafted path to enlightenment that the system and the host had orchestrated, which would squander our painstaking efforts. Does the host not perceive him as a wicked cultivator? Fang Chen retorted, Your mother's banana has a large pineapple. I have your intricate schemes and elaborate arrangements. Such efforts would be better wasted. Fang Chen began to understand. Although he was unaware of how his parents had encountered Ling Xiuyuan, he could surmise that Ling Xiuyuan was attempting to heal his sister and had even entertained thoughts of taking her as a disciple. For a great ascension cultivator to personally intervene in healing and seek to take on a disciple was an extraordinary fortune for any cultivator in the world. Countless years of burning incense, praying, and performing virtuous deeds could not yield such a blessing. Yet, in the system's narrative, Ling Xiuyuan was branded as an evil cultivator? Fang Chen felt an urgent need to scrutinize the system's mental state. I do not believe Ling Xiuyuan is a good person, Fang Chen scoffed in response. The system replied, not at all. The host must adopt the correct attitude, recognize the enemy's stance, and clarify their own principles, actively eliminate their entire family, and assist, unnamed, in achieving enlightenment. Otherwise, should the nefarious Ling Xiuyuan succeed, unnamed will likely ascend to the celestial realm as nothing more than an ordinary great ascension cultivator. A mediocrity. Observing, unnamed, descend into such a dismal fate, do you not feel a pang of sorrow? Fang Chen? Fang Chen's inner thoughts erupted in a torrent of expletives. An ordinary great ascension cultivator? Ascending to the celestial realm is a mediocrity? System, are you out of your mind? While scrawling the character for tragic on his thigh, he cursed vehemently. Damn it. Is such an ending truly described as dismal? If I were to perish at the hands of the child of destiny, what would such an ending be called? The system responded, my evaluation is a legacy that will resonate through the ages, a contribution that should be etched into history. Ensuring the host's name is immortalized on a stone monument, recited by generations to come in gratitude for the host's contributions to the world. Indeed. Should I erect a monument for you as well? Fang Chen scoffed at the system's flamboyant claims. You wretched creature. All you do is brainwash me daily. The system replied, the host's agreement with the system's statement brings me great joy. However, the host need not erect a monument for me. I am merely a tool of the host, lacking the host's noble and unparalleled character, unworthy to stand beside the host in such commemoration. Fang Chen, are you truly out of breath from being called fat? Subsequently, seizing the moment of silence from Fang Chen, the system began to speak. In order to assist, unnamed, in continuing down the path of fraternal vengeance, the host shall automatically learn celestial art, great unsealing technique. This celestial art will perfectly resolve the sealing techniques of the ascendant stage for the host. Please, host, proceed to unseal, unnamed. As soon as these words were uttered, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. How could a mere foundation stage cultivator possibly learn celestial arts? This was truly beyond comprehension. With this thought, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Perhaps it was time to erect a monument in gratitude to the system. Then, a thought struck Fang Chen, prompting him to inquire, System, how can I possibly learn celestial arts? Moreover, will I be capable of utilizing them? Celestial arts, such divine techniques. Did he possess the ability to wield them? The system elucidated. Thus, the host shall practice great unsealing technique. As for the usage of celestial arts, the host need not worry. The system has already facilitated this for you. Now, please proceed to master great unsealing technique. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen felt an immense sense of contentment. Indeed, even if the system could be rather uncooperative at times, when it came to imparting skills, it was always generous and considerate in its aftercare. If only the system would refrain from assigning bizarre tasks and focus solely on providing techniques. As Fang Chen reveled in his praise of the system, suddenly he was inundated with an enigmatic and profound piece of information. This was the information pertaining to celestial art, great unsealing technique. Simultaneously, it felt as though his body instinctively remembered something. Whenever he wished, he could adeptly wield this celestial art. With the possession of this unsealing technique, he could perceive and dismantle myriad seals of the mortal realm. Reflecting upon the contents of the celestial art, Fang Chen murmured to himself, from this moment forth, all seals in this world shall appear to him as if they were utterly exposed. Even if he lacked understanding, having never studied sealing techniques, he would still possess the ability to unseal them. However, soon after, Fang Chen rose with great delight and turned his gaze toward Yixiong, inquiring, how did you fare? Yixiong replied, all is well. Let me see. As Fang Chen approached to inspect the pond, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss with Yixiong. His brows furrowed as he perceived an ominous black aura subtly coursing beneath Yixiong's black and white fur. This aura was foreign to Yixiong, exceedingly peculiar and secretive, resembling tranquil waters, seemingly harmless. What is this? Fang Chen gazed at Yixiong, astonished. It was evident that there was a grave issue within Yixiong's body. Someone had undoubtedly sealed this terrifying black aura within him. Yixiong, frowning, retorted, "What are you asking? I am merely an ordinary Qiankuan sacred tiger with an imperial bloodline. I did not inquire about that," Fang Chen interrupted, pressing down on Yixiong's spine, stating, "There is a black aura here. Can you see it?" Yixiong immediately froze, asking, "What black aura?" "This one, within your body," Fang Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Yixiong felt a sudden jolt in his heart, swiftly turning his gaze backwards, his head tilted back in desperation. "Where is it? Don't bother looking. You probably haven't even noticed its presence." Fang Chen furrowed his brow, deducing that this must be something sealed within you. "Allow me to assist you in removing it." Through the great unsealing technique, Fang Chen discerned that the aura of this dark energy was not particularly formidable, nor did it impede Yixiong's movements. However, considering that neither of them had sensed the other's existence previously, Fang Chen felt it prudent to expunge it without delay. "All right." Yixiong nodded fervently, a hint of panic in his demeanor. Fang Chen's sudden seriousness made him somewhat anxious. Subsequently, Fang Chen performed the hand seals of the great unsealing technique. And as the intricate gestures took form, a mysterious power emerged, which he promptly directed towards Yixiong. With a resounding clap, wisps of dark energy surged forth from Yixiong's 7 orifices. Yixiong watched in astonishment, bewildered by the unexpected presence of these entities within his body. As the dark energy manifested, it initially coalesced in midair, only to suddenly emit a terrified shriek. "Ah!" In the next moment, the dark energy gradually dissipated. Observing this, Yixiong was left in a daze, followed by a profound expression of admiration towards Fang Chen. Brother Chen is truly remarkable. Not only is he immensely powerful, but he also possesses knowledge of sealing techniques. How astonishing is that? Chapter 79. The resurrected celestial demon should be fine now. Fang Chen murmured, a hint of uncertainty lingering in his heart. After all, he was not well versed in sealing techniques. Yet, he could distinctly sense that the formidable power had dissipated entirely. At that moment, Yixiong looked up with a fawning expression and said, "Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable." Fang Chen placed a finger to his lips and shushed him. "No flattery. It breeds arrogance. What's wrong with being proud? With your exceptional abilities, pride is only fitting." Yixiong retorted, akin to an eager sycophant. He then added with a grin, "Since you're so capable, could you assist me in figuring out how to lift the beast's slave seal?" Upon hearing this, Fang Chen merely stroked the tiger's head, smiling silently at him. Yixiong's grin faltered, and he turned away to rummage in the pond. As Fang Chen was about to return to examine his spoils, the voice of Hua Qirong echoed from outside. "Fang Chen." "Elder Hua, what brings you here?" Fang Chen raised an eyebrow and stepped outside. Upon exiting, his gaze fell upon Hua Qirong, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, an alluring scent of herbs wafting gently from her, refreshing his senses. Besides Hua Qirong, he noticed Ling Shouyuan's presence. His attire was, well, it mattered little to Fang Chen. "Master Ling, you are here as well," Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Elder Hua and I have come to seek you out to confirm a matter," Ling Shouyuan replied with a smile. "Then please, come in and make yourselves comfortable," Fang Chen said cheerfully. At his words, Hua Qirong's expression shifted. This young man, how could he fail to pay his respects to the master? Did he not fear reprimand? However, upon seeing Ling Shouyuan nonchalantly enter without a care, she smacked her forehead. "Oh, I forgot. His status is quite different." "Master, may I inquire what you wish to confirm?" Fang Chen asked, following Ling Shouyuan into the courtyard. Ling Shouyuan walked directly to Yixiong's side, observing him as he busily dug a hole, not bothering to look back as he stated, "Elder Hua, please elucidate the sequence of events to him." Of course, Hua Qirong recounted the tale, albeit omitting the details regarding Jiang Ningyi's use of the great teleportation talisman and Fang Chen's flickering life lamp. The former was a confidentiality request made by Jiang Ningyi, while the latter was something Hua Qirong felt had been previously concealed from Ling Shouyuan, and revealing it now might cause him discontent. As Fang Chen absorbed the shocking revelation of Yixiong's escape, realizing the immense turmoil and the conspiracy lurking beneath it, he was left in a state of shock. One thought resonated in his mind. Yixiong was indeed a fitting minor adversary for Jiang Ningyi, the child of fortune. What a commotion this has stirred. Meanwhile, Yixiong was equally stunned. He lifted his head from the pit, his gaze vacant, murmuring, "Was I deceived?" Upon hearing Hua Qirong mention that he was tricked by the formidable demon controlled by Yu Chang, the world seemed to crumble around him. The once beloved beast elder in the beast prison, who had gifted him the Yin Yang furnace array plate, he had studied for 2.5 years. Was all fade? What, then, was truly real? Ling Shouyuan smiled softly and remarked, "Indeed, you were designed. From the very beginning, you had no hope of escape." At that moment, the winged fiend succumbed to profound sorrow, wailing uncontrollably. After casting a silencing spell upon him, Ling Shouyuan allowed him to weep in silence. He then addressed Fang Chen, saying, "I have come to examine the condition of the winged fiend primarily because I have uncovered Yu Chang's sinister plot. I suspect that his myriad machinations are aimed at executing a forbidden spell known as blood sacrifice of the demonic body." Fang Chen was taken aback. Blood sacrifice of the demonic body? What is that? Shearing was internally astonished, not by the spell itself, but by Ling Shouyuan's forthrightness in revealing such information to Fang Chen. The blood sacrifice of the demonic body is a method for resurrecting a celestial demon. Ling Shouyuan continued in a measured tone. This spell requires the sacrifice of a sufficient number of blood demonic slaves to form a blood demon array. By harnessing the power of this array, one can awaken the intended resurrection target, ultimately preparing a formidable vessel for the revived entity. The target of resurrection is a dark shadow celestial demon that I, along with the sword Old Ghost, vanquished during the Great Ascension period. I have sensed the presence of the blood demon array and the dark shadow celestial demon from the remains of those 3 beast corpses. Yu Chang's method is deceptively simple. The flesh and blood grinding array is merely a fade. He has actually sacrificed these beasts to secretly construct the blood demon array to awaken the dark shadow celestial demon. Subsequently, the winged fiend will first utilize the yin-yang furnace to perfectly devour Jiang Zhenjuan. If the winged fiend succeeds, the dark shadow celestial demon hidden within him will consume the winged fiend, acquiring the most perfect vessel. Conversely, should the winged fiend fail and be slain by Jiang Zhenjuan, Yu Chang possesses another means to resurrect the dark shadow celestial demon. The demon sealed within the winged fiend will absorb the purest essence of the imperial bloodline, silently infiltrating Jiang Zhenjuan's body. Given Jiang Zhenjuan's strength, he would likely remain oblivious to the demon's presence. At the opportune moment, he will be completely consumed by the dark shadow celestial demon, heralding its return. Upon finishing his explanation, Fang Chen, Shearing, and the winged fiend were left in stunned silence. None had anticipated that Yu Chang's objective was to resurrect a celestial demon of the Great Ascension stage. Therefore, Elder Hua, your previous assertion that Yu Chang harbored benevolent intentions in driving away the other disciples was not born of kindness. Rather, it was because those disciples possessed mixed bloodlines. Their demise would corrupt the blood demon array and jeopardize the resurrection of the dark shadow celestial demon. Ling Shouyuan smiled slightly, recalling that he had once heard about the tricks of the blood demon array from his now-deceased master. Little did he know he would witness it again in this lifetime. Shearing replied, "I am enlightened, master. However, why would Yu Chang conspire with the celestial demon clan to commit such heinous acts?" Ling Shouyuan chuckled softly. "He's already deceased, and I can no longer ascertain the reasons behind his actions. Perhaps he was unwittingly ensnared by the demon clan at some point. You must thoroughly investigate this matter to ensure that such disruptive elements do not continue to lurk within our sect." Shearing nodded affirmatively. Beside her, the winged fiend, rendered mute by a spell, stood vacantly with his mouth agape. He realized, to his dismay, that he had not only been exploited but was also seen as a mere tool for resurrection due to his noble bloodline. The winged fiend collapsed, his body sagging, his eyes dull. Upon his entry into the beast prison and the awakening of his imperial bloodline, he had been surrounded by acolytes. Even Elder Yu Chang, who oversaw the beast prison, had treated him with exceptional kindness, often personally massaging him. He had believed it was due to his overwhelming presence. Now, he comprehended that he had been ensnared in a scheme. This world is exceedingly treacherous. Ling Shouyuan continued, "Now, Fang Chen, I have come to extract the last remnant of the shadow demon's soul hidden within the winged fiend's body. The shadow demon excels in concealment. Even I cannot discern its presence unless I focus intently. Otherwise, I would have seen through it at the 1,000-year volcano. As for you all, even if you exert every ounce of strength, capturing such an adeptly hidden demon is futile. Now, concentrate and observe closely as I draw it out. Pay attention and learn well. If you grasp even a fraction of this, it will greatly benefit your encounters with demons." Shearing immediately responded, "Understood." Meanwhile, Fang Chen suddenly perceived something, his expression turning peculiarly strange. "All right, I am here to rescue you," Ling Shouyuan said as he dispelled the mute spell and approached the winged fiend. The winged fiend expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Ling." Ling Shouyuan placed a hand upon the winged fiend's head, his gaze profound, shimmering with a faint violet light. However, after merely glancing twice, he became transfixed, his face registering disbelief. He shook his head, inhaled deeply, then lowered his gaze, his violet eyes blazing as they fixed intently on the winged fiend. After a moment, his pupils constricted, and he closed his eyes. 2 breaths later, he opened them again, staring intently for a while before revealing a look of astonishment. His expression now tinged with an unprecedented sense of despair. Shearing began to sense something was amiss. This doesn't make sense. Why is it taking so long? But upon witnessing Ling Shouyuan's exceedingly grim countenance, she wisely lowered her head, feigning ignorance. Shearing was astute, however, a certain tiger was far from wise. As Ling Shouyuan remained silent, still searching, the winged fiend cautiously inquired, "Master Ling, have you found anything?" Silence. Why the impatience? The shadow demon is formidable. It is not so easily found. If you rush me, do you believe it won't devour you? Ling Shouyuan barked, then cast another mute spell on the winged fiend. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly closed his eyes. In the next moment, when he opened them, they had fully transformed into a shade of purple. His hands began to weave frantically, conjuring countless phantoms. "Commence!" With the conclusion of his incantation, Ling Shouyuan shouted, his purple eyes shifting to gold. And he fixed his gaze resolutely upon the winged fiend's body. Fang Chen, witnessing all of this, could only stare in astonishment. Chapter 80. The fifth child of destiny. At this moment, Yixiong observed that Ling Shouyuan's golden, clear eyes were filled with an endless daze. The atmosphere was profoundly silent. Ling Shouyuan remained speechless, his ears inexplicably beginning to flush a delicate shade of red. Meanwhile, Shearing realized that Ling Shouyuan was utterly at a loss regarding the shadow demon. Thus, she cast her gaze deeply toward the heavens, pressing her lips tightly together. Too fearful to look at Ling Shouyuan, lest she inadvertently burst into laughter. At that moment, Ling Shouyuan closed his eyes, the golden light receding, and said, "If you wish to laugh, then do so, do not stifle it." With a soft laugh, Shearing instantly lost her composure. Her lovely face betraying an uncontrollable urge to laugh, yet she still managed to suppress it, her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly said, "No, master, I am not laughing at you. I merely recalled something amusing." However, after speaking, she obediently sealed her lips. Too much talk leads to mistakes. Ling Shouyuan fell into silence, and after a moment, he lamented, "This matter must not be disclosed. Otherwise, I shall dismantle Lingyun Peak." "Understood." Shearing nodded earnestly. "Please leave now," Ling Shouyuan added. Without a word, Shearing turned and exited. Subsequently, Ling Shouyuan deployed a soundproof barrier and turned to Fang Chen, saying, "Now, speak. What transpired?" He surmised that this incident was undoubtedly linked to Fang Chen, hence he had asked Shearing to depart, intending to interrogate Fang Chen privately. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen effortlessly feigned confusion. "Huh? What? Do not pretend. The disappearance of the shadow demon is undoubtedly related to you," Ling Shouyuan asserted. He had indeed experienced fleeting moments of doubt, wondering if perhaps the shadow demon was not present. However, upon glimpsing Fang Chen's guilty demeanor and his shifty eyes, he was certain that Fang Chen had a hand in it. Reluctantly, Fang Chen abandoned his act and forced a laugh. "Master, indeed, your insight is unparalleled. I am in awe. I confess, I inadvertently released the shadow demon, but it seems it perished the moment it emerged." A flicker of shock illuminated Ling Shouyuan's eyes as he inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment before responding, "It was destined to die." "Why?" Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Ling Shouyuan did not answer, but instead retracted the silent spell and inquired of Yixiong, "Did you utilize your bloodline power?" "Yes, master. My bloodline ability can heal injuries. So when Fang Chen nearly struck me down, I employed it." Yixiong replied candidly. Fang Chen was stunned, realizing then why Yixiong had been able to recover fully after experiencing the fiery killing technique. It turned out he had expended his imperial bloodline power. Ling Shouyuan pressed further, "After utilizing your bloodline, did you notice any abnormalities?" "Yes." Yixiong pondered briefly before hesitating. "I seem to feel no fatigue at all." At that moment, he had indeed felt a pang of distress, for the bloodline power could only be used once over an extended period, and its depletion would typically render one languid and weak. At that time, he was still quite anxious, fearing that he would be unable to utilize the power of his bloodline as a trump card to escape from the Danran sect. However, he later discovered that the bloodline power seemed to still be at his disposal. Moreover, he was alive and well, showing no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Subsequently, Yixiong even contemplated feigning death to deceive Fang Chen, intending to harness the bloodline power for recovery before making his escape. Unfortunately, when Shearing arrived, she immediately bound him tightly, thus depriving him of any chance to flee. You consumed all the blood energy of the blood demon array to feed the shadow demon. So of course you're not tired, Ling Shouyuan remarked nonchalantly. Really? Yixiong was taken aback. Indeed, Ling Shouyuan nodded slightly. The blood energy provided by the blood demon array entered your body, and you inadvertently utilized it. Otherwise, the shadow demon, empowered by that blood energy, could have easily devoured you. Because you absorbed his blood energy, he was left with little strength. Once released by Fang Chen, he quickly perished. Even Ling Shouyuan could not help but marvel at Yixiong's remarkable fortune. By sheer happenstance, he had managed to resolve his life and death crisis. Truly, as a beast endowed with an imperial bloodline, his luck was astonishingly extraordinary. Yixiong realized that he had indeed ventured perilously close to the gates of death. Then, with a glint in his eye, Yixiong spoke. So, does this mean I can use the blood demon array in the future to restore my bloodline power? Certainly, Ling Shouyuan replied. The blood energy from the blood demon array can even resurrect a great ascension stage demon. Restoring your bloodline power is trivial in comparison. Then, Master, where can I learn this array? Yixiong inquired with a flattering smile. Ling Shouyuan smiled in response. Take a guess where you might learn it. And also, after you've mastered it, how many punches do you think I could use to defeat you? Yixiong, I think I'll pass on learning. Meanwhile, Fang Chen suddenly stroked his chin, his mind racing with thoughts. The blood demon array could use blood energy not only to heal injuries but also to resurrect individuals? If I were to master this array, then insert myself into it and initiate a loop, well, what are you contemplating? Ling Shouyuan suddenly fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, speaking in a low tone. Fang Chen, with a righteous expression, replied, I'm not thinking anything. I'm different from him. Do not entertain any dubious ideas. Absorbing a little blood energy from the blood demon array poses no threat. But if you personally operate this array, you will gradually succumb to the shadow demon. At that point, you will fare worse than those who cultivate demonic arts, becoming a mindless and irrational monster. Moreover, the blood demon array is not infallible. It can sometimes backfire, Ling Shouyuan admonished Fang Chen. He then pointed at Yixiong, saying, Look at him. He likely absorbed the blood energy from the blood demon array and now appears somewhat dim-witted. Do you wish to end up like him? Fang Chen immediately shook his head. I do not want that. At that moment, Yixiong felt an intense humiliation within, secretly vowing, once I become the demon emperor, I shall go to Chizuan Mountain and relieve myself, forcing you, Ling Shouyuan, to clean up after me. Subsequently, Ling Shouyuan inquired, There is one more matter that perplexes me. How did you discover the shadow demon and subsequently release it? His gaze was tinged with astonishment. The shadow demon had been sealed within the body of the winged beast by Yu Chong, whose sealing prowess was exceptionally formidable. How could Fang Chen have possibly uncovered it? Clearing his throat, Fang Chen replied, I possess certain unique techniques that are not widely known. Upon hearing this, Ling Shouyuan regarded Fang Chen with a profound gaze before stating, Very well, I shall not press you further. However, it appears that you must have achieved remarkable accomplishments in the art of sealing. Quite impressive indeed. Once you have the strength to safeguard this secret, do remember to come and discuss it with me. Yes. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Then, recalling a question he had intended to pose to Ling Shouyuan earlier that morning, he could not help but ask, Master Ling, may I inquire about something? Ling Shouyuan raised an eyebrow. What is your question? Fang Chen continued. Is it true that Wan'er is aware of your extraordinary abilities? In his view, Wan'er's demeanor did not quite resemble that of a grandmaster's daughter. I don't believe she regards me as anything more than a mere spirit mine worker, Ling Shouyuan replied. Shaking his head, Fang Chen was taken aback but soon came to a realization, feeling a deep sense of admiration as he remarked, Indeed, you are worthy of your reputation. Your realm is indeed unparalleled. Fearing that his status as a master might lead to Wan'er becoming complacent, he had chosen to conceal his identity, allowing her to endure greater trials. One must admit, Ling Shouyuan was a senior whom he greatly respected, approachable yet immensely powerful. Furthermore, his explanations were thorough and never shrouded in mystery. Regarding his daughter's education, he was equally generous, preferring to let her grow through adversity rather than indulging her. Truly, a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. However, Ling Shouyuan waved his hand dismissively. I do not concern myself with such matters. I merely fear that if Wan'er were to discover my exceptional cultivation, she might blame me for not assisting Shaoqing. Fang Chen, eager to ingratiate himself, remained silent. Soon after, seeing that matters were settled, Ling Shouyuan dismantled the soundproof formation and departed, unwilling to engage in farewells with Hua Qirong after the earlier embarrassment. Once Ling Shouyuan vanished, Fang Chen hurried outside to inform Hua Qirong. Although she was keen to learn about the ultimate fate of the shadow demon, she refrained from asking, wary of Ling Shouyuan's proximity. Instead, she reminded Fang Chen to visit Lingyun Peak next time for an in-depth conversation. Fang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. After witnessing Hua Qirong transform into a streak of light and disappear into the horizon, Fang Chen returned to the courtyard and addressed the winged beast. So, it turns out your bloodline power can also heal others? Why did you not mention this sooner? Clarify this for me. Can you also assist in healing my injuries? Fang Chen recalled that the last time the winged beast had unleashed its bloodline power, he had experienced a refreshing sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. Perhaps it could aid him in recovering from his wounds. With this thought, he felt a surge of envy for the winged beast. These individuals, endowed with exceptional talent from birth, seem so formidable, unlike myself, who feels utterly pitiful. Originally disheartened by Ling Shouyuan's criticisms, Yixiong could not help but murmur. What is there to heal? You resurrect at will. It is not my place to assist you. Fang Chen, suddenly struck by realization, responded, how true. If you can resurrect directly, what need is there for healing? With that in mind, I shall no longer envy Yixiong. With a disdainful sneer, he thought, a worthless bloodline. Yixiong, overwhelmed by frustration, exclaimed, how I long to take a life. At that moment, Fang Chen intended to examine the contents of the storage ring belonging to those 8 unfortunate souls transformed by divine energy. Just then, a chime echoed through the air. The system's voice resounded, detecting the presence of a child of destiny. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. What could it be? Is another child of destiny approaching? He pondered, is the presence of such beings so common in this world? In a hurry, he scanned his surroundings, eager to identify the location of this child of destiny. At that instant, the system announced, detection complete. Child of destiny, Yixiong. Fang Chen's gaze swiftly fell upon Yixiong, whose face was a canvas of rage and humiliation, and he found himself momentarily stunned, unable to suppress his bewilderment as he uttered, Chapter 81. The Heir of Fortune Detected, Shaoqing. In Fang Chen's mind, a singular thought persisted. How did this fool suddenly become the heir of fortune? The system explained, Yixiong, due to an excessively potent bloodline. Awakened too late and was thus regarded as a worthless being, enduring scorn and ultimately being betrayed by the 9th prince, Imu. He fled to the battlefield of immortals and demons, only to be captured and returned to Damran's sect, where he was ultimately schemed against by Yu Chang in the beast prison. Originally, Yixiong was meant to engage in a fierce battle with the heir of fortune, Jiang Ningyi. After both suffered grievous injuries, he was slain by Jiang Ningyi, and subsequently, his bloodline and soul were devoured by the shadow demon, transforming into a demon tiger. In the end, the demon tiger would be slain by Jiang Ningyi, who activated her fatal sword intent and would be absorbed by her flying sword, thereby becoming the sword spirit of the demon tiger. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, so this is how the plot unfolds? He pondered. If not for his intervention, it would have been Jiang Ningyi imprisoned in the yin-yang furnace. After enduring a brutal battle, Yixiong would perish. However, the boss battle involving the heir of fortune always escalated. If it merely entailed vanquishing a fool, the sense of impending crisis would dissipate. Thus, the shadow demon that had consumed Yixiong appeared with a cackling laugh, intent on devouring Jiang Ningyi. In that moment, as the heir of fortune, Jiang Ningyi activated her ultimate move, swiftly eliminating the newly revived and weakened shadow demon. Ultimately, both transformed into Jiang Ningyi's sword spirit. A sword spirit is a profound entity that only manifests with the most formidable flying swords. Not all powerful flying swords possess sword spirits, but any sword that does undoubtedly signifies immense strength. As a result, Jiang Ningyi's power surged dramatically. Contemplating this, Fang Chen cast a sympathetic glance at Yixiong, reflecting, it seems I have treated you well, otherwise you would have perished long ago. Yixiong, who had been sulking, suddenly paused at these words, questioning, why? Never mind. You simply need to express your gratitude, Fang Chen replied, gently stroking Yixiong's head. Yixiong stammered, thank you. Good. Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction before pushing Yixiong's head away. As Yixiong erupted into another fit of rage, Fang Chen stepped aside and inwardly inquired, System, why has Yixiong suddenly transformed into the heir of fortune? The system responded, because the host assisted Yixiong in expelling the demons. He reclaimed his fortune and was designated as the heir of fortune. Now, to aid Yi Xiong in escaping Danran's sect, returning to the Qian Kuan sacred tiger clan, completing his vengeance, and becoming the demon emperor to safeguard the world. The host is advised to actively lead Yi Xiong away from Danran's sect, dissolve the contract with him, and nourish him with your essence to enhance his strength. It has been detected that the host's flesh is insufficiently delectable and cannot significantly augment Yi Xiong's power. Thus, the host's constitution has been upgraded, transforming into the most nourishing, supreme treasure body among the demon race. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was left in a state of shock. Supreme treasure body? He had heard of this. This physique was the most inferior among the human race, without exception. Even the derisive term supreme treasure body was coined by the demon race, as this constitution offers no benefit to its possessor whatsoever. The singular and profound purpose is to transform oneself into the coveted delicacy in the eyes of the demon clan, thereby aiding them in the augmentation of their longevity, strength, and bloodline potency. Subsequently, the blood, bones, and skin of Fang Chen undergo a metamorphosis. Nearby, Yi Xiong's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at Fang Chen, a primal thrill coursing through him, guiding his instincts. In the next instant, Yi Xiong cannot help but swallow hard, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you are quite alluring." Fang Chen, with a displeased expression, retorts, "What did you just say?" Yi Xiong immediately retracts his neck, forcing a laugh. No, I meant to say, your body seems to possess a certain fragrance reminiscent of a tender lamb I once tasted. Do you understand? Fang Chen erupts in a furious outburst. That is simply the scent of mutton, damn it. Oh, then, you smell quite mutton-like. Yi Xiong replies. Fang Chen, now incensed, threatens, damn it. I do not smell. Say that again, and I swear I will strike you down. I was wrong. Yi Xiong promptly silences himself, crouching down. Yet his nose continues to twitch involuntarily, filled with confusion. How could it be? Was Brother Chen ever so fragrant and enticing before? What is happening? Could it be that he has truly become inflated with arrogance and dares to devour his master? No, this cannot be. He must exercise restraint. Brother Chen has already been exceedingly kind to him. No ordinary cultivator would treat a beast companion so favorably. Should he opt for deep frying or stir frying? While Yi Xiong wrestles with his bewilderment, Fang Chen's countenance darkens, wishing fervently to unleash his wrath upon the system. Fortunately, the supreme treasure physique is exceedingly rare, known to almost no one. Otherwise, Yi Xiong would undoubtedly discern the nature of his constitution. As for why Fang Chen is aware of this exceedingly rare yet seemingly useless physique, it is entirely due to the original owner's efforts. The original owner had researched various tomes regarding perceived failures in order to comprehend his own condition, thus stumbling upon this information. At that moment, the system suddenly interjects. Ding, friendly reminder. It is suggested that the host could also consider offering any unwanted limbs and flesh to Yi Xiong before the beast slave mark is lifted. Although this may cause some inconvenience to the host, it would more effectively realize the host's desire to assist Yi Xiong. Fang Chen is left exasperated. What am I to do with this increasingly infuriating system? Nevertheless, after a brief fit of rage, Fang Chen takes a deep breath, striving for composure as he begins to contemplate whether Yi Xiong, as a child of destiny, could provide him the opportunity to exploit a loophole. Currently, he relies on Shaoqing for cultivation and techniques. With the aid of his sister, he continuously levels up the divine general armor. If Yi Xiong's request holds any potential for a loophole, he could certainly capitalize on it. However, after a moment of reflection, Fang Chen lets out a frustrated exclamation. Damn it. He originally thought that the supreme treasure physique, which is clearly of no benefit to him, might still prove advantageous for Yi Xiong. If that is the case, why not leverage the system's ability to resurrect and restore himself, feeding his flesh to Yi Xiong? Although it sounds rather gruesome, nurturing Yi Xiong into a formidable being is not out of the question. However, after carefully contemplating the system's warm reminder, he realized that it had effectively barred him from this path. The system suggested that if he had any unwanted limbs or flesh, he could offer them to the winged fiend, also indicating that it would lead to his own inconvenience. This clearly implied that as long as he provided those offerings to the winged fiend, they would be considered as having been relinquished by him, thus would not regenerate. Fang Chen then stroked his chin, his eyes lighting up with a sudden realization. Wait a moment, instead of feeding the winged fiend, I could offer them to others. By capturing another formidable beast companion, feeding it flesh, using poison to revive it, and establishing an infinite cycle. Wouldn't that render the demon saints less than mere dogs and the demon emperors roaming the streets? How delightful. This plan was indeed feasible, exceedingly so. Fang Chen almost instantaneously solidified his intention to exploit this game mechanic. However, this scheme necessitated that he promptly elevate his cultivation. After all, his current bond with the winged fiend was only maintained with the assistance of Shearing. To capture another beast companion, his cultivation would need to surpass that of the winged fiend. Fang Chen immediately exclaimed, "Cultivate, cultivate." The winged fiend was momentarily taken aback. Had he just completed the tribulation and was already yearning to cultivate fervently? "Shengue, how eager you are." "No, how diligent." The winged fiend was so moved that it nearly drooled. Fang Chen then called out louder, "Shaoqing, you must cultivate." The winged fiend? After raising his arms in a rallying cry, Fang Chen fell into a moment of melancholy. Nonetheless, he must tread carefully to avoid those formidable demon beasts. Although as long as he was not captured by the Child of Destiny, and provided he was not in a situation where he could not even utter Li Fu or Wang Xing, he would not encounter significant trouble. Yet, no one wished to be humiliated by being caught and devoured like a feast by demon beasts. Moreover, the most critical point was that his flesh could regenerate infinitely. Should he grow stronger in the future, he might even negotiate terms with the demon beast using his own flesh. However, in his current state, if he were captured and returned to the demon realm, he would inevitably become the first walking buffet since the dawn of the demon realm. Even Tang Sung had not faced such a dire fate. Fang Chen lamented, "I just wonder if I will ever encounter my monkey in this lifetime." Fang Chen, what monkey could possibly be more formidable than me? Rest assured, though I once sought to end your life, I shall now protect you at all costs, declared the winged fiend with righteous fervor. Really? Fang Chen shot him a sidelong glance. The winged fiend nodded earnestly, a sincerity that transcended the boundaries of human and demon evident upon its fierce countenance. Fang Chen, moved by this display, extended his arm before the winged fiend. The winged fiend instinctively opened its mouth. Boom. The winged fiend immediately received a significant slap. Fang Chen admonished, "Practice your self-control. In the future, you must resist temptation. Otherwise, you will become nothing more than a mere morsel. Understand?" He understood that the allure of the supreme treasure's human form was overwhelmingly tempting to demon beasts. Therefore, to prevent the winged fiend from inadvertently biting him, he resolved to occasionally employ fishing tactics to train the winged fiend's self-control. Of course, this was certainly not an opportunity to take advantage of the tiger. Yixiong covered his face, overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation. Subsequently, Fang Chen turned and walked back, intending to examine the storage rings of the 8 unfortunate souls who had reached the transformation stage. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed again, detected the Child of Destiny, Shaoqing. Chapter 82. The current state of Shaoqing. The system spoke. Currently detected. The Child of Fortune, Shaoqing, will engage in a contest for the fire spirits at the 10,000-year volcano. Upon successfully refining 4 fire spirits, he will establish a foundation in the heavenly Tao, achieving the first tier of foundation establishment. Due to possessing numerous fire spirits, he will possess the capability to combat beyond his level, typically able to defeat second-tier foundation establishment cultivators, and with full exertion, he may overcome those at the 3rd tier. In life and death situations, he can even unleash the combat power of a 4th-tier foundation establishment. Fang Chen was taken aback. How had Shaoqing suddenly reached foundation establishment? Previously, he had provided Shaoqing with a technique and a vial brimming with shattered jade pills, believing that this would suffice for Shaoqing's relentless cultivation over the course of half a month. Despite such diligence, even with the aid of a fire spirit king, Shaoqing had only attained the 9th tier of qi refinement. Yet now, with the fire spirit king taken from him, how had Shaoqing's cultivation and combat prowess not diminished, but rather ascended? Fang Chen inquired. System. I seek to understand why his cultivation and combat strength have surged so unexpectedly. The system replied, "This is Shaoqing's opportunity." What sort of extraordinary opportunity is this? Fang Chen was astonished. The system continued. Following the onset of the fire spirit tide, all fire spirits have sustained injuries from numerous divine transformation cultivators. Subsequently, Shaoqing will acquire 4 high-quality fire spirits. With their assistance, not only will he transcend levels, but he will also gain access to the considerably more formidable fire spirit killing technique. It is entirely normal for his overall combat capability to experience a dramatic increase. Fang Chen was rendered speechless. Could it truly be played in such a manner? He had initially assumed that taking the Fire Spirit King would significantly diminish Shaoqing's cultivation. Yet now, although Shaoqing lacked the promising Fire Spirit King, he had instead gained a multitude of exquisite fire spirits. His cultivation had advanced rather than regressed. Wait. If that is the case, Then he should have had this opportunity from the start. Fang Chen recalled another matter and asked. It was known that, according to the original script, Rao and her companions would inevitably force the Fire Spirit King to trigger the Fire Spirit Tide, resulting in many injured fire spirits. Just as today. If so, why had Shaoqing not absorbed them earlier? The system explained, because the Fire Spirit King is exceptionally troublesome. Absorbing it would plunge Shaoqing into a deep slumber, preventing him from absorbing any other injured fire spirits. Now, the fire spirits he is absorbing are not as formidable as the Fire Spirit King, thus he does not need to sleep, allowing him ample time to take in more fire spirits. Fang Chen. He had always believed that Shaoqing's 9th-tier Qi refinement cultivation stemmed from the vial of shattered jade pills he provided, combined with Shaoqing's relentless efforts in the absorption of the Fire Spirit King. Only now did he realize that Shaoqing had also been in a dormant state for a period of time. Such talent. Truly extraordinary. Fang Chen murmured. Is this the true worth of a top-tier genius? Each revelation continually reshapes his understanding of this world. The system continued, after assessment. The host now possesses a 100% chance of defeating the Child of Fortune without needing to enhance his cultivation. However, it is requested that the host consciously refrain from surpassing Shaoqing's cultivation level in order to assist him in his advancement, ultimately meeting his demise at Shaoqing's hands. Fang Chen promptly silenced the latter part of the system's statement, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He intended to venture to the 10,000-year volcano to ascertain the situation. The system indicated that Shaoqing had acquired 4 fire sha through competition with others, thus attaining the first level of foundation establishment. If I were to assist him in seizing more fire sha, would it not enable Shaoqing to refine an even greater quantity? Under the relentless regimen of 12 hours a day of continuous refining, it is conceivable that he might surpass his current combat prowess before the impending life and death duel. Consequently, would I not also enhance my own cultivation? Fang Chen immediately resolved to venture forth and aid Shaoqing in his training. A little exertion on my part could yield benefits for both of us. However, he suddenly paused, struck by a revelation. He sensed he had overlooked a crucial aspect. With this thought, Fang Chen promptly abandoned his plan to head to the 10,000-year volcano and instead set his course towards the mountain summit. Meanwhile, within the pavilion of Lin Yunhe, Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao had already taken their leave. The couple had intended to engage in further heartfelt conversation with Fang Chen, but their current state was far from ideal. Although Ling Shuyuan had assisted them in dispelling the demonic energy, they still required a period of recuperation at home. To avoid causing Fang Chen undue concern, they dared not even bid him farewell in person. Alas, they were all pitiable souls. Lin Yunhe shook his head as he observed the couple's departing figures. Upon returning to the pavilion, he discovered, unbeknownst to him, a crimson leaf quietly floating upon the stone table. The leaf emanated a robust vitality, invigorating the spirit and providing an exquisite sense of refreshment. Lin Yunhe's eyes widened in astonishment as he involuntarily exclaimed, "Celestial longevity leaf?" He was acutely aware that this was a rare treasure capable of restoring one's lifespan. Lin Yunhe swiftly recognized that the couple had undoubtedly left this celestial longevity leaf due to his sacrifice of a century of lifespan, to ensure he would accept it. Fang Jioding had intentionally refrained from presenting it directly, instead leaving it discreetly in the pavilion. After gazing at the celestial longevity leaf for a considerable time, he sighed deeply. This fool. I have burned a century of lifespan and have no need for such a precious treasure. It truly is a waste. Nevertheless, as he spoke, a mixture of emotion and bitterness welled up within his eyes. Throughout his long journey in cultivation, countless years had passed, with people coming and going from his life, yet only Fang Jioding remained steadfast by his side, just as in the beginning. He could still faintly recall the naive countenance of the young Fang Jioding from years past, which had not changed much even now. Beside the celestial longevity leaf lay a jade slip. Lin Yunhe wiped the corners of his eyes, filled with boundless sentiment and reminiscence, picked up the jade slip, and infused it with spiritual energy. Initially, there was a profound silence, and just as Lin Yunhe began to suspect something was amiss, the jade slip suddenly resonated with Fang Jioding's voice. This celestial longevity leaf is red, the same color as my son's divine general armor. The crimson divine general armor can only be possessed by those who have awakened the divine general S-bone. At that moment, Lin Yunhe's emotions were abruptly halted. Ah, Fang Jioding, I will make you pay for this. Congratulations, Shuha. I hear your granddaughter is now able to cultivate. Is that not so? Thank you. Thank you. It is all thanks to everyone's blessings. Ha. This is what you deserve. I always said that with a lifetime of virtue and good deeds, nothing would happen to your granddaughter. At this moment, within the courtyard of the reflective light lake mountain, four elderly men gathered together in conversation. The courtyard, being of little significance in the Danran sect, typically served as a place for these old men to idly pass the time. Among them, one elderly gentleman in brocade robes was Chuhi. However, he was no longer the somber figure he once was, his face now radiating joy. The reason was simple. Chuchiner could begin her cultivation. This news brought tears of joy to Chuhi's eyes. After years of waiting and dedication, the fruits of his labor were finally coming to bear. Greetings, esteemed seniors. At that moment, a voice resounded from the entrance. Fang Chen had arrived. The four elders turned their gazes toward the door in unison. Upon seeing Fang Chen, their expressions subtly shifted. He was not someone to be trifled with. With a sigh in his heart, Chuhi knew he must receive him despite the risk. He stepped forward and inquired with a smile, Fang Chen, what brings you here? Fang Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he cleared his throat. Ahem, it's like this, Senior Chu. I wish to inquire if the life and death duel can be postponed. At his words, the four elders were taken aback. Postponed? Why would it need to be postponed? Their immediate reaction was one of suspicion. What scheme was this fellow concocting now? Had he discovered another loophole in the regulations? Fang Chen waved his hand. The reasons are rather complex. I simply wish to know if a postponement is possible. The elders exchanged glances, bewildered. Can one even postpone a life and death duel? They recalled that during the last contract signing, Fang Chen had been eager to eliminate Xiaoqing without delay. They distinctly remembered him wishing to end Xiaoqing's life the very next day after forming the contract. Is it possible? Fang Chen pressed as the elders remained silent. Finally, it was Chu He who, with some reluctance, replied, while the courtyard currently lacks specific regulations regarding postponements, it should be feasible if you and Xiaoqing both agree. May I ask how long you intend to postpone it? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy, and without hesitation, he declared, 1,000,000,000 years. The four elders instantly widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 83, The Fiery Heart District. At this moment, the four elderly men of the Duel Academy were besieged by a cacophony of thoughts. A singular notion reverberated in their minds. Is this the heaven's way of punishing us for our decades of idleness and our twilight years? Fang Chen is clearly seeking trouble. He felt a sense of suffocation as he glanced at Fang Chen's cultivation level. With his foundational stage prowess, he could only discern that Fang Chen was at the third tier of Qi refinement. Third tier of Qi refinement. He pondered. Has this fellow already learned of Xiaoqing's advancement to the fourth tier of Qi refinement and, fearing defeat in their life and death struggle, begun to devise some underhanded scheme to forcefully conclude this duel? Just days prior, he had witnessed Xiaoqing practicing martial arts at the foot of the mountain, clearly indicating the youth's ascension to the fourth tier. Hence, this thought plagued He. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was inwardly reveling in his calculations. Since Xiaoqing, as the son of destiny, was destined to ascend to the ranks of immortals, if he could successfully delay the encounter, and with the system's consent, he would extract all of Xiaoqing's cultivation, enabling him to ascend right then and there. However, Fang Chen felt a twinge of regret. For if the system approved his request for a delay, his own cultivation would surge to a level capable of annihilating entire families. At that point, the divine armor would cease its automatic cultivation. What a pity. Yet, if he lacked the divine armor, he still possessed an ancient divine body. Thus, with Xiaoqing's strength coupled with the ancient divine body, their combined might would be insurmountable. Nonetheless, despite his inner glee, Fang Chen was acutely aware of the grim and unpredictable realities. After all, setting aside whether the system would allow him to exploit this loophole, the expressions on the faces of the four elderly men were decidedly unfavorable. It seemed implausible that they would acquiesce to a life and death duel set 1,000,000,000 years hence. Subsequently, He cleared his throat twice, cautiously arranging his words, and forced a chuckle. Fang Chen, this 1,000,000,000 years is simply too long. Are you jesting with us? Aha. The Zhu family lacked a robust background, and with Xiaoqing are on the verge of entering the outer sect. He was reluctant to offend Fang Chen. Nevertheless, he could not concede to such a request. The Danran sect had always emphasized that life and death duels were no trifling matter. And yet Fang Chen dared to propose a delay of 1,000,000,000 years? Has he lost his mind? Fang Chen, however, was not inclined to concede easily, and thus earnestly implored, is there truly no possibility? 1,000,000,000 years is but a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of things. The matter of attaining immortality was not something he could abandon lightly. This was his path to ascension. The four elderly men exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Some fists had already clenched in irritation. This young scion, who had previously displayed arrogance, now spoke in a tone that was both mocking and infuriating. Zhu, he forced a laugh. Ha, ha, Fang Chen, you truly have a penchant for jest. If you genuinely wish for a billion-year delay, perhaps we could release you from our end, and you could privately arrange another match with Xiaoqing? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, This old man has a clever idea. He resolved that once the life and death battle of the sect concluded, he would privately arrange a meeting with Xiaoqing to ascertain whether the system would respond. Fang Chen remarked, Senior Shu, I have taken your advice to heart. However, this life and death duel is of paramount importance. It cannot be treated lightly, and we must not hastily dissolve it. The blood of Shu he had already surged to his crown. Who, then, is trifling with this matter? Furthermore, if you refuse to dissolve it, what is the point of your counsel? He had thoroughly discerned that this scoundrel had come merely to amuse himself at the expense of the 4 elderly men. Yet, Shui dared not confront him directly and could only force a smile, saying, How about this? Given the gravity of the life and death battle, it would be prudent for both you and Xiaoqing to be present for mutual agreement. Perhaps you should first bring Xiaoqing back? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen stroked his chin and reluctantly nodded. Very well. Please give serious consideration to the suggestion of 100 million years, understood? The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Fang Chen departed, intending to seek out Xiaoqing with Yixiong. As soon as Fang Chen had left, the 4 elders were instantly filled with fury. Damn it. This is too much. That little rascal, I have never been this angry before. We must consult Elderlin. He must come and deal with this debauchee. In the 10,000-year volcano, crackling sounds echoed as flames scorched the air. The volcano remained unchanged, continuing its eternal theme of aridity and intense heat. However, the mood of the cultivators within the 10,000-year volcano was drastically different from before. At this moment, the core of the volcano had transformed into a treasure trove, with injured fire spirits scattered everywhere, making them exceedingly easy to collect, even if they had not cultivated the 10,000 spirits heart method like Xiaoqing. Acquiring fire spirits was still immensely beneficial. Not to mention the techniques, just the process of refining weapons would greatly benefit from the fire spirits, which were particularly suited for crafting magical artifacts. Thus, the 10,000-year volcano was teeming with cultivators. Yet, these practitioners did not enter the core but waited in the fire spirit zone, for a fierce battle was currently unfolding in the heart of the volcano. Master, shall we wait until the transformation stage cultivators have divided the fire spirits before we enter? Xiaoqing concealed himself within the crowd, conversing with the carefree sovereign. An ancient voice resonated within Xiaoqing, chuckling softly, Of course not. By then, the exquisite fire spirits in the core will have already been taken. We must enter now. Xiaoqing, upon hearing this, was taken aback and found himself in a dilemma. But there are so many transformation stage cultivators inside, and they have set up formations. How can I enter to collect? Without the Fire Spirit King, those in the Void Return stage and above were not particularly interested in this place. However, for cultivators at the transformation stage and below, the fire spirits were incredibly valuable. Thus, when the fire spirit tide erupted, powerful beings began to flock to Flamelight City, all intent on competing for the fire spirits. Yet at that time, the malevolent energy in the core had not fully subsided and remained exceedingly violent, causing even the transformation stage cultivators to hold their ground. Only a select few dared to probe the circumstances in the outer regions. As Fang Chen commenced his tribulation, the overwhelming celestial might instilled fear in many. It was only after the tempest of lightning subsided that this group of formidable beings felt emboldened enough to venture into the heart of the flames. Upon their entrance, they promptly expelled all cultivators below the divine transformation stage from the fiery core. Naturally, the divine transformation cultivators would first select the fire essence they desired before it would be the turn of the others. Among those expelled from the heart of the flames was Xiaoqing, who anxiously awaited his opportunity to enter. Hearing Xiaoqing's uncertainty, the carefree elder chuckled softly. Your inability does not imply my own limitations. Just follow my instructions when the time comes. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's excitement surged. Master, will you take action? The carefree elder replied with a smile. Of course, I shall not intervene. I intend to refine your skills in the process. Besides, what is there to fear from a few divine transformation cultivators? At this, Xiaoqing could not help but swallow hard. Should one not fear the divine transformation stage? Just then, a hand suddenly rested on Xiaoqing's shoulder. Startled, he instinctively turned to look. Before him stood the visage of an elderly man, who, noticing Xiao Qing's reaction, inquired gently, "Are you willing to learn my legacy?" Chapter 84. The cultivator Li Jina, the elderly man, clad in a flowing white robe, bore a solemn expression, his gaze deep and enigmatic, harboring thoughts that eluded the comprehension of others. Upon encountering the elder, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Qing's countenance, followed by hesitant words. "Senior, I apologize, but I already have a master." At that moment, the esteemed Xianxiao master spoke slowly, agreed to his request. "Let us see what he has to offer." "Master, how can this be?" Xiao Qing was taken aback. In his understanding, a day as a disciple meant a lifetime as a father. Since the Xianxiao master was already his mentor, he believed he could not pledge himself to another. Why be so rigid? There is no harm in having two masters. In my youth, I had 123 mentors, learning wherever I went. No one restricts you. The Xianxiao master replied nonchalantly. Xiao Qing was left speechless. Moreover, the Xianxiao master's tone took on a grave note. "This individual, I sense, is quite extraordinary, imbued with an inscrutable aura. Perhaps by taking him as your teacher, the legacy you inherit may also benefit me." Xiao Qing was momentarily stunned. "Master, are you suggesting that this is akin to stealing knowledge?" The Xianxiao master replied with a hint of nonchalance. "What do you mean by stealing knowledge? If his legacy is indeed remarkable, I would not mind having a 124th master. Of course, if he refuses to accept me as a disciple, I can always steal knowledge later." Xiao Qing was rendered speechless. "Master, no wonder you are left with but a soul. Is it due to your personality?" Subsequently, Xiao Qing hesitantly addressed the white-robed elder. "Senior, greetings. I wish to inquire about something, if you would permit me." "Very well." The elder nodded slowly. "Then let me ask you, can you regenerate lost limbs?" Xiao Qing was taken aback. "Huh? Can I?" The elder furrowed his brow. "I, with my current cultivation, certainly cannot." Xiao Qing stammered. "Then you have no chance to practice my techniques." Upon finishing his words, the elder displayed a hint of disdain, huffing coldly before turning to pat another individual on the shoulder. Xiao Qing was profoundly shaken. He recalled the rumors circulating in the outer sect about a madman in the Moonlight Valley who loved to ask people if they could regenerate lost limbs. This man seemed to be that very madman. The Xianxiao master, too, felt a sense of suffocation. It was not his cultivation that eluded him, but rather the workings of his mind. Nevertheless, there was no need to dwell on it. One more master was not too many, and one less was not too few. What you must do now is infiltrate the Heart of Fire region. Do you understand? Xiao Qing inquired. Then, Master, how should I proceed? As he spoke, he produced a warm heart pill and ingested it without hesitation. For cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, remaining in the fire poison zone required constant consumption of warm heart pills. Otherwise, the fire poison would invade their bodies. After consuming the pill, Xiao Qing surveyed his surroundings. He found himself near the edge of a small cliff adjacent to the Heart of Fire region, where many cultivators were observing the area. The boundary of the Heart of Fire region was marked by a formation that barred the advance of the crowd. Within the formation, bursts of magical light illuminated the heavens, with the occasional sounds of thunderous roars and anguished cries echoing through the air. Evidently, the cultivators in the transformation stage within were engaged in a spirited battle. The esteemed Elder Xiaoao remarked, "First, locate the flaw in this formation and quietly enter the Heart of Fire through that breach. Once inside, take advantage of the distraction caused by these minor transformation cultivators fighting amongst themselves and swiftly refine a fire fiend. This way, you will not need to rely on the warm heart pill any longer." Initially, Elder Xiaoao intended for Xiao Qing to find a fire fiend within the fiend zone to consume and refine, thus eliminating the necessity of constant reliance on the warm heart pill. However, due to the peculiar lightning tribulation of only the returning void stage that occurred in the early morning, the fire fiends had retreated to the Heart of Fire. Consequently, Elder Xiaoao had no choice but to instruct Xiao Qing to enter the Heart of Fire directly. He added, "As for the flaw, I have already identified it for you. Enter from the cliff space and, while navigating the formation, employ the techniques I am presently teaching you." Understood. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing was filled with exuberant delight and promptly descended. Once inside the cliff, he swiftly discovered a subterranean stone path leading to the Heart of Fire. Simultaneously, within the Heart of Fire, atop the volcano, 5 transformation stage cultivators stood quietly. Among them were the previously departed Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong, who had returned due to the fire fiends in the Heart of Fire, and Rao, uninterested in the remaining fire fiends after the demise of the Fiend King, had not accompanied them. The other 5 cultivators had originally come seeking favors and rewards from Enrao, hence they did not return with them. A few days prior, they had intended to return to deal with the fire fiends in the Heart of Fire. But upon discovering the overwhelming fiendish energy and that Fang Chen was still cultivating nearby, along with the presence of Li Fu waiting, they retreated in disappointment. It was only after the tribulation that they learned Fang Chen had concluded his trial, prompting their hurried return. Upon arrival, they encountered the 3 other transformation cultivators who had emerged from the Flame Light City. Subsequently, a titanic battle erupted among the 5. However, despite the intensity of the clash, each combatant was holding back, none truly wishing to engage in a fierce confrontation except for one among them. Now, a respite had been called amidst their conflict. As the 5 paused, a middle-aged cultivator clad in a purple robe, possessing a gentle appearance, slowly spoke. I have stated before. Let us divide this batch of fire fiends equally, each taking our share. There is no need for lethal combat. That is impossible, Yu Hailong retorted coldly. This batch of fire fiends was nearly vanquished by me and this rotund fellow. Why should we share it with you? A cold, mocking voice emerged from a red-robed elder. Nearly vanquished? Yu Hailong, spare us your jest. The aura of this by bow lantern is far more potent than your own foul stench. It is clear to all that it was Taoistan who intervened here. Do not embellish your contributions. You are the one with the foul stench. Yu Hailong seethed in fury. Enough. Let us not waste time with trivialities. Zhang Yu interjected, turning to the last bald middle-aged cultivator, Taoistly. What is your perspective on this matter? As Zhang Yu addressed him, all eyes turned silently towards the middle-aged cultivator, their gazes tinged with bemusement. This curious attention was warranted, for the middle-aged cultivator was holding a horse aloft in his hands. They found it difficult to comprehend. Although they were aware that this was the way of combat for the cultivators, they still struggled to grasp the concept. The middle-aged cultivator, Li Jina, chuckled and said, Haha. It matters not to me. I am merely here to observe the spectacle. Observe the spectacle? Are you not vying for the fire fiend? Upon hearing this, the 4 were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, during the battle, it was Li Jina who had fought with the utmost ferocity. Of course not. I have no need for that, Li Jina replied, shaking his head. I merely came to stretch my limbs. At this, the group fell silent, feeling a headache emerging. Subsequently, a single thought flickered through their minds. Truly, those from the Danran sect's Jian Peak are all rather eccentric. Then, Yu Hailong spoke up. Since you do not require it, how about we 4 divide it among ourselves? I find that agreeable, Zhang Yu nodded. Seeing this, Li Jina broke into a hearty smile and inquired, Will you continue to fight then? My horse claims it is yet to have its fill. With that, the horse he held high let out a sound akin to silver bells. Dilly Lily. The others responded with silence. Chapter 85. The emergence of Li Fu. Yu Hailong waved his hand and said, No more fighting. Collecting the fire essence is of utmost importance. Indeed, the other 3 chimed in agreement. Very well, Li Jina expressed with a hint of regret. Just moments ago, amidst all the divine transformation practitioners, it was Li Jina who had appeared most exuberant in combat. The strongest naturally prevails. Li Jina's method of fighting was also quite distinctive. His steed unleashed a myriad of spells, each exhibiting formidable power. Subsequently, the 4 descended to the ground, each intuitively taking up a position to begin gathering the fire essence. After landing, Li Jina, intending to depart, held his steed aloft. At that moment, a solemn voice emerged from behind the middle-aged man in a purple robe. Do you wish to learn my legacy? Upon hearing this, the 5 individuals froze in astonishment and turned to look. There stood Li Fu, quietly observing them, having appeared without notice. The purple-robed man immediately furrowed his brow and took a cautious step back, puzzled. Who are you? A wave of fear coursed through him. How had this individual appeared without him sensing a thing? It is I who should be asking you, Li Fu retorted calmly. The purple-robed man, with caution, clasped his fist and replied, I already have a master. He reflected that he was not one favored by fortune. Such an unexpected opportunity could very well harbor dangers. So it was best to decline politely. No opportunity. Li Fu scoffed, then turned his gaze to the elderly woman in red. The wrinkles on her face bore the marks of caution as she replied, I apologize, but I too have a master. No opportunity, Li Fu reiterated with another cold scoff. Before shifting his attention to Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong, Zhang Yu, filled with sudden joy, exclaimed, Senior, do you remember me? Ah, yes. You are one of those impolite individuals who offended my disciple, Li Fu remarked coolly. Zhang Yu offered a sycophantic smile. It is I. Senior. I am greatly interested in your legacy. Might you grant me an opportunity? His heart raced with excitement. After all, he had witnessed Li Fu in action. His prowess was earth-shattering. Such a peerless master beginning to take disciples? He was determined to join his ranks at any cost. The purple-robed man and the elderly woman exchanged glances. Their expressions tinged with regret, and then shook their heads in unison. Zhang Yu's flattery revealed to them that this enigmatic figure was undoubtedly a powerful practitioner. Yet, they understood that since the opportunity had slipped away, there was no point in lamenting it. The world of cultivation is rife with opportunities, and countless chances are missed daily. Wallowing in regret serves no purpose. Thus, after a fleeting moment of sorrow, the two resumed their urgent task of collecting fire essence. You wish to learn my legacy? Very well. But first, I must ask you, what insights have you gleaned from the micro-primordial spirit stone I bestowed upon you? Li Fu inquired nonchalantly. Micro-primordial spirit stone? The namesake left both Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong momentarily stunned. What remarkable artifact could this be? Subsequently, Yu Hailong immediately reacted, taking out the stone given to him by Li Fu. Senior, is this the celestial stone from the cliff of eternal life? Li Fu coldly snorted. What celestial stone from the cliff of eternal life? This is the celestial stone from the abyss of micro-origin. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong were instantly taken aback, exchanging glances. Senior, was it not made very clear that it was the cliff of eternal life? They sighed, conceding, well, he has the upper hand. Whatever he says must be accepted. After a moment's hesitation, they chose not to argue. Zhang Yu quickly ingratiated himself. Indeed, Senior, upon obtaining this celestial stone, I contemplated it for a few moments and felt its profoundness. My cultivation has significantly advanced, and my spiritual essence has made remarkable progress compared to just a few days ago. To preserve the mystical essence of the celestial stone, I have placed it within my cave dwelling to stabilize my fortune. Yu Hailong hurriedly added, I too have experienced similar advancements, but I have gleaned the potential path to return to the void. In reality, neither of them had comprehended anything from the stone after receiving it from Li Fu. However, they did not attribute this to any fault in the stone itself, but rather to their own insufficient cultivation. Perhaps with another 10 to 15 days of contemplation, they would glean some insight. Nonetheless, during their previous encounter, they had exchanged their perceived gains from the celestial stone to avoid embarrassment. Zhang Yu claimed to have made progress in his cultivation, while Yu Hailong, eager to surpass Zhang Yu, asserted that he had even uncovered a technique. Hearing their claims, Li Fu frowned. What nonsense is this? The micro-origin stone is not meant to be used in such a manner. Have you both been dishonest? Both were taken aback. Huh? Soon after, they broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if they had plunged into an ice cavern. Senior, you can discern this too? Truly a divine being. Li Fu continued, this micro-origin stone is intended for your cultivation techniques. Since you have lied, it indicates that you are unworthy of such opportunity. Furthermore, let me caution you, those who seek the path of cultivation must not speak recklessly. Without a sincere heart, one cannot attain the way to the great Tao. Observing this, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong could only bow their heads in resignation. Yes, Senior. Meanwhile, a red-robed old woman who had gathered 3 fire spirits smirked at the sight. What a futile effort. Heaven favors those who are steadfast. As Li Fu noticed that none of the 4 were worthy, he turned his gaze to Li Jiani. Upon seeing Li Jina, especially the vividly colored horse in his hands, his brow furrowed. You again, little brat? What brings you, madman, here to the 10,000-year volcano? Li Jina grimaced at Li Fu. You are the madman. Why are you not properly residing in the Moonlight Valley and instead come to the 10,000-year volcano? Li Fu scoffed, naturally, to benefit the countless commoners of the world. Huh. Li Jina responded with a cold laugh. And you think you can benefit the masses? Your techniques are not even worth practicing by a dog. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong were instantly dumbfounded. This madman, Li Jina, actually dared to speak to a senior in such a manner. He must be courting death. Upon hearing this, Li Fu's eyes narrowed dangerously, revealing a glint of menace. Out of respect for your status as his disciple, I shall spare your life. However, should you continue to assert that my techniques are flawed, I will ensure that you meet your demise here. Li Jinu, however, was incensed. Even with my master present, I must voice my thoughts. Your methods are nothing but a deception, you lunatic. You have already terrified countless innocent outer disciples of Ryue Valley, and now you dare to attempt to dupe my companions? I shall never acquiesce to such a travesty. Friends, let us unite and drive him away. With that, Li Jina immediately turned to the 4 individuals present. The old woman in red and the middle-aged man in purple swiftly formed hand seals. teleporting to a considerable distance. They intended to ensure that when Li Jina met his end, his blood would not splatter upon their faces. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong were rendered utterly bewildered. This individual, typically an eccentric madman, now dared to act recklessly before a formidable presence. My techniques are deceptive? I have already taken on a disciple who has shown remarkable progress and strength. If you doubt it, I will summon him. Li Fu replied with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, Li Jina was momentarily stunned, then his expression shifted to one of alarm. You have taken on a disciple? Who? Chapter 86. Fang Chen arrives. Li Jina's complexion was ashen, standing under the bright sun, his hand raised in a gesture meant for the horse, trembling with indignation. How could anyone suffer such misfortune at the hands of a scoundrel? Fang Chen. Li Fu raised his head with an air of arrogance, suddenly sensing something. His gaze shifting to look behind Li Jina. He remarked, it seems he has also arrived. Perfect. I shall bring him to meet you, and let him challenge you in combat. Once he swiftly defeats you, you will truly comprehend the magnitude of my prowess. Li Jina rebuked sharply. Do not speak such nonsense. Any disciple deceived by you must be a naive child. How could anyone possibly contend with me? However, Li Fu paid him no heed and vanished from sight. Observing his disappearance, the effeminate middle-aged man and the old woman in red exchanged glances, pondering whether this elder could not perceive that Li Jina was a madman. In the face of such a person, why waste time engaging in conflict? The two could not fathom Li Fu's actions, ultimately attributing it to perhaps his excessive leisure. They then resumed their arduous task of collecting the fiery essence. Upon hearing the name Fang Chen, Zhang Yu's expression changed dramatically, and he conveyed to Hailong, this is disastrous. That ill-tempered elder is coming. That individual has just crossed a tribulation, and now he is being brought to confront a lunatic. Undoubtedly, his mood will be foul. If he is in a bad mood, we shall inevitably suffer. He might even give us a beating. Should we leave? Hailong asked anxiously. Zhang Yu shot him a glare and replied, leave? We must swiftly gather the fiery essence. Right. Hailong finally recalled their purpose for being there was to collect the fiery essence. With this thought, the two promptly prepared to act. At that moment, Li Fu reappeared, stating, you two, do not depart just yet. I find you both pleasing to the eye. Stay and witness my disciple's battle. Zhang Yu and Hailong exchanged looks of resignation. Very well, if it is merely to witness, we shall oblige. This elder does seem to have a rather amiable disposition. Zhang Yu sighed inwardly, communicating telepathically with Hailong. Once Fang Chen swiftly defeats Li Jina, we can resume our collection of fiery essence. All right. Hailong nodded in agreement. They turned their gaze towards Li Fu's rear, where a flying vessel had appeared. Seated upon it were Fang Chen and Yi Xiong, one man and one tiger, both in identical poses. Their hands and paws resting on the edge of the vessel, their expressions blank. Just moments prior, after departing from Darren's sect, Fang Chen and Yi Xiong had boarded the flying vessel once more. Upon entering, Fang Chen first rehearsed all of his martial techniques and spells. Coming to the millennial volcano, one must be prepared for battle. However, one must also be ready to encounter formidable ancient beings that one cannot easily overcome. Thus, he practiced swiftly retrieving the Xuanwu shield, the Danren token, the red sovereign ring, and silently summoning the forgetting life. These were all tools to contend with adversaries of varying calibers. Finally, after checking the stock of his potent poisons, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief. Although the entire process consumed considerable time, one must hone their tools to excel in their craft. Since the desire to venture forth arises, one must engage in comprehensive and meticulous contemplation. The offspring of destiny may act recklessly because they are supported by others and shielded by fortune. Such individuals must exercise caution. A single misstep could lead to their downfall. Subsequently, after completing his tasks, Fang Chen's flying vessel arrived at Yanguang City, merely a short distance from the 10,000-year volcano. However, the time taken to traverse this distance was ample for him to inspect the two rings bestowed upon him by the 8 formidable beings of the God Transformation realm. Thus, Fang Chen produced the rings, eager to examine his spoils. Just as he was about to unveil their contents, a figure emerged from the void. Clad in a white robe, the individual bore a solemn expression, exuding an air of defiance against both heaven and earth. The newcomer was none other than Li Fu. Senior, Yi Xiong exclaimed urgently. Master? What brings you here? Upon seeing Li Fu, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Then it struck him with clarity. Ah, yes. Master has been trapped here by Ancestor Ling. But wait, an hour has already elapsed. Why is Li Fu still here? What is his purpose? Li Fu spoke in a calm tone. Come with me. Someone has insulted our technique, and rather than wielding power against the weak, I have chosen to send you forth to vindicate our honor. Fang Chen felt an ominous premonition stir within him. Vouch for our honor? What does this entail? Surely, it cannot involve a duel? Before he could pursue further inquiries, Li Fu waved his hand. In an instant, Fang Chen and Yixiong found themselves captivated by the sudden shift of their surroundings. Once their awareness returned, they were already in the heart of the fire zone. Fang Chen clutched the vessel, his gaze swiftly scanning the area. He needed to identify his opponent. His eyes swept over two individuals in the distance who were gathering fire energy, then passed over two other formidable beings he had previously encountered, who now regarded him with a mixture of fear and awe. Finally, his gaze settled upon a figure holding a multicolored horse and sporting a prominent bald head, Li Jianyi. Under the sun's radiant light, both the horse and Li Jianyi's head glimmered magnificently. This individual seemed somewhat familiar to Fang Chen. He murmured to himself, recalling that during his time in Ruoyu Valley, it was this very person who had raised a horse and cautioned him that Li Fu was a madman. Yet, Li Jianyi did not recognize Fang Chen and had forgotten their prior encounter, primarily due to the rapidity of their departure that day, which had prevented either from clearly discerning the other's features. Fang Chen's recollection of Li Jianyi was chiefly anchored in the image of the horse, rather than the face. As Fang Chen scrutinized the crowd, others were observing him as well. Everyone overlooked Yixiong. Surely, Li Fu could not have taken a beast as his disciple. The elderly woman in the red robe was taken aback upon seeing Fang Chen, pondering, foundation establishment. First tier, could this be normal? The effeminate middle-aged man shared similar thoughts. However, when they witnessed Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong's simultaneous expressions of fear and reverence upon encountering Fang Chen, they exchanged glances and communicated telepathically. It seems this individual possesses extraordinary talents. Foundation establishment, first tier, is merely a facade. They could hardly believe that the first level of foundation establishment could instill such fear in these two bullies. Subsequently, Li Fu coldly addressed Li Jianyi. He is my disciple, Fang Chen. First level of foundation establishment? Li Jianyi discerned Fang Chen's cultivation at a glance, furrowing his brow as he exclaimed sharply, "You lunatic, how many lives do you intend to endanger?" Heh. Li Fu let out a chilling laugh, refraining from disputing Li Jianyi's words. Instead, he turned to Fang Chen and declared, "Go ahead, he is your opponent. I now assign you a task. Defeat him with a single punch. He is merely at the soul transformation stage. Do not be afraid." While Fang Chen was still assessing the crowd, attempting to identify his opponent, upon hearing these words, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression turning vacant. Just the soul transformation stage? Not to be afraid? At that moment, a scorching wind, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, swept over Fang Chen, leaving him in utter disarray. Chapter 87. Fang Chen resolves the dilemma beside him. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong exchanged thoughts in hushed tones, remarking on their senior's perpetually irritable temperament. Why was he ignoring his own master? With his impressive cultivation level, even confronting a transformation stage cultivator should pose no challenge, so why remain silent? Indeed, the winged beast beside Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback as well. What was Senior Li doing? Could Chingu truly engage in battle with a transformation stage cultivator? Was this not an act of folly? Li Fu, observing Fang Chen, impatiently urged, "Hurry up. Why are you dawdling?" Cough, cough, cough. As Fang Chen heard Li Fu's insistence, he suddenly coughed a couple of times, and once he regained his composure, he managed to muster a smile and said, "Master, it is not that I am unwilling to fight. Rather, I do not wish to bully him. Moreover, I have pressing matters to attend to." Fang Chen understood that in this situation, admitting his lack of strength would prompt Li Fu to refute him, so he opted for a different approach. Meanwhile, the crimson-robed elder and the effeminate middle-aged man communicated through thought. Did you hear that? He speaks of bullying. He must indeed be a formidable cultivator. If he is so powerful, why is he aboard such a lowly vessel? You see, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the number of eccentricities. Possessing peculiarities is quite normal. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, Li Fu inquired, "What urgent matter?" "I need to collect the fire essence here for my cultivation," Fang Chen replied. Li Fu raised an eyebrow, then displayed a look of approval. "Not bad. Having just undergone the tribulation, you wish to continue your arduous training. You truly are my disciple." The crimson-robed elder and the effeminate middle-aged man exchanged astonished glances, their pupils contracting in disbelief. Tribulation. So, today's thunderous tribulation was summoned by this esteemed Fang? This was truly remarkable. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong could not help but admire him. Although Fang was known for his temper, he undoubtedly exemplified the model of a cultivator. Even after surviving a tribulation, he was eager to continue his training. Fang Chen coughed lightly and said, "Thank you for your kind words, Master. I am merely emulating your usual diligence. Therefore, Master, please allow me to descend and gather the fire essence. As for the duel, let us forego that. I cannot bully the younger generation." However, Li Fu shook his head and replied, "No need for that. If you are working so hard, how could I allow you to gather it alone?" With that, he raised his hand and unleashed a magnificent pull of energy. Boom! Instantly, all the fire essence from the ancient volcano was drawn into his grasp, coalescing into a chaotic and potent mass. The crimson-robed elder and the effeminate middle-aged man, who had been marveling at Fang Chen's prowess, were left speechless, while Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong, who had admired Fang Chen's diligence, could only ponder, what use is our fire essence if we are to duel? At that moment, having just emerged from the underground passage and preparing to refine a piece of fire essence, Shaoqing was also left in a state of astonishment. Beside the volcano, at that instant, Li Fu held countless colors of fire essence swirling together, emanating a formidable and awe-inspiring force, its chaotic energy twisting violently, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, after a slight squeeze from Li Fu, the ferocity that once lingered dissipated in an instant. Subsequently, Li Fu cast a glance at Li Jina, sneering disdainfully, "Trash?" This derisive utterance left Fang Chen utterly perplexed. Was the master mocking this bald fellow's inadequacies? Was he perhaps belittling others' qualifications or bloodlines? Just as Fang Chen was engulfed in confusion, the myriad flames in Li Fu's hands suddenly transformed, before the watchful eyes of the onlookers, into a resplendent, seething seven-colored steed of fire. This magnificent fiery steed was an entire size larger than the one held by Li Jina. Witnessing the metamorphosis up close, he was left speechless. The observing Yi Xiong and the other four alchemists also stood in stunned silence. Li Jina, however, was instantly enraged. "Are you provoking me?" Li Fu replied coolly. "You are not worthy of my provocation." He then turned to Fang Chen, presenting the fiery steed. "Here, this is for you." Gazing into the fiery steed's mesmerizing eyes, which were 3 parts purple, 3 parts black, 3 parts red, and the remaining 91 parts a kaleidoscope of colors, Fang Chen was astounded. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. He felt he ought to be elated, for he had just been pondering how to contend with others for the fiery steed. Yet now, it was all in his possession. Furthermore, this entity of fire, no, this steed, had been subdued by Li Fu, making it exceedingly easy to refine, truly a fortuitous occurrence. However, for reasons unknown, Fang Chen found it difficult to summon joy. "Take it," Li Fu urged. With a smile that was more mournful than joyful, Fang Chen complied. "Yes." He reached out to embrace the fiery steed. Due to Li Fu's deliberate enlargement of the steed, Fang Chen was completely enveloped once he grasped it. Observing this bizarre and comical scene, the onlookers experienced a momentary lapse in cognition. Shortly after, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong could not help but chuckle, communicating telepathically, "Look, how arrogant and rude this elder usually is. Yet, even as a formidable being of the tribulation stage, he must obediently embrace a horse before our more powerful master. Aha! Indeed, behold this fiery steed, which has amassed the flames from the entire volcano, larger than this elder's own form. How ludicrous it is for him to hold it. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't bear such embarrassment." They laughed heartily, until suddenly what? The flames of the entire volcano? At this realization, their laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a blank expression and a void in their thoughts. In that moment, the only sensation they felt was one of profound anguish. The fire. That was their fire. Just moments ago, they had forsaken gathering fire in pursuit of Li Fu's legacy. Now, even when they wished to seek the fire, they found it utterly unattainable. Gazing at the comical fiery steed, these two unfortunate souls felt their hearts bleed. This time, they truly faced a grievous loss. The old woman in the crimson robe and the effeminate middle-aged man, though troubled in spirit, were acutely aware that if an ancient being seeking transcendence desired the fiery essence present here, they would be left with naught but empty hands. Contemplating this, they exchanged a glance, a sense of relief washing over them. Thankfully, they had approached this endeavor with earnest intent to gather the fiery essence from the very beginning. Thus, their losses were not insurmountable. Once Li Fu ensured that Fang Chen had a firm grasp on the fiery essence, he instructed, "Very well. Proceed to refine this batch of fiery essence, then prepare to confront him." Fang Chen retorted, "Master, must you truly send your disciple to be pummeled by a being of transformation? I assure you, within a minute, I could perish 60 times over, should you believe it. At this moment, Fang Chen found himself at a loss for words, as Li Fu effortlessly dismantled his excuse to evade battle. Yet, he was not without recourse. As he contemplated revealing his trump card, a sudden thought struck him. Wait, master, while I am willing to engage, I am not accustomed to having spectators. Perhaps you could first clear the entire ancient volcano? Li Fu frowned, glancing at the remaining 4 transformation practitioners. Very well, you may leave now, and ensure that all others are dismissed. Is that understood? Yes, esteemed elder. The 4 responded, forced smiles gracing their faces, as Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong departed. Their tear-filled eyes lingered longingly on the resplendent fiery essence, reluctant to part with it. They too coveted the steed. Moments later, under Li Fu's vigilant gaze, the 4 managed to usher the entire populace away from the ancient volcano. Now, can we commence? Li Fu retracted his consciousness that enveloped the volcano and turned his gaze towards Fang Chen. Indeed, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Just then, as Li Jinu was about to speak, a hand unexpectedly appeared behind Li Fu and patted him. Bang! In an instant, Li Fu vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Ling Xiao Yuan emerged slowly from the void, casting a silent, exasperated glance at Fang Chen. My apologies, I should not have left him here. Chapter 88. Mocking Shaoqing. Fang Chen displayed a grateful smile, nearly compelled to kneel before the other. Thank you, master. Just moments ago, when Li Fu had expelled the 4 nascent soul cultivators, Fang Chen had discreetly summoned Wang Sheng. His master's mental state was exceedingly unstable. Fang Chen believed that only Ling Xiuyuan could manage such a situation. Surely, he could not challenge Li Jina directly on his own, could he? Upon observing the circumstances, Ling Xiuyuan did not proceed directly to the eternal volcano. Instead, he first arrived near Yinguang City and then launched a surprise attack on Li Fu. No need to thank me. Ling Xiuyuan shook his head and continued, It is my fault. I should have anticipated that after the fire calamity tide, a multitude of cultivators would gather here. I cannot believe I allowed this fellow to remain. Fang Chen pondered, and indeed, that was the case. Li Fu typically roamed the Ruoyu Valley in search of disciples. It was no wonder that after Ling Xiuyuan's restraints on him had expired, Li Fu chose not to return to the sect but remained in this vicinity. With so many people suddenly arriving at the eternal volcano, wouldn't he inquire about it? Master, where did you send my master? Fang Chen inquired next. Back to the Danran sect. He should be pursuing others now. Ling Xuan replied with a smile, adding, Now that there is nothing pressing, I shall return. Once Wanner breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, I will enter seclusion again. Yes, Fang Chen nodded, feeling a pang of reluctance. He had barely had the opportunity to rely on this pillar yet, and now he was to retreat into seclusion? However, Ling Xiuyuan kindly reassured him, Do not worry, should an urgent matter arise, you can still summon me. Fang Chen nodded affirmatively. Subsequently, Ling Xiuyuan turned his gaze towards Li Jina, saying, Jina, what are you still doing here? Are you not returning? Master, I wish to escort this young brother back. Li Jina, who had remained silent, suddenly exclaimed with a hearty laugh. He was forcibly taken as a disciple by that madman and has just been challenged to a duel with me. He must be quite startled. I hope to offer him some assistance. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, and his eyes widened. Li Jina is indeed a disciple of Ling Xiuyuan? No need for your help. Just return, Ling Xiuyuan said, waving his hand. Upon hearing this, Li Jina had no choice but to release his grip, allowing the horse to hover in midair, clasping his fists in respect. Then I shall take my leave. He then smiled at Fang Chen, saying, Should you need anything in the future, you may seek me at Yinjian Peak. I am Li Jina. Thank you, senior. Fang Chen immediately clasped his fist in gratitude. Too polite. Li Jina laughed heartily, then raised his horse, which galloped away, its whinnies fading from Fang Chen and Ling Xiuyuan's sight. As soon as Li Jina departed, Fang Chen intended to speak. However, at that moment, Ling Xiuyuan suddenly pointed at Fang Chen and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Fang Chen fell silent at once, recognizing that there was a hint of mockery in that laughter. He could not help but ask, Master, why do you laugh? Have you recalled something amusing? No, I was mocking you. Fang Chen, you are far too candid. Ling Xiuyuan patted Fang Chen and remarked, I find your embrace of the fire fiend horse utterly amusing. However, my disciple was present just now, and I refrained from laughing, fearing it might hurt his feelings as he too held a horse. Now that he has departed, I can indulge in a good laugh at your expense. Fang Chen replied, Aren't you concerned about hurting my feelings? To evade further ridicule, He diverted the conversation. Master, what is the situation with Senior Li? He was referring to Li Jina's peculiar behavior of holding a horse. Do not be so formal. Simply call him Senior Brother, Ling Shou Yuan corrected him before adding. I can only tell you that Jina's spirit is somewhat disordered. In an instant, Fang Chen understood. Ah, so he is also a mad practitioner, he exclaimed. Well then, may I have your horse? Ling Shou Yuan waved his hand. What for? Fang Chen asked, instinctively guarding his possession. However, Ling Shou Yuan shot him a stern look. This 10,000-year volcano is deliberately nurtured by the Danran sect. Are you truly expecting to take all the fire fiends with you? Without them, in no more than 20 years. This volcano will yield no resources, and what will Flame Light City rely upon then? My apologies, Master. Please, do as you wish. Fang Chen reluctantly handed over the fire fiend horse, his heart heavy. Yet, Ling Shou Yuan showed no intention of keeping it, instead, with a mere wave of his hand. The horse disintegrated, transforming into a sky filled with fire fiends. The fire fiend horse was gone. This scene pained Fang Chen greatly. He had originally intended to feed it all to Xiaoqing. As the sky filled with fire fiends, Ling Shou Yuan explained, initially, after this wave of fire fiends. The elders of our sect were scheduled to come and oversee things, ensuring that no one eradicated the fire fiends entirely. However, due to your tribulation, I informed them earlier this morning that I would personally visit the 10,000-year volcano, which is why they did not come. Alas, I completely forgot about it. But this is not entirely my fault. The rank of this batch of fire fiends is too low. The more powerful ones were consumed by the previous fire fiend king, leaving only the weakest, which have been grievously injured, making it difficult for me to take them seriously. As Ling Shou Yuan spoke, he sent back the surviving fire fiends to the 10,000-year volcano. The fire fiends, once molded into horses by Li Fu, had essentially perished. All Ling Shou Yuan could do was return a few barely surviving fortunate fire fiends to the volcano to replenish its energy, hoping to swiftly give rise to new fire fiends. Once he had done all he could, he returned the fire fiends to Fang Chen. Here you go. Ling Shou Yuan extracted some high-quality fire fiends and condensed them into a vibrant, multicolored orb. If you require fire fiends, simply extract from within. It is convenient for carrying and absorbing, he said. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen exclaimed with delight. Not at all. Ling Shou Yuan smiled. Then, glancing around, he waved his hand, instantly transporting Fang Chen and Yi Xiang out of the heart of the flames. Shortly thereafter, Ling Shou Yuan inscribed a golden character, and moments later, the entire heart of the flames trembled noticeably. It is evident that he has set up a formation to prevent others from disturbing the growth of the fire essence. Finally, Ling Shou Yuan remarked, all right, I shall take my leave first. I still need to gather materials for my breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage. Fang Chen fell silent, pondering the miraculous phenomenon of a great ascension practitioner advancing to foundation establishment. Truly a marvel in the realm of cultivation. Subsequently, Fang Chen forced a smile and said, very well. Wanner, you have been truly deceived by your father. Once Ling Shou Yuan vanished, Fang Chen held the fire essence pearl, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The purpose of this endeavor was to acquire more fire essence for Xiaoqing, and now he had completely achieved that. However, the process of obtaining the fire essence was entirely different from what he had anticipated. He then took out a jade slip to contact Xiaoqing. At this moment, Xiaoqing was in the outer region. After Li Fu had gathered all the fire essence, the carefree elder sensed potential danger and hastily urged Xiaoqing to escape from the 10,000-year volcano. Consequently, Xiaoqing was among the first to leave the area. Yet, because of this, he was now subject to ridicule. Xiaoqing, I have never encountered someone so presumptuous and foolish as you, sneered a blue-robed cultivator, blocking Xiaoqing's path. I had already stated that the fire essence of the 10,000-year volcano is not something a mere chi refinement practitioner like you should aspire to touch. Yet, you insisted on purchasing a pile of warm heart pills to rush in here. And now, you are the first to flee? Truly amusing. Chapter 89. The confrontation. In that moment, all eyes were drawn to the blue-robed cultivator and Xiaoqing. This group had just been expelled from the millennia-old volcano by 4 divine transformation cultivators. Aside from the busy golden core and nascent soul practitioners who had left first, the remaining crowd consisted of less skilled cultivators eager for excitement. As soon as they emerged, they witnessed the blue-robed cultivator mocking Xiaoqing, naturally prompting them to stay and watch the spectacle unfold. At this moment, 3 individuals stood behind the blue-robed cultivator. Their faces were bruised, yet they wore expressions of disdain as they looked down upon Xiaoqing. These 3 were Zhang Tian's lackeys, whom Xiaoqing had defeated a few days prior at the inn. The blue-robe cultivator was none other than Zhang Tian himself, who had stolen Xiaoqing's fiancée. Glaring at Zhang Tian, Xiaoqing coldly retorted, "Zhang Tian, what I do in this volcano is of no concern to you." Previously, when Xiaoqing had gone to purchase the warm heart pill, Zhang Tian had intercepted him with ridicule. Little did he expect to be publicly mocked again right after emerging from the ancient volcano. At this moment, the rage within Xiaoqing had reached its zenith. "This has nothing to do with me, but it concerns the Danran sect." Zhang Tian sneered at Xiaoqing. "Do you realize the disgrace you've brought upon our sect by fleeing the volcano in front of so many people? As a disciple of the inner sect, it is my duty to rid the sect of worthless cowards. Furthermore, you, Xiaoqing, are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune. You brought calamity upon your parents at home and caused Xiaowei misfortune in the sect. No wonder she chose to break off the engagement with you. She told me that after severing ties, her luck improved significantly." Ha! As his words fell, Xiaoqing's expression turned ashen with fury. Clenching his fists, imbued with surging energy, he launched a direct punch towards Zhang Tian's face. The most painful scars for him were the loss of his parents, who perished in a beast attack, and his fiancée Chang Wei. Although he and Chang Wei had grown up together, his feelings for her were more akin to that of siblings, and he had long sought an opportunity to end their engagement gracefully. However, during his darkest moments, she had publicly humiliated him, calling him a bringer of doom and severing their engagement, which shattered his dignity. Thus, these two matters remained his most profound wounds. Now, with Zhang Tian brazenly exposing these scars, how could he not be consumed by rage? As Xiaoqing moved to strike, a glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Tian's eyes. He had intentionally provoked Xiaoqing to incite a response. This would grant him a justified reason to cripple Xiaoqing. Just as Xiaoqing's fist was about to connect with Zhang Tian's face, Zhang Tian dodged the attack, unleashing the full force of his third-tier foundation establishment cultivation. In a swift motion, a long sword, which he had prepared in advance, appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Xiaoqing's dantian. "Now, will you not perish?" Zhang Tian grinned wickedly, elated at the prospect. But then, out of nowhere, a figure appeared like a specter, swiftly raising a hand to deliver a powerful slap that sent Zhang Tian flying. Bang! Zhang Tian's face was instantaneously struck, leaving it torn and bloodied. And unable to withstand the ferocity of the blow, he was violently propelled backwards, crashing into the three spectators behind him. A series of piercing screams echoed in rapid succession. To their utter despair, before they could comprehend the situation, a colossal tiger descended from the heavens, crashing down upon them. Thud! The four were immediately pinned beneath the immense weight of the tiger, the sound of cracking bones ringing incessantly in the air. Done. After subduing the four, the demon tiger rumbled in a deep voice. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqing was rendered speechless. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before her eyes, clad in flowing robes. Ethereal and graceful, with a countenance as tranquil as a still lake, and a posture as upright as a soaring javelin, it was none other than Fang Chen. "Brother Fang? What brings you here?" Xiaoqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. A wave of terror surged within her. It dawned on her that the one who had just intervened was Fang Chen. After several days apart, his cultivation had evidently advanced far beyond what it had been. He had dealt with Zhang Tian without even revealing a hint of his spiritual power. It was evident that he had achieved a level of cultivation that was both profound and effortlessly controlled. "Let us save our words for later," Fang Chen smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the now tumultuous surroundings. While Xiaoqing and Zhang Tian exchanged barbs, the group of cultivators had merely come with the mindset of witnessing who would be thoroughly trounced. However, the sudden arrival of the enormous tiger caught them off guard, instilling fear in their hearts. This demon tiger, with its striking black and white fur, emanated an imposing aura that was truly intimidating. Instinctively, they worried that the tiger might attack the cultivators. Yet, upon witnessing the tiger single out Zhang Tian and his companions, they quickly became exhilarated. It appeared that this formidable creature was an ally of Xiaoqing. Indeed, it was a classic case of the weak triumphing over the strong. How delightful. They hoped that Zhang Tian would summon an even more powerful ally to confront the tiger, ensuring their time spent watching the spectacle would not be in vain. However, Fang Chen, observing the eager expressions of the crowd, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Are you all not going to practice? Have you mastered artifact forging and pill concocting? Is this how you repay your parents' efforts?" He remarked coolly. "Do you not feel any shame? Those who have reached the golden core stage in their cultivation, do you think they share your penchant for mere entertainment?" Upon hearing his words, the crowd erupted in fury. How dare he mock them for merely watching? A man clad in gray was particularly incensed, exclaiming, "You, Fang Chen brandished the Qizun ring." Well said. The man immediately forced a sycophantic smile. Soon after, the crowd exchanged glances, retreating in disarray. The Qizun mountain was the sacred ground of the Danren sect. Whoever possessed this ring was undoubtedly a core disciple, perhaps even a true disciple. They dared not oppose Fang Chen. Once most had departed, Fang Chen turned his attention to the winged beast, releasing it from captivity. The winged beast instantly leapt into action. Beneath them lay a vast pit, within which Zhang Tian and his 3 companions had succumbed to unconsciousness. The formidable strength and weight of Yi Xiong were beyond their capacity to endure. Strip them of their garments and storage rings, then cast them aside, Fang Chen stated calmly. Understood. Yi Xiong nodded and promptly commenced his task. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing gazed at Fang Chen with palpable excitement. Senior brother, what brings you here? Fang Chen reciprocated with a look of surprise, cheerfully replying. I came to gather fire essence, but I never anticipated encountering you here. By the way, I attempted to contact you earlier. Did you not see it? After reaching out to Xiao Qing and receiving no response, he had made his way towards the crowd. To his astonishment, he arrived just in time to witness Zhang Tian assaulting Xiao Qing. He was immediately displeased. Attacking my fellow practitioner? If Xiao Qing were to be injured, how could Zhang Tian assist me in my cultivation? Thus, Fang Chen intervened. Remarkably, he required no incantations, merely utilizing his physical prowess to swiftly defeat Zhang Tian with a single blow. One can only assert that the ancient divine body is indeed formidable. Chapter 90. The uniqueness of the Tao's foundation. Apologies, senior brother. I was just intercepted by Zhang Tian and did not have the chance to check, Xiao Qing said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he realized that Fang Chen had just reached out to him. No worries. By the way, what brings you here? Are you also here to gather fire sha? Fang Chen inquired with a smile. Indeed, this fire sha is related to my cultivation technique, Xiao Qing replied, a hint of regret crossing his face. However, I am unaware of which formidable being has taken all the fire sha from the ancient volcano. I ended up with nothing. Nevertheless, senior brother, I know of another location where fire sha can be found. If you are interested, I can invite you to join me on my next expedition. Xiao Qing had heard from the transcendent wanderer that the individual who acted must be an incredibly powerful figure. Such a person would leave no chance for others to acquire the fire sha. Thus, he presumed that Fang Chen, like himself, had returned empty-handed. He also learned from the transcendent wanderer that there were other locations in the eastern realm where fire sha could be found. So he planned to invite Fang Chen to venture there together next time. However, upon hearing this, Fang Chen chuckled. No need. You needn't go to any trouble. I already possess all the fire sha from the ancient volcano. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen produced the fire sha pearl. Seeing the mesmerizing fire sha pearl, Xiao Qing was left speechless. Did you take the fire sha from the volcano, senior brother? Fang Chen corrected him. It was not I who took it, but my master,